Warning, this video is going to have a lot of ads. For months, YouTube has been telling me that on May 12th, 2025, which is today, if I didn't screw something up, they're gonna overhaul the whole way they do mid-roll ads. The idea is that they think they can improve the viewer experience of mid-roll ads by automatically placing them at natural breakpoints instead of in the middle of a sentence, or in my case, in the middle of a fart.
Have you ever been pooping and been like, why do I have so much toilet paper in my house? I don't need this much toilet paper, I just gotta wipe my butt.
Joke. According to them, this change is gonna create more views and increased revenue and the ability to last longer in bed. Now, my videos tend to be edited to be very, very fast and have very few natural breakpoints. And so I usually have to go in and delete about 50% of the ads that YouTube tries to put in automatically. And then the ones that are left, I try to maneuver to make sure that they come well after every fart.
Have you ever been trying to last a long time in bed, but you can't do it? Introducing YouTube's automatic
joke. However, apparently with this new change, YouTube will still technically let me put manual ads in there, but if some computer determines that actually, no, that's a bad place to put it, it can just fully ignore my manual ads and never show them, which is why I wanted to do an experiment. The longest video that you can put on YouTube currently is 12 hours. And if you'll notice, this video, it's 12 hours. Once I'm finished speaking, which by the way, if you've seen any ad breaks, comment below whether they've been natural or unnatural or unholy. Once I'm done speaking, I'll pad out this runtime with a bunch of my older videos from a few years ago that I think are pretty good. So, stick around and watch those if you want. But really what I'm trying to do is see where YouTube's new fangled AI or whatever they're using, where they think there are natural breakpoints in my video. But remember, they've also promised that this is a way to maximize revenue. So I'm also sort of experimenting to see what the maximum amount of money that you could theoretically make on a YouTube video is. If it's 12 hours long and we put all their automatic ads in, how much are you gonna get? What's it gonna be worth? So I will allow YouTube to place as many ads as it wants, wherever it wants, and then I'll just keep updating the title and the thumbnail of the video so that you can follow along at home and see how much revenue has actually been brought to this specific video. Then you, the viewer, can comment and tell me whether the stuff is still watchable with the new ad placement system, or if it's painful and obnoxious. The ads, not my editing style. My editing style is perfect, and there's no way you can criticize it because it's so perfect. Everybody says that. I've never gotten comments that say I edit too fast. If anything, they're like, go faster. Jordan, you're so slow. And a lot of comments say that actually you're the one that's obnoxious and interruptive. And also there's a secret third experiment going on. See, in 2014, there was this band called Wolfpack. They're still a band, they still exist, but they also existed in 2014. They released an album on Spotify called Sleepify, and it featured nothing but 30-second tracks of nothing. Just a bunch of nothing solos. They asked all their fans to stream it while they slept because, again, it's nothing. It's not going to wake you up. And then any money that they raised from this album, they would use to fund a tour. Miraculously, the band made like 20 grand before Spotify shut them down and was like, haha, nice experiment. But our whole business model is built around not paying artists other than Joe Rogan. So that's why there aren't like 10 million silent albums on Spotify now. They shut it down. But that's always been really inspiring to me, and I've always loved the idea of learning how to exploit a platform like this to benefit creatives specifically. So don't tell YouTube, but this is also kind of my Sleepify. I don't know if I'm gonna go on a tour or anything, but I'll stay alive, sort of like touring around the sun on the earth. Or maybe you'll get shirts. I don't know. This video might make $3, in which case, no tour, no shirts, whatever. So without further ado, let the great ad experiment.
Do you ever feel like you look kind of gross with nothing on top of your body? Well, now introducing shirts.
Begin. Hello? Are there any teens around? Are you gonna make me watch and explain all the Friday the 13th movies? Oh my God! I just wanted to have fun with the other teens like me at the sleepaway camp, man. Fine.
series, which I can already tell is about 12 movies too long, begins pretty similarly to basically every youth camp. Like, there's always some moment during the first night where one half of the weirdos sing Christian songs accompanied by a single poorly strummed acoustic guitar.
Smelly cat, smell.
While the other half sneak off to hook up in the woods and get murdered by psychopaths. It literally happens exactly that way every time. And speaking of POV, it's 1958, and you're a psychopath looking to murder some horny, bad Christian teens at a sleepaway camp called Camp Crystal Lake. And also, your breath is on an echo delay somehow. Speaking of that, any horny teens that are watching this should note that this is the correct use of POV. POV, or point of view, should refer to the person behind the camera since we're ostensibly using their POV. If a horny tween were ticking or talking this, they'd probably be like, POV, you're about to get murdered, but that isn't correct. Check the AP style guide, you losers. Anyway, POV, you're looking at a toy that was very popular in the 50s and still sells for like $100 on eBay. Okay, two teens make the sex eyes that I recognize instantly from all the porn magazines I used to find in the woods as a kid. Okay, I didn't actually read a bunch of woods porn, but if you Google woods porn, around page 3 of the results, you probably will stop getting actual woods porn and learn a fascinating part of American history. And the boy teen takes the girl teen to a sex barn to do the sex in the sex barn, or maybe it's a sex shed, I'm not sure the official sex nomenclature.
Check your lease, man, because you're living in city.
Except POV, you're watching the teens place a severely inadequate coat on the filthy sex barn floor before starting some odd pre-sexing foreplay and acquiring a copious amount of sex roundworms. And even more POV, you're stabbing the boy and nimbly thwarting the girl's incredibly athletic escape attempts. And then POV, you're stabbing somebody in slow motion. And now POV, I promise, I'm stopping now. I just sometimes get stuck on a riff and I can't break it, but POV, I'm stopping the riff. I'm sorry, POV. Now watch as this little butthole of a title card breaks a bunch of glass everywhere. Somebody's gonna have to clean that up, title card. But thankfully, they'll have plenty of time as we get an opening credits sequence that lasts forever, but is also literally just white text on black. So it's at least visually stimulating. To an Amish community, it might be as exciting as Star Wars, but Dave says that he hates the Amish. A lesser YouTuber would maybe provide trivia or background information on the movie during this time, but that's because they're weak and they don't understand the value of a hard day's unresearched stream of consciousness rant for multiple hours.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind.
Anyway, now it's apparently June 13th, 2014. I mean, that's the closest Friday the 13th in June to present day. And here's an apparently insane woman backpacking. Insane because she asks directions of a gas pump guard dog.
You speak English? How far is it to Camp Crystal Lake?
Which I have to assume is a figment of her imagination because who has a gas pump guard dog?
Okie dokie.
Hey, if it's all in her head anyway, might as well check this imaginary dog's imaginary genitals. Am I right, Dave?
Hi, girl. Excuse me. Hi, boy.
That's a classic Dave move. He's checking everybody's genitals.
Okie dokie.
And also, apparently, it's June 1979, according to Wikipedia, which isn't present day at all. This movie lied to me. I bet none of the on-screen deaths are even real. It is all Hollywood liberal lies.
I will eat your ass.
Apparently, the imaginary dog can't talk or provide clear directions, so the woman is forced to ask a few humans. Wow.
All the girls up there gonna look as good as you?
But everybody is put out like, that's a bad leg, bruh. And a few creepy old men come up, and one named Ralph is like,
It's got a death curse.
and we locals, we call it Camp Blood. Wow, that's inventive, Ralph. Was it between Camp Blood and Camp Dead? Camp Fatal Injury? Camp People Died Here?
Damn it, Ralph, get out of here.
Whatever. A different creepy old man shoves her butt into his truck to take her to the 20 miles away camp. And apparently she's been hired to be a camp counselor for a recent camp reboot, but the trucker tells her that she should quit because the place is creepy, bruh. And back in the day, a kid drowned and 2 horny teens were slashed to death in POV. And she's like, well, the camp mostly services inner city youth. And he's like, well, this is your stop. Bye. Cut from there to some other horny, soon-to-be counselors to inner city youth, teens cruising and just freaking blasting banjo music. I mean, just letting that rip like it was Metallica or another band from the 80s that people remember and or was featured in Stranger Things. And speaking of things from the 80s, hey look, it's Kevin Pigmeat.
Absolutely not.
They passed a sign that reveals Crystal Lake was founded in 1935, meaning that the first few groups of kids probably ate nothing but bowls of dust. Google it. 1935 sucked.
You know what? I saw
Bluebird on 43rd Street?
We now meet the owner of this place, a mustachioed, shirtless, bespectacled wood chopper in short shorts named Steve. We also meet Alice, who's helping Steve install a gutter because apparently the camp won't actually open for a couple weeks. And hey, Steve is apparently creepy?
Very pretty.
Which is unexpected given his entire vibe of guy who jazzercises to transcripts of spree-killing confessions. Alice is considering leaving the camp, but Steve convinces her to give it another week. Then Alice runs through the woods for no reason, like she's been hit by a tranquilizer dart and is slowly losing all function in her limbs. There are other characters, and I'm sure they have names, but they're pretty interchangeable as far as I can tell, and they've probably all been made up anyway, like the rest of this deceitful film.
This really isn't your cup of tea, is it?
There's the aforementioned hot boy Kevin Pigmeat, another less hot boy, a very goofy-looking boy, and then two attractive girls. Whoever edits this section can figure out what I mean.
What do I do?
Some of them are better at sexy talk than others.
You know, you're beautiful when you're angry, sweetheart.
Elsewhere, hitchhiker girl hitchhikes with somebody we can't see, which means they're bad news. And what do you know? They blow past their turn and she jumps out of the moving Jeep, runs into the woods. Well, I mean, POV, you're chasing some insane vagrant lady through the woods. Sorry. She limps around like a regular Dewey.
Cut deep.
But ultimately gets her throat slashed in a way that medically speaking is bad. I'm a doctor. Elsewhere, the counselors frolic joyfully and clad scantily in the sun. One mentions they like to eat Rocky Road. And everybody laughs like it's a joke, but considering that Rocky Road was invented during the Great Depression and is actually named after the Depression, as in it may be a rocky road ahead, but at least you can eat some shitty ice cream, her joke is actually incredibly insensitive. I assume this is why they're all gonna be murdered. The murderer is actually cancel culture personified. Wow, political.
I'm gonna come.
Speaking of dick kids and their shitty jokes, the weird-looking counselor pretends to drown, forcing the other counselors to demonstrate just how many kids are definitely gonna drown when the camp opens. First, we've got Kevin Pigmeat making the general shape of a dive while performing the actual act of belly flopping. Then multiple counselors push off in a single canoe, although only one of them actually brought a paddle. And finally, Alice throws a life preserver approximately 6 inches from the dock, actually making it more difficult to bring the kid ashore. Of course, it doesn't matter anyway, because he's just pulling a Squints from Sandlot and turning a CPR attempt into a sexual harassment lawsuit. Later that day, Alice's hair is atrocious. Even worse, there's a snake in her cabin, causing, once again, every single counselor to break in and destroy the cabin in their efforts to kill said snake. Apparently, these kids are a horny hive mind. They do everything together, and they're an effective horny hive mind. Now, a brief aside to thoughtfully discuss the American Indian culture. Wow.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, shit.
Also, a motorcycle cop shows up looking for Ralph. He's not there, though, so he just peels out. Oh. Just a second. Oh, yeah. There we go. Vroom! Off to commit a hate crime for justice.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, actually, Ralph was there.
Hello.
He was actually just hiding in the pantry until he could pop out and warn them all that the camp was bad and to test the horny hive mind's responsiveness, and it is as quick as ever. Look at them. They all just show up. Ralph leaves and one of the boys engages in some macho talk.
Emergency generator.
Before macho-ly activating the generator.
Oh, here goes.
Then Pigmeat and one of the girls make out to the weirdo's horny dismay. They continue to make out in some cabin and Pigmeat lights a little candle before giving her the raw bacon, which is a great way to set the mood and probably get trichinosis.
I don't get it.
Although they should probably be more worried about getting whatever disease that the weird dude has, since he's lying on the top bunk above them and he's all slashed to death. And that's why I never take the top bunk. That and my recurring dreams where I'm a champion high diver.
I've literally made a boatload of mistakes.
Pigmeat's lover needs to rock a post-coital piss, so she heads to the communal piss cabin, and to be fair, Pigmeat gets gutted on the bottom bunk, so maybe just avoid bunks, top and bottom. Back to the piss rocker. It feels like the killer is in the bathroom with her, but in reality, the scene is just an excuse to check out some naked, filthy feet, and in that, it delivers. Hey, when did this movie come out? 1980? So right around the time that Quentin Tarantino would have been 17? I don't know how, but I bet those two facts are connected.
Well, I just reject your
hypotheses.
Then the owner of those disgusting Tootsies says what I always say when a bunch of kids unsuccessfully try to come kill me with nail guns.
Come on, kids, you can do better than that.
She tries to wash her hands, but the sink isn't working. So instead of switching to another sink, she actually fixes the original sink, which is actually fairly impressive and feminist. Did this movie just get political? It has things to say.
Do not come.
Then she hears a noise, investigates, and gets axed right in the head. Which is less impressive, but maybe still political? Does the axe represent the patriarchy? These movies are a little beyond me, I think. The three not dead characters play strip Monopoly, which is actually the exact thing they make all the newly dead people do in hell.
Unless, of course, he's chicken.
Even worse, Alice is clearly cheating. She claims that dude rolls
High 8.
but it's clearly a 10. Is cheating at strip poker a sex crime? Dave, you would know, right? Like, what did you go in for? You were like, you landed on Boardwalk. That means you have to give me, the full Monty. And they were like, I rolled an 11 and I'm an undercover cop. The Baltic Ave, which means my butthole.
With a butt like that, you're talking $30, $40 tops.
Anyway, Dave's a sex pest. The non-Alice girl leaves, heading to the same bathroom that was recently rocked by a piss and axe murder, and she uses the recently fixed sink, and it's still working, so I guess that other girl should have been a plumber. So much wasted potential. Woohoo! This girl, on the other hand, desperately needs to invest in a toiletries bag. Whatever, she isn't immediately murdered, so she heads back to her cabin and dons a Victorian nightgown and lights a little Victorian candle and lies down to read her little Victorian book, but before she can die of consumption or being sad or whatever it was that Victorian women died of, she hears a little kid's voice saying, "Help me." And it's like I've always said, live like you're in the Victorian era, get haunted by a Victorian ghost.
I was just sitting in the U-bend thinking about
John C.
It's a tale as old as 1820 or so. She wanders around trying to find the wee voice while a hand turns off the power, and she ends up in the archery range. And it cuts away, but my strip Monopoly money's on her being dead, just like everybody from the Victorian era. Oh, apparently Steve left at some point because he's at a diner in town. He pays for his food and then dons a rain suit fit for a professional whaler. Semper Paratus, I guess.
Yeah, but it's different.
He hops in the Jeep, but it stalls out after a while because of rain, I guess? The bane of Jeeps everywhere. Rain. But all good. Steve just hops in with a cop because these were different times, and as creepy as Steve looks, he's still very clearly white. The cop mentions that tonight is actually the double whammy. Friday the 13th and a full moon. The cop dumps Steve off on the side of the road close-ish to camp, and Steve walks to camp, but gets flash lit in the face and then stabbed. Meanwhile, Alice she's just over here freaking shredding. Then she heads to bed, but oops, there's a bloody axe in there. Yucky!
What is going on?
She and the only remaining dude break into the camp office to look for a phone because they're getting scared, but that's dead. So they try a payphone, but that's dead. So they try to start the car, but guess what? That shit's dead! Oh, by the way, the generator, dead. So with all these problems they're facing, the dude chooses to go fix the generator by himself while Alice chooses to sleep, which is kind of like being dead. Eventually, Alice wakes up and makes herself a bit of midnight coffee for a very long time. And eventually, she tries to find the generator boy, who apparently is named Bill. And I only know that because she asks for Bill a lot. Where the hell's Bill?
I'm just a
Bill?
Well, unfortunately, Bill can't respond because he's mounted on the generator door with a bunch of arrows inside of his body.
I'm just a Bill.
Alice runs back to the cabin and creates an elaborate system of ropes and pulleys to keep the door locked, and also a piece of wood, and a trunk, a chair, 2 chairs, 3 chairs? This is an impenetrable wall. Then she grabs and holds a bat in the least threatening possible way. But then a girl body's hucked through the window. Forgot about those. Her pyramid is completely bypassed, and Alice is not thrilled. All of a sudden, a different maybe Jeep shows up, driven by an old woman who identifies herself as Mrs. Voorhees.
An old friend of the Christies.
She says she used to work for the previous owners. And oh, by the way, did you know a boy named Jason drowned here once because 2 counselors were having sex instead of watching the tiny boy swim, which we would all choose that. Mrs. Voorhees. That's not their fault. 10 times out of 10, you're picking the sex.
He wasn't a very good swimmer.
But Mrs. Voorhees is super pissed because, oops, she's that kid's mom.
Jason was my son.
And today is his birthday. I mean, it's not his birthday. I mean, he's dead. But today would have been his birthday. And she doesn't want the camp to reopen, and she's actually the one murdering everybody because women can be anything they want, even deranged murderers. It's just politics upon politics in this movie.
Vaporeon is literally built for human dick.
But anyway, like Alice's chair pyramid, it all comes crashing down when it turns out old ladies actually do kind of suck at being murderers, no matter what the feminists say.
You can be rough with one.
And Alice beats the crap out of Jason's mom. Twists abound. Alice runs outside and finds the backpacker girl dead in the Jeep. Dead Steve dramatically flops upside down from a tree. Hold on a second. This old woman is hanging full-grown men from trees and arrow-nailing teen boys to doors in the air? How strong is she exactly? How does she have this much stamina? Is she pounding prune juice flavored 5-hour energies and putting cups between every kill? But then she says what I always used to say as a kid when my sister wouldn't let me use the TV.
Kill her, Mommy.
So now Alice grabs a gun, but unfortunately she can't get into the gun's safe for ammo, so she pivots to just throwing spools of twine at Mrs. Voorhees. This is unsuccessful, so she gets bitch slapped a bunch. But like Alice, she's 60 at best. You're 20. Just shove her down and steal her life alert. Pluck out her hearing aids. Scatter her knitting instruments across the dirty floor to confuse her. Literally do anything except throw twine and you'll be fine. Ah, there we go. She smacks Voorhees in the vagina with a gun. That's what I'm talking about. Dave was telling me off camera how he just, anytime his grandma's mean, he just... Alice runs away and Voorhees is still trucking, so Alice hides in the pantry, which like, why? How long you planning to hide in there? There's nowhere to go, and Voorhees is in no rush. If the search takes too long, you know what she's gonna do? She's gonna get hungry. Where's she gonna look for food? In the friggin' pantry, Alice. Oh, okay, look at that, Voorhees finds her. Although again, Voorhees rushes her with a machete, but Alice knocks her out with a pan and runs away. Again, instead of just double tapping. Or at least, you know, pound her in the gooch a couple more times so she stays down. Alice runs to the lake and sits down facing the water and, oh she's attacked again. Why face water? So many attacks. Why is this movie so violent? It quickly dissolves into the least sexy elemental female wrestling ever, complete with just these brutal slams of heads into soft sand.
I don't like sand.
But then Alice chops Voorhees' damned head clean off, so that should probably finally do it. And then Alice takes this moment of peace to hop in a canoe and travel to the middle of the lake to pass out, I guess. It eventually becomes morning and the cops show up and no! It's genuinely shocking if you didn't know that's how the movie ended, because everybody knows that, but still, I was surprised, except then Alice wakes up in the hospital and they're all like, nah, that didn't happen. And she's like, well, then that probably means that the creepy lake boy is still out there. And everybody just goes, I don't know.
We didn't find any boy.
That's probably, you know, why we're gonna rename it someday to Lake Dead Boy Soup. Oh my God, you haven't been swimming in it, have you? And then they inject her in her butthole. Politics? How are you set up already? Ah, fine. The second movie opens on Itsy Bitsy Spider sung by a drunk child who keeps stepping in and out of a water puddle with just one foot. And the child, or at least the feet of the child, are being followed by some creepier feet that are at best 6 inches away from the kid. It's not so much following, it's almost stepping on. Pretty excited we're swapping out POV shots for foot shots, though. That's a bit more my speed.
Oh, Mom.
This is apparently all happening 2 months after the events of the first movie, and inside a nearby house, Alice uncomfortably dream recaps the entire plot of the first movie for literally 5 minutes of this 85-minute movie. Finally, she wakes up and her mom calls and she's like, leave me alone, Mom, I need to be alone. Except, of course, she isn't alone. And we follow her around the house in a lengthy one-er shot that's pretty modest, but not like too modest, you know? And whatever, you know where this is going. There's a phone call with nobody on the other end, and she grabs a stabber thing and gets pussy jump scared before finding a severed head in the freezer and getting stabbed in the brain. Bye, Alice. Don't worry. Your murderer removed the boiling kettle from the burner, so the house is fine.
You can rest now.
Then, because this is a sequel, the new title card friggin' explodes. And we get another lengthy opening credit sequence over black, but this time, the white text shows up in random spots. It's like, where will the executive producer's name pop up next? This is the Amish Avatar. And then finally, over 13 minutes into the film, and 5 years after the events of the first film, we start this actual, the movie that we're watching, with a truck driven by some incredibly observant young people.
Hey, there's the gas station.
Also, Ralph still lives here and is still weird.
You're all doomed.
Unfortunately, their truck gets towed and they chase their truck all the way to some dweeb named Ted who apparently tricked them.
Trick is something a whore does for money.
Like he paid the tow truck guy to tow them? Well, that's fun.
Welcome to God's country.
They all hop in the truck and drive together somewhere, at least until they get stopped by a log in the road and the girl finds a Crystal Lake sign in the woods.
Camp Blood.
And there is much young people talking during these parts, but much like filming a tow truck gag, there's no point. It doesn't matter.
It's like the talent portion of a beauty contest.
A man named Paul rings a little bell and summons a whole harem of young people. As he explains, he's running a camp counselor training center, as in he's preemptively training camp counselors to later send to other camps. See, that's part of the difficulty in making these movies. They want to show a bunch of horny young people getting butchered at a summer camp, but they want to make it very clear that none of them are minors. Presumably, the next movie will be set during the Camp Counselor Summer Olympics. Go for gold! For example, here's a girl with her butthole practically hanging out of her shorts. It needs to be very clear that she is a summer camp counselor and not an attendee, or Dave here would go to jail.
Get thrown into a cage with a bunch of sweaty men.
As Paul explains why it's actually perfectly legal to film everybody here naked, a girl named Jenny drives up and it's like, sorry, I'm late. And Paul is like, let me pause everything to take you into a cabin alone by yourself and mildly berate you because you're my assistant. And I guess it's not like we're in a rush.
But what is this crap, Jenny? She
counters by saying her car doesn't work great. And then when Paul goes to fix it, it shits in his face. Later that night, they roast marshmallows and Paul again recaps the Friday the 13th war for everybody.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
And slightly expounds upon it by saying that Jason lives in the woods now and he's actually seeking revenge for the whole his mom getting decapitated thing because he apparently watched that. And I guess that means that he didn't die?
His body was never recovered from the lake after he drowned.
So apparently a kid goes missing from a summer camp and is presumed dead by drowning, but he actually just buggered off to live in the woods to become a bodybuilder with a melted face.
Hello.
How did he survive? How did he get so big? What does he use for toilet paper? It's live squirrels, isn't it?
Blood was everywhere.
My anus is bleeding.
Anyway, then the weird dweeb dude pops out in a mask holding a spear to freak everybody out, and it's clear he actually does a lot of sit-ups. I mean, good for him. The Willoughby counselors head inside to do young people things like arm wrestling or dance with dogs or hook up, which is called Scooby-Doobing. I'm not going to tell you which of those is called Scooby-Doobing. Zoinks! Because before the internet, your entertainment options were pretty limited. Thankfully, we now have videos like this. You can spend your time.
Oh, Mom.
Jenny heads to her cabin to give the audience a bra shot, and we see a very Freddy-esque shadow. Is this foreshadowing for 8 movies from now? Oh my God.
We'll see, bitch.
Then Paul breaks in to fraternize with his definitely of consenting age staff.
How am I supposed to be fraternizing with the staff?
Turns out Ralph is creeping outside, and it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to help by warning people all the time, but maybe you should do something slightly more constructive, like bring a gun or an air horn, or it doesn't matter because you're dead. The next day, the girl from the original couple calls her boyfriend chicken shit. And takes him to check out the abandoned Camp Crystal Lake location, even though it's technically off limits to them. They walk through the woods for pretty much forever, but I appreciate that even though they were about to go swimming with the rest of the staff, the dude is still just wearing his, like, newsy hat. just in case there's an extra special newspaper report he needs to sell on a street corner somewhere. They're of course followed by some evil feats, but before they get curb stomped, they come across what appears to be a massacred Muffin. Muffin is the name of the dog that somebody brought, and that dog looks massacred.
Looks like a dog.
Much like any Muffin I give my 2-year-old daughter to massacre, like a dog.
It's too mangled to tell.
A cop shows up and is like, hey, you're not allowed to be here. So he takes them back to Paul and is like, hey, they're not allowed to have been there. But Paul doesn't appear to care at all. I mean, dude cares so little he won't even wear a Yankees hat that fits his huge ass head.
Oh, really?
And the cop is pretty annoyed that he won't punish his counselors, but it's like, you're a cop, dude. If they broke a law, you punish them. If not, who cares? Go home.
What kind of place is this?
The distraught, can't get no respect cop drives sadly back to his cop station when he sees an opportunity to maybe work off a little steam and shoot an unarmed suspect. The cop pathetically lurches after this character for approximately the entire rest of the second act. Eventually he ends up at a shitty shack and goes inside to find, yep, it's shitty inside too. This is not some sexily renovated tiny house. That said, it's good to know Jason has a toilet. I just assumed that a deranged serial killer living in a murder shed would shit in the woods at best. And realistically, he seems more like a floor shitter, like Dave. And to all you budding filmmakers, this is called humanizing the subject. Just how I'm always trying to humanize Dave. Although, well, he may shit on the floor yet, because the cop opens some door and we don't see what he sees, but he seems pretty horrified, which is only made worse when he's hammered in the head. Later that night, about half the kids head into town to get plastered, while the other half stay behind to plaster each other with sex juices.
Nothing spoils a party faster than a drunk in a wheelchair.
And one of the stay-behinds wanders off by herself and says what I always say when somebody asks what my 2-year-old daughter just massacred.
Muffin?
She also gets buck-ass nude because horror movie. Somebody steals her clothes, but it's okay. It's just one of the other dickhead counselors committing a light sex crime because 80s horror movie. He giggles and won't give her her shirt until... Oh, shit. He gets caught in a rope trap thing and hangs upside down. For a second, it looks like things might devolve into a Spider-Man porn parody, but no, the girl leaves to get a knife to cut him down. But she needn't have bothered because Jason beats her to it, to the cutting, not to the Spider-Man porn. And I know, Dave, we'll let you watch some later on your little phone. Elsewhere in town, Jenny speculates just how sad Jason might be after living in the woods alone for so long and watching his mom get her head cut off. And also, maybe drowning? Like, did he die? I don't know. That seems like it'd be damaging to his emotional well-being more than the other stuff. Paul and Ted dismiss her musings, but not before Jenny asks the one question that's been looming over the whole movie. Is Jason
A frightened retard?
Whoa, Jenny, that is not what I thought you were gonna say. Good grief, you can't just say shit like that. I don't care how dead or serial killery he is. Also, here's a weird little, presumably neurotypical dude. Back at the cabins, kids be getting horny and asking each other how they became paralyzed and whether the motorcycle accident affected their penis.
Is everything else okay?
Also, forget sexy saxophone, here's some sexy harmonica. One of the girls freshens up by changing her sweater for a different sweater and her granny panties for different granny panties that appear made out of casting couch fabric. And she also spritzes the puss, just in case her man's penis works and or can smell. Unfortunately, we'll never know which of the 5 senses are available to the boy's penis because he mistakes thunder for his freshly spritzed lover and gets macheted in the face and macking mead down the stairs. Upstairs, the other 2 lovers are forever entwined by a spear. Romantic. Miss Spritz comes back into the cabin but doesn't see her man, so she first checks upstairs. Now, I don't want to come across as insensitive here, but that's probably not the first place to look for him.
Mark, where are you?
This isn't a super, accessible cabin. And what do you know? All she finds is a serial killer wearing a pillowcase on his face with the proclivity to flip into doom mode and go full first-person shooter with a knife. Jenny and Paul finally return from their offensive musings at the bar to find nothing except a bloody bedsheet. But Paul assures Jenny it's
nothing.
Phew! Thank God! Usually a blood-soaked mattress is a bad thing, but not tonight, I guess. In fact, Paul wakes up in a pool of blood every day. It's nothing to worry about. Everybody deals with something like that occasionally. Oh, but apparently Paul was wrong and gets attacked by Jason, while Jenny does absolutely nothing. Jason wins, So Jenny runs away and grabs a knife, but then Jason pitchforks through a door. So she runs to the car, which of course doesn't work. Fortunately, Jason is sort of a
Frightened tolerant?
No, I was not gonna say that. I was gonna say unwise gentleman. Good grief. And he only stabs his pitchfork through the passenger side of the roof, which is not at all where Jenny is because she's attempting to drive the car. So she knocks him off and runs into the woods to hide again. And man, I would not hide in a scenario like this. I would just take off running down the road until I passed out. This dude doesn't have a gun and he's not overly fast. Your best bet is to just friggin' run. You're young, you're hot, you'll be fine. Although yes, second best idea would be to kick him in the penis, which may or may not smell. Also, I wonder if I could turn the soundtrack right here into a fat beat. But no, again, why hide under a freaking bed? Especially if you're just gonna piss yourself? And yes, she's attacked again, but she grabs a Chekhov's chainsaw that I forgot to mention earlier because I don't know, we've got a lot to get to today. And the chainsaw doesn't appear to do any real damage, but then she gives him the chair! And this works, I guess. But per usual, Jenny doesn't double tap Jason to make sure. So she goes to relax in a stream for a sec before stumbling upon the murder shed that she mistakenly believes houses somebody that could help her. I mean, who looks at that thing and is like, oh boy, a happy house for happy, helpful people. I hope they happy help me.
Here we go, moment of truth.
But no, all she finds is an altar to Jason's dead mom featuring her actual dead head. And yeah, Jason himself. Thinking quickly, Jenny dons the dead mom's disgusting, probably off-the-rack sweater and pretends to be Jason's resurrected mom.
Don't let her live.
And this works. Until he sees his mom's head still on the table and he's like, hey, you're not my mother! And stabs her in the leg, as I also do with anybody who is not my mom. And I'm still not sorry about it, Dave. You are not my mom.
Did he have a mother?
Fortunately, Jason also sucks at double tapping, and Paul shows back up somehow to tussle until Jenny machetes Jason in the shoulder with the same janky-ass slow-mo as Alice whomping off Jason's mom's head. He flops over like he's dead, so Jenny unmasks him, and though we don't see the face, Paul says, Jesus. But I really doubt that. Jesus would never. Jenny's not feeling great, so Paul carries her to a cabin, but they pretty immediately hear a noise and assume Jason has followed them. They prepare to attack him, but it turns out it was just unmassacred Muffin. Nice. Oh, not nice. He breaks through the back window and grabs Jenny. And okay, I get the pillowcase now. Dude is looking rough. White cut from there to Jenny getting hucked in an ambulance and a brief shot of Jason's mom's head. No word yet on what happened to her or Paul or friggin' Ted the nerd who we last saw asking the weird dude in the bar whether there were other bars in town, but thankfully we've got 50 more movies to answer all these questions and probably other questions.
Sex. You guys are getting boring, you know that?
Well, now that we're at the third movie in this franchise, Paramount is finally willing to present the movie to us. Usually takes a couple. And then for the next 6 minutes of runtime, we watch the ending of the last movie, just straight up. Then we see a title card that comes out of some eyeballs and a much more colorful and elaborate long-ass opening title sequence, apparently to take advantage of this movie being in 3D, even though, you know, I can't see any of that.
Please help me!
And then finally, at 7 minutes and 40 seconds, we're treated to the first actual new live action footage. And what is that footage of? Why, a Crystal Lake convenience store. What follows is a fairly elaborate shot from above the store through some laundry. Feels like a waste, but not any more of a waste than the next 8 minutes of runtime where we follow some doofus named Harold and his mean-ass wife.
Damn it, Harold!
The wife watches TV and we learn the second movie happened literally yesterday. She heads out to do a bit of midnight laundry, as one does, while her husband eats everything in the store, from peanuts to orange juice to a donut to literal fish food. You will definitely get Lou Gehrig's disease from eating any food sold from this store.
Been given a bad break.
And because of his indiscriminate gluttony, Harold needs to literally take a shit. And we literally have to watch and listen to him do the shit for 3 purposes, I assume. Harold thinks he hears something, so he stops shitting and neither flushes nor wipes before going to inspect, and therefore, you know, he deserves whatever happens to him next.
It's all that crap you've been stuffing yourself with.
This movie is good. What he finds is nothing until, oh, he gets meat cleavered. Then the wife goes to check on her husband and is knitting needles. And now that we're nearly 17 minutes into this film, we're finally introduced to the actual characters we'll be following. But not before this shot of a kid holding a baseball bat with impossibly bad form.
Been given a bad break.
The people we're actually supposed to know are 3 teens in a van who only care about one thing.
Sex, sex, sex.
Oh wait, actually there's a 4th teen who pretends to murder them because he's overweight and not conventionally attractive, which of course makes him a
Frightened tolerant?
Whoa, Jenny! I thought we talked about this! You're not even in this movie! Go back to the second one. He has a name, and it's Shelly. He's just a little socially awkward, damn.
Sorry.
Now, I had to wiki this because the setup makes 0 sense to me, but apparently these teens, as well as 2 other seemingly much older potheads in the back of the van, because this was apparently based on an unused live-action Scooby-Doo spec script, have stopped to pick up a blind date for Shelly, who is unfortunately plagued with
basic old-fashioned mother problems.
And they're all headed to the main girl named Chris's parents' old lake house at Camp Crystal Lake for the weekend. And how do all these random people know each other? And who goes on a blind date with a pack of random people to a lake house? I don't know. And I told you that getting a bunch of legal-aged horny teens to the lake is harder than you'd think. Believe me, I tried a lot of things. Fortunately, it was using Dave's phone. This is why you don't sip Mountain Dew. You get in the Mountain Dew stickies.
I know what you mean.
I also just read that Deb here is pregnant.
That's what happens when you're pregnant.
I assumed it was a joke because why would she be pregnant? It's a friggin' weird detail to include and then never mention again. So just remember, Deb, during all of this, is pregnant.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Anyway, now they're all in the van and there's a brief bit where they smoke pot and talk about the pot and then eat the pot because they think cops are gonna get them all, but the cops don't. And it's all very boring.
Like what?
But then, thrillingly, they almost run over an old man in the road who they wake up only for him to warn them not to go to the lake, and also he's holding an eyeball.
I found this today.
I guess the producers regret killing old Ralph, but also, why do they even need a crazy old man to warn them in the first place? We've seen the movies 3 times now. We know the lake is bad. It's called Camp Blood. It's a bad lake.
Go back from whence ye came.
But it's apparently worse than usual because what's that in the window? A dick-sucking dog trophy? Why is that dog so close to that man's crotch? Why is he leaning backwards? This is a bad omen. Ralph would not like this dick-sucking dog.
It's the one thing the neighbors here echo.
Dick-sucking dog. I ran into Anna's dad and he was like, you wanted me to set up a fire? And I'm like, yes, but I also don't want you around when I talk about dick-sucking dogs and such.
Stick around. You'll see.
Anyway, Chris heads to her cabin to be mildly sexually assaulted by what appears to be a 50-year-old man named Rick who cannot stop talking about how much sex he wants to have.
There's only so many cold showers I can take.
Chris tells him to
Slow down, please.
and then requires 2 attempts to open a curtain. Now, shirtless Rick does some hey and that seems to almost get Chris to change her mind, but then they hear a scream. They find the Shelly kid murdered in the head, but no, he's pulling yet another murder prank, which pisses everybody off.
I didn't mean to.
He manages to convince his blind date named Vera to take him into town so he can look at a porn magazine. Seems like he's a good dude.
Asshole.
But speaking of bad dudes, Shelly and Vera are accosted by a motorcycle gang.
Make a wish.
What is even happening? This movie is stupid.
That's real nice.
When they get back outside, Shelly pulls a classic accidentally back up into a motorcycle gang's motorcycle so they fall like dominoes gag. And when he tries to peel out of the parking lot, he's stopped by a gang member threatening him with like a chain. Just a chain, not a gun, a chain.
Hold on!
And when he whips the chain into the windows, Shelly drives away but turns around and runs over their motorcycles again. Badass. Shelly's here to read porn and kick ass, and he's all out of porn.
Hold on!
Oh, shit, yo-yo in 3D. Or it would be if I had 3D glasses on or whatever. It's kind of boring to watch a yo-yo not in 3D, but I bet, like, if I did it and see the 3D, this would be awesome.
This is all the exercise I need.
So cool. They give Rick back his smashed up car and he says he wants to leave, but Chris convinces him to stay with a suggestion of sex.
Don't play fair, do you?
But why is he even there? I get that they used to date at some point, but why is he meeting her here? Where does he live? Where does she live? Does her family still own this property? Who cares? The biker gang followed them them and steals gas from the van. And the one biker guy assures the lady biker that
Nobody's gonna get hurt.
because they're not that mean. And to further prove that deep down they're just a bunch of sweetie pies, the lady biker heads into the barn to literally just wander around and stare in awe like she's never even heard of a barn. Oh, and speaking of barns, the biker plan is to burn the damn thing to the ground. Burning down a barn in a forest during the height of summer? Well, nobody could possibly be hurt doing that, except Smokey the Bear. He's a cop, so ACAB.
The correct answer is you.
The gang dude, named Loco, you know, because the actor portraying him has the last name O'Brien, walks in the barn and pretty immediately says whatever I say when I see a fox.
Fox.
Fox also happens to be the name of the lady ganger who is now dead. Oh, and Loco gets almost nonchalantly pitchforked to death. As they say in Ireland, moi mala.
Oh, there goes that dream.
Then the other guy heads into the barn, but Loco falls on him and Jason beats the shit out of him before chopping the hell out of what appears to be the ground next to the gang guy. Can't blow that blood budget. There are a lot of people to kill. Use the fake gore sparingly. Rick and Chris hang out in the woods somewhere, having driven away from everybody else, and they discuss why Chris has been so on edge recently. So apparently 2 years ago, she and Rick had a hot date, but it was a little too hot, so she got in a fight with her parents and ended up running into the woods where she was attacked by a deformed man. She ended up blacking out and waking up in her bed with nobody else really remembering anything about this event. She hasn't been back to Crystal Lake since, and she's only back now to sort of confront her fears and hopefully put her mind at ease. What a fun backdrop for a vacation weekend or whatever this is.
I've been to Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq, and I can say without hyperbole that this is 1,000,000 times worse than all of them put together.
Again, how do these other people fit into all of this? And why was a blind date invited to confront past trauma of a stranger? I don't know. Oh, I'm a thirsty boy.
Unexpected.
But of course, Vera's not actually confronting past trauma at the moment. She's incurring present trauma by watching a juggling competition. That again is probably dope as in 3D, but is not so much, well, I guess it's still 3D, but it doesn't have any of that extra zhuzh that you would get in the theater. Deb takes her boy off to have some hammock sex, followed by a naked, but not like as naked as it could be, shower, leaving Shelly to openly stare at Vera's ass and call her a bitch when she doesn't want to have sex with him. So,
Yep.
Okay, confirmed. Shelly is not some misunderstood, pure-hearted, if misguided outcast. He's an actual leering piece of who deserved to not get the girl.
Yep.
Great. Glad we could include a character like that.
Sorry.
Back to Chris and Rick real quick. They left the car lights on, so the battery died and they'll have to walk back on foot because they're dumb and we need a reason for the car to not work later. We're now treated to an unprecedented second scene. Wow, art, cinema, the theater.
The movies.
Here's hoping we see a turd slide out of a butthole in 3 dimensions.
The movies.
But unfortunately, no. The male pothead does slip his ass out of his pants and sit down, but we don't get any fart noises. Though he does get up without flushing or wiping when he thinks he hears a noise, so, you know. He's greeted outside by the female pothead, and the two of them think they see Shelly heading into the barn, so they go to scare him with an actual axe, which feels pretty hardcore, but this is the 80s, and bullies were mean.
What are you looking at, butthead?
Caleb is dead.
I'm gonna just put this out there, but all of the shots where the killer stands to the side of the frame watching is not nearly as cool as the POV shots from the first movie. This is of course exacerbated by them doing it 50 times throughout the film. It is not that tense.
Sorry.
Everything loses shock value after you do it over 50 times, except hiring actors to dress up as cops and tell Dave his entire family was eaten by bears.
It was a bear.
A bear?
It was.
Hey!
It's weird how that's still fun 50 times later. He still keeps falling for it too.
That's inappropriate.
Anyway, Vera gets randomly foot grabbed by what appears to be Aquaman's sad, hockey-obsessed cousin, Werewolf. But it turns out to just be a regular old Shelly.
Why do you do these stupid things?
The two fight a bit and he leaves, and then Vera drops Shelly's wallet in the water, maybe on accident, maybe on revenge, and she goes to scoop the wallet out when she's harpooned by Jason in the eyeball in stunning 3D. Okay, back to mostly naked Deb. Her boyfriend, who goes everywhere walking on his hands because they spent years casting the perfect hand-walking actor, asks her if she wants a beer. She says yes, and then he gets split at the dick. Then Deb reads Fangoria magazine and realizes her boyfriend is all smooshed up on the ceiling and she is stabbed through the chest, which is why I only sleep in hammocks that are lined with Kevlar.
The results were surprising.
Downstairs, the potheads return from not finding Shelly, and the boy one makes popcorn like an idiot, while the girl one just friggin' dumps salt on there like God making the Dead Sea. A fuse blows, so the pot boy goes outside to get murdered. The pot girl opens the door to find throat slit Shelly, but assumes that he's pulling a fast one on her, again, like he's done 30 times, until she actually doesn't think he's pulling a fast one anymore. And it doesn't really matter either way because she gets up her face. Rick and Chris finally show up and they find nothing but burnt, salt-drowned popcorn. So to save time, they split up. Rick goes and gets his head popped off while Chris cleans the cabin. Chris notices that the shower upstairs is overflowing, probably because of the dead body stuffed in the drain, and she runs outside and oh look! Loco is hanging in a tree like in the first movie, so she runs back inside where the body homages continue with the body through the window. Which, hey, how did Jason's mom throw a whole body through a window? That woman must have done mad Pilates.
I won't.
Jason finally attacks Chris directly, but she drops a bunch of books on him, which is probably a metaphor for something like maybe the American education system and how our kids are behind China. No Child Left Behind Act, Common Core, critical race theory, maybe.
It's time to come.
And like with every teacher I've ever had, books aren't enough to slow Jason's murderous rampage, so Chris hides in a closet. She finds a knife conveniently hidden inside the recesses of Deb's dead back, so she stabs Jason in the hand. Then she wildly flails several more times before eventually embedding the thing in Jason's leg. She jumps out of a window, but Jason catches her, and then he doesn't, and then she slips away like that raccoon in Ace Ventura. And then she sneaks around to the side of the house to brain Jason with a log. And she is a scamp. She's just scampering.
And we won't give up.
She runs to the van, but because of the motorcycle gang, she runs out of gas not that far down the road, and Jason reaches through the murder hole and grabs her. But she manages to roll the window up and trap his arms until he breaks the glass with his head. She runs, he chases, they're back at the barn. I start losing focus and wonder why Jason wears masks and pillowcases in the first place. Like, is he self-conscious about his appearance? Why? He's killing everybody who looks at him. He lives in the woods. I feel like the terror on their faces would be part of the appeal.
That's why you always leave a note.
I don't know. Chris hides successfully in the rafters for a few minutes before dropping down on Jason for no clear reason. And then she scrambles up the ladder and uses Chekhov's hay to cover the opening, which doesn't slow Jason down for even a millisecond. And Chris then beats him unconscious with a shovel, which does slow him down. And she ties a rope around his neck and throws him out the barn hole. What do you call that? Regardless, she is hardcore, man. I appreciate a final girl who can, get it. He isn't dead, of course, but inexplicably neither is the non-Fox, non-Loco gangster who attacked Jason. I guess Jason really was chopping the ground next to him. That's why did he do that?
Sorry.
But his luck runs out and Jason hacks his arm off. But that's just enough time for Chris to axe Jason in the head. And finally, he seems dead for real. For real dead. So Chris heads to the beach and hops in a canoe. She spends the night in there, and it seems like her dreams weren't super great. She sees Jason in the house, but then he's gone, and she gets surprise grabbed by Jason's creepy dead mom from the lake, but with none of the intensity or surprise of the first movie, despite two thrilling false scares from a log and a duck. Then we see some cops who say Chris is crazy, and she sure looks it. They put her in a cop car and drive away, and we see one last shot of a pretty dead-looking Jason in the barn with the axe in his head. Then a final lake shot. And...
Self-abuse. I just came to watch the news.
For the third straight movie, we are sumptuously treated to an extended recap of the series lore with recycled footage. This time, it's mostly filtered through the s'more scene in part 2. Now, I'm sure the people tricked into watching this movie in theaters aren't the brightest kids around, but the lore of this series isn't that tough to follow. The movies come out literally every single year. It's just the age-old story that if you ever have sex, you die.
How can I do more of that?
That's not just a great message, but a scientific fact.
We need people thinking that way.
I mean, I guess it could be an excuse to stretch the existing content that they've already done, which, as a content creator myself, is a pretty smart strategy. So, never mind. Friday the 13th producers, well done. And finally, we arrive at the title card, which now includes the hockey mask because that's officially the thing now. Oh, and final chapter? Sweet! I thought there were a ton more of these. Good thing that movie titles are legally binding. Also, we're back to a white text over black credit sequence, but we've retained the random locations. Man, this was directed by Joseph Zito? Where are my zit heads at?
Food for any mood.
This movie begins with a helicopter presiding over the final aftermath of the last movie, except there are a lot of inconsistencies. Namely, it's still nighttime when they pull the axe out of Jason's head and cover his body in a sheet, as opposed to him still lying there the next morning in the previous movie. And side note, do they not have a bigger evidence baggie? Do they never have evidence larger than a bag of peanut M&Ms? How unfortunate.
Maybe he liked the sexy boots.
The paramedics throw Jason's body into the back of an ambulance and then everybody leaves, but it's still night. Where's Chris?
She must have flipped out.
Has the previous movie been slightly retconned to be later at night? I do not appreciate that. I'm here for strict canonical adherence, dang it.
That poor kid's been through hell.
I guess it could be argued that Chris also hallucinated the cops showing up and taking her away, but then where is she in this movie? Is she dead? Is she Jason? I don't know. But if she was, she'd be placed in the care of the most stereotypical movie mortician of all time. I mean, he's literally eating, sloppily dressed, unbelievably casual, and unsettlingly horny.
Real cute girl was. Still is.
4 for 4. Have you not noticed that this is true of basically every movie mortician? Well, then you need to watch more terrible, terrible movies, friend.
No, I don't think I will.
This terrible movie mortician is, of course, named Axel, and he has a love-hate relationship with this nurse.
Oh, I can fix that.
He also enjoys watching fairly tame exercise videos in lieu of actual pornography. He tries to hook up with the aforementioned nurse despite her devastating incoherent insults.
Axel, you are the Super Bowl of self-abuse.
But unfortunately, their plans to finger each other up against Jason's cold corpse are thwarted when Jason's arm flops out, causing Axel to say whatever I say when I look at my bank account.
Holy Jesus! Damn.
Hey, did you know that if you like these videos that are incredibly difficult to make, you can support me on Patreon to ensure they keep coming out and to get access to all sorts of bonus content and also the satisfaction of helping my family, including my 3 children, not starve to death? Why did I put that there? Of all places.
Because the last line was your bank account?
Holy Jesus! Damn.
Also thwarting Axel's horny desires, getting his head sewn off by the apparently not dead Jason. How is he alive? Is he alive or is he a zombie? Are these movies officially supernatural? These are the sort of questions that the movie producers did not ask.
No, I don't think I will.
Because they were too busy blowing cocaine into each other's buttholes. It's called playing the electric trombone, and literally everybody in Hollywood has done it at least at one time. Dave is a big electric trombone fan. Here we are in Hollywood.
I must be nuts.
Also, the nurse gets gutted. Cut from there to a mother/daughter jogging duo. Don't worry, the mom's not divorced, she's just separated. And her husband still asks about her from time to time.
How is he?
They end up back at their house on or around or near or whatever Crystal Lake, and they stumble upon an alien playing video games?
Mom, I got 98,000.
Oh, maybe it's Corey Feldman? Sorry, I'm being redundant.
Thanks.
Apparently, Corey makes his own horror mask because, well, hey, this is Gordon. The house next door has been rented by some kids. Here are those kids. 2 of the dudes in the back have an incredibly confusing conversation about how the one got broken up with and how the other one keeps saying that he's gonna ask his imaginary computer questions, and it ends with the one confessing,
God, I'm horny.
And if you told me that this scene was written by an imaginary computer, I wouldn't doubt you.
Yeah, well, there is no computer.
The kids pass Pamela Voorhees' gravestone that's inexplicably sitting on the side of the road. Do we know that Jason's mom is named Pamela yet? I don't know. Her name's Pam! 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 They also pass a hitchhiker who literally only exists to get stabbed in the throat while eating a banana. If only all of us could have such clarity of purpose.
Oh, I see. Oh, don't hold it back from me, Doc. I can take it. Give it to me straight.
By nightfall, the kids finally arrive at the rented house, and they pretty immediately set to stripping in front of the window, much to Corey's confusing appreciation. Dude cannot handle his chubby, at least until his mom comes in and cock blinds him. The next day, the gang runs into identical sexy twins on bikes, and they all decide to go naked swimming together because the 80s were the best.
In the end, this may be the eventual blessing in disguise.
Well, except for the naked dudes. I didn't want... Also, this girl, Sarah's whole deal is that she doesn't want to get naked, which is totally fine, but I feel like putting on sunscreen while actively wearing a sweater is a bit much.
Oh.
And they yoink her in anyway. And Corey and his sister, named Trish, show up to this event too for some unclear reason, and this is what I was talking about. I don't feel great about having an underage kid ogling a bunch of naked people.
Tommy, turn around. Oh, come on, can I just turn around?
But then again, when their car breaks down later, Trish doesn't even get unbuckled, and she makes Corey fix the engine, so maybe he's actually 30?
I need a screwdriver.
But then again, he fails to actually fix the car, so a random backpacking boy appears out of nowhere and finishes the job by shoving his knife in the engine block or whatever. Maybe the secret political message of these movies is that you can solve a lot of your problems by putting a knife inside of there.
I'm just a happy camper.
Feminism. But why is he wandering around out here? Well, he claims to be hunting bear, and that's good enough for them. And they invite Rob into their house to look at all of Corey's freaky-ass masks and props.
Amazing.
By the time he leaves, it's night, so I guess Rob was there all freaking day. Must be a real charmer, that Rob.
What are you hunting for up here?
Subsection of bear. Still hairy, but where a bear generates his power through sheer mass alone, the otter generates his power through extraordinary quickness, cunning, and skill.
Eventually, the naked teens head back to their house to kind of just sit around and awkwardly dance and sort of jealously pass women back and forth and complain about their various levels of getting laidness.
Besides, you've got the hot one of the two of them.
And eventually, this bores the most off-naked girl named Sam, so she leaves the party to naked swim by herself. And she should really invest in some proper swimwear. I mean, she's gonna get hypothermia. It's cold out there. She's looking pokey.
Cold never bothered me.
She lies in a random inflatable raft just floating in the water, but she should also probably invest in a raft made of mithril or something because this one is super easy to stab through. Her boyfriend, Paul, who moments before had literally swapped Sam out for one of the twins, has a change of horny heart and swims after his actual girlfriend in his high-waisted short shorts. He does not like what he sees, though, so he swims back to shore and is immediately attacked in the penis to death. Bear boy Rob, who just so happens to be camping nearby, hears the penis commotion and grabs a machete to investigate. He finds nothing, but upon returning to his tent, he finds that his gun is broken. That's not good. By the way, who the heck are these random twins exactly? After Paul leaves to get his penis destroyed, one of them breaks a bed with the original loser from the intro. Do they have parents? Is an underreported feature of Crystal Lake that it's populated by tons of sexy bike twins? Has there been a centuries-long feud between the sexy bike twin families and the murderous Voorhees ancestors? I hope that a future film will explain this to me, although this is the final chapter, so might have to fan fiction that one. Anyway, the not sex-having bike twin leaves when one of the other loser dudes throws on some vintage porn to giggle at for most of the rest of the runtime. But she doesn't get far, though, because, well, that's 1 point for the Voorhees.
And in first place, with 472 points,
John C.
Interestingly, the vintage pornography does something for Sarah, so she propositions her boyfriend and heads upstairs to prepare the bunk bed that they're about to vigorously share. She throws on some lingerie, and man, this is easily the horniest entry of the series so far. They are pulling out all the dental dams for this one. Speaking of, once the one dude finishes finishing off the twin, he heads downstairs to get corkscrewed and killed. This does not affect the other guy's vintage porn experience, though. No, the only thing that messes that up is the video finally ending, and also him getting stabbed in the head. Oh, and yeah, the sexed up twin gets chucked out the window and onto a car, and somewhere along the way, she put on some skin-colored modesty leggings just in case she got thrown out of a window onto a car. Upstairs, Sarah and her boyfriend press some ass on glass until she gets out to dry her hair and give her boyfriend a little privacy to make a prison rape joke to himself.
Drop my bar of softball, buddy.
And also to get murdered. Her hair dried, Sarah returns to find her boyfriend looking rough. She runs around screaming until she's axed through her door. Across the way, the wet mom returns from a run to a quiet house with no power. She wanders around for a bit outside before eventually making a face that I suppose means that she's getting murdered, but we don't actually see anything, so just imagine it. Then her kids show up to a similarly quiet and powerless and also now motherless house, and Trish heads outside to look for their mom and tells Corey to fix the power. And it continues to be weird that they treat this kid like an adult man.
Really great kid.
Maybe his kid face is another super realistic latex mask.
I just customized it.
Speaking of, Trish pretty much immediately just crawls into Bear Boy's tent and waits for him to come back. He's just surprised here as I am.
What the hell are you doing here?
And he quickly reveals that actually he's the brother of the uncomfortably young-looking woman Sandra from the second movie, and the bear that he's hunting is actually Jason.
Essentially a rag doll just being passed around from twink to twunk to bear to otter.
Back at the house, I guess Corey fixed the power, but I don't think we saw him do it. I can't remember. Then Trish and Bear Boy literally break into the house, despite Corey's right there. Just knock on the door. And though there is now power, thanks to old man weird-ass Corey, the phone is dead. So Trish leaves Corey alone again to take Bear Boy to see if the phone in the other house is working. They get to that house and don't immediately notice any bodies or gore in anything. And I honestly think that Jason's ability to quickly clean a house is too often overlooked. In another life, he'd have made an incredible crime scene cleaner or a really good maid of like a pretty good hotel probably, like a Marriott. The Marriott. Come murder someone in one of our rooms and let us take care of the mess. Anyway, the power dies again, of course, so Bear Boy heads to the basement, though I feel the priority remains to find the phone and get that to work. I mean, realistically, they should just hop in a car and drive away, but I suppose they're still holding out hope that they can find their mom. But she made a face. I don't think she's alive. Oh, and here's Gordon being a superhero. And finally, they find a body and freak out, and then they find Jason in the basement, and he kills Bear Boy. And then Trish runs upstairs, but then goes back downstairs for some reason. And yeah, she gets grabbed through the stairs, but manages to hack herself free. She runs back to Corey through a maze of elaborately staged corpses and starts nailing the door shut like their house doesn't have a million easily smashable windows. And look at that. Oh, and that. Classic Jason. Trish hammers Jason's head a bit and then runs to hide in Corey's room, which isn't particularly effective, but then she hits Jason with a TV, which works a little bit, until it doesn't, of course. So she and Corey run back to the other house, and then also Trish jumps out a window, and apparently she did not have time for modesty leggings. Let me tell you. Corey, thinking fast, gives himself a shitty haircut. Quick thinking, Corey. And Trish, who I guess is fine from the massive fall, goes hand to hand with Jason, and she gets a few good licks in, but then she doesn't. But right as all seems lost, Corey comes downstairs, and well, he kind of looks like a kid who drowned to death, I guess. Don't you remember? He apparently concocted this scheme by reading some newspaper clippings, and it does distract Jason long enough for Trish to whack Jason's mask right off his face. And somehow he looks way worse than he did last time we saw his mask off. But then again, he apparently died since last time, so I suppose it's understandable. But anyway, Corey finishes him off with the machete. And then he continues to finish him. And he's just finishing and finishing and finishing. And Corey knows how to survive a horror movie. And/or he's using all that pent-up energy from his peeping Tom scene at the beginning of the movie. He's just working through some stuff. And then we wide out and see Trish in the hospital, and she gives her weird-ass brother a hug, and he gives the audience a weird look that we freeze frame on. And it almost feels like they're suggesting that he is the soul of Jason now, but it's not explicit. And hey, is it weird that this franchise gave up on the most interesting thing it had going for it after the first movie? Like, having the twist be that the killer is some random old woman is actually pretty cool.
Granny's our proponent nude.
Other horror franchises like Saw go to extreme lengths to try and replicate the same level of twist from the first movie.
Game over.
But no, Friday was like, that was a one-time thing. From now on, the only twist is that they get attacked at the very end, but it's a hallucination rather than, the interesting thing, which is constantly having the killer be somebody unexpected. It's always super clear who the problem is.
It's me.
It's just a weird pivot. It's like going from rifles to twine balls.
Hi, Violet.
Huh?
Hi.
Why? Immediately, Mr. Jason, we dive into the action with a lot of wetness and a big-ass yellow rain jacket. Curious George must be nearby.
Okay.
We got POV shots, we got foot shots, we got a tombstone for where Jason is ostensibly buried. We've also got the return of Corey Feldman. He watches some weirdos dig Jason up, and though it's clear they're very weirdly excited, it's honestly kind of hard to tell what Corey is thinking. His face is inscrutable. Mask-like. Eventually, the grave robbers open Jason's casket, and surprise, he kills them. Well, that explains the old saying, don't open old caskets if you like being alive. Never really got that until now. Okay, now Corey is very clearly worried. That's because he is an actor.
Acting.
Jason walks up and janky slow-mo slashes at Corey before definitely not Corey Feldman wakes up in a car. So I guess I have to call him by his character name now, which is Tommy. Who is supposed to be like 17, but is apparently played by 25-year-old John Shepard, proving that Corey's baby face was a super realistic latex mask all along. I am never doubting myself again. This big Tommy boy is in a mental institution van, and it's several years later as evidenced by Tommy's glow-up. This despite Corey having glowed up to this. We're treated to some opening title sequence stuff that's basically identical to the last movie, but the title here is which means this series won't end anytime soon, but it does mean I might jump into this lake and drown myself. That'll make for some great content. Somebody call up Logan Paul.
Suicide is badass.
No.
Anyway, the place Tommy is delivered is Pinehurst Youth Development Center, and we see all sorts of people like this beefcake riding Chekhov's bulldozer and one of the staffers named Pam.
Hi.
Initially, Tommy doesn't want to leave the van.
Hey.
But then he does. Pam takes Tommy to the main guy in charge named Matt.
Hi, Tommy.
Who explains this is one of those honor system mental institutions where they have no guards or any sort of security.
Basically, you're your own boss.
But don't worry, Tommy brought a knife just in case.
It's an honor system, Tommy.
Also, as Matt explains, Tommy's brain is fried, so all this to me screams safe, healing environment. Except, oh no! Tommy runs into a fake spider attached to an obnoxious child named
Reggie the Reckless.
Who's like, haha, I'm not crazy. My grandpa just works here, and I like jump scaring all the mentally unstable and possibly violent inmates. It's something of a hobby of mine. And Tommy's like, well, two can play that game, you dumb Reggie seems upset by this though, and like, yeah, Reggie, these people aren't here because they know the appropriate amount to freak out obnoxious children.
You don't have to get all twisted out of shape about it.
Anyway, outside, the cops show up and are like, hey, we caught two of your wards banging in the neighbor's bushes. And Matt is like, classic my mentally ill teens I'm in charge of. But then the aforementioned neighbors ride up on a motorcycle mad and
Crazy!
You tell him off!
And they threaten to murder the children, and the mom claims that she's wearing a bomb. And the cops are not worried about this.
Would you shut the f up?
Cut from there to the beefcake guy just hacking wood. You know, like beefcakes do. A fat kid with candy literally in every pocket walks over and is annoying to the beefcake.
Hi, Vic. Get lost.
And also two hot women.
Here, you want it?
Until the beefcake literally hacks him to death with an axe. Now, you might think that this would get the camp shut down forever, or maybe they'd hire some guards, but no. It's just one of those things that happens sometimes, I guess. What you gonna do?
I know, Matt.
The one thing you shouldn't do is be a pussy about it, according to this paramedic.
Bunch of pussies.
And now we get the first of several random vignette murder sequences inserted into the movie solely to pad the runtime and up the body count. They have no connection to the main plot or characters, making this movie something of a picaresque adventure. Google it, you friggin' nerds.
When Don Quixote had nothing to do, which was most of the time.
Gotta use that English major every once in a while for something other than killing spiders. Why did I put that there?
You kill spiders with books?
I don't know. Anyway, two obnoxious greaser dudes have their car stall out, so they argue and swear at each other until one gives up to go take a
Crap my ass!
As Friday characters are so fond of doing at inopportune moments, but Jason shows up and shoves a road flare in the remaining dude's mouth, and then after the now happy post returns, he gets his throat slit. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little tired of looking at slit throats. Feels like we should come up with a different idea. Maybe slit their buttholes, their scrotums? I'm just spitballing here. Feel free to chip in, Dave. What do you want to see slit?
I like slits.
You don't like slits?
The cloaca.
Look, okay, whatever. Back to the story that I'm actually interested in, which is Tommy. All dripping, ripped as hell, popping pills. Now that's a plot. And now it's morning. And Reggie's grandpa is just so friggin' happy to be alive. By contrast, the residents are very pissed that one of the girls, Violet, accidentally put plates out for the dead fat kid and his murderer.
You don't set a place for a dead person.
But also, they're pretty flippant about the whole thing. They're just worried about adhering to cotillion standards, you know?
Pinky out.
And Tommy shows up and they're like, go get Eddie. But that'd actually make it so there aren't enough plates unless they don't get Gramps any food, which would be kind of mean, right? Whatever. Eddie shows up and he's a lot of fun. Tommy, not so much. We cut back to the disgusting, incesty couple. Who is this for? Is this funny?
Eat your fucking slop.
I don't know. But then a third filthy person shows up looking for work and the mom is like, okay, go do work and then I'll give you food. This is fun.
Okay.
Then we do actually get a vignette where one of the drivers of the mental van from the beginning does donuts in a parking lot before telling a waitress that he's here to pick her up so they can go party.
I'm going to party.
And she's so excited about this, she flashes herself in the mirror for no one.
It's showtime.
The driver then does a quick condom plop, snorts a bit of cocaine, and then gets axed in the head. You know, the typical things you do to get ready for a party. Then the waitress comes outside, gets in the car, tries to get at some floor cocaine, but then she is also axed. So now we've added drug use to the list of things that apparently gets you killed. You know, with slightly shittier video quality and maybe some devil horns on Jason, these films could easily be mistaken for Christian abstinence propaganda.
A God who would allow that is not worth believing in.
Also, quick question. Is there a reason Jason is killing all these people? Like, maybe he's trying to get revenge on Tommy, but if so, why kill random cokeheads at a gas station and greasers on the side of the road? Practice reps? I don't know. Who cares? The cop believes it's in fact Jason Voorhees, but this other cop or mayor or something is like,
This body was cremated. He's nothing but a handful of ash.
so... Back at camp, or whatever you call this place, two people as horny as they are mentally ill grab a blanket and run into the woods to have some just probably super crazy sex. But little do they know, they're being watched by that third dirty dude who's both licking his lips and is also stabbed to death. The guy leaves for some reason, so we get like 5 minutes of a fully naked woman just lying around for very artistic and necessary reasons until she's murdered with hedge clippers for similarly important and art reasons. Okay, it turns out that the guy had to leave so he could go throw rocks in a stream. That totally makes sense. It's all part of the foreplay. Leaving to go throw rocks in a stream serves the same purpose as thinking about baseball or Dave's grandma. Dave's knows what I mean. He returns to find his would-be partner dead, and for his part, he's belted to a tree until he dies. That's the scene. You're welcome. Later that night, Reggie informs everybody that his brother is in town, and he wants Pam to take him into town to hang out with his brother.
Let's get this show on the roll.
And somebody suggests they also take the violent former killer Tommy with them so he can get some fresh air.
Yeah, great idea.
This is a very typical and normal conversation and thing that people would do. Classic, effortless setup for the next scene.
I just don't understand it.
And as it turns out, Reggie's brother is at a trailer park that is clearly a trailer park because the sign says trailer park. The brother is not in a trailer, however, he's in a van, cosplaying as Thriller-era Michael Jackson with his girlfriend.
Freaking A! Where'd you get that?
Pam joins Reggie to meet the brother, but Tommy doesn't. Why is he there? The gross son, or whatever he is, shows up on a motorcycle, is like, haha, I scared you, you big dummy. And Tommy's like, haha, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. And what is going on? Why is he there? Why are they fighting? I don't know, but Pam stops Tommy from killing him and he runs into the woods while the gross dude drives home to drive his motorcycle maniacally and scream until he's mercifully... And then his disgusting mom is cleft in the head. We're just killing things. Things are dying. Friday, the 13th. We're filming this on a Friday, the 23rd. Is it the 23rd? 24th. Back at the trailer park, Reggie and Pam leave just moments before Reggie's brother ends the movie's not shitting scene streak.
Some damn enchiladas!
His girlfriend pranks him for a bit, and then they sing together for an uncomfortably long time.
Ooh, baby,
Hey, baby.
And then she gets her throat slit, just like everybody else, and he forgets to wipe, just like everybody else.
Now you're gonna get it, bitch.
And then he gets stabbed through the outhouse wall. Great. After dropping Reggie off, Violet, a dude who stammers, and a girl I honestly don't remember seeing before this moment are like, hey, Matt and the horny kids and Reggie's grandpa are missing. And Pam is like, God, fine, I'll go look for them. But she only gets like a mile down the road before her truck dies. So she has to walk back, and things are happening, guys. Unfortunately, what she's walking back to is the stuttery guy hitting on the random girl and getting rejected and then getting cleaved. Because I guess there are only 2 or 3 ways that Jason can kill people now, and then this random girl gets topless for no reason to crawl into a top bunk with the dead stutter dude to get murdered herself. And then Victoria silently robot dances by herself in a room until, yeah, she gets stabbed in the gut. Things really do be happening. Oh, Reggie discovers this when he opens the door to Tommy's room to find all 3 bodies stacked right as Pam shows up to ask him what's the matter like 10 times.
What is it, Reggie? It's Pam. What's the matter? What's the matter? What is it? What is it?
Where are they? And then she walks in and finds out exactly what the matter is. And they all try and run away, but then Jason finally fully makes himself known and explodes through the front door. Oh, yeah! They run through the woods and stumble upon a medical station wagon. I'm not really sure what this vehicle is, but I think there's a dead paramedic in it. I don't know, but then Jason is there, so they run back into the woods and they find Matt nailed in the head. I don't even remember him leaving, and I guess Pam's not wearing a bra.
This is the one thing we did want to happen.
By the way, why is this movie so gratuitous? Not to contribute more to Twitter's favorite discourse about is there any point to sex scenes or whatever. It's icky, and I hate it. Sorry, Twitter. Do you also like how dead this grandpa is after he's thrown through a window? Is that what you want, you nasty tweeters? I'm sure that Twitter does love, though, Pam crawling around on the wet ground while Jason slowly walks up. And I know for sure that they love when Reggie runs Jason over with a killdozer as an excuse to cop a feel. Nice, Reggie.
I have to get all twisted out of shape about it.
Of course, Jason still isn't dead, so they run into a barn so Pam can fight him with a chainsaw. It only works for a couple of seconds. But then Tommy shows up and heroically stands there literally unmoving for like 5 minutes until Jason walks up and slashes him. But then, twist, he stabs Jason, possibly in his penis, depending on the length of Jason's penis. We don't see the penis, but he stabs.
How long did you analyze this scene?
Well, it looks like it's gotta be...
Just say when. Just say, seriously? Are you serious?
Which is not crazy, but it's still pretty good.
A flaccid penis.
Well, I don't know if he's flaccid. He could be tucked in there. He's killing things. That's when Jason feels alive.
Tell that guy to behave.
Then, all 3 non-Jason characters climb up to the top of the barn, which is quite literally one of the worst places to hide. Jason is stabbed in the leg and or penis. Literally just run away. But no. I'm here! Jason also crawls up the ladder to find a passed out Tommy, and Pam and Reggie work together to knock Jason out the barn hole. But it, of course, doesn't work until Tommy wakes up and chops off Jason's hand, causing him to complete his barn hole fall onto some conveniently placed spikes. And this reveals that Jason isn't actually Jason, but rather one of the paramedic guys who arrived when the chonky kid died. So, back to the original type of twist. I guess I spoke too soon. Is anything happening too soon in this series? No. And yeah, in the hospital, the cop is like, confirmed, it was that dude. And apparently the fat kid was his son. And seeing him dead must have made him snap.
Come on, Roy. Get your hands dirty.
And also, we found a bunch of Jason clippings, so this guy must have just decided to be a copycat, because that's how grief works, maybe. She's like, wow, that sucks, and goes in to check on Tommy, who seems fine, but then he stabs her. Just kidding. That was a nightmare. But oh no, there's Jason. Dave. But just kidding. Tommy wishes him away, but then holy crap, he has Jason's mask on his dresser. And when Pam actually comes in to check on him, he hides behind the door with a knife and he presumably stabs her. I at least appreciate that there's something of a twist this time out. Less excited about Jason becoming this Jigsaw type character embodied by 1,000 crazy copycats, but you know, I quite literally have no say in the matter. Because this is never gonna end, part 6 immediately opens with jump scare music and shots of dark, misty forebodingness. So far, so Friday.
Hell, I must be crazy.
There's also a speeding truck driven by an again recast Tommy and his friend, who apparently has recently been released from a mental institution, or maybe just a mental van, unclear.
If the institution ever found out about this.
They're headed to Jason's grave with the intention of destroying his corpse so that Jason goes to hell.
I'm gonna see he gets there.
I'm not sure if that's the main criteria for ending up in hell, but I'm more of a New Heavens, New Earth guy personally. Also, technically, Jason's already been cremated according to the last movie, but also no character actually saw it happen. So I guess, whatever. Also, side note, I thought the last we saw of Tommy, he was gonna become the new Jason, but I also thought that after the 4th movie, and I guess that stint in the mental institution really cleaned him up good. That's encouraging. It's great to see when the system works. Also, according to boring real life stuff, apparently the last movie sucked so much, the writers of this movie did actually want to make Tommy Jason, but they decided to bring back true Jason because that's the make or break it secret sauce that matters to fans of these movies. You know, because Jason's always been the killer since the first movie.
Kill our mommy.
Anyway, they find Jason's tombstone, and I'm actually kind of curious what we do with real-life cremated serial killers.
I gotta be sure.
According to Google, they're treated pretty similarly to everyone else. So remember, kids, it's entirely possible that your grandparents are currently underground wrestling a convicted cannibal right now. I mean, unless their corpses have been destroyed and officially sent to hell, of course. But even then, that's probably where your grandparents went either way, so same problem.
I gotta be sure.
Anyway, Tommy digs old Jason up, and he opens the coffin to find a definitely dead dude in there.
Hello.
But Tommy's had a lot of hallucinations in the past, so just to be sure, he grabs a metal fence post or spike, and he stabs Jason a whole bunch with it. This is successful in the sense that Jason remains dead, but Tommy goes to grab a gas can to for real cremate sweet Jason, but unfortunately, he leaves the metal spike in Jason, and Odin blasts the thing with lightning, which, as we all know, brings people back to life. It's just science.
I'm skeptical.
Jason slowly lumbers toward Tommy and patiently waits for him to douse him in gas and attempt to light a match in the rain, but then the other guy hits Jason with a shovel, so Jason punches right through him, and he falls into the recently emptied out grave, thus restoring balance to the universe. Tommy then drives away, and we're treated to a brief James Bond homage in Jason's eyeball. Why? For who? I don't know. But apparently, Jason, like my grandparents, lives. Suck it, kids without grandparents who are in hell. Jason grabs the mask that the now dead crazy dude had brought along for the car ride and arms himself with the fence post while Tommy runs into the sheriff's office and almost gets gunned down like, well, way too many people recently.
Don't shoot, please.
Thankfully he doesn't, but man, Tommy sure wants to get shot because he runs over and grabs a shotgun from the wall. But again, they merely huck his ass into a cell and say to him what I always say to my son whenever he's not taking a nap.
Take a nap, Junior.
Overall, this movie's dialogue is way more professional, intentional, and stylized than basically every other movie in this franchise.
What the hell's going on with the weather? Sorry.
It's almost like somebody bothered to actually write a script and jokes and stuff. It's kind of refreshing. I mean, don't get me wrong, this isn't like a good movie, but it's actually watchable, which is saying something.
Look, there's no time for this bullshit.
Anyway, now we're watching more new young people in a car driving to
Camp Forest Green.
Apparently they've renamed it because presumably Camp Blood wasn't attracting many tweens. Unfortunately, there was a reason for that original name, and Jason appears in front of the car looking very Jason-like, and they try a few different things to get him to move out of the way, but ultimately, the boy grabs a gun and shoots Jason with it. This goes about as well as you'd expect. The girl takes a different approach though and flails in a puddle for a while before offering Jason like $40. This also goes about as well as you'd expect because he's worth more than that. Workers' rights, unionize. Jason should kill a Starbucks. But they're not the only young people Jason hopes to one day murder, and a bunch of other would-be murdered counselors show up to the police station to ask for help locating their murdered missing friends. And Tommy from his cell's like, Jason did it! And the cop is like, shut up, Tommy! And also, no, we're not gonna look for your friends.
Another little kitty's arrived today. We're not ready to deal with that alone.
And the blonde girl's like, ooh, Tommy's cute. And also, my dad is the cop.
I told you to shut up.
Oh, and apparently today is Friday the 13th.
Yes. No.
They let Tommy go, but follow behind him to escort him out of town, although if they're actually worried that he's crazy or here to stir up trouble, could they not just take him back to the mental institution van? I mean, they know who he is and his history. Oh, and look at that. He whips into the cemetery to try and prove that Jason's been resurrected, and also to spark a very silly little chase. But as it turns out, the cemetery's alcoholic caretaker has covered over the grave because he doesn't want to get fired for letting Jason's body get stolen. He's already on thin ice from the whole Jesus thing.
I know I'm going to get blamed for this.
The caretaker also gives us a meta joke about horror movies directly to camera, breaking both the fourth wall and my immersion in this powerful film series.
Some folks have a strange idea of entertainment.
How dare they? Also, apparently this is the only movie in the franchise without nudity? How dare they?
Some folks have a strange idea of entertainment.
The cops catch up to Tommy and threaten to shoot him with the world's largest mail-order laser scope.
You bang.
And the caretaker asks the question I've often asked of my children when they won't take me seriously.
Does he think I'm a farthead?
But they let Tommy go again, but they're like, I'm super serious. If you come back, I'm gonna be so mad. And Tommy takes this warning to heart and goes to buy a bunch of books about the occult, because the most powerful weapon of all is knowledge.
Because knowledge is...
Next to metal, spike-wielding hockey zombies.
Hello.
The counselors are back at camp and a bus full of young children show up and... Okay, so that's why there's no nudity.
The little kitties...
It's too weird. Thank you for showing the bare minimum level of restraint, Friday the 13th producers. Nobody wants naked women paired with scenes of tween campers. Well, nobody except maybe...
How great is this?
But just because we're dealing with a more competent film doesn't mean we're not going to get a bunch of side story vignettes about other random people getting murdered by Jason to pad out the runtime. We got to get that runtime. For example, here are a bunch of business executive types playing team building paintball or whatever in the woods. Some of them take it seriously.
Victory is ours.
Some don't.
You're a real ass, you know that?
Some of them are women.
With a woman's touch.
Some aren't.
Woman shouldn't even be allowed in these games.
All of humanity is represented here. And then all of humanity is killed by having their arms ripped off and their faces smashed into smiley blood faces. And then triple killed.
Triple kill.
Also, there's this guy who is very silly. Look at how silly he is. He shoots Jason with a paintball gun, but it doesn't slow the big guy down. There's definitely a metaphor for corporate American here, and I can almost taste it.
This is gonna be huge.
But also the scene is over, serving no purpose other than giving Jason his signature machete. Similarly, there's another vignette where two weirdos get engaged while having a midnight picnic. Is that lunch? I think technically it's called fourth meal.
He knows about them, doesn't he?
And while they celebrate their impending nuptials and their young bodies, the cemetery caretaker wanders by because, again, everybody's hanging out at midnight.
What the heck?
And he says what every Star Wars nerd said after watching Rise of Skywalker.
Kathleen, you led me astray.
He then does what every Star Trek nerd does and gets murdered with his own glass bottle. That's a commonly accepted stereotype. Google it.
No!
This is spotted by the boy fiance who runs back to the girl fiance. And are those things pronounced differently? I suck at cotillion.
When in doubt, pinky out.
Regardless, they find themselves both parted and joined together in death. Okay, back in camp, these kids may not be exposed to any full frontal nudity, but they are exposed to some questionable history lessons involving American Indians and rocks.
Let's just say you have a chief, right? And he dumps his squaw or his wife or whatever.
Later that night, some dumb kid claims
There's this monster, and he was after me.
And the one named Sissy says, like, nah, I'm wearing suspenders with sweatpants. We're gonna live forever.
Hello, darkness.
Then she reads a magazine that sure looks like a porno, but then Sissy thinks she hears something, and she does. Although she'll probably never hear anything ever again. Thankfully, her body is unburned, so she automatically goes to heaven. Is that how it works? Please, I'm just trying to understand because knowledge is power.
No!
Then Jason sneaks up on the remaining counselor girl, but oh no, it's just that nightmare-having child lugging around a bloody machete as kids do. She puts the girl back to bed and tells her that she should pray more because there's lots of theology in this film. The counselor heads back to her cabin before reciting the Ben Gesserit litany against fear, but she still gets freaked out by the door and then is very freaked out by Jason. To death, even.
Fear is the mind killer.
Elsewhere, we get a half vignette where one of the counselors has clothes-on sex with some random woman. I mean, I guess it's a sex scene, but it's also kind of a dance scene. And Jason is there, of course. And he kills the power to the camper, of course. So they drive away, of course, and the girl falls over a bunch because she refuses to just find a seat. And as punishment, Jason murders her in the camper bathroom by pin-arting her face through the wall. Rad. Then he stabs the dude that's driving in the head and the entire camper. Dark Nights.
Why do we force? So that we can...
Double rad. Watch out, Marie Curie. There's a lot of rads out here. Fallout. New Vegas.
I want to protest in the strongest possible terms. It is a distinct lack of respect.
One of the cops eventually finds the murdered couple from the beginning and a couple paintballer limbs, and Daddy Cop thinks Tommy did it to prove his story about Jason.
Happy Friday the 13th.
Hey, that's the name of the show.
And speaking of, Tommy calls the police station to say more things about Jason that I guess he learned from his occult books. But the blonde girl named Megan is the only one there, so she picks up and she says that she'll come pick him up since the cops are actively looking for him at this point. She does, and they pass the world's most inscrutable speeding sign that I guess is a joke, but I don't get it.
I have no idea.
They run into a police roadblock, and Megan shoves Tommy's head into her crotch so the cops don't see him.
Hello, darkness, my old...
But then she flees and pushes his head deeper into her nethers, but she's already fleeing the cops. Why does it matter if they actually see Tommy or not? Or from the other angle, what can Tommy's face and or tongue do against such stiff denim?
I know what I'm doing.
Regardless, they're stopped by her dad with a shotgun because I guess Megan is actually worried that he'll shoot her dead?
End of the line.
Just drive away. Call his bluff. Your dad's not going to shoot you to death, no matter what you've been doing with tongues and denim.
I know what I'm doing.
You are definitely going to hell, Megan. They throw Tommy back in a cell again until they can prove that he is or isn't murdering everybody. But Tommy and Megan come up with a brilliant escape plan that mostly just involves trying to hook up through the bars until the cop breaks it up and they steal his gun.
You little turd!
And again, does he really believe that she's going to shoot him? What is wrong with this town where everybody actually believes their fellow neighbors and or daddies will murder them in cold blood? I don't know, but they head out to the car, and this time Tommy is like, I demand that I drive us to Crystal Lake because I'm a boy and boys drive. And Megan is like, okay, but I am not going to put a seatbelt on. At said camp, the little girl sees Jason, but prays away the frightened Damn it, Jenny! I thought we got rid of you. How are you doing this again? But yes, he is gone, I guess. Presumably, he was distracted by the cops showing up and discovering that the counselor's cabin had been absolutely flowing with spice and blood. The cops fan out so Jason can pick them off one at a time. And first, he kills one with like a dart, maybe. And then another cop gets his butt grabbed by a little girl, but then he gets his skull grabbed like really hard by Jason. And seeing that things aren't going super great, Sheriff Daddy gets all the young boy campers and puts them together with all the young girl campers for a usually against the rules bit of purpling.
I want you to all lie down on the floor.
He heads outside and promptly trips on one of the dead bros before popping back up and shooting Jason with a shotgun a whole bunch. It doesn't work great, so he runs away. But then he gets behind Jason and beats him up pretty good, well, until Jason folds him in half like a fourth meal crunchy taco. Order a Daddy Cop taco for your midnight engagement picnic today. Tommy and Megan show up, and Megan goes to hang with the kids while Tommy puts a bunch of chains in a canoe. Megan pretty immediately leaves the kids, though, to try and radio for help.
I think we're dead meat.
But she instead finds Sissy's popped off head and just abandons the whole plan.
Hello.
Like, as far as I can tell, she doesn't ever try to grab a radio. She just gives up. At least she tried. And okay, now Tommy's tying those chains to a big-ass rock, and was that in the occult book? I know he's been trying this entire movie to defeat Jason, and I'm just surprised that the book would recommend drowning undead creatures with chains and shit. I don't know. But Tommy starts motoring off in his little boat and he yells at Megan to go back to the kids, but when she does, he yells at her for going back to the kids.
Yes. No.
Tommy doesn't know what he wants. And then Jason attacks, but he lets Megan go because Tommy starts yelling at him. I think the script is starting to get a little sloppy here, kids. And speaking of, Jason gets sloppy wet, walking straight into the water after Tommy, who, by the way, is probably the first character to ever call Jason a frightened No, Jenny, that's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say
pussy in the American sense, meaning weak or cowardly.
You are ruining everything. We're gonna be so demonetized. Jason just drowns. So that's the end of the movie. Feels like Jason should have taken swimming lessons. Would have really ended this whole series before it began and or given him another tool in the old murder toolbox, but oh, never mind, he jump attacks? I guess he can swim some, and then Tommy and Jason scuffle in a literal ring of fire for a bit until Tommy finally gets the stupid chain fully around Jason's stupid neck and they both get dragged under. Tommy pretty much drowns, so Megan decides fine, she'll dive in and help. But she's grabbed by Jason, who apparently has gills, but also she manages to start the boat engine, which hacks Jason to extra death for, I guess, technically like the 4th time, not including when he drowned as a kid. And again, was this all in the book? Occult books are way more specific than I was reading them, trying to figure out how to get rid of all those stink bugs in my office. Anyway, Megan pulls Tommy out, gives him 3 quick pumps, and voila! He's alive again. Oh, and guess what, Jason? Well, he still lives. Water cannot kill him. Must be an electric or grass type. Twist!
Why don't we crawl in the sack?
Why don't you fix the fire?
There's no wood.
We're in a forest.
So apparently we're back to recapping the series so far, but this time it's done with the disembodied voice of some random old man narrator. Who is he? Why are we doing it this way?
People forget.
But once we've established where we've been, we finally get some new footage 5 minutes later. And even then, that footage is of Jason still tied to the rock in the bottom of the lake still.
He's down there.
We then see a little blonde girl named Tina listening to her parents fight. Also, it's Friday the 13th and this house is on Crystal Lake. Not sure if that's relevant.
People forget.
Her dad clearly hits her mom, so she hops on a boat and makes a break for the open sea. And her dad chases after her and is like, sorry, beating your mother was an accident, my bad.
Please, baby, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
And she's like, no, I'm sad that she beat my mom. And she, as you might expect, uses telekinesis to blow up the dock and kill her dad with her mind. Side note, one of my daughters exploding me with her mind is legitimately my greatest fear as a parent. Anyway, Tina screams and wakes up much older and riding in a car with her mom. Evidently, she's been in a mental hospital van, but they're headed back to Crystal Lake to meet with a therapist named Dr. Cruz.
Hi.
In the hopes that he'll be able to make her less crazy. Of course, complicating matters are a bunch of sexy teens hanging out at the house next door, as sexy teens are wont to do.
Hi.
One of the sexiest teens, Nick, comes over to help Tina pick up her panties, which she's dropped down on the floor.
My fellow American.
Hey, what year is this supposed to be exactly? I mean, last movie saw Jason drown at a kid's camp, but then it became a vacation spot where a girl exploded her dad to death.
There goes the neighborhood.
And now it's maybe 10 years after that? According to the wiki, the last movie ended in July 1990, and then Tina killed her dad in October 1990, which is a pretty quick turnaround from camp where everybody got butchered to, ooh, fun vacation spot.
Please don't drink anymore.
Don't tell me what to do.
Also, apparently, this movie is set in June 1997, despite not a single character mentioning the impending release of Titanic. Unrealistic.
It's been 84 years.
Anyway, the doctor's plan, if you can call it that, is to film Tina doing telekinetic crap like moving matchbooks around with her mind, and she claims to not really know how to turn it on, but the doctor says it's pretty clearly
When your emotions are at their peak.
he proves this by yelling at her
You're lying to me.
and being shitty
The only reason that I'm here is to help you overcome the guilt that you have about your father's death.
until the matchbook catches on fire.
Bullshit!
Wikipedia actually describes this pretty well. He begins with a series of experiments, parentheses, verbal assaults, designed to agitate Tina's mental state.
I rest my case.
Tina says to her mom, I miss Dad. And her mom is like,
I know, I miss him too.
I thought he was like literally physically abusive. I mean, I get that blowing your dad up with your brain is kind of sad, but he was also kind of crap. Yeah? Doesn't matter what I think though, because Tina is so sad and guilty about her dad that she apparently has a vision of her dad being in the water and uses her mind to lift him out, except, oh no, what she actually does is lift Jason out of the water.
Ready?
Which is pretty much the craziest way to solve how to bring him back into the series. Then she passes out. Is this what they mean by elevated horror? When the real problem is that your grief causes you to lift undead serial killers out of the bottom of lakes so that they can butcher more naked teens?
Obviously.
Watch your back, Ari Aster.
What?
When she wakes up, the doctor is like, I don't believe you that you pulled a random serial killer out of the lake with your mind. I only believe that you could pull other things out of the lake with your mind and that you're hallucinating the serial killer part. And actually, you're hallucinating your dad.
It wasn't a hallucination.
Yes, it was.
Classic therapist stuff. And speaking of classics, check out this broken down car. The Friday movies are set in a parallel universe where cars only work about 25% of the time.
Piece of
The man wants to stop and camp, and the girl's like, nah, we need to keep walking because there's a house full of sexy teens up ahead waiting to throw you a surprise birthday party. He's like, nice, I'm gonna go take a piss. And he walks really far into the woods because I guess he and this woman aren't particularly close. Like, how early is their relationship that he needs to go 100 yards away from her to drain the old lizard?
Be back in 2 shakes.
But obviously she gets stabbed and mounted, and Piss Boy gets a spike chucked into his back. And that's why you always piss with a buddy, kids. Is Anna's dad here? I just feel weird.
Yeah, you probably should.
What the hell is even that?
Back at the house, Nick invites Tina to hang out, and she heads over to the sexy teen house to find truly too many characters.
What is this?
It's all a bit much, and Tina gets so worked up that she has an unwanted vision of the guy in the woods being murdered.
Look, it's all over me.
So she runs away from the party. Oh, here's a little vignette for you. A random boy and girl camper sit next to a fire, and the boy says he wants the sex. And the girl's like,
We need wood.
which sounds like they're on the same page, but apparently not. He goes into the woods to get some literal wood. She rejects him like he's some annoying creep hitting on her, but there's nobody else around.
Dan.
Are they just platonically camping? That sounds like the worst thing ever.
Why don't we crawl in the sack?
Why don't you fix the fire?
Anyway, it doesn't matter because while he's chopping wood with a machete, which makes no sense, he gets a hole punched through his body, which makes all the sense in the world. Jason then goes to kill the girl who's now all ready to have the sex with the first guy, which, I mean, she's really sending some mixed signals here.
Okay, you big hunk of a man, come and get me.
But Jason ain't got no time for signals, so he grabs the whole ass sleeping bag that she's in and slams it into a tree. And now that is what we've been waiting for. Something unique for once. I'm tired of people just getting stabbed and throat slit. Come up with something interesting. That's why Saw and the Final Destination series made so much more money. The whole premise is unique ways of killing people. Imagine if you watched 3 straight Final Destination movies where 20 different people were killed by falling logs. That's Friday the 13th. The next day, Nick and Tina chuck rocks in the lake and talk about Nick's shady past and the time Tina's dad was killed with brain powers. And again, this horror film is like my cholesterol. Slightly elevated. And also like Nick's peen, I guess, because they kiss while this other random blonde girl watches. And speaking of girls, look at these girls grilling while the boys are nowhere to be found. Progressive.
Bye.
And here's that random blonde girl again, but this time making fun of Tina so hard that her pearl necklace spills all over the place. Wow. Which is not a sex thing. Yet. Later that night, a couple characters go skinny dipping to make up for the lack of nudity in the last movie, though the boy never quite gets to the dipping part. The girl does, and we're treated to some underwater nudity because that's called art, and I'm sorry if this art makes you feel uncomfortable. All good art does that. And now she's dead. My muse! Oh! Oh, and by the way, this is what Squidward's wife probably says to him every night before she sucks his nose.
I love you, Squidface.
Okay, now we finally get some insight into why Jason won't stop murdering everybody. See, Jason want to party, but Jason don't get to party. Open door, let Jason party. Or don't let Jason party and Jason tear you in half. Oh, back to the doctor real quick.
Hi.
He's been sort of gaslighting Tina and making her feel even crazier than she already is. And when the mom confronts him about this, he doesn't really deny it, but he also doesn't really explain why he's doing it, though he does threaten to recommit Tina to the mental institution. Again, no explanation as to to why, other than movie psychiatrists do be like that sometimes.
You bastard.
But could it be because he found a dead body in the woods while wandering earlier? Maybe, but still, why? Is there money in setting matchbooks on fire and getting TVs thrown at your head? Unclear. Tina at one point finds clippings of old Crystal Lake stuff in his desk, but I'm still struggling to understand the good doctor's goal. I'm starting to doubt that he's a real doctor, unlike me, a real doctor with clear goals. Please consider subscribing to my channel and joining my Patreon for even more exclusive, not Jenna Ortega video content. Tina gets sad about all of it and steals the car. Unfortunately, she has a vision of Jason killing her mom, which causes her to crash her car like a Tesla grazed by a gust of wind. Tesla. She runs from the wreckage on foot and randomly runs into Nick. What's he doing out here? I don't remember, but also her mom and the doctor find the crash car, and her mom also decides to run around the woods. Tina! This is sort of a vignette, but there's a girl who looked kind of nerdy, but she wants to have sex with a pothead, so she glows herself up
My ass.
and then goes to find that boy in the woods?
David, are you out there?
Why in the world would that be where she looks? Shockingly, she finds 0 sexy potheads, but she does find a dead body and runs into a friggin' shed where she's eventually murdered by Jason. And wouldn't you know it, all along, the pothead was having sex but with a different girl in the house? What are the odds of that?
They must be high.
Also, every other character is hooking up too, in case you're wondering. It's hookup time o'clock, which in my house is, I don't know, like 8? One of the couples has sex in a van, and when it starts shaking, they think that the original murdered piss boy from the beginning has finally shown up for a surprise birthday party like 2 days later, and they go out to surprise for his birthday, but the surpriser becomes the surprisee when Jason surprise, and then party favors the other girl.
I've always made this as a party favor joke, and I've done it on stages.
One of the other couples, which includes the mean blonde girl, ends up not having sex, so the dude goes off to take a cold shower and have a
date with the soap on a rope.
Because prison rape. Or is that just masturbation in this context? Either way, what other funny things are you thinking, man? Okay, we should just, you just go die. Jason kills the power. And man, if he hadn't drowned, I bet Jason would have made a great electrician. Dude always finds the fuse box. He's got a real knack for it.
Fuse box.
Anyway, the pothead guy gets post-coital hunger pangs, so he wanders downstairs in the dark and gets boringly stabbed in his tummy. Where's a log truck when you need one?
The world called.
Also, I dig this music cue right here that plays as this girl with no clear defining traits other than, you know, she hooked up with the pothead and has the most nudity in the film, gets scared by a cat before getting yeeted out a window. Tina finally arrives back at the house with Nick and immediately sends Nick back into the woods to find her mom while she herself waits in said house in case her mom comes back. And to be fair,
I hate when people say to be fair.
her mom and the doc are in the woods and they're running from Jason. And how does Jason keep pace exactly? I don't think I've ever seen this guy run, and yet he's never more than 5 steps behind anybody he's chasing. This is an important and good thought.
Please answer me!
Jason, of course, catches up, and the doctor holds Tina's mom still so that Jason can get a good stab in, but I'm pretty sure that it breaks the Hippocratic oath. That's bad. I'm a doctor. Don't do that. Apparently, Nick never actually went into the woods, and the mean blonde girl is in Tina's house for some literally never explained reason other than maybe she wants to hook up with Nick. So now Tina heads into the woods, and she finds the doctor, but he's pretty quickly attacked by Jason, who has somehow procured a weed whacker chainsaw thing out of nowhere. I guess he's got a whole portable shed and crafting table somewhere nearby.
Nice.
And despite the weed wacky invention, the actual kill is kind of underwhelming. Again, I want a log truck. I just want logs through heads, man. Give me it, Dave. Ugh. Tina eventually finds her dead mom and also pretty much dead everybody else. And by the time she re-encounters Jason, she's had it. So she starts telekinesing his butt all over the place. It doesn't work, of course. So she runs back to the Horny house where he pretty immediately bursts through a window. She tries moving a table in front of a door to little effect. Then she throws a couch, which works okay. And then a head plant does some damage. before ultimately collapsing the porch on Jason, which is a classic Tina, always dropping overhangs on physically abusive men.
Yes, queen. Yes, queen.
Get you a Tina in your life.
Yes, queen.
She runs back to her house and is like, good news.
Jason's dead.
Her confidence is pretty incredible given that he wasn't killed by electrocution or, being chained to a rock at the bottom of the lake for a decade.
People forget.
But yeah, his weakness is definitely porches.
This is the Sally Special.
Oh no, she was wrong. And the blonde girl gets it. Nick tries to help. And then Tina knocks Jason through the stairs somehow with like a hanging light. Oh. Is that big enough to be a chandelier? What do we call that? Well, whatever it is, it's not strong enough to kill Jason, so he busts out from under the stairs like Harry Potter with diarrhea. And Tina tele-squishes his brain for a bit and hangs him from the ceiling before dropping him into a floor hole.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Jason still drags her right into his troll hole, but she shoots him with nails and then sprays him with gas that, probably like Tina herself, has an incredibly heavy flow. Tina lights the gas and runs out of the house just before literally the coolest thing that's ever happened in the series happens. Holy shit. Where has that been this whole time? Tina is like, well, I guess everything's gone and the horror has been elevated.
Let's get out of here.
But it's all good because she just resurrects her dead dad from the lake. And he throws a chain around Jason's neck and pulls him in. Okay, but how would you have written the ending to this movie if you're so smart?
Who better to lead us into the future?
Exactly. Dead dad from the lake? Genius. Friggin' Scorsese. Or no, who's a good screenwriter? Coen brothers.
May I say your father impressed me with his manly qualities.
Tina passes out and the authorities show up, and what the heck do they think happened here? It really feels like somebody should just drain Crystal Lake or drop a nuke on it. I mean, how many hundreds of people have been killed here in the past couple decades? Feels like it'd be better use of taxpayer money to just burn it all down. Just set the whole thing on fire, build a wall, start building friggin', what are the robots called in Pacific Rim?
Jaegers.
Let's just build big robots. I think big robots could solve any problem. Tell me you wouldn't watch Pacific Rim versus Jason. Jason eats some Mario mushroom and gets freaking huge and they're just slugging it out.
Then it all changed.
That's a lot better movie than Carrie versus Jason, which is what this was supposed to be, but they didn't get the rights. So now it's just a random magical girl for no apparent reason. Anyway, none of that happens or matters. We get one last shot of Nick and Tina riding next to each other in the ambulance station wagon thing that was apparently popular in the 80s. I don't know. That's it. I'm leaving the show. Oh my sweet balls. Oh, nice. It was getting cold. The scaries begin right away with some whispering over the Paramount logo. We then get several shots of the Big Apple and everything is smoky. The streets, the boys, all smoke. There's a mugging and a diner with an extremely demanding pirate lady and a guy squirting way too much heroin out of a syringe before use. And I'll tell you what, this place looks like it could use a new leader. Maybe if Jason took Manhattan, he could clean the place up. Jason for mayor.
Vote for me, get a gun for free.
We underwater fast travel back to Crystal Lake to watch a couple of horny teens make out and moan on a boat.
Crystal Lake.
Oh no! The boy slides off the girl's underwear. Do you think they're gonna do it? I guess so, because the dude says he's gonna put down anchor. Nice. Oh, he means literally. But I suppose that'll allow him to literally rock the boat as hard as they want.
Major ass.
Unfortunately, said anchor bumps into a power line that Jason's corpse just so happens to be lying on top of, and through the magic of science, it brings it back to life again.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
And instead of grabbing a beef and cheddar or calling his headless mother, Jason spends the first few moments of his second or seventh or whatever we're at now chance at life clambering onto the boat and trying, and initially kind of failing, to harpoon the couple before eventually stabbing the dude and then stabbing the girl, but like extremely slowly. At one point, Jason, or maybe just the soundtrack, does the echo breath, but I think it literally is saying his name. In case 8 movies in, we forgot who we're dealing with here.
People forget.
That boat's cleared, so cut from there to a different boat called Lazarus, because the producers of this movie want you to Google that and learn about the Bible. That's what this entire series has been building to, a gospel presentation. Did it work, Dave? Well, if not, there's another hour and a half of this movie, beginning with a mom handing her daughter a pen that was apparently used by Stephen King. Oh, okay. So actually this series has been building to a gospel presentation just to trick you into learning that hell is a place full of big-ass Lovecraftian ants. More people need to know about this book.
I've written some pretty awful things in my time.
But actually this woman is not the girl's mom, but her teacher?
You are the best student.
That's odd. And the boat is a cruise to New York City, and the girl's actual legal guardian is in fact another teacher named Uncle Charles with a face that really only a legal guardian could love.
Oh, that's nice.
He tells the girl, Rennie, that she shouldn't get on the boat because she's scared, and she's like, no, I'd like to go on the cruise. See, look, here's a montage of games and fun. Uh-oh. What's that? Car. Did you see it? We're gonna film one more thing. Can you go inside? On board, this guy, I swear they say he's an admiral, but then they call captain for the rest of the movie, has a crappy son named Sean who sucks at boat stuff, just like my 3-month-old. We're the same.
I used that sex when I was your age.
And also, the boat Jason was on floats by, and Jason sneaks aboard, and a Ralph-type sailor claims,
This voyage is doomed.
but notably, he doesn't get off the boat because he'd lose his job. That's capitalism.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Speaking of, Sean has bought Rennie a necklace because I guess they're dating, and that's what you do when you're dating under capitalism and or playing a JRPG.
Want to go on a date?
No.
How about now?
Hell yeah, I do.
Yes.
Less effective is her uncle's weird face grab tactic. He's like, you're scared of water. And she's like, okay, yes, but also I brought my dog, so I'll be fine. And speaking of fine, here she is, looking so fine that a weird panting child watches.
Sorry, Mommy? Sorry.
And then there's a drowning kid in the window, and it's like, that's how you know you're good looking. When all the dead boys want to take you harder than Jason takes Manhattan. And she runs on deck and gets knocked into the water by a mean girl. And again, the boys all come out to the yard to drag her further into the water. Somebody's popular! Sean, yet another boy, dives in after her because the teacher is absolutely worthless and just watches the girl she knows can't swim flounder for 5 minutes without so much as calling for help.
She's fine.
She does, helpfully, offer to talk about Rennie's feelings when she's back on board.
Care to talk about it?
Rennie goes to towel off in the bathroom and is grabbed by another mirror baby. Gosh, give the girl a minute, boys.
Goodness.
Elsewhere, 2 weirdos film a music video of sorts, and the guitarist does a halfway decent impersonation of somebody who can actually play guitar. Especially considering the guitar is unplugged. But it's not good enough for Jason, and he beats her to death with the guitar. Except wait, where's the feedback noise come from? She's not plugged in. Did I just find a mistake in one of these movies? What's not a mistake is that the mean girl and her token friend start doing some cocaine. There's never a wrong time for a good time.
Nighttime is the right time.
Am I right? Even if you, like the other girl, have a stereotypical but non-specific
Science scholarship.
What is she gonna minor in? Shrimp fried rice? That's what Dave said that he thinks that she's gonna minor in, and I bet the producers agree.
Is that a good joke, or am I just perpetuating the racism I'm purporting to make fun of?
Oh, and Jason kills a dude in the sauna by entering him with a rock. How very sanctuary, Jordan said, making a joke that makes no sense and literally nobody on earth will get. Tell me in the comments if you can even remotely comprehend the connection I'm going for here. And then subscribe, I don't know. Back to Crackhead Girl. She's in trouble with Daddy Uncle Charles because she hasn't finished her biology project yet or whatever. And she's like, okay, but what if I strip to my underwear and make out with you? And he's like,
Hey, stop that.
Eventually, Daddy comes up for air and is like, yeah, actually, that's a bad idea, but oops, looks like the weirdo with the camera filmed it. And he's like,
You can forget about attending any film school.
and marches away. But I would very much smash that weird kid into the wall and obliterate his camera. Daddy's entire career and like life is at stake. Smash that boy.
Hey.
Anyway, Crackhead goes to wash all the man filth off her, but she sees Jason in the hallway and considers this development for too long. He's here. He stabs her with a glass shard, which is a callback to cocaine.
That's a metaphor.
Then Jason washes that down by murdering the first mate or whatever and Captain Admiral Daddy. Sean and Rennie decide they've had enough, and they head to the helm. Dead Daddy's he's just clinging to them controls. Sean calls an emergency meeting right before expert electrician Jason kills the friggin' radio.
Hello?
A bunch of the characters get together and yell, and it very much upsets Uncle Daddy Charles.
Watch your mouth!
And then they send Rennie to drop anchors in the middle of a storm. Are they trying to turn the boat around? I'm not exactly a naval expert, but that seems dumb, right? You don't drop anchors, and you don't send Rennie to do it. And actually, Uncle Daddy agrees with me.
Do you think dropping an anchor in the middle of a storm makes any sense whatsoever?
I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm the one you should be listening to!
By the way, Science Girl sees Jason and runs into the dance room and spins in a confused circle for like a full minute while Jason just sort of teleports around the room, and it is a scene. Finally, Jason chokes her. First down, but then eventually up. She dies. And with her, the fried shrimp-based cure for cancer she probably would have developed.
Well, there it is again.
Jason has taken so much.
That's a metaphor.
A few of the boys hunt Jason with weapons while the camera guy films a Doom prequel movie where he murders some random innocent dude because his glasses fell off. And I guess Camera Boy assumed it was a Martian demon from hell.
Game time.
He should probably get rid of that tape for sure. But oh, Jason does it for him. That's thoughtful. Except, then Jason throws him onto a dick burning machine, which is less thoughtful. Talk about a bad case of the sexually transmitted crotch crabs. High fives, Dave. Dave is just basically one big crotch crab at this point.
I feel young again.
But then, being thoughtful again, Jason turns on the fire alarm. And the teacher's like, that's probably the killer trying to cause a panic. And I mean, Charles sucks, but he is right about a lot of things. But ironically, there is also actually an actual fire. But double ironically, the boat is flooding. So those should cancel each other out. It'll be fine. Oh, this other kid named Julius whips his shotgun around like a trained cop before Jason hucks him in the water like a trained diver. During all of this, Rennie is apparently trapped in both her room and just this massive unwieldy sports coat. Jason around and tries to headbutt his way in, but he finds out that the pin is mightier than the sword or the head. She runs away. Uncle Daddy grabs a flare gun, but is immediately attacked by the weird ship hand guy who just sort of stabs him and runs away to get killed by Jason. Lightning strikes the mast and they finally try the lifeboat thing. Jason just watches as they try their damnedest to simulate what they assume rowing looks like. Oh, hey, Julius. And now finally, after over an hour of runtime.
Damn, we're in New York!
But unfortunately, this is the 80s. So they're immediately mugged and Rennie's dragged off to get some free heroin.
Brandy?
Double unfortunately, Jason, I guess, just swam after them for a full night? When did he learn to swim like Michael Phelps on cocaine?
I've literally made a boatload of mistakes.
Isn't that literally Jason's whole thing? Sucking at swimming?
People forget.
Spider-Man meme. Fortunately, Jason hoists Rennie's primary attacker upon his own syringe and smacks the other one. Julius finds a payphone, but where have the times gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? Yeah. Julius decides to box Jason because I guess the YouTube thing wasn't working out for him. I'd probably recommend running away and developing a more intentional thumbnail strategy and combining that with a focus on viewer retention, but he opts for body shots. Jason opts, though, for face shots. A little more effective. Uncle Daddy finds a cop, and Sean, Rennie, and the teacher also show up, but oops, Julia's head got in the cop car somehow. And Rennie commandeers the car, and she runs over Jason. However, if you remember, she's actively on heroin. So, bye, useless teacher. Should have spent more time teaching on why you should never heroin and drive. Rennie flashes back to the time her Uncle Daddy literally threw her in the lake as a swim lesson, and she got pulled down by yet another thirsty boy.
Sorry, Mommy? Sorry, Mommy?
And I guess that's why she's scared of water. She confronts her uncle because I guess she forgot this until this moment, but Jason kills the uncle.
And that's how they do it in New York City, baby. Go Yankees, Manhattan, let's go.
So it's fine. They don't have to deal with it. Then Sean and Rennie make out. Can she consent? She's on heroin. If that's okay, then that is quite the loophole. Dave, write that one down. But no, Jason is all about the law, so he blocks that criminal cock.
Puncher.
Now they're on the subway, which is fun, but Jason's there too, so they e-brake his ass and tackle him onto some electrified rails that don't affect Sean for some reason. Now they're at Times Square trying to make up for the fact that the vast majority of this movie did not happen anywhere near Manhattan, and Jason shows up and kicks a boombox and breaks into a diner and throws a guy into a mirror. And I guess that's really all it takes to take Manhattan. Really, anybody could do it.
Yo, man, it's cool.
This movie is long.
And now they crawl down a warp pipe and run into a sanitation worker who's like, we're gonna release a bunch of toxic waste down here in a second. And then Jason kills him and knocks out Sean. So Rennie distracts Jason with a flashlight because I guess Jason's running on cat instincts at this point. And then she goops him in the face, which he does not love. Cats, they hate to be gooped on.
My pussy's gone crazy!
Then she grabs Sean, and they try and climb a ladder out of the sewer, while Jason gets just super gooped until he melts and dies and becomes a regular naked boy. That's it, that's the movie. All the dog live, goodbye! Ah!
And on smoking a little dope, having a little premarital sex, and getting slaughtered?
More like Jordan goes to hell, am I right? Anyway, here's a car driving to Crystal Lake. It's driven by a final girl-looking girl who opens the door to a cabin to find the light bulb is out. She grabs another from the shed, and Dave, let me tell you, that Mets fan really fixes that bulb. Then she heads upstairs, and oh, her fingernails are way too long to be a final girl. Yeah, she's gonna die. Power goes out, so she towels around and finds out before booking it into the woods. She stops, and Jason is there, but so are a bunch of spotlights and dudes with guns who just light that bad boy up. Then they blow that bad boy up with a literal airstrike. Jason's heart keeps beating, but then it doesn't. A cool-ass dude watches this scene unfold from a distance, but he seems to doubt it'll be successful.
I don't think so.
From there, a mortician wheels in a body bag containing Jason's various body parts. He spends the opening credits doing an autopsy, and okay, when did Jason's existence become so widely accepted and understood? Like, apparently these guys all work for the FBI, and they not only took out Jason, they knew the exact type of sexy naked lady to lure him into their explosive trap? Is this because of all the CCTV footage of his Manhattan attack or whatever? Even if that were the case, why would they assume he's still alive and able to return? There has been some kind of massive cultural shift in this world, and I'm kind of amazed that we don't get to see it.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go.
Whatever. The mortician finishes his autopsy, and we've already discussed the classic hungry mortician trope, and this guy is no different, other than the thing that he eats is Jason's suddenly beating heart. But then another mortician with a more typical pizza comes in, and then the original mortician kills the crap out of him,
dead.
And I guess Jason's heart is like the ring of power, and also it's a way to transfer Jason's soul into people.
Lovely, big, golden...
Not any crazier than a girl with telekinetic powers or getting engaged on a picnic blanket in the middle of the woods at midnight during fourth meal. A new show called American Caseline informs us that the Jason Station killed the 2 guards outside the morgue.
Dead?
Sorry, they don't inform us, they show us, which is incredibly gruesome for a cable news show.
I will eat my neighbors.
Then the show's host explains the Jason saga thus far, and again, Jason's existence is apparently just a widely accepted fact now. How did that happen?
He has been responsible for 83 confirmed murders.
They also briefly interview a serial killer bounty hunter who says he's willing to kill Jason forever.
500 grand is my fee.
And the problem with Jason is that he's always hopping into new bodies, which is why it's so hard to kill him, which I believe has literally never been true or even hinted at until this exact moment.
Quite a character.
But whatever. He, the bounty hunter, is the only person that knows how to kill Jason permanently, and the host agrees to his terms on air. This is a real movie.
I am prepared to offer Creighton Duke his sum of
just me.
The segment shocks a woman named Diana working at a Crystal Lake diner promoting a buy one get one free because Jason is finally dead burger sale.
Just me.
The bounty hunter is there and he orders both the Voorhees burger and
the side of Jason's fingers.
But he also says he needs Diana's help for a reason that they understand but the audience does not understand, and she says no, and he offers money, and then her sheriff boyfriend shows up and they fight a bit because the bounty hunter keeps talking about,
why don't you blow me, Chief?
And like, dude might be a pretty good bounty hunter, but he's a pretty terrible salesman, and the police haul him off to jail. Which is weird because usually hats like his buff your charisma stats.
I have something else for you to look into.
Diana walks over to a random dude at the bar named Steve and is like,
Steven, I need to talk to you
about some random person we've never seen or heard of named Jessica, so come over to my house tonight at 11. And he's like, okay, and now it's nighttime. And Steve picks up some horny hitchhiking teens, and he immediately wins them over after listing his 3 favorite things.
Smoking a little dope, having a little premarital sex, and getting slaughtered.
These are a few of my favorite things.
They look at him like he's being a butt, but he's like, I'm just kidding. And they're like, okay, good. Because yeah, we're gonna go hang out at Crystal Lake for the first time in forever without having to worry about being slaughtered. Because again, everybody believes in Jason now for some reason.
To be young again.
One of the girls tries to get Steve to make out with her, but he declines. So after a skinny dip, she has to sleep outside while the other 2 bang in the tent. Why did she agree to this trip? Why did they bring her along?
I don't know what you're missing.
But she gets up to pee and dies. And then the other girl gets up to pee, but doesn't die. Until 5 seconds later when, and the dude dies, presumably, even though he probably hasn't peed in like hours.
Forget about it.
Diana leaves the diner carrying a dog bowl in a cooking pan or whatever, and then she bumps into a different cop guy, and then she leaves.
Good night, Josh.
So that she can be picked up by some horny woman.
Get in!
But oops, she breaks her horny neck, and the cop wakes up apparently about to have sex with the Jason Station. I mean, after he's shaved, of course. Apparently he needs the extra skin space because when they're about to kiss, it appears that the mortician's tongue is a little floppy. The movie spares us the gorier details of their passionate lovemaking and cuts to Diana on the phone with, I guess, her daughter, who is apparently dating the American Caseline host, and oh, she has a baby.
I love you too.
That's a lot to process, but apparently the daughter is the aforementioned Jessica and the baby is hers with Steve from the diner. It is all connected, man. Diana is attacked by the cop who has apparently contracted congenital vorpes. Is that the right portmanteau? Jerpies? Bacterial Jasonosis? Gonorrhees? We'll workshop it. The point is that he is Jason now.
Oh, Jesus.
I guess. Diana shoots him in the head, but he doesn't die. And he wants to tongue her, but then Steve breaks in and tackles the cop, but the cop throws a knife into Diana's back. So then Steve stabs the cop with a poker and throws him out a window. But Diana dies right as her sheriff boyfriend or whatever shows up, and Steve has a little difficulty explaining what the heck happened here, especially since the other cop, I guess, got up and ran away.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
So now, Steve's in jail, looking like he pissed his pants with blood, which sounds quite Les Miserables.
They will
wet themselves with blood.
Also, he's in a cell next to the bounty hunter.
Never know your luck when there's a free-for-all.
Helpfully, his new cell neighbor explains Jason can't keep body hopping forever because the bodies decay too much because of, I don't know, Jason is gross, I guess. And so what Jason needs to do is be reborn into, I guess, his regular body. But unfortunately, the only way to do that is through a Voorhees. And if you're thinking the Voorhees bloodline has run out, well, let me tell you something. It hasn't.
Oh, I know that.
Because Diana is technically Jason's half-sister, presumably through their dad, I guess, because Pamela was pretty adamant that she only had one kid, and thusly Jessica and Jessica's baby are both candidates for rebornness.
Why don't you just shut up?
Of course, by the same nonsense rules, they're also the only two people that can permanently kill Jason forever by destroying his heart. So somebody better get that baby a machete.
Mean little bastards.
The bounty hunter says all these things like they're some sort of prophecy, but how does he know this information?
Oh, I know.
Why does nobody else know this information? Why is it that the only way that he'll reveal this information to Steve is by breaking his fingers one by one? Literally, we will never know.
This was on the house.
But the bounty hunter tells Steve that he really needs to find some proof of all this stuff so that Jessica will believe them and help them perma-kill Jason.
We did it.
And Steve is like, well, all that sounds good to me. I already broke my fingers over it. Sunk cost fallacy. And he breaks out of jail by tricking a younger cop who is his buddy into coming a little too close. Jessica shows up at her mom's house, and one of Diana's friends from the diner is elbow deep in Diana's blood, trying to clean it off the carpet, and is like, well, this is awkward.
So sorry, I wanted to have this cleaned up before you got here.
And Jessica's like, nah, it's fine. Can you watch my baby for me? And the woman is like, of course. I'll take her to work with me. At the diner? That's not how watching a baby works.
Get it the out. This is a restaurant, not a nursery.
Oh, but actually, it's okay because she props the child up on a chest-high counter in an unsecured cardboard box in the back room. So I'm sure that the baby will be totally fine and won't immediately fall to her death in 2 or 3 minutes.
It wasn't just the baby that died that day.
I'm just messing around. Obviously, we don't need to worry about that because the suspected murderer was hiding in there and he just pops out and starts touching the baby.
I don't even know your name.
His name is John C.
At least until this overgrown child walks in and is like,
Take my car. Get out.
everybody thinks you're a killer, baby toucher. Steve drives to the old Voorhees house that I'm fairly certain we've never seen before, and he wanders around looking for some kind of proof, but he only manages to look at one weird book with a tree face full of the hieroglyphs before the American Caseline Jessica boyfriend walks in and loudly states on the phone that he intends to shoot a segment for his show in the house and that he stole Diana's body from the morgue and stashed it in the closet here so that it can be discovered during the segment. I think this guy might be bad for Jessica and also maybe even the baby.
Shh. You'll wake her.
But it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the Voorhees-infected cop thinks. And he attacks Case Files while Steve hides in the closet with Diana's body for company. Eventually, they make out. Ew, not Steve and Diana, that'd be disgusting. The cop and Case Files make out. And then the cop literally melts so hard that his jaw falls off his face. I don't even want to imagine what you were thinking. Case Files comes back to life and walks out of the house. Jessica, finally without her baby, cries in the shower for a bit until the power dies and she's forced to grab a hammer and get in the car. She's attacked by her Jason-powered boyfriend, but Steve cavemans her away on his shoulders, hops in a car, and then runs over Case Files a lot. They drive away and then they pull over and Steve calmly explains the situation to Jessica. She takes it pretty well, but then she also takes the car to the cops. Steve is immediately confronted by his friend cop, and they tussle for a minute before Steve realizes that Jessica is with the cops and that he needs to go there, because that's probably where Jason is headed. He's not wrong. Steven jumps his cuffs, grabs his buddy's gun, and shoots Caseline a whole lot before he and Jessica run away to the diner.
Say Caseline? I think he might have done that one other time, so we'll say Case Files at the end.
Invincible power cop sting. Oh, never mind. During all the scuffling, the bounty hunter also makes his daring escape. Now at the oft-mentioned diner, the owner holds Jessica and Steve at gunpoint because, again, everybody thinks Steve sucks. Jessica is apparently insane too because she grabs for the gun, accidentally shooting out the power before bashing the owner with a thing of napkins or whatever. What makes it worse is the owner handed her overgrown child a gun and sent him into the parking lot, and he probably could have been a huge overgrown help inside. I mean, look at him go. Except also, oh, look at him go. Case Files busts into the diner and beats up a patron while the babysitter slash waitress grabs a shotgun and everybody's shooting and it's getting crazy in there. The owner's little husband, played by Leslie Jordan, rest in peace, gets dunked in the fryer, rest in peace, and Case Files elbows the owner's face inside her face. I don't know how else, her face goes into her face. That's how you would describe it. That's what Edgar Allan Poe would have said. Jessica runs to the back only to find her baby is missing. Case Files busts through the window and grabs Jessica, but the babysitter slash waitress shoots him in the leg and then impales him with rebar, which he then impales her with, but then he falls down. So everybody's like, phew, I guess he's dead, even though the whole reason they're there is because Steve doesn't believe that it's possible to kill Jason in that way. Whatever. Jessica steals the truck and drives to the Voorhees house to meet the bounty hunter alone.
You're alone.
The bounty hunter throws Jessica a knife and it transforms into a magical dagger. Because why not? More movie. I need more things to happen in the movie.
You don't need me for that.
Yes, I do.
And yeah, there we go. The bounty hunter falls through the floor for literally no reason.
Do you understand?
And impales his leg. That's what I'm talking about. Just, I want things.
Do it!
Make things happen.
Do it!
Then the sheriff and the young cops show up, so I guess the sheriff didn't die, but they don't trust each other, and the bounty hunter tells Jessica to kill them both, just in case.
Do it!
She's hesitant, but then accidentally stabs the sheriff. But, oh crap, it's the young one who is bad, and he runs over to try and make out with the baby, but before he can really get in there, Steve shows up and meat mallets his neck. Man, where was Steve when Jared Fogle kept showing up in Sharknado?
You should really be eating fresh too, you know.
But wait, this movie isn't finished moving yet. So a slimy alien crawls out of the young cop's neck and jumps Steven, who throws it into the floor hole. That buys him a few moments to pull the bounty hunter out of the hole, but apparently that whole being reborn through a Voorhees thing does not have an only if they're alive clause. So the damned alien apparently crawls into Diana's decaying corpse, which was lying down there, and big old Jason pops out of the floor, hockey mask and all. He immediately bear hugs the bounty hunter to death because physical touch is extremely important for newborns. And then Steven tackles Jason out of a window, which is really just the biggest hug you can do. Skin-to-skin contact. That's how you bond. Steven and Jason each hit each other with many garden objects. At one point, Steven kicks Jason's undead but also newborn and probably therefore uncircumcised and therefore definitely evil penis. Eventually, Jessica finally gets bored and stabs Jason, causing magic things to fly out of him. Then they magic punch his face a little bit, and then demon hands drag Jason to hell, or an underground Arby's, or whatever.
Yeah, that ain't Arby's sauce, buddy.
Jessica and Steve make out, and then take a leisurely morning stroll, completely forgetting about the freaking baby! They left the baby at the house! What are they doing? You can't leave babies in abandoned evil houses! Oh my god, these are the worst parents ever. Did I forget to mention that Steve is Jessica's ex? I guess not. I don't know. There's been a lot going on, okay?
People forget.
Oh, and look, Freddy Krueger from A Nightmare on Elm Street's gloved hand pops out of the ground and grabs Jason's mask. So I guess that's gonna become a thing at some point. Bitch. But I'm not gonna talk about it because I'm just gonna go straight to hell.
While in hell, Jason finally made a friend. Unfortunately, that friend is also a serial killer named Freddy from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies that I may or may not have also watched all of in a legally distinct way.
I might have been a little naughty.
But, you know, to be fair, your options are a little bit limited.
In hell. But I found someone.
And Freddy apparently used some remaining power or whatever from whenever to resurrect Jason so that Jason could go to Freddy's hometown of Springfield and hopefully kill enough things and make people scared enough that Freddy could also return and kill things, because Freddy can only come back if he's remembered and feared. And next, we see some titties. Then those titties swim, and then those titties run, and then those titties are stabbed. Rip titties.
I should have been watching them.
Then Jason's mom shows up and says, "You know what your gift is?
You cannot die."
And Jason's probably like, "Yeah, I know, Mom. I'm very aware of my gift. Thanks." And then his mom is like, "You should go to Elm Street and kill kids." And Jason, I guess, agrees because he comes back to life. But twist! Jason's mom was actually Freddy? Man, I don't remember any of this shit in the Bible. The Council of Nicaea left out all the good parts. We then see the Elm Street house, and I guess Chip and Joanna Gaines got their hands on it because it's looking pretty okay.
It smells highly suspicious.
Urinated.
Very urine-like.
And inside there are 3 teen girls named Lori, Kia, and Gib, playing Marry, Kill with the 3 Stooges, because that's what kids do.
Marry, kill.
And one flicks a cigarette in Jason's dumb face. Then some surprise boys show up. Surprise. And the main boy named Trey takes Gib upstairs for some loveless sex.
Make me ask you twice.
While the other girls and a guy named Blake stay downstairs to quietly discuss key background exposition, like how the blonde girl's mom is dead and she used to be in love with a guy named Will that she hasn't seen in a while, and tug at their penis, respectively. Post-sex, Gib showers with her boobs out because it's important to remember that gratuitous white female nudity is the best way to fight back against the terrorists in a post-9/11 world. We totally won that war by not respecting anybody's privacy. Anyway, while Gib fights the good fight, Jason pounds Trey in the ass, which I also think is a 9/11 metaphor. Probably. Then Jason folds Trey up like a taco. I'm not sure what that has to do with 9/11, but if you know the answer, sound off in the comments so we can defeat terrorism together with our boobs all over the place. And everybody who isn't a taco runs out of the house and flags a cop. Other cops show up and they're like, it's Freddy. They take Lori back to the station where she immediately falls asleep because Elm Street kids fall asleep like I take shits, frequently without warning and with dire consequences. She sees a sad little girl with no eyeballs. Then she does what most of us do every day and wakes up. Then Blake's dad is like, "What the hell were you even doing not watching your sister at home?" And Blake is like, "Daddy, chill. My friend died, Dad. We don't have time for this." So his dad walks away and Blake immediately passes out because kids these days with their Facebook and their PlayStation 3s, they're falling asleep.
Legs.
Legs.
Blake sees Freddy and he sort of ghost attacks him, but it doesn't work because he's still not strong enough, but it's all good because Jason's plenty strong and cuts off Blake's dad's head. Dad. And then slashes Blake himself all to shit. Jesus. Next, we've got the aforementioned Will, who is in some sort of psych ward, and he decides he wants to escape because he saw on TV somebody was killed in Lori's house, and a few years ago, Will saw Lori's dad kill Lori's mom, and he's worried that Dad did it again. And Will's friend, named Mark, who does not play checkers.
I don't do checkers. I'm an Uno guy.
Helps Will escape with a little male nudity for once, for the ladies. And some fellas, we don't judge here, and neither do the producers of Freddy vs. Jason, the most progressive team in Hollywood. The next day, Lori's dad tries to slip some no-dream drugs in her juice, but she won't drink the juice. Drink the juice, Lori.
Drink your juice.
She ends up at school where some kids are handing out literal flyers for an underage party because that's the most effective way to get the word out about your underage secret party. And Will shows up with Mark, and Mark yells a bunch of shit at Lori about Freddy and how he operates.
Coffee.
And then Lori passes out in classic Elm Street fashion. Will and Mark drive to the library in Mark's dead brother's titty van and realize basically all evidence of Freddy Krueger has been wiped from the record. The entire town intentionally buried his existence because they understand Freddy has no power if nobody knows who he is. And then Mark realizes, oh shit, I've been literally telling everybody about Freddy. It's that bad? And I don't want to spoil anything, but it's bad. Will says, whatever, let's get out of here and grab Lori and, leave.
Like the plague, man.
Now they're all at a shitty cornfield rave, and some dweeb kid named Charlie is a total ass Kia and tells her she can't think good.
All that makeup weighing down your head.
But this is back in a time when writers believed that sort of thing would turn women on, so then the two dance.
Yeah, love!
Gib wanders off and sees Trey in the corn and chases him.
Same old Gib!
Naturally, she ends up in a silo with faces coming out of the metal and because Freddy is there, naturally, and she has in fact passed out. A fact not lost on this shitty glow-sticked asshole who tries to sexually assault Gib amidst the corn. Before Freddy can kill her or the glow stick guy can pull a sanctuary, but with a glow stick instead of a corn cob, which is a hint to my earlier reference for those still trying to puzzle out that one, Jason stabs them both, which upsets Freddy greatly. Then Jason just starts massacring teens.
And you weren't invited.
Even after being set on fire. The main characters barely escape in the titty van. Will takes a few of the characters home, but he warns Lori that her dad is the one that got him committed, and maybe he murdered her mom, or whatever.
There's more to it than that.
She escapes her dad and house, and her and Will, who I just realized looks suspiciously like a pre-retirement Tom Brady.
I tried to tell you this earlier.
Go to grab Mark, who is at his parents' house, I guess? Are they not surprised to see him, considering as far as they know he was in a mental institution yesterday? Are his parents not good parents? Mark is about to fall asleep, so he tries to take some meth pills, but drops them. And is immediately haunted by his dead scut of a brother.
Oh, that's right!
Apparently Ralphie came back to finish the job, though, because Scott's positively swimming in noseblood.
Listen, jerk. When I tell you to come, you better come.
But now he just won't stop!
Will and Lori show up just in time for Freddy to set Mark on fire and burn Freddy's back into Mark's back, even though that doesn't really mean anything to these kids, since they're just learning about Freddy for the first time. But I guess really any message burned onto a back is pretty scary. It could have been the Arby's secret menu branded onto his skin, and I would still be fairly unsettled.
We developed a burger that you can fuck and eat.
Whatever. The cops say they're gonna, set up some roadblocks so nobody can leave the town and they can contain Freddy because they've had 4 years of peace and they're gonna get it back. But that means this is 4 years after the 6th Elm Street movie, which I guess makes sense because that movie took place in 1999 and this movie was released in 2003. But every single child in the town in that movie was dead and every single adult was insane. So you're saying that in 4 years, every adult became mentally stable again and birthed enough children to repopulate the town with a bunch of teenagers? That math doesn't make sense unless they stole a bunch of children from neighboring towns or forced a bunch of complete families to move to Springfield. No matter how you look at it, it's an impressive bit of local cooperation and grassroots organization to steal children.
I think that that's something that we have to model more in politics.
Anyway, the cop from the beginning shows up in the kid's basement and is like, hey, I want to help. And whereas all the other cops think they're solely being attacked by Freddy, this dude thinks the main killer is actually John Cena. Then these apparently brilliant kids piece together that Freddy, a serial killer whose existence is wiped from all official records and who kills people in their dreams, must have used some of his power to resurrect Jason
from hell
to scare people enough to allow Freddy to grow strong enough to come back himself. And that is exactly correct. Good job, kids.
Give Daddy a kiss.
Then Lori falls asleep, so everybody starts kissing her and licking her and stuff. As the first one to fall asleep at a sleepover always gets licked. Everybody knows that. That's classic teens.
Hey, Lori! You fell asleep!
When she wakes up, she's pulled off Freddy's ear, leading them to the realization for the 100th time in that series that I may or may not have talked about, that they can pull things out of dreams.
I pulled that out of my dream.
We all know who the real virgin is here.
Kia!
So they concoct a plan to pull Freddy out of the dream world and force him and Jason to fight, which is as good as any plan, I guess. But to do that, they need to combat the fact that they fall asleep every 10 seconds. So they head to the psych ward to grab some more no-dream drugs called Hypnosil, which is apparently not FDA approved, even though it's been around for a minimum 20 years at this point. I don't think it's getting approved, guys.
You can trust the FDA is looking out for you.
And anyway, apparently this is the most high-tech asylum in the world with its own NASA control center. And they find a bunch of Minority Report precogs, presumably attempting to see the future of this franchise's box office earning potential. And the kids all scrounge around for Hypnosil, but then the pothead gets high and sees a truly looking CG hookah-smoking centipede thing, which he follows and then is attacked by, causing him to pour the Hypnosil down the drain.
Damn, it's gotta be here somewhere.
Then Jason shows up and kills the cop in a shocking way.
Like shock humor or with light?
Yeah, with shock humor. He really just goes full Howard Stern on him.
Everyone was saying, you're going to go on Howard Stern, and are you sure? And I was like, I
I'm such a big fan.
I feel like you didn't wear a bra just for me today.
And he's like, ooh, you're not allowed to say that. He's like, who's going to get me, the PC police? And then he dies. He gets canceled to death.
I feel like you're not wearing panties today. I get that vibe. Am I right?
I am wearing panties.
You are?
Actually, yeah.
And let's see them. What kind of panties?
The Freddy pothead injects Jason with some tranquilizers, knocking him out. And also, the pothead is cut in half. Then Jason fights Freddy in his dream. And the kids tie Jason up and drive to Crystal Lake so that when they pull Freddy out of the dream, the two of them can fight on Jason's home turf. Because even though Jason has murdered 20 kids in this movie, they're still more afraid of Freddy, which kind of makes sense. In the dream, Freddy mostly kicks Jason's ass with apparently force powers. Once they get close enough, they give Lori tranquilizers so that she'll fall asleep and be able to grab Freddy and pull him out. But like, how are they gonna wake her up? They gave her tranquilizers.
Just give me 15 minutes and wake me up.
Simultaneously, Freddy stabs Jason's brain to access his memories of when he died, I guess. And Freddy tries to drown the freaky 11-year-old Jason. Like Dave traveling back in time to kill baby Hitler.
AKA Kung Fu Bear.
Then Jason apparently wakes up because the van crashes. The kids run away, but twist! Lori isn't waking up yet because, you know, she was on tranquilizers and she's also being chased by Freddy. Wake me up! Jason finds them and starts trying to kill everything despite the dweeb kid's best efforts to go full Patriot Mel Gibson on his ass. And then Lori gets burned and wakes up and pulls in Freddy, and the music gets real butt metal as the promise of the movie title finally comes to fruition. But only for a moment, as they soon realize both their moms were named Pamela, which causes them to lay down their arms and bond. Just kidding. They kill the dork, and Freddy inexplicably reveals that he's racist.
How sweet, dark meat.
But it's okay because Kia is homophobic.
What kind of it runs around in a Christmas sweater?
While your right hand is doing this, your left hand can be doing this.
And also dead. Jason and Freddy get to fighting again, and realistically, how much force can Freddy really get behind his strikes? I mean, I get that he can do a lot of damage with a stab, but even with knives in the palm of your hand, it's tough to do that much slash damage because you just can't get a lot of torque. Definitely not as much torque as a machete.
Even at this size.
Like, try and stick some popsicle sticks on the end of your fingers and slap people with them. It's not gonna do much. And presumably, they're not hulking undead serial killers from hell, so I think that was a good point.
If your left hand sees how much fun your right hand is having, it won't want to be left out.
But whatever. They're fighting and shooting torpedoes at each other, I guess, and it looks like Freddy's gonna die, but then actually, it looks like he kills Jason, but then Jason rips him apart, so I guess Freddy dies, but then the dock explodes, so I guess they both die, but then twist, Freddy is alive, so I guess he won, but then oops, Jason's alive and stabs him and falls back in the water, so maybe Jason is dead now, and then Lori kills Freddy again, and then Jason dies? Again, I'm losing track. Oh, okay, so Jason isn't dead, but he's carrying Freddy's severed head, so, oh no, he's alive too. So I guess they're both still alive, and I guess in the end, nothing at all happened. Ain't that just this series?
It's too late. I've already found your spaceship. Is this the dryer, dude?
I see that my clothes fit, okay?
Oh, these are yours. They're great. Thank you.
Alright, so I think we're in hell, but we also might be inside of an eyeball, I guess? Regardless, we're trapped in some sort of endless early 2000s CG abomination hellscape while science shit happens. Eventually, this mercifully ends, and we're told that we're in the Crystal Lake Research Facility looking at a chained up Jason Voorhees. Guess he got caught at some point while carrying Freddy's head around and is now awaiting cryogenic suspension, obviously. But hold on! This serious-looking mean guy wants to instead transport Jason to some other research facility so they can better study his regenerative powers.
I'm moving him to our Scranton facility.
So don't freeze him. They need him soft.
I want him soft, soft, soft.
That seems like it might create a problem, but actually Jason has already escaped, so I guess it doesn't matter either way, and he kills all the soldiers. And then he impales the mean man. The scientist lady, who was more in favor of freezing Jason and keeping him real hard.
Yeah, well.
And also trapping him in a hole forever until they develop the technology to kill him or whatever, hears the commotion and immediately starts asking the important questions.
What happened?
What do you think happened, lady? Literally, what are the options? You think a cocaine bear got in there? He died in the 80s, just like Jason. Oh my God. Jason is a cocaine bear.
This often leads to a lot of self-hatred and denial, especially among the religious or political types.
She grabs a shotgun and tricks/shoots Jason into a cryo chamber, and he still manages to stab her, so she doesn't necessarily have the necessary oomph to escape before she gets frozen alongside the big guy. Fast forward literally 455 years. The place is now real overgrown and apparently being visited by tall Jawas. And I know for a fact that Dan from the Discord is gonna say Tall Jawas is the name of his new band, but it's not. That's a lie. Dan is not naming his new band that. Hey, did you know that we have a Discord for patrons like you? It's very fun. They find the chamber and open the thing up, and they're intrigued by the frozen dead.
He's a yesterday.
And they drop a little knowledge that hockey will apparently be outlawed in 2024.
What's a hockey mask?
Facial armor.
Better slap the old biscuit around while you still can.
Biscuits, top titties, Bardowskis.
This goober knocks Jason over, but it's fine. It's the future. He'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
They grab the bodies and take them back to their spaceship or whatever because Earth is a chaotic desert wasteland now. And that better not be a political statement about climate change, I swear to God.
You'll be fine.
And the ship's pilot freaking loves his job. May we all love our jobs as much as this pilot. Their little ship docks with a larger ship that, much like a funeral for victims of a Hooters fire, is just fit to busting with sexy ladies.
In what condition?
Perfect.
It's also busting with science words.
Visceral levels, cerebral perfusion.
Hydrous methamine. Biscuits, top titties, Bardowskis.
The whole works.
So much science word. Forgot the S.
Decrystallization of the membranes is now at 32%.
Good.
3 simultaneous operations happen. The first is to reattach that one dude's arm with science. The other is to bring back the dead chick from the beginning of the movie with science, and also with ants maybe. And finally, they're just sort of chopping little pieces off Jason, who I didn't realize was an ally. Good for him. They succeed with the arm and also bringing back the lady who looks very healthy.
Yeah. That's a healthy lady.
If that floozy's not all up on after that, you gotta drop her like a trig class, see?
So this guy, who's apparently a professor in charge of the movie's youngest and sexiest characters,
Their second year, they're gonna slow me down.
just Zoom calls some random guy with a lisp who's like, nobody's gonna care that you brought that hot girl back to life, but they might pay you money to bring back Jason Voorhees because apparently he's still well known 455 years later.
Maybe.
Earth ended, but not our love for the Friday the 13th film series. That's the one thing that'll survive all apocalypses.
250, 450, what's the difference?
And the professor is like, sick, I love money.
I know.
To celebrate, I'm gonna get my nipples clamped by one of my students. Which is actually kind of a dick move because the team's android doesn't even have nipples. It seems like he's just really rubbing his clamped nipples right in her nippleless face. Ugh. People.
Janessa has them.
Meanwhile, Jason's goop is getting all over the floor because he's quite thawed at this point, and he reanimates and attacks the improperly clothed scientist dude by freezing her face and then shattering it on the sink. Which, hell yeah, that's all I've ever wanted from this series. Something new, something blue. Then Jason grabs a machete, but a future machete from the future where we are, a future where we now have an Earth 2 because Earth 1 is unlivable. Thanks, Obama.
If you're gonna do it, God bless America.
Speaking of, apparently they tried to execute Jason back in 2008, but it didn't take, so they froze him in 2010, and Rowan, the reanimated chick, acts like Jason's eventual escape was because some suits wanted more money, but he escaped before they got there? It's a little confusing, the plot of this film.
I thought so.
Jason's escape is confirmed, and the Space Marines start assembling while Jason murders a sex-having boy student, while notably leaving the sex-having girl student alive. Then 2 other Marines, one of whom is the previously armless kid, play some sort of crappy video game simulator with graphics inexplicably worse than anything from 2010.
You wanted the best? You got the best.
And Jason shows up and kills them in the game, but then he kills them IRL after they give him their ASL and they go AFK LOL.
What the hell?
Jason then attacks a guy that looks like a botanist based on what's on his desk, but is apparently more like an engineer based on what's coming out of his dumb mouth.
Mess with an engineer, you're gonna wake up in the morning with a waste hose in your bunk.
But before he can get his murder on, Jason is attacked by a bunch of Marines. He escapes, and we cat and mouse for quite a while, but like the space version, so maybe like K-Shun and Squib. I think that's a Star Trek reference, but I wrote this a while ago. Anyway, he breaks one Marine's neck and throws another on a corkscrew thing, and then he slashes Pastor Nina's throat, but not before she makes a real weird noise. Then this guy says what I say whenever I see a Geico commercial. Gecko. He then shoots Jason onto a big ass hook, which works for about 30 seconds before Jason gets off the hook and cuts the dude in half. Oh, and at some point Jason hooks this woman. And hey, now would be a good time for Sergeant Brodsky to get people to report in. Report. Ah, no, now he's grabbed and stabbed. Damn. Is he then bagged? Was it because he lagged? Did his balls sag? How many hours are we into this video by now? My body feels dragged.
Sometimes when I freestyle, I lose confidence.
So that pretty much does it for the Marines, but fortunately they're about to dock with the space station with a ton of Marines on it, except, shit. The ship, now without a pilot,
Real goat
smashes into the space station, blows it up, and just keeps on trucking. The professor assures his students it'll be okay because they're in a high-density shipping lane and some ship is bound to notice them, but they're a little skeptical that'll happen before Jason shows up, but hey, at least Rowan is vaccinated. Oh no! There's Jason. Everybody runs away and attempts to escape the ship on the original little shuttle they came in on. So the engineer heads to the flight deck, one of the girls gets things ready on the shuttle, and another girl does panel things. Look, I don't know the layout of the damn spaceship 455 years into the B-movie future.
250, 450, what's the difference?
The professor stays behind to, I guess, appeal to Jason's desire to become an Instagram influencer.
Fame, money, with my help.
Elsewhere, the sexy robot says
the statistical probability of survival is 12%.
So her creator literally yells, "Bullshit, KM, that's bullshit," and kisses her, and then she says,
statistical probability of survival just went up to 53%.
How? Why? What does it become if he puts his hand on her butt? 69%? High fives, Dave. Puts a finger in that butthole, and that's 100%. That's 420%.
This is a lot of computation has gone into how can I do more of that with procreation not even being a factor.
Jason, lugging around the professor's severed head, attacks the engineer and electrifies him to death.
Whoa!
This freaks out the girl on the shuttle who locks the doors, won't let anybody inside, despite Rowan calling her honey.
It's a honey, sweetheart, honey, it's Rowan. I need you to open the door.
Come on, baby girl. Open up for me, honey. Babe, just a little peek, but no.
Babe! Babe, wait! Babe! 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 Babe, wait, babe, no!
Then Jason just... I'm so tired.
No, babe! Wait!
Then Jason shows up, but so does the sex robot who's been upgraded with extra guns and maybe nipples and Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, the guy says that he
gave her an upload.
Which she and Jason fight, and she pretty thoroughly kicks and or fingers his ass. With a slight assist from a suddenly reappeared Bronsky. She shoots off Jason's arm and leg and eventually his head, and he seems pretty dead, but per usual, they don't launch him into space or stuff him into the space toilet, and wouldn't you know it, they knocked him onto the reanimation machine, which, as luck would have it, reanimates him with synthetic material to replace his lost organic material. And I feel like I'm upset about this, but I know that I'm sitting next to a dryer with a blue light in it, and I'm wearing an astronaut helmet made out of felt. So I don't know how serious I feel. I don't feel like a very serious person.
You are not serious people.
Say some Halo shit.
Oh my God, Cortana.
We're giving them back their...
We're giving them back their laundry.
I've already begun.
While that process occurs completely without notice by any character, they determine the ship's hull is bleeding out, which doesn't sound like the correct jargon.
Oh no.
And even though they're contacted by a rescue ship, their ship will explode on itself before they arrive. Well, unless they pull an Event Horizon and explode the bad part of the ship from the good part of the ship. So they heal up Bronski's big, beautiful abs and head off to do exactly that.
This could work.
But of course, they're almost immediately confronted by Jason, who has been rebuilt into some sort of cyberspace gorilla who is bulletproof.
Okay.
Jason's also been pumped full of upload juices and promptly punches the sex robot's head right off. The bomb's planted. The rest of the characters run off the bridge, but the guy with the detonator gets left behind, so he blows himself and Jason up. Speaking of, this guy managed to salvage the sex robot head for probably science.
If I could.
Now you'd think that'd be the end of the movie, but there's still 15 minutes of runtime left. So somehow Jason flies over and punches a hole in the hole. A hole, if you will. Oh, and this one girl gets her butthole sucked out the hole. And they finally dock with their would-be rescuers, but damn, the power to the door gets cut somehow. So Brodsky needs to do a spacewalk to hopefully turn the power back on, and the others buy time by tricking Jason into a lake camp sexy simulator with sexy teens, and it works for a while, even though Jason pretty immediately nice. And they manage to get the door open, though be exploding. Oops, I almost forgot the sex robot. So Rowan runs back to get that head. She's almost attacked by Jason, but Bronsky shuts the door on them, and the candy-ass looking spaceship that saves them pulls away from their original ship as it explodes. And naturally, Jason still almost manages to get to the ship, but he's tackled mid-vacuum by Bronsky. And they largely burn up, entering Earth 2's atmosphere because, oh, by the way, we've arrived at Earth 2 now. And when you know it, Earth 2 has lakes and horny teens of its own. And they notice the meteor that is Jason's body crashing into their lake, and they go to investigate because time is a flat circle, kids. It was so weird, like Jason from the Friday the 13th movies was chasing me everywhere and making me recap them all. It was well, except for the reboot.
What? Because I'm black, I can't listen to Green Day?
You're right, that was dumb.
Did you ever see the reboot? It's weird because despite the last movie being the highest grossest in the whole series, they made a reboot next. That's so weird, right? Because, you know, in that reboot, we're immediately treated to a sumptuous red filter over all the logos. It could be symbolic of blood, or that Jason has heat vision now. Who knows? Anything can happen in a reboot, including Michael Bay, apparently. We first get a flashback to ostensibly the first-ish movie with a sad, desaturated girl in the woods arguing with an older woman until she is tired of arguing and chops off her damned head.
Every minute!
So far, so similar to the originals. Give or take the specific topography of where the severed head rolls around. No sand. One small addition is we officially see little boy Jason rooting around and being sad while he watches his mom get her head cut off, I guess.
Kill for mother.
And now it's present day, and with it comes your standard present day horny teens. They speak very quickly.
Right there. Nice try.
And modernly. Dude. And as hilariously as you might expect for a legacy horror reboot.
Hey, you wanna slap that ass one more time for Daddy?
No, Daddy like that?
Yeah, Daddy does like it. Daddy likes
I'm not sure they all have the same objective coming,
Yeah.
but at least two of them are out here to steal some weed.
Do you know how much money we're gonna make selling this weed? We're gonna get a lot of money.
Yeah, on top of the cum. They decide to camp for the night and steal the weed in the morning once they're rested up. Smart. So now it's night, and it turns out they're camping near the ruins of Camp Crystal Lake. And also, here's a PBR ad.
Euro shit. This is Pabst Blue American Whopper.
It's no Natty Light, but it gets the job done. And even though it's present day, we haven't quite escaped Jenny's shadow when discussing Jason.
He was like deformed or retarded or something.
Two of the campers break off to a talk.
Wear a condom.
And the girl mentions that she's sad because she doesn't like leaving her mom. And the boy's like, nah, dog, your mom told me to take you out here into the woods and raw dog you for your mental health.
Really?
Yeah.
And that seems to work. So they venture deeper into the woods until discovering a ruined cabin. Inside, they find a bunch of weird shit.
Wow, look at that.
Including this locket that we know from the opening is Jason's. They also find Jason's bedroom. Did this kid live at camp? I get that his mom worked there, at least if the earlier movies are to be believed.
I used to work for the Christies.
But also, it feels pretty permanent to bring a bed with your name carved into it. Whatever. They keep looking and they find a shrine and a severed head in the walls. So I guess they're sort of rebooting the first several movies? Like, that's definitely from the second one, right?
Sure.
Then suddenly somebody starts stabbing through the floor a lot. The dude is eventually dragged down while the girl runs away. Pretty clear who played the floor is lava as a kid and who didn't.
I gotta get to the castle!
Back at camp, the nerd talks about something.
The ephemeris data just didn't sync up.
While the two hotter characters flirt in a way that can only be described as pornographic.
Dude, that sucks.
The nerd is a good wingman though, and when he realizes that the titties, they're coming out, he heads into the woods alone to piss. But his pissings uncover the weed stash and a serial killer. The porny couple be banging in the tent, but they keep hearing stuff and they assume it's the nerd trying to ruin their amorous moment.
I'm not gonna go out there with a boner.
The dude goes out to yell at him, but all he finds is his friend's severed ear and dead body.
Wait!
Back at the tent, the girl is attacked by a lumbering man mountain who does not have a hockey mask. And the dude runs back to camp to find his recent lover, Amanda! Before he can get to her though. But fortunately, the other girl shows up and... oh, she can't do anything. Because Jason apparently runs now? He got 28 days later.
In order to cure, you must first understand.
Cold open over. That means, yes, we've got a new batch of teens that might be arguably even hornier than the first.
I give a wicked blowjob.
Including the guy from Party Down and the chick from Sky High.
It's more complicated than that.
As they wait in line at the gas station, another hot boy shows up and says he's looking for his presumably dead sister from the cold open because it's been 6 months.
Really?
And there's been no sign of her. Then Sky High's boyfriend,
Hey, bro?
and him,
Was he here?
get into a spat. And even though it seems impossible, this batch of teens is way worse at acting than the first batch.
I'm sorry.
They should have flipped them. They should have burned these guys in sleeping bags and macheted them. Why they not macheted? He said, getting canceled.
Why?
Sorry, I watched Puss in Boots and was inspired.
Say hello to my gatito blade.
The teens eventually end up at their destination, a cabin mansion. And for the second time in about as many minutes, the black guy makes a racially charged joke at his own expense.
You gonna ask the one black guy to pump the gas for you? What? Because I'm black, I can't listen to Green Day?
You're right, that was dumb. So, what kind of music?
Rap.
He and the other minority character do the pot, though, because that's their defining traits other than their non-whiteness.
I saw you with a bowl the other night. No, you. A bowl.
Beer in the ear. Meanwhile, Sad Brother visits an old lady, Chekhov's wood chipper, and eventually the cabin mansion.
No luck?
No.
Sky High feels for this sad brother who coincidentally is a hottie.
Do you want to come?
And she hops up on his motorcycle to cruise around with him as he asks people to tell him where his dead sister is.
Nice.
Much to her douchey boyfriend's horny dismay.
Obviously.
Almost immediately, they discover a broken handheld GPS thing, which is apparently something that the cops never managed to find. Huh, good for them.
Nice.
Oh, forgot to mention there was a weirdo running that wood chipper. The kind of weirdo who literally licks porn magazines. And he goes into the attic to fondle a mannequin. What the f? And thankfully get massacred by Jason, who is looking rough. But thankfully, Jason finds his signature hockey mask.
Safety's off.
Safety off, boys.
Double O, I forgot to mention that Party Down and his horny girlfriend take the car to go topless waveboarding, which is skinny dipping, but rebooted for sophisticated modern audiences. The dude, of course, gets arrowed in the head, causing him to run over his artfully topless girlfriend like in the 7th movie. They're clearly committed to only rebooting the best parts of this wonderful series. She manages to swim under a nearby dock and then is stabbed in the head and lifted out of the water so that we can see that nudity for one last time. Oh! Sky High and Hot Brother apparently searched all day long because now it's night and they try one last creepy broken down cabin just in case.
You really should call the police.
But of course, who lives there? It's friggin' Jason. And he's brought his work home with him. They hide, of course, but for the first time ever in this storied series, Jason turns on the lights. Man, he contains multitudes. He's been rebooted to be really, diverse in his skills. He's probably white. They escape, of course, but in the process, they trip a wire that's attached to Belle's and Jason's weird sex dungeon where, hey, he's apparently keeping the sister alive. Fun!
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right. Help me! Attaboy, Clarence.
She tries to escape, but it doesn't go great. And we learn the reason that he's keeping her alive is because she sort of looks like his mom. And obviously, where do we keep our moms, Dave? In our sex dungeons, right? Just say it for the video. And for the for the cops that I'm sending this tape to.
It's okay.
Back at the cabin, another hot girl, who I only know from an episode of Psych, where she played a hot girl, but like crazy.
Who else would I be silly?
Dances around, and the Asian guy's like, man, I wish I could have sex with her, but...
I have a better shot of a penguin than that girl.
But are penguins notoriously difficult to have sex with? Or are you saying they're just hard to seduce?
Do you ever see any penguins? Of course not.
Or what are we saying here? I've never considered having sex with a penguin, much less how difficult it might be to penetrate a penguin with my sex.
Cloaca.
So I'm intrigued is all. I must learn more. Dave, have you ever had sex with a penguin? I mean, you don't need to answer, the trial's still pending, I know, but...
The daddy penguins protect the egg.
Is that the problem? They're always too tired for sex because they're sitting on the egg all day?
Sitting on the egg.
The male penguin gets off the egg and onto D's nuts.
I want you to look cute and cuddly, Private. Today we're gonna blow, boys.
But maybe the reason he'd be bad at penguin sex is because he's just so clumsy. And penguins are so slippery, according to Dave.
I hope this is like most of the script.
It's like 20 more minutes of this. He breaks a chair and is forced to go to the woodshed to get some woodworking tools because I guess he's as good at woodworking as he is bad at penguin sex.
They don't call me the wood wizard because I masturbate a lot.
And while he does that, Sky High's boyfriend takes the hot crazy girl upstairs for some extremely uncomfortably explicit sex, while the black guy attempts to masturbate to a sweater catalog.
Lady, I'm about to ruin your perfect day.
You know, a lot of people cite the fifth movie as being too exploitative, but it pales in comparison to this one. And this one can't even lean on that, it was the 80s, everybody was naked and masturbating to sweater catalogs back then, okay?
Gonna have to do.
This was 2009. We're post 9/11 here. All sex needs to be explicitly about fighting terrorism. Sex is solely meant to procreate more freedom-loving patriots who shower with their boobs out. And they don't get folded into a taco, I don't think. I don't remember where we landed on that. Anyway, Hot Brother and Sky High return and they've called the cops, but they can't convince her boyfriend and the hot girl to stop having sex, which is like, fair.
So juicy, dude.
I mean, she ain't no penguin, if you know what I mean.
Come and get it.
I honestly don't think Sky High is even upset about this. I know she's got bigger things going on, but you'd think she'd say something about all the sex, but no.
Brent!
And speaking of screwing things, Jason screws the dude in the shed hard.
No!
Then he kills the power, as he so often does. And the two white boys angrily yell at each other, and then the black dude heads to the shed to get his friend because he's squirrely, apparently.
Can't get a handle on me.
And because he's armed himself with like a stir-fry pot and a fire poker like he's Captain America.
Surprise you every time.
He gets attacked, but true to his claims, he's pretty squirrely. Just not squirrely enough to avoid getting an axe thrown into his back. But really, who is? He screams for help for a while, but it just ain't coming. Nobody else is squirrely enough. Mean boyfriend grabs a gun while Jason ends approximately 5 straight minutes of feet shots. A cop does show up, but they head outside to steal the cop car as the keys to the motorcycle are apparently gone, and the SUV they came in is, with the naked surfers wherever they went, but Hot Girl gets chucked onto the cop car, so they all just book it for the woods. After a moment, Mean Boyfriend says what I say whenever I run into my long-lost nemesis named Gun, who I haven't seen in a while and whose appearance has been altered after years on the trail, but I'm still fairly sure I know who he is, given that he is, after all, my nemesis.
Are you gone?
I don't know. But fortunately, a truck drives up and seems willing to pick him up, but he's unsure. And he waits just long enough for Jason to make his decision for him. This is what hitchhiking is like now, if it's rebooted. Sky High and Hot Brother break back into Jason's house, and they can finally hear Hot Sister screaming in the basement. They find a trap door and head into Dave's mom's sex dungeon.
What was it?
Fairly quickly, they're reunited, and it feels just so good. They free her and run through the tunnels for a while until Sky High is stabbed, I think, right through her butthole. I need a more thorough inspection to be sure, but that definitely looks like a butthole injury if I've ever seen one, which I haven't. The Hot siblings end up in a flipped over school bus, and Jason appears to kill the brother. But if I've learned anything about anything with modern horror movies, he'll be back. And indeed, the Hot sister, she'd be kicking at Jason until, hey, the brother's back. Nice. They run to Chekhov's wood chipper, and though Jason The sister again references the second movie and pretends to be Jason's mom for a minute, and that buys just enough time to wrap a chain around his neck and throw the other end in the wood chipper for an agonizingly long death that somehow doesn't result in him actually getting wood chippered. He doesn't ever even get ground into so much paste. Oh well, like I always say to Dave after we finish a video.
Say hi to Mommy in hell!
They hucked Jason's body in the lake because, again, they didn't actually wood chip him. Ugh. And oh look. The end. Anyway, we gonna do this vasectomy or what? What are they doing? I gotta get home and watch something else directed by Michael Bay. Something that's more than meets the eye.
Before time began, there was like a cube or something. That's the reason Dave and Jordan no longer live in harmony. So began the war, a war that ravaged YouTube until it was consumed by death, and the cube or whatever was lost to the far reaches of Virginia.
Dave almost got me that time.
Hello.
Oh my god!
I'm a sentient Mazda transformer named Jeff Prime, and I've been watching your war with Dave and noticed a lot of similarities between the Autobot and Decepticon Civil War.
Is it all the explosions and the butts?
It is the explosions and the butts, yeah.
So are you an Autobot or a Decepticon?
I'm more like Cybertron Switzerland. Their war is really messing with the economy, so I've locked this car's controls until you finish watching and explaining every single live-action Transformer movie and decide which side is actually in the right so we can settle this once and for all.
I mean, it's definitely the Autobots who are in the right?
I don't know. You have to watch all the movies first.
Ah, my life! I hate it!
You sure she didn't just fart?
No, she's a lady.
Right away, like I'm talking immediately, we've got confirmed robot noises over the production logos. Because even the logos are not all that meets the eye. Because they're Transformers, maybe? Like they turn into taxis that snort cocaine? I don't know, but apparently before time began, there was a cube.
The cube.
At least according to a pitch-shifted Peter Cullen voiceover.
I'm gonna be a truck.
And that's already great believable world building because I totally believe that millions of years ago a cube was. A cylinder would have been pushing it, but a cube is totally within the realm of possibility. This originless cube evidently holds the power to create whole worlds and all of life, and some people wanted to do good things with that, and some wanted to do bad, and that created a civil war on some alien planet that resulted in the magic cube being lost a long time ago, and now everybody's looking for it, and oh, look at that! They think the cube of infinite power might be on Earth. So people or things are headed there to get the cube for reasons. Man, Earth is quite the infinite power cube magnet.
The mysteries of life can't be explained.
Anyway, now we're in Qatar, which the movie helpfully explains is in the Middle East. This isn't the Qatar suburb outside Tampa like you were probably thinking, although both areas hate gay people about the same amount. A helicopter carries a bunch of talking Marines who really hate that one of them can speak fluent Spanish.
We don't speak Spanish.
Uh-oh, the most attractive and therefore mainest character Marine has a daughter he hopes to one day hold. Stakes are raised.
No.
They eventually arrive at their base and are treated to some half-naked boys for entertainment. Unfortunately, before they can fully submerge themselves in the boy lagoon, they're attacked by a different helicopter that turns into a big-ass robot and just massacres the base with all sorts of crazy technology like Sonic Blast or whatever. But wait, here's an extremely forced fart joke to help solidify this movie's comedic tone.
She laughed? You sure she didn't just fart?
Forced farts. The robot makes a grab. Damn it. If you hadn't laughed, I would have landed that.
No.
The robot makes a grab for the base's computer to, I assume, commit the ultimate terrorist act by deleting all of America's porn. No! But before he can finish, they cut the hard line with an axe. and they stop the robot from hacking. This is the same method I use with my toaster when it pops out the toast too suspiciously quickly or transforms into a house-sized murder box. Outside, one Marine inexplicably uses binoculars to inspect the robot from like 6 feet away. I think later we learn that he's taking a photograph, which still feels like a thing he could do from a bit further away, as we've since learned from the classic Photograph movie, Old. But I appreciate his dedication to getting the shot. A real Roger Deakins, this guy. Or like the cinematographer from Nope. I mean, how many references can I make for this scene? Man, that oneer to Open Touch of Evil was pretty cinematographically impressive, and it also featured a car and explosions, yeah? Okay, that's enough. Out of the main robot's back shoots a second burrowier robot, and a group of Marines and also a wee Qatari lad escape the death parade to wander across the desert, unknowingly pursued by a sandworm. Unclear if it's Shaitan or Shai-Hulud at this point in the story, but I guess realistically it's Shai-Hulud, as I assume this is pre-Butlerian jihad. Have I proved that I am the divided god of references now? Great!
May his passage cleanse the world.
In Washington, D.C., a bunch of signal analysts are informed America was attacked by some big-ass robot, and all they've got to go on is this weird noise.
It's definitely Japanese.
Get to work, distractingly attractive analysts. Now we're at an all-American high school, and presumably the Qatari suburbs, where an all-American Sam Witwicky, played by an all-American Shia LaBeouf.
Did you just call me a little guy? Is that what you said? I am not a little guy.
Does a half show and tell, half auction of his great-great explorer grandfather's old shit, including some dope hipster glasses. Apparently he wants $2,000 so he can buy a car, but why in the world would he think a bunch of teens, especially teens that look exactly like Megan Fox, would pay real money for historical artifacts, even if Sam is the relative of 1897's most famous Arctic explorer who later went blind and crazy?
Which is a bargain.
Is he banking on the children ponying up because, haha, some of the things remind them of
semen?
Rubber band to the neck! His teacher gives the report
a solid B-.
But Sam annoys him up to an A- because the American education system is severely underfunded.
What would Jesus do?
Just do it!
He runs outside and is picked up by his dad to go car shopping. First they go to a Porsche dealership because his dad is a bit of a dick. But they ultimately end up at Bernie Mac's store. Or lot, or car cemetery, motor morgue. Bernie is, I guess, also supposed to be some sort of Hispanic character?
Bobby Bolivia, like the country, except without the runs.
It's all bullshit.
Or maybe he just also hates Spanish speakers like everybody else in this movie? He also apparently hates his mom just as much as Latinx people.
If I had a rock, I'll bust your head.
Great. Sam is immediately drawn to a shitty Camaro, but Bernie Mac claims it's too expensive, so the car, which has a mind of its own, literally explodes the windows of every other car in the lot. So Bernie Mac is compelled to get rid of it because obviously he believes the car is sentient. I mean, why wouldn't he? My toaster made a weird sound last week and now we're married.
You must be the new boys in town.
You get it. Back at home, Sam exclaims out loud that
now I need the girl,
which is the first step toward, well, probably serial killing, but maybe also a good relationship.
Love is tricky.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
I'm suddenly now more worried about how that dog broke its leg. Starting to get some Son of Sam vibes. Sam Witwicky, son of, he was a murderer.
I think I might really like him.
Whatever. Sam takes his new car to a random midday park party in the hopes of finding a victim. I mean girlfriend. But unfortunately, he brings along his friend who clearly suffers from some sort of social anxiety.
Just get out of the tree right now, please.
But fortunately, Sam's sentient car wants Sam to have sex with Megan Fox, I guess, and assists Sam in offering Megan a ride.
You drive her home tonight.
What?
We quickly learn that Sam has a deeply unlikable personality.
So listen, I was wondering if I could ride you home. Give you a ride home.
But at least he's a skeezy, leering shit, so it balances out.
I like to go faster.
Also, it's important to note that Michael Bay worked on this movie and worked on the Friday the 13th reboot, and he hired the same weird ass for both. Wow. Once you're in with Bay, you're in for life.
You've been up here for quite a while yapping, so...
While they ride, Megan asks Sam if he's new to school, and he's like,
we've been in the same school since first grade.
And we share many classes, and this actually legitimately happened to me in high school. Dave can attest to this. In 11th grade, which is what Sam is in, I got a new haircut and started wearing jeans and joined a band that was playing out across town. All that to say, a girl came up to me in AP US History and asked if I was new to school, and I was like, no, we've shared several classes together over the past 3 years. Though to be fair to her, my car did nothing to help us hook up, so I sold it to a scrapyard and beat it to death with an axe.
I guarantee you fright.
Anyway, the moral of the story is you should never underestimate the power of a decent haircut and wearing pants that don't swish when you walk. That's all some women need, apparently.
Blue jeans, white shirt.
That and, of course, maybe an air freshener that says biatch.
I just didn't recognize you.
Yeah. The car drives them to a romantic place and kills itself in the hopes that Sam can seal the deal. But it turns out that Megan Fox is great with cars because giving her a skill means that she's not exclusively a sex object and we can stare at her freely.
It squirts the fuel in
Like a lubed up
grease monkey.
Anyway, she leaves so the car revives itself and Sam picks her back up. And while the teens are teaming, the President of the United States of America demands a ding-dong from Air Force One's storage area.
Because I'm the president of the great United States of America.
Unfortunately, there's another smaller, evil boombox robot that gets in there and starts hacking shit, and the Australian hottie analyst notices the hack and tells them to cut the server hardlines again via axe or otherwise, because I guess we're gonna hear people say that a lot in this movie.
Computer no worky.
And she also at one point mentions that we need to start
Considering quantum mechanics.
and like, do we though? Do we really need to start considering quantum mechanics? I don't know.
Are you sure?
That never comes up again. She's just like, we need to consider quantum mechanics. Or not. Have you guys heard of it? Seems really cool. The hardline cutting sort of works, but not before the bot learns about Project Iceman, discovered on September 7th, 1895, except I thought Sam's Explorer relative did his exploring in 1897. I've been Googling, and I think it's literally just a lazy mistake and they got the year wrong. Couldn't even keep their own timeline straight for half an hour. And then they made like 6 more of these. The robot kills some agents or whatever, forcing the plane to land. And by the way, pro tip, if you watch this movie, anytime this little is on screen, just tap the mute button. Also, the bad guys are now looking for Sam. Speaking of, Sam's car drives away of its own volition and Sam chases it on his bike, and check out this super sick shot once he slows down and gets off. Cinema!
The movies.
As it turns out, his car has transformed into a robot with a big ass blue chest beam. And then Sam is chased by dogs and then arrested by cops.
Shut up!
Because cinema. The cops are hyper aggressive and threaten to kill Sam because cinema verite.
Time to fill her up.
And eventually they let him go because as far as I know they had no cause to arrest him in the first place. But the next day,
Satan's Camaro
shows back up and Sam is worried it's trying to kill him or something, so he leaves the house. Stop! On his mom's bike. Now, I'm not much of a gearhead, but I think cars probably can't very easily go upstairs. And even if he's worried it'll become a robot, it feels like the absolute worst way to escape a vehicle would be on a bike. But Sam's damaged pride is the least of his problems because he's then pursued by a refreshingly honest cop car that says to punish and enslave. But it turns out that this is also a transformer, but like a mean one with no biatch air fresheners, and he wants to know where are the bosses? Sam realizes he's outmatched, so he enlists Megan Fox's help by tackling her off a Vespa, which is kind of shitty. But then Satan's Camaro picks them up for a butt-rocking car chase. And eventually the machines transform to fight properly, while the little robot shows up to pull off Sam's pants. He's gonna kill that! Until Megan Fox cuts its head off with a saw blade, which is a clear metaphor for circumcision, but it's unclear if it's for or against circumcision. Either way, cinema.
I don't want much, just want my foreskin back again.
Then the foreskinless robot sneakily transforms into Megan's phone, and the cop car, I guess, leaves, and Sam's Camaro protector reveals he can only really communicate through radio broadcast because his throat doesn't work because of damage. Yeah, sure. got damaged. You can transform into basically any machine, as evidenced by how you upgrade yourself to a slightly more awesome Camaro 5 minutes later, but you can't fix your throat? There's something sketchy going on here. Almost as sketchy as Sam convincing Megan that because they're ass to ankles back here, she needs to sit on his boner.
Okay, we are just about ass to ankles back here, maybe. Do you want to hop on your cousin's lap there, please?
Yeah, right? Yeah. Whoa, bumpy road ahead.
Boners and broken throats? There's something here, Dave. I can taste it. Anyway, then they get out of the car and romantically hold hands as meteors fall from the sky and blow up baseball stadiums because, twist, they're actually more robot cars, and one is all wet and scares a little girl.
Are you the tooth fairy?
There's a lot going on, man. Just endless scenes of things. You can accuse this franchise of many things: headache-inducing CGI, no plot structure, casual racism, but not that things don't happen in it.
Loose.
Anyway, it turns out all these new robots are the Camaro's friends, and they meet up, and their leader is named Optimus Prime, and it's immediately apparent he's the only one who isn't, just like a silly little goofball.
What's cracking, little bitches?
I'm gonna be a truck.
But Optimus explains that A, the Camaro is named Bumblebee and is apparently a soldier, because only the most powerful soldiers are named things like Bumblebee, and in fact they're all robot soldiers with dumbass names like Jazz, Ironhide, and Ratchet.
She Ratchet?
And they're all speaking English because they've read the internet. Literally, that's the reason.
World Wide Web.
It's actually a miracle their dialogue isn't 50% just saying the earth is flat over and over.
I literally went and woke my wife up and told her that the earth was flat.
And apparently this is just a halfway point exposition break because Optimus further explains that, okay, so what Sam's explorer ancestor found was actually a bad transformer named Megatron, who's looking for that cube of infinite power from the opening exposition that's apparently known as the Allspark. And anyway, he traced it to Earth, but he screwed up when he flew in and his aluminum ass got it suspended in ice in the Arctic for like 1,000 years. And when Grandpappy Witwicky found him, he accidentally turned on Megatron's nav system and it imprinted on his glasses. So those glasses technically have the location to the Allspark thing that everybody, including several other evil robots that are also here now, are looking for. And also the good robots are called Autobots and the bad ones are called Decepticons, which makes things pretty easy. Not a lot of gray in this conflict, Jeff Prime. Ugh, did you get all that random bullshit? Good, because now we get an impossibly long scene where Sam looks for the glasses in his room while the silly robots tromp around his parents' backyard, breaking shit and doing a generally poor job of stealth. And also Megan Fox is there and needs to hide from his parents.
They really want those glasses.
This whole scene is basically Mrs. Doubtfire levels of nonsense wacky stealth comedy. I mean, dogs are peeing on robots. Moms are thrilled when dads say they physically abuse their sons.
I had to slap around a little bit.
Robots accidentally kill the power harder than Jason. And there's discussions about masturbation until eventually Megan Fox pops up from behind a chair. Hello! And Sam's parents are like,
Gosh, you're gorgeous.
Natural. Healthy.
we don't care if you do anything bad because you clearly get it right, get it tight.
It's time to get it right and get it tight!
None of the people in this movie are people, I don't think.
Were you masturbating?
Judy.
Was I masturbating? Although they do find the glasses 17 hours later.
Oh, let's go. It's in the kitchen.
Oh, and don't forget there are other non-people in this movie, and the Marines are attacked by a scorpion bot, forcing them to run to a nearby town that very fortunately doesn't assume this is an American assault. I mean, it's a bunch of American soldiers shooting guns and there are explosions, but they're clever enough to realize, oh no, they're being attacked by a sentient scorpion robot that jumped off the back of a sentient helicopter robot. We should help out.
Where's your papa? Where's your papa?
There's a shootout interspersed with some very silly comedy bits, including one about butts.
Left cheek! Left cheek! Left cheek!
And eventually they are able to get air support and they explode the scorpion 7,000 times. But it still manages to escape somehow. Although they do determine these robots can extra be damaged with heat.
This metal skin must react to extreme heat.
So now they gotta use more heat. Say what you will about Michael Bay and his endless explosions, at least in this movie they do actually look pretty good. It's clear that actual things are exploding. Even if there's CG stuff in the scene, you know, it's real explosions. It gives a nice weightiness to the action that is largely gone from today's MCU green screen slugfest. Good job, Mike. But that positive is utterly undercut by any time human characters are on screen doing anything besides being exploded.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when the Australian hottie steals an SD card and brings it to the guy from Kangaroo Jack, who is now the second black character to yell at his caretaking female character.
Shut up, Grandma!
Cool. Then a scene happens where a guy is maybe playing DDR and they do some hacking or something.
You work my magic.
And then a secret government agency called Sector 7 shows up and arrest them. And let me tell you, this scene is loud and there is yelling, because even if we have to take a break from literal explosions, that doesn't mean we can't just have just as loud mouth explosions.
Get off my grandmama's carpet!
Oh, and back at Sam's house, the silliness that I mentioned 1,000 years ago ends with Sector 7 also busting in and grabbing all of those obnoxious human characters, checking them with the Geiger counter, and then arresting them because they already know about Transformers, and also probably statutory rape laws.
Criminals are hot.
She's in 11th grade, dude. More on this later, actually. Seriously, this movie series got some thoughts about having sex with minors. But yeah, for now, Optimus apparently also thinks this is creepy, so he attacks the car and rips off the roof and frees his little buddies. But Sam is still thinking about how Megan Fox apparently has a criminal record.
You get with handcuffs too now, huh?
Even though, as far as I can tell, she still looks exactly like Megan Fox. I see no problems here, my guy. Her being a criminal is a bonus. You don't like her for her knitting, Sam. I mean, come on. Sam. Come on. Sam. Come on. She's a criminal? Pfft. Okay.
You weren't supposed to hear all that.
Then a robot pisses on a guy. Because that's a callback, and this movie's script is tightly constructed, much like this robot's bladder. Then they make the man strip because Michael Bay's underwear is also tightly constructed.
Your clothes, all of it, off.
I don't know why I wrote that. But that's the real meaning of Christmas. But oh no, before we get to see John Turturro's shriveled penis, reinforcements arrive and everybody scatters. Things happen, but the most important development is B and the humans are captured. And they film it to be all sad, like he's E.T. or a dog with cancer. But it's a mute car that's an alien soldier who's friends with a talking car that pisses on people. I'm not feeling many feelings here, I'm sorry. But it's all good because the Autobots have the glasses now. And then suddenly, the script claims that there's a global communications blackout. And the Secretary of Defense is like, a global blackout?
You mean to tell me that I cannot pick up this telephone and call my family?
And like, yeah, that's exactly what we're saying, dude. Actually, the aliens attacking Earth ought to be too twisted if they let the American Secretary of Defense not call his family. So that's actually the only line in the entire world still open. That and a Domino's pizza line. Just they don't want you to be hungry. Whatever, a Sector 7 guy is in the room and asks if the secretary would like a little bit more exposition in this movie about car people that's somehow 140 minutes long. First he says no, but then he says okay, because that makes the scene just a little longer. And the Sector 7 guy explains, okay, so Sector 7 was created 80 years ago under President Hoover, and also they once saw a Transformer on Mars, but that was probably just a few years ago, but it looks a lot like a photo of the thing that attacked the base. And it's very fun to watch characters expositionally learn things that we ourselves already know thanks to earlier exposition. Never have too much talking, especially if it's repeated stuff. When me watch Transformers, me not so good at retention, memory, fuzzy, repeat, muchly understand, rich plot, tapestry weave.
Are we talking about
John C. But wait, there's more. Much, much, much more. The things, they never stop. So the Australian hottie and Kangaroo Jack and Sam and Megan Fox are all flown via helicopter to the Hoover Dam. Why the Hoover Dam? Well, allow me to exposit briefly for an hour, but not before Sam here demands that Megan Fox's criminal record be expunged, because actually, she only stole cars with her dad because she loved her dad and they were poor. And the feds say, sure, which is why the Transformers movies are often called anti-Les Miserables.
And we won't give
And let me tell you, there are lots of powerful emotions in this film.
You sure she didn't just fart?
So they moved Megatron here in 1934 because the Hoover Dam is thick with 2 C's and nobody can scan in there. And they've been studying him ever since, and he's basically the reason we have all the modern tech. But if that's true, shouldn't America be way richer and more dominant in the world? Or is this some sort of alternate universe where America generously shared technological advances with other countries out of the goodness of their hearts? Unlikely. Also, they already have the AllSpark because they found it in the freaking Colorado River in 1913, and then they just built the Hoover Dam around it. They haven't figured out what it does, besides apparently turn different cell phones evil. Unfortunately, they talked for so long that the first tiny cell phone evil robot crawls out of Megan's snatch purse and tells all the bad robots where the AllSpark is, because I guess the Hoover Dam isn't quite as thick as she used to be. Elsewhere, at the LA Observatory, the Autobots' tour is cut short when they also determine the AllSpark's Hoover Dam location from the glasses, and Optimus gives a speech about the goodness of humanity and how if he has to, he'll suicide himself to destroy the AllSpark so the Decepticons can't have it. And it is very moving, emotional.
Suicide is badass.
No.
So now the Decepticons attack, and let me tell you, they are a lot cooler than Autobots. Autobots are like sports cars and a semi-truck, but Decepticons are like tanks and fighter jets. But hey, if Transformers can become any vehicle, why don't the Autobots turn into something more useful, like an addictively fun Nintendo DS with Advanced Wars? I don't know, who cares? The power gets hit and Megatron starts to thaw out. Oh, did I not mention that the random cutie Marines are there too? Drop it. Well, they are. And they stage a coup because some random kid tells them that the giant alien robot the government was holding in stasis is actually nice.
That's cool.
So they free Bumblebee, who immediately touches the AllSpark, shrinking it down into a more portable MacGuffin-sized MacGuffin. And speaking of random things that can push the plot forward, even though the Decepticons get great cell service, everybody else is stuck with Mint Mobile or whatever, which isn't doing so hot with the whole communications blackout thing. So a few random characters have to dust off an old-ass radio to alert the Air Force that the Hoover Dam is under attack.
We're hot! We're live!
They succeed, but it takes even more precious runtime. And also, like my life is slipping away. It's important to keep the perspective that every second I spend making one of these videos is a second I could have spent with my wife and my 3 children. Do you know I have a Patreon? I'm attempting the same level of emotional nuance here as a Transformers movie. Is it working?
What if I talk like this?
Be strong enough to be gentle.
Anyway, the Marines and Autobots sort of run away with the AllSpark in the hopes of linking up with the Air Force and taking the AllSpark to some other secret location that may or may not be a thick dam. But the Decepticons get there first, and there's a lot of like roller skating. And Optimus kills one with a sword that I guess he just had lying around. And eventually this tumbleweed of machines and death ends up right in the middle of a nearby city that, even before all the impending destruction, was clearly having a tough go of it, as we see a prominent sign for Rhonda's Loan Center. Kinda sucks to endanger everybody who lives here, but counterpoint something AllSpark humanity goodness Decepticons power. Right?
If all else fails, I will it.
There's some explosions and B gets critically injured, and Megan Fox turns into a classic dead movie wife flashback. B hands the cube to Sam and tells him to run to the top of a nearby building to hand it off to the government again, but his quest is complicated by further explosions and fighting and a random hot woman in slow motion. Megan finally stops dead wifing long enough to hotwire a tow truck so she can drag B's sparking ass around the city. Elsewhere, Megatron kills another Autobot, I think.
What's going on?
And he and Optimus fight so hard and for so long, I think my eyes literally crossed for a moment. Megatron tells Sam what I always say when my nephew borrows my GameCube without asking.
Give me that cube, boy!
And the Spark suddenly starts making some random machines come to life. So, is that all the Spark does? And if so, how did Transformers come to be exactly? Who built the first machines that the Spark brought to life? And why does the Spark seem to exclusively make evil Mountain Dew machines? How are they going to use this to build their original planet again? I guess I sort of see how it could transform Earth by making every vending machine evil or whatever, but I've yet to see a good application of the AllSpark.
Since I tasted it, I went and got this.
Whatever, Michael Bay clearly thinks what's about to happen is cool because the music shifts from melodramatic orchestral action stuff, a robot saying "shall" a lot, to some ripping butt rock. And as you might expect, there is more action, both of the driving and shooting variety.
I'll drive, you shoot!
Sam eventually makes it to the roof, but oops, the helicopter he's supposed to be rendezvousing with gets destroyed. And now he's cornered by Megatron, but oops, he falls. But oh good, he's caught by Optimus. Oops is now also injured and demands Sam shove the cube into his chest hole before he dies.
You must push the cube into my chest.
Because that's how the robots come. Unless my toaster wife has been faking it.
You never quite know.
But Sam's a slutty boy, and instead he shoves it into Megatron's chest hole, which kills Megatron, and I guess the Allspark, in the most powerful orgasm since the time that Harry met Sally.
I'll have what she's having.
Come.
And as he dies, Optimus calls Megatron brother, which, twist, it's probably his stepbrother, right?
I'm coming.
Dave's on his phone right now doing robot chest brother sex cavities. Glory hole! I guess it's important that you know that before all of this, one of the Marines came up with a plan to grab a motorcycle, intentionally crash it, slide under a Decepticon, and shoot it in the dick with a grenade. And that's why you'll never defeat America, terrorists. There's literally no counter to that. Japan didn't invade America during World War II because they knew there was a dick grenade behind every blade of grass. Oh, and apparently Jazz was the one that died earlier.
Oh, Jazz.
Not to be racist, but pretty much all the Transformers look the same to me. But on a positive note, Bumblebee can talk now, I guess, and he says,
I wish to stay with the boy.
But why? Isn't he a soldier? They keep treating him like a moron dog, but this is like a Delta Force operative deciding after the war to be owned by a small Iraqi child because they've bonded after all the time the boy spent riding him. It's odd.
Ain't no rule.
Although I guess that is the reason Dave still hangs out with me, so... Which is which in this scenario? Sector 7 is apparently disbanded and all the dead Decepticons are unceremoniously dumped in the ocean, which I think is technically a war crime. But it also gets rid of any evidence of the battle. Well, except for the 3 million people living in the city who witnessed the battle.
Disgusting.
I don't know if they're all dumped in the ocean, but we can only hope. Then we get a Linkin Park meme ending with Megan Fox and Sam making out on Bumblebee's hood while the other Autobots watch, which is filthy.
But watching over them in secret.
Is that why Bumblebee wanted to stay? Is he after some sort of voyeuristic robo-pleasuring? There's a real fetishy undertone to this movie with all the peeing and the cars trying to get people laid and the people hooking up on top of a sentient being?
Ain't no rule.
Optimus Prime sends a message telling other Autobots out there in space to come hang out on Earth, and a Decepticon who apparently didn't die also escapes into space in search of a sequel. We'll see what happens next, but I think pound for pound, this is the longest movie of all time.
I have witnessed Jordan's capacity for watching shitty films, and though we are worlds apart, like me, there's more to him than meets the... Oh, there's a tree!
I guess I died before I had to finish watching all those Transformers movies.
I'm sending you back.
What? No!
Don't be sucking the sack, bro.
Which sack?
So there are again beep boop noises over the production logos, preceding more thrilling narration about the birthplace of human civilization and how humans and sentient Mack trucks are they're pretty similar, actually.
Earth, birthplace of...
Also, there are some spear guys hunting a tiger until they accidentally stumble upon an assload of Transformers building a machine who massacres them.
Hello.
That's why you never bring spears to a sentient Mack truck fight. Title card. Now we're in Shanghai, China. There's apparently a major toxic spill and people are, they're running around. Cut from there to Nest Command at the Pentagon, which is to say, a new branch of the government that's essentially a joint task force between the human Marines from the last movie and the nice and actually not that dissimilar sentient Mack trucks. So anyway, there's an offensively voiced ice cream truck. I got children all over town. And a woman, and this alliance with the humans is somehow secret despite an entire city getting leveled in the last movie. And the main thrust of the task force is hunting down and, I guess, killing Decepticons.
This is America.
There are more Autobots than last movie because it's 2 years later, and a bunch of disparate nomad sentient Mack trucks heard Optimus Prime's message at the end of the last movie and came to Earth to hang out, listen to Linkin Park, and make weird grunts while they transform. Speaking of noises, why do all these different robots have different accents? Do certain vehicles come preloaded with a voice that we just never get to experience?
Let's get back to the concert.
Are they all learning on separate Duolingo accounts? Get the family plan, my guys. Anyway, apparently there's not a toxic spill. That was a ruse. But rather, there's a Decepticon construction vehicle thing that they attack with humans. Seriously, what is the point of sending humans with normal-ass guns to fight these things? Even worse, why have humans fly a helicopter within smacking range? You're a helicopter. You can fly. This is a big-ass construction robot who should be pretty easy to shoot from basically any distance and, crucially, cannot fly.
Flightless brutes. They stand out because of their size, but also because of their primitive features.
You also know a friendly alien race that can become helicopters. Of course, this is just a movie thing that everybody's doing. We get the same thing in every King Kong movie where highly trained pilots fly their helicopters and fighter jets down Kong's ass crack like X-Wings through the Death Star trench just to get to his exhaust port, which is of course his urethra.
Or I guess maybe the pee hole is the port and the urethra is the...
Same thing happens in Pacific Rim where the professional-ass soldiers attack land-bound kaiju with modern fighter jets by flying them between their damn legs. They're getting slapped around by kaiju dong. At that point, why not strap an F-14 onto Optimus's back and have him ram Decepticons head-on?
Head-on, applied directly to the forehead.
It's a wonder they even bother mounting machine guns on the helicopter, considering they're close enough that they could just throw rocks or chuck dick grenades out the window.
A fine hit.
But wait, there's also a sexy but evil and therefore doubly sexy car.
Criminals are hot.
That escapes from the chaos, creating simultaneous fight and chase scenes to intercut in case things get too boring. The sexy car is pursued by the RC twins, who transform from the ice cream truck into two separate offensive characters.
It ain't easy being proud.
Pretty quickly, the sexy car is unsexily split in half.
Damn, I'm good.
So I guess some people find this violent imagery sexy, and we call those people Ted Cruz.
Hello.
I actually am not sure. Sometimes Cesare writes things. I just take his word that you'll get it, because I don't. Does Ted Cruz like sexy things being split in half? Is that called King Solomon porn? But the bigger one is still smashing the city, so they drop Optimus Prime out of an airplane. But why? Why is he not already with the main team? Apparently all he needs to do is yell, "Pull over!" The bad guy will fall off a bridge. Should have led with that. The
punk Decepticon
is executed at point-blank range despite not being able to fight back, which is 100% a space war crime.
Perhaps.
But since it's on Earth, maybe it doesn't count?
Double teaming a robot is tight.
He also mentions that the fallen will rise again. Noted. Let's check in with our main guy, Sam. He's packing truly so many boxes for his move to college, and this makes his parents horny.
You dirty old man.
So horny that Sam's dad wants Sam to promise him that he'll bang a few women in college who aren't Megan Fox. Because yeah, guys who look like Shia LaBeouf are constantly getting girls that look like Megan Fox. Good thought, Dad.
We do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes.
See, the problem is Megan Fox can't move with Sam yet because she's trying to get her recently free dad back on his feet. Oh man, even the dogs are horny at the thought of Sam leaving. Sam must be a real boner deflator. But enough horniness, Sam accidentally pricks his finger on an Allspark shard that I guess he had lying around, and it burns through the floor into the kitchen, where it makes all the appliances come to life and be so evil that Bumblebee has to murder them all.
Surprise, motherfucker.
And despite this, Sam kind of yells at Bumblebee and treats him like a shitty dog that he's refusing to take with him to college. But again, isn't Bumblebee like a soldier? This isn't fucking Air Bud we're dealing with.
He's right.
This is an intergalactic warrior. An intergalactic warrior who cries when he learns that his 18-year-old little buddy is going to college.
Come on, don't do that.
Also, Bumblebee's voice broke again? Was it the same way as last time? Because, I'm building a theory about how he keeps breaking his throat, and it's not PG.
You're an Autobot. You shouldn't be in here.
Ain't no rules.
And nobody's bothered to fix it? How hard is it to fix? Isn't there a Transformers division in the Pentagon now? Somebody must know how to fix it. Just freaking fix it. Unless they like him to be silent. Sam hands Fox his little shard for safekeeping because she's almost certainly the most important person he knows, right? Like, he doesn't know anybody that's a part of a Pentagon joint task force and or an impossibly powerful alien truck, right? Unfortunately, a shitty little Decepticon notices this handoff and tells his friends,
Pursue her. Retrieve it.
I'll sick the fray! Ooh! Whee! Back at some non-specific military hangar place, bureaucrats are getting pissed about the mess in Shanghai and that some humans died for what is ostensibly a blood feud between Autobots and Decepticons that realistically humans don't really need to be a part of. And to be fair, as far as we know, that's kind of true. But again, very surprised that this is still some big secret to the world at large.
Pay no attention to that.
Also, the Autobots refuse to share their weapon tech, which makes the bureaucrat mad, although they've had Megatron for like 200 years. So I feel like they should have better guns by now. What else can they learn that they haven't learned from 200 years of probing Megatron's glory hole? And also, nobody knows what the hell The Fallen is because Transformer history was conveniently destroyed alongside their conveniently destroyed planet.
It's very sad.
This guy wants the Autobots fired or whatever, and Optimus seems pretty sad about it. In space, an evil satellite sort of butt bangs another satellite, which takes it over, which is, I believe, how Transformers get married. And it ejaculates an evil robot cat to Earth.
Oh yeah, Dad!
That breaks into some secret base by doing, what all cats do and hawking up a bunch of bullshit into an important vent. That bullshit eventually combines into a robot that tries to steal another Allspark shard that's housed there.
Wow.
The mission is ultimately a success because apparently Transformers aren't even allowed to help, and as always, humans are completely worthless against sentient robots. The reason they want the spark, presumably, is because Megatron got dumped, to the bottom of the ocean between the movies instead of being, fully dismantled, or nuked, or melted down to create a dozen new Mazdas or something. And also, spoiler alert, in the later movies, it turns out that melting down Transformers is super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Wow.
Stanley Tucci was able to figure it out.
Really simple, but delicious.
So I have to assume the US military can too. If they put their best people on it, give them a few years, but no! Instead, the cat grabs a bunch of other robots off a boat and they dive into the water and something resurrect Megatron or whatever with the help of a small Nazi scientist robot. And then Megatron blows up a submarine just because he's mean. That submarine only had 2 weeks left until retirement, damn it! Okay, so now Sam is in college and he's got a weird roommate who gives frequently dubious sex advice, like don't suck the sack, which, it's don't knock it.
Fuel the jet.
And who runs a conspiracy website with like 5 other dudes from their dorm room? Today is move-in day. How the hell is all of this set up and running already? He tells Sam that he works for him now because I'm poor, you're poor, except Sam is absolutely not poor. They mention his dad is paying $40,000 a year for college tuition, and Sam's house is freaking huge.
Oh, hey, cheapo.
He drives a Camaro that's also secretly his best friend, and that probably sucks the sack, despite advice to the contrary.
Which sack?
The dude ain't poor, and the sack ain't full, but he is, according to the strange logic of this film, unbelievably sexy, and he attracts the attention of yet another impossibly attractive girl. Maybe his dad was right. Hope he packed a couple hundred boxes of condoms. Do you think a Transformer could become a condom? Do you think Bumblebee could just slip on? Anyway, also his mom gets high on brownies. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think this movie needed to be 2.5 hours long. I can find a handful of scenes we could maybe do without.
Did you get the booties?
We're only on the second movie and it's already been so long that my toaster wife left me and took the kids. I miss you, Toasty Jr. Oh, my boy. Look what they've done to my boy.
Time to go.
Later that night, Sam ends up at a college party while Megan Fox tries to Cisco live chat him to no avail. Sam gets weird and zones out and sees symbols and starts writing with cake frosting, and the hot girl tries to ride him like he's a sentient Camaro. But speaking of, Bumblecock blocks him like the intergalactic super soldier he is.
Houston, we have a problem.
And the hot girl still gets in the car though, so Bumblecock pisses on her. Remember that thing I said about scenes that could be cut for length? Knowing look. Sam and B, now with empty bladders, drive to a cemetery to talk to Optimus, who's like, heads up, my dude, a shard got stolen, and we've been sidelined, and I really need you, a human, to tell the others, also humans, that we, sentient Mack trucks, are actually pretty good at killing others, also sentient Mack trucks. Sam says no. Scene ended. Just like my toaster marriage. Whoops! Now we're in space on some planet somewhere, and there's an army of some bullshit being built, but darn, the bullshit keeps dying because they don't have enough energon to stay alive. Energon is, of course, the lifeblood that keeps Transformers alive, don't you see? But anyway, Starscream is there, and another guy named The Fallen, because I guess his parents hated him, is there, and he's apparently the biggest and the baddest Decepticon, even more than Megatron. And Starscream is like, so Sam touched his shard, which puts the location of a big old energon source on Earth into his brain, so they need to go pull it out of Sam's brain so they can find the energon and use it to power their bullshit army. This is apparently not related to the Allspark landing on Earth. The two plot points are unrelated because Michael Bay viciously beat anyone with an American flagpole who uttered the words plot or story on set. Bam! Also, the only reason Mr. The Fallen hasn't shown up before now is because he can be killed by a Prime. Like, say, Optimus Prime. Right.
Hello.
Because Primes are special Transformers that are stronger and offer, I don't know, same-day delivery. What isn't special is this RC car that tries to steal Megan Fox's shard, which is not a euphemism, but it should be.
Oh, it's in my mouth!
But she captures him instead. At one point, the sentient toy car says what I always say to glowing embers in a dying fire.
You're hot, but you ain't too bright.
Megan Fox gets on a plane to come tell Sam about her new robot toy, which normally would be pretty sexy.
I need the shot, give me the shot, I need the shot, give me the shot.
But it's not in this movie. This is a bad movie.
I can eat all the freaking brownies I want!
Hey, speaking of Sam and his brain, he flips out in astronomy class and tries to write weird symbols everywhere, and then he trashes his room, which makes Sam's weird roommate really struggle not to turn this into an R-rated film by saying,
what the F?
Unironically. And then the hot girl tries to hook up with him.
Pursue her. Retrieve it.
But oops, she's actually a Decepticon. Now the movie doesn't bother to explain this, which is crazy because it has so far bothered to explain every other random bullshit backstory nonsense, but I'd really like to know how in the world some Decepticons can look like fleshy humans. And if that's a thing they can do, why don't they do it more? And can the Autobots do it? Because they should. World conquering would be a lot easier if you could just transform into the president and friendly fire a nuke at yourself. I assume. I am not a geopolitical expert.
We begin bombing in 5 minutes.
Anyway, so the hot girl is attacking. And attacking. And attacking. And at one point, while the sexy robot destroys more books than a culture warrior chugging grape juice, one guy in a library jumps from a second-floor balcony onto a hanging light, which is an absolutely crazy decision. Then Megan Fox ends it all by saying what I wish she'd say to me.
Kiss this bitch.
But like without the trying to kill me part. Unless...
It's like getting humped in the neck by a mountain ox.
They drive away but are immediately picked up and dropped by a helicopter right into Megatron's ample sentient aluminum lap. He slaps Sam around a bit and then gets really effing horny with him.
It feels good to grab your flesh. I'm going to f*** you.
And eventually he penetrates Sam's mouth with some Matrix-style bug body horror, and they see some symbols that lead to the Energon source or whatever. But thankfully the Autobots show up and they all escape, and I swear I looked down for 2 seconds, but now they're in the woods? And then somebody mentions maybe another Energon source or whatever, and they're fighting, and eventually Prime gets rocked
to death.
They seem to want me to feel sad here again, but I feel nothing.
Not the warmth of Sam's flesh, nor the spray of Transformer piss mist on my face. Every time I say piss mist, I forget the T. It sounds like piss mist, which sounds like piss-flavored hot chocolate.
New from Coca-Cola, piss mist. You know what I learned yesterday?
What's that?
Sierra Mist is no more. It's called like Sunnies or some shit. Slappies, I don't know.
Alright, this is about to turn into a 2-hour-long boomer rant.
It's just the millennials are killing all my goddamn light sodas.
Okay, boomer.
Also, can they just shard Optimus with their shard? I mean, they sharded Megatron back to life. Just shard all over Optimus and be done with it.
I can't wait to shit my pants, Dad.
But apparently nobody's ready for a good sharding just yet, so Sam escapes, and a bunch more Decepticons come down to Earth and blow up aircraft carriers and stuff, while American flags blow patriotically in the background like Dave at a 4th of July barbecue. Never in the foreground, but in the back of every photo I've taken of a 4th of July barbecue, I'm like, wait, is that... Oh, no!
Blowing patriotic.
Yeah, he's saluting while he does it. And I'm proud to be... Mr. the Fallen grabs Sam's parents for hostage reasons, even though I think they've already gotten everything they need from Sam's brain, right? I don't know. And then Mr. the Fallen live streams himself to let everybody know that he thinks they suck, and Decepticons will no longer be hiding as sentient Mack trucks. Literally no reason for him to do this other than for hashtag gloating reasons, but I guess he's riding that high, you know? Also, Obama is apparently president in this universe now.
Thanks, Obama. This is your fault.
Optimus's bloated corpse is brought to the kindly Marines, and the bureaucrat guy explains that he now wants America to fight Decepticons without the help of Autobots because he doesn't want America embroiled in their war. But I bet fighting Decepticons with or without Autobots will still upset the Decepticons.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
Anyway, Sam and the gang look for a hacker named Robo Warrior to help them translate Sam's brain symbols, and oh, look at that, it's John Turturro from the last movie.
You gotta be kidding me.
He works in a deli now after Sector 7 got shut down. He's probably in hiding after all of the horny pedophile things he said to Megan Fox.
No.
They head down into John's secret basement, and he monologues a bit about how Transformer symbols have been discovered all over the world and throughout history, and that Transformers have almost certainly been living on Earth for thousands of years. But as what? Shovels? Horse-drawn chariots? There weren't a lot of Mack trucks in ancient Greece. Except for the Trojan horse! Oh my god! I withdraw all criticism of this movie.
We live among its people now, hiding in plain sight.
Why don't the other Autobots and Transformers and know about Earth? They learn about it over the course of these movies, but if they were there 5,000 years ago, did nobody write it down? Comment below! But he doesn't know how to read the symbols, so Megan Fox whips out the RC truck Decepticon, and he reads the symbols with zero hesitation, despite ostensibly being their enemy, right?
You want to throw down, you pubic throwhead?
He claims the symbols are the language of the primes, and that those old Transformers were called Seekers, and actually there's one right now hanging out in the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, hanging out just as hard, presumably, as John Turturro's ass cheeks in this scene. Why do I see his ass? Why you show me? I don't want his ass.
Tighten up that sphincter.
So they go there, and the roommate pretends there's no toilet paper, and seemingly commits a light sex crime by flashing his dick and ass in public.
What is going on here?
But it works, and they break in and use the shard on a stealth bomber who comes to life, and is old and British and named Jetfire, and literally walks with the aid of a cane. And again, if you're gonna shard something back to life, why not shard Optimus Prime, the actual hero of this film series?
Stop judging me!
But apparently, Jetfire was once a Decepticon, so that's a knock against him, but he switched sides because, fun fact, the only flying robots in these movies are Decepticons. Some have come over to the side of the good guys, but in order to transform into something that flies, you must first start out as evil. Could this be a reference to the Transformers cartoon where the Decepticons were a new generation of robots? You know, the first ones that could fly? I don't know. Here's the info. Use it however you wish.
I don't think he knows anything, honestly.
And despite not being able to fly, the RC car also switches sides, as if he hadn't already with all the translating stuff, and then he humps Megan Fox's leg, which is actually
the most logical part of this movie. I mean, that's what I would do. If I was evil, I would switch so I could hump a leg.
Say my name, say my name.
Jetfire gives us even more exposition because bullshit explanations of nonsense lore are definitely why people watch these movies. And he says that his grandfather was the first wheel, and then he literally farts.
I tell you, this guy did not age well.
I hate myself, I miss my non-toaster real family, and if I ever meet Michael Bay, I will just throw a handful of farts in his face. Jetfire then somehow magically transports everybody to the Egyptian desert.
Somebody the bed this morning.
Where he continues to exposit. So, those first Transformers came to Earth looking for Energon, and eventually they built a machine that they could blow up the sun with and then transform its energy into Energon. However, they ultimately decided not to use it because that had probably killed the humans that were here.
It would be bad.
But then a mean robot named the Fallen tried to use it anyway, and actually you can only activate the machine with a key called the Matrix of Leadership. Because did you know that these movies are based on children's toys?
This world's so fucked up.
And there was a battle for the Matrix of Leadership, and eventually a bunch of Transformers orgied themselves and the Matrix into a secret hidden tomb.
What can we expect at this orgy?
Machines!
And Sam hears all of that and goes, oh, if we activate the machine, can we resurrect Optimus Prime from the dead? And Jetfire's like, I don't see why not. Here's a riddle about kings and how Dawn alights their tips or something. And Sam is like, I'm pretty sure that means that the orgy tomb is near the Red Sea, because I cannot stress how stupid these movies are.
Go now, go!
And I know I shouldn't bother to ask questions, but if the machine harvests suns and they can go to any planet, why didn't they all just agree to go to any other planet? The extreme vast majorities of suns in the universe are not attached to planets housing life. I've checked.
Hello, my old friend.
In fact, the chances of them finding the one planet that does house life is borderline impossible.
There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
To build a whole-ass machine without noticing any life seems incredibly dubious, considering there's a ton of plant and animal life, even if you don't see anything that carries a spear. And as soon as they saw a tulip, they should have been like, ah, damn, this planet sustains life. Let's go to literally any other planet in the universe.
Perhaps.
I didn't have a follow-up. I thought I did, but then I realized, I was like, why don't they just go to Mars? But then, spoiler alert, that's the same sun. Same problem.
How embarrassing.
And that's why whenever I see a tulip, I run away. It's a weird rule I have, but I've never destroyed a single sun.
Save the giblets, they make a fine stock for soup.
I'm gripping my steering wheel so hard, it's coming apart in my hands.
Weird flex, but okay.
But no, whatever. John is like, that all makes sense to me. Let me contact my former contacts to get Prime's body delivered here so we can use the Matrix of Leadership to activate the Sun Harvester to bring Prime back to life.
We got a direction going on over here.
Stakes! Plot! But of course, this attracts attention of both a bunch of Decepticons and the kindly old Marines who decide to all meet at the pyramids for a good old-fashioned shootout. But before that, Megan and Sam share a quick moment where they don't say they love each other despite hanging out at the
3 most beautiful pyramids on the planet.
I didn't realize there was a tier system for pyramid beauty. No! But that's cool. I guess these are S tier, and hey, they do kind of look like rock-hard desert nipples. So the next day, they find some damn temple, and they're like, damn, there's nothing here unless, potentially, there's more here than meets the eye. And what do you know? The two racist robots fight for a minute.
Let me give that oatmeal some browns.
They're not really racist. The two robots made by a racist fight for a minute until they knock a hole in a wall, revealing a secret back room that was actually extremely easy to find, and it's full of dead, orgied primes, and crucially, the MacGuffin of ultimate friendship. Except, oops, when Sam touches it, it dissolves into dust. But it's okay, because he stuffs it into a crusty wank sock he had stuffed into his backpack. Semper Paratus.
Yeah, but it's different.
Finally, the good humans and Autobots show up and create a perimeter around Prime's body and appear to be essentially setting up the exact same fight scenario as the Scorpion attack from the last movie. They must have gotten a great deal on that part of the desert.
That is a nice boulder.
The Decepticons show up and jam everybody's radio, so Sam and friends have to hoof it relatively far to Prime's body without assistance, so that there can be more fighting time while we wait.
A lot of people died.
They're shooting, and the humans suggest calling the
Jordanians.
I know what what you're thinking, but that is not what we call our supporters on Patreon. They've chosen to call themselves Breeders, which is not the best name ever, but I respect my patrons' wishes.
Who's your daddy now, huh?
And besides, here's what the Jordanians actually managed to achieve. They should have called in the Breeders.
We got help!
Sign up to be a breeder with me today.
Oh, yeah!
Anyway, again, what is the point of humans with guns? They seem entirely unable to do anything. They're rarely even behind cover. But too late now because there's a big Decepticon sucking up a bunch of trucks and shit to create a super big Decepticon. The real question though is, can it suck a golfer through a hose? I mean, Dave can, ask Tiger Woods.
I love doing that.
And while others fight and suck, Sam and Fox try their damnedest to get their dusty cum sock to Optimus Prime. Complicating matters is the fact that his parents show up inexplicably. So that takes a couple minutes of runtime to resolve, where Sam tries to trade his wank sock for his parents, which is, basically capitalism, I think, until Bumble shows up and de-spines a cat. And also there's a chicken. John crawls to the top of a pyramid nipple to order airstrikes by calling up the captain of the USS John and recaps the stakes for us in case we'd forgotten amidst the endless explosions. And he says the word scrotum in case we forgot this movie was primarily made for 13-year-old boys and only 13-year-old boys. He's successful at both, so they start doing airstrikes and dropping off tanks and shit. And they also use some magic railgun thing to shoot the big-ass Decepticon. And his big Decepticon ass. Sam and Fox finally link up with the Marines, and he helpfully explains that he needs to get his crusty old splooge sock to Prime to bring him back to life. Oh, except actually, he doesn't say that part. He just keeps wiggling his filthy sock around as if that were some kind of explanation of what he needs to have happen.
I have to get to him right now.
They make a run for it, but they get exploded hard. And Megan Fox runs around in slow-mo to try and get the 13-year-old boys hard. And Sam is ostensibly killed, which almost got me hard. Don't judge. I've been watching these movies for, by my count,
84 years.
But it's fine, actually, because Sam briefly goes to heaven and talks to a bunch of dead robots who claim they've been watching him for a very long time. And actually, the Matrix can't be found. It can only be earned. And you're so brave. So I guess you've earned it. This is your destiny. Use it to heal Optimus. Okay, thanks, bye. And Sam comes back to life. Hey Dave, do you mind recapping the plot of this film, just like what you've heard today? What's happened? Just, spitballing. What do you got for me?
We got robots.
We got robots?
Cum.
We got cum?
We got socks.
We got socks.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. The spooge in Sam's sock hardens into a for real MacGuffin of kindness and karate, and Sam jams it into Optimus, bringing him to life and maybe getting him pregnant. But then the Fallen shows up and steals the Matrix because it can't be found, but I guess it can be stolen, and he uses it to activate his machine. But then Jetfire gives Optimus his parts, and Optimus goes and blows up the machine. Oh, and also Megatron is here too, and Optimus beats him up, and also at one point demands, "Give me your face." So Megatron runs away, and then Optimus strikes a power post next to the Sphinx's head and sends yet another message into space in case his buddies missed the first one. I hate it. I hate everything. I hate you.
I am Jeff Prime, and I'm forcing Jordan to make this video so his past will always be remembered. For in these stupid videos, we live on.
Whoa! The Chicago crime rate is crazy!
Yeah, the robot-on-robot crime is really bad here.
Is this moment a little bit too spicy?
Literally, who is still watching this video?
That's a good point.
Deep wang. You're not getting it. Deep throat.
Once again, the opening beeps and boops remind me of the horrible decision I've made. I could be stabbing myself in the eyes, but no, I'm here watching this. Beep boop. Oh God, what have I done?
That's a good question.
Anyway, here's friggin' Cybertron. And robots are shooting, and a voiceover assures us this is Cybertron. And we're watching a civil war between Autobots who fight for freedom and Decepticons who dream of tyranny harder than an android dreams of Confederate electric sheep and whatever. Apparently there was a ship carrying some non-specific helpful Autobot technology that almost escaped the war, but alas, is shot at the last second. Cut from that to 1961's New Mexico, because we're now in a period piece and maybe a Breaking Bad prequel. Either way, here for it.
We're just getting started.
But no.
This becomes a much simpler matter.
What actually happens is the damn spaceship crash lands on the moon, because the Earth is apparently some kind of Bermuda Triangle that attracts and traps all manner of important shit.
A shocking new theory emerges.
The Allspark, Energon, this bullshit. This causes JFK to finally return, as Q predicted, and explain that actually, we should rush to get to the moon so we can check out the spaceship and grab any goodies within or touch its boobs if it has any. JFK was a notorious horn dog, you see, so this would be very historically accurate.
Not because it is easy, but because I am hard.
That's not what your country can buy.
My favorite quote, Jake.
Chill out with your gummies, my guy.
This is not quiet.
This very much excites and stresses out Steve Stevens, which, when combined with Shia, suggests that Christy Carlson Romano has got to be in these movies somewhere. Where is she? I must see her.
Here I am.
Anyway, so they land on the moon, just as Stanley Kubrick filmed, but then gas. They experience a signal loss for a bit, so they can go check out the crashed ship and play with some children's toys.
You are dust!
And yeah, this really proves that the moon landing was fake. I mean, that's clear CGI. Title card. I think a lot of people think that I'm like John Mulaney. It's going to come out that I've been on cocaine this whole time. But I'm not. I'm clean. Mostly, I'm on Airhead gummies. It really gives you that kick you need. Speaking of the moon, here's a butt. And speaking of nonsense, that butt is dating Sam because Megan Fox broke up with him off screen, which makes a lot of sense.
I know I can't protect them forever.
She tries to give him a bunny rabbit toy for good luck because these movies are actually written by aliens.
And now here's human music.
She then offers him money for lunch because he's broke, and he's still interviewing for jobs post-college because despite having saved the world twice and getting a medal from Obama, because he's not allowed to discuss what happened, his resume is ass. So what do people think has happened? Egypt is a real country, guys. It'd be international news if the pyramids exploded and the Sphinx was decapitated.
This was my home.
And Jordanian aircraft were shot down. I mean, a lot of people were involved.
A lot of people died.
But then again, remember, Sam is cinema's least likable character. Evidence? His and his girlfriend's weird-ass meet cute.
Oh yeah, my medal.
They start to hump, but then some weird tiny robot that lives with them is watching, so they stop humping. I don't like that. Outside, Sam climbs into a different, shittier non-Bumblebee car because Bumblebee is off on missions, which is probably a euphemism for robot rehab, speaking of Airhead gummies. But it still doesn't really make sense that Sam couldn't get some kind of job with Nest and the Autobots. He's like their favorite dude.
Perhaps.
They've gone to him to be a liaison before. I mean, that's a job, right? Why couldn't he be a liaison? Be a lazy liaison, Sam. Liaise, son. But no, here he is doing a bunch of interviews until he ends up speaking with John Malkovich, who used to be in some really great movies. I know you were worried about Sam, but don't worry. Malkovich gives him a job in the mailroom because, again, he can't really talk about, the fact that he's a world-saving hero because I literally have no idea why. The government, probably. Damn the government. Thanks, Obama. Oh, please note that Sam's girlfriend is named Carly, and her boss is also pretty hot.
Sensual.
Live reaction shot of me having fun during all these action-free, human-centric scenes in these movies. Ha ha ha! Oh shit, another voiceover all of a sudden?
Earth.
This one explains that, okay, so Autobots have killed most of the Decepticons, so now they largely just kill Middle Easterners, making them honorary Americans.
Racism.
It's in the Constitution. Yahoo it. Bing that shit. first. They also, along with Hot Boy Marine, head to Russia to investigate Chernobyl because there is maybe Decepticon readings or whatever. There's also a bat transformer, a Morbius, if you will.
It's Morbin time.
Of course, there's also a wormbot thing that attacks, and well, the humans get rocked for a bit because, as always, they're completely incidental to the outcome of any fight. But eventually Optimus gets involved and cuts off a few Medusa heads and shit. Okay, apparently the wormbot is named Shockwave. If that's exciting for all you kids watching this who are a decade plus older than myself. I may be a dad 3 times over and I look exhausted like I've lived through multiple crippling recessions and was forced out of a job that I really created from nothing, but I'm only 32. I only look this way because I just watched all these damn Transformers movies and they're each 2.5 hours long and it's insane and brutal and I will be dead by 40 if I keep making these videos. Like and subscribe and sign up for my Patreon. Oh God.
So you're PMSing pretty bad, huh?
Well, the Decepticons leave, and it's discovered there's an engine part from the Autobot ship on the moon that was actually hidden here, in Chernobyl.
It's impossible.
Also, their Russian contact, their Russian liaison, if you will, gets assassinated by Morbius because I guess he was betraying the Autobots and the Decepticons are covering the trail, but it's not immediately clear how he was betraying them. They head back to Nest HQ and Frances McDormand is there for reasons probably just as sad as John Malkovich being in this movie. Yeah! And she's the director of national intelligence. But Optimus is pissed at her because nobody told him about the engine part. And she's like, calm down, I barely know anything. Look, here's the real Buzz Aldrin.
You dumb moon!
I walked on your face!
Don't you know it's day?
Apparently the Russians got the engine part from the moon with an unmanned space probe before Buzz got there, and their attempts to harness its power are what caused the Chernobyl disaster as dramatized in HBO's acclaimed series Chernobyl was because of Space Machine Aliens, directed by Michael Bay. Optimus is like, okay, that ship was called the Ark, and it had a technology that could have won the Cybertron Civil War.
It's imperative that I f*** a Decepticon.
He was flown by a dude named Sentinel Prime, who was the Einstein of Transformers, which I guess means that he sold mediocre bagels.
Others for evil.
Not sure what that has to do with this, unless he weaponized everything bagels like Jobu Tupaki. Watch everything everywhere all at once. Treat yourself.
I see too much.
So the Autobots head to the moon to grab old Bagel Prime, because I guess he was locked in a super secret part of the ship and nobody found him before now because Sentinel had locked himself away to guard the pillars, because man, this series is just MacGuffins on MacGuffins. And speaking of, I hope they revive him with the Matrix of Oh good! They did! But I'm getting ahead of this impossibly long movie. First, let's travel to some African stock footage of animals so we can write down somewhere that Megatron is in fact still alive. Also, like Dave, he is excited to learn that the Autobots are gonna revive Sentinel and grab him and bring him back to Earth or whatever, because that's all a part of his still unclear master-ass plan.
Remy, you gaseous sycophant.
Oh, and also, I think Morbius assassinated JFK. We better see that in the sequel. Also, Morbius kills this random dude, and I feel nothing. I blame these Transformers movies for transforming my soul into an empty aluminum soda can. In Sam's mailroom, we're treated to both offensive jokes about Hispanic women.
That's a Latin meltdown, okay?
And offensive needle drops from what I think are the Goo Goo Dolls?
And I feel...
Ew! Ew! Oh, and for a third offense, I hate living in a world where great comedic actors are forced to slum it in a Transformer. But I guess Professor Chang at least has a significant role, as he's clearly creeping on Sam for some reason before confronting him and calling himself Deep Wang.
Deep Wang.
Because dick joke.
Wang.
And also, I guess every character name he ever has will rhyme
Benjamin Franklin Chang.
And because he's got a manifesto with information that he needs to get to the government, but he's worried that he'll get assassinated by Morbius if he goes to them directly.
Oh, don't.
This discussion is held in a men's bathroom and is absolutely turgid with gay jokes. Gay! But even all the homoerotic secrecy isn't enough to evade Morbius, who is hiding as a TV and attacks Wang and throws him out the window.
Chuck.
They act like this is some sort of way to make it seem like he killed himself, but Wang's office has a clear view into it from the rest of the building. It should be very clear that he didn't kill himself, unless he was committing suicide by TV for his sins of agreeing to be in this movie. Who is to say?
Stop, don't come back.
But that's not the end of it, and the copier machine turns evil and starts trying to, I guess, kill Sam. This upsets Sam.
No!
So he grabs Carly and drives to a secret nest base and truly flips the shit out. And okay, now I understand why they won't let him work there. It's because he sucks. Eventually, Bumblebee shows up and gets him in the building, and we learn, yeah, Sentinel Prime is still passed out because he's out of energon. But as I said, the Matrix of Leadership wakes his aluminum ass right back up. Oh, yeah! He's a little wigged out at first, but Optimus calms him down by saying, "You are home," over and over.
You are home.
But he quite literally is not home. He's on an entirely different planet, a billion light years away or whatever.
I will overlook your condescending tone.
Maybe he's just saying that home is where the Matrix of Leadership is? Well, that's a sweet thought. Sentinel eventually calms down and exposits a bit for everybody's benefit, except, of course, viewers of the movie. I'm so tired.
Kill me!
Apparently, these pillars can send shit through space by creating a space bridge. And this would be useful, I guess, if you ordered a Whopper on the other side of the universe and needed it instantly delivered to your waistline.
It's me. Hi.
Unfortunately, Sentinel Prime is the only person who knows how to activate this technology.
My ship.
And after all this, Sam tries to get a job at Nest again, but it's denied again because he still sucks harder than Dave on a hose attached to an 82-time PGA Tour winner.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
And speaking of things that never change, Bumblebee still can't talk, even though they've got the technology to bring ancient robots back from the dead. Maybe it's because Sam won't stop fingering his mouth?
Hush. Remember your safe word.
Maybe shove a shard or a Matrix of Leadership or something in there instead. I'm no scientist, but I do think that John Malkovich should 100% play the Joker. And while we're here, why would you get Barry Coogan to play the Joker and not have him do an Irish accent? Wouldn't that be way more interesting?
Hello.
Like, we have a million Jokers now. Let's do something crazy. Make him Irish for no reason. Make him old. Make him a dog. I don't know.
Why so?
Let's swing for the fences, Warner Brothers Entertainment. Throw it on the hot new streaming service Max right now, alongside 7,000 home fixing shows.
The more money they spend, the more money I make.
Sam and Carly have a similar argument as myself and the brothers Warner, and she mentions that her soldier brother died in action.
It's very sad.
And then I guess they just break up.
I should have bought you
Eventually, she says to Sam what I assume every actress working with Quentin Tarantino says at some point.
Here's your foot.
Oh, John Turturro still exists in this universe, and he's now a rich published author, and he gives an interview to Bill O'Reilly about, among other things, getting spanked for breakfast.
He likes it.
They're also speaking openly about the Transformer Civil War, and again, why can't Sam talk about this?
That's a good question.
And why earlier does Hot Boy Marine refuse to admit that the Egypt incident was a Transformer battle when Francis McDormand asks? Why is this simultaneously a secret and also very common knowledge?
Shut up!
I don't know, but they recruit John to help them find Russian astronauts who may have been involved with grabbing that engine MacGuffin that maybe matters. Who knows?
Bastards.
Apparently, there are at least 2 Russians living in America that went to the moon in 1972, so they go to visit, but guns get pulled, and effeminate German butler slash hacker slash soldier Alan Tudyk goes a bit postal for a second.
I think we should call it your grave.
That's resolved, and they figure out, I guess, that Decepticons actually grabbed a bunch of other pillars, but since they actually need Sentinel to actually activate them, they've sort of been manipulating the Autobots to resurrect Sentinel.
He's the one thing they still need.
Don't know where to put this, but here's a stupid ass line.
So majestic and peaceful, this planet. Unlike the final days of Cybertron.
When the planet was exploding, it wasn't as nice as this particular sunset. Like, seriously, who writes all the epic Transformer dialogue? It should be checked against, I don't know, an actual human.
Oh, yes. I hate this.
Like, who walks outside and is like, wow, today is nice. Unlike the Battle of the Bulge, you know? That's how nice today is. Much better than a fucking war. Today is so nice, unlike the day my dick got cut off and fed to me by a robot. No! Okay, and on the way home from the Russians are attacked by black Suburbans that turn into dog critters. They're also attacked by recycled footage from Michael Bay's The Island.
Oh, damn. Now I see it.
They arrive at Nest, and one of the Autobots kills a black Suburban by just obliterating a storefront and causing massive collateral damage for quite literally no reason. Just like, auto parts stores, am I right?
Oh, shit!
Ooh, Transformers! More than meets my dick! Okay, are you sitting down? Dave, are you sitting down? Of course you're sitting down, you lazy piece of shit. I don't pay you so that you sit. I don't pay you so that you work, damn it. Sign up for my Patreon so Dave and I can continue to not get paid while we dump all the money into these stupid videos. This is where the Patreon money goes. Ooh, wow, the airflow. But no, I hope you are actually sitting down because, okay, here it comes. There's not a mic here. I don't know why my voice is getting louder. That's such a coincidence. Here it comes. Sentinel betrays everybody. Oh, did you fall over? Oh no! Oh.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Then he murders one of the Autobots that probably has a name related to a toy you probably played with as a sad kid over half your lifetime ago. You're almost dead. Apparently, Sentinel made a deal with the Decepticons to use the pillars to bring resources or whatever to Cybertron to help rebuild it because all he really cares about is preserving Cybertron. And then he blows up a bunch of shit in his hangar while stealing the rest of the pillars. This makes Optimus sad. But also, who shot down Sentinel's ship when he was leaving Cybertron?
That's a good question.
If he was already working with the Decepticons, they wouldn't shoot him down. But the Autobots didn't know he was working with the Decepticons, so they wouldn't shoot him down. So is it just some random dickhead? I don't know. But then the movie makes a bold statement about trans rights.
We had a fight. We don't have enough men!
And this is all pretty crazy. But let's take a moment to focus on how sad Sam is about breaking up with Carly.
She's the one.
I know the world is maybe about to end, but what does it matter if Sam can't spin the apocalypse beside his beautiful, stone-faced, wooden-acting girlfriend?
It's very sad.
Okay, enough of that. Here's Megatron taking over the Abraham Lincoln Memorial because something freedom, and Optimus yells,
No, Sentinel!
And I guess they used the pillars to transport a bunch of Decepticons from all over the universe to Earth for a big battle that will presumably happen in the next hour and 15 minutes because we are literally only at the halfway point after the first hour and 15 minutes of this 2.5 hour long movie. My God, why have you forsaken me? And speaking of betrayals by Judas, not God, I mean, good grief, do you want me to be smitten? Turns out that sexy boss is a sexy Judas in that he's working with the Decepticons because his dad was working with the Decepticons too. And the whole reason we haven't been back to the moon, as in America hasn't been back to the moon in forever, is because sexy boss's sexy dad lied about how expensive it was to go to the moon. So nobody went back to the moon, which hid the existence of Sentinel Prime, which I guess suggests that there were Decepticons here as early as 1972.
Almost.
I mean, I guess there also have been robots since like 5000 BCE, but so they've been hanging out here long before the events of the first movie, but they've just been doing dick all because they've been waiting for Autobots to show up and activate Sentinel Prime, I guess. But if that was the plan, why do the events of the first two movies? Do they even need Megatron? Or have they just been literally doing nothing and then Megatron gets thawed out and then like after 5 years it's like, oh, I forgot about Sentinel Prime. But then who was orchestrating it in 1972? What? Was Morbius in 1972 hiding the existence of Sentinel Prime, and then they just happened to thaw out Megatron, and then they did a whole separate side mission to get the Matrix of Leadership, and then they went for Sentinel Prime. But why?
That's a good question.
The boss puts an evil watch on Sam's wrist and says, you need to go back to ask Optimus what his plan is to fight the Decepticons so the watch can record it, or we'll kill Carly. And Sam's like, oh no, but she's hot. And the boss is like, exactly. Of course, whatever Optimus is planning, it's likely to be fairly limited as the United States military officially ends its alliance with the Autobots in an effort to make peace with the Decepticons, who say, really all we want is a few Earth resources and then we're gonna leave.
What?
Oh, and the Autobots aren't just gonna no longer be allies, they're gonna get buggered off back into space. Optimus tells Sam, nothing of value.
Amazing. Boobies.
And then the Autobots get SpaceX'd mid-flight because I guess the Decepticons were being deceptive? Damn! But not one to rest on his laurels.
Just
Sam gets the effeminate German to hack the hot boss's phone somehow and tracks them to Chicago with the intention of going and saving his girlfriend, I guess. He did literally do exactly what the boss asked him to do, so maybe he just let the girlfriend go as part of the deal, but maybe he's a deceptive man.
Nobody expects John C.
Oh, by the way, the real Decepticon plan isn't to send resources to the burned out husk of Cybertron, but rather to bring all of Cybertron to Earth so they can enslave the human populace and make them all workers. To that end, they block off Chicago, where the most important pillars are, I guess, and start bringing in Cybertron through the magic of science. But just a quick note here, for the rest of the movie, they act like this is some sort of race against time, like they need to blow up the pillars before Cybertron gets through, or what? What? They already mentioned that the plan is to enslave everybody. That will presumably remain their plan, regardless of whether Cybertron is nearby. They can't kill everybody if they plan to enslave them, and Cybertron isn't a weapon at this point. It's a burned down alien robot crack house, so it's not like humanity will be any easier to conquer with Cybertron nearby. It's just a thing on the checklist. Arguably, they're doing it out of order. They should enslave everybody first, conquer the planet, and then pull in their doomed planet when nobody can interfere. But I guess that wouldn't create a ticking time bomb scenario, so they don't do that. Instead, they shoot some civilians and make Lincoln Park sad. What I've done. The army sort of attempts to retake Chicago, but they fail, largely because they rely on ridiculous movie tactics, like flying fighter jets 200 feet off the ground. And Sam's trying to break into Chicago with the help of Roman from the Fast and Furious gang. Pig. People say all the time those should cross over, but should they?
Is that what you want? Is that what you want?
Or should we just do not those two franchises? I don't want to watch any more of those franchises.
There's always room for family.
But Sam's chances of getting in there are immensely improved when all the Autobots show up promising
we will kill them all.
So obviously they didn't die in the spaceship, but that means that Optimus lied! How very Decepticon of him!
I go both ways.
Whatever, they steal a drone and Carly surveys the action through a telescope using her eye? Something iCarly reference? I don't know, I'm tired, but what are you looking at, Carly? They're not battling over Alpha Centauri. They're like dicking around at the across the street Pizzeria Uno.
Pizza time.
Sam manages to get in there, but the TV is Morbius again. But like, how long has he been chilling there? Why is he chilling there? How much porn has it had to show the sexy boss? How many seasons of Grey's Anatomy? Does it get off on that stuff?
Choking back some, make him vomit.
I don't know. But the escape drone goes down and the boss dude sounds the alarm. Elsewhere, Roman and his team intend to blow up the command pillar, even though, as I've mentioned, that literally matters not at all, except maybe aesthetically. Oh, and also this pirate transformer hands out urban combat prototypes, which, UCP, like you could see the P.
Great invention for kicking ass.
Elsewhere, a bunch of Autobots show up to wreck shit, and like, some of them are race cars covered in machine guns, and some are just Corvettes. And how are those decisions made? Shouldn't they all tack on extra rocket launchers and flamethrowers and oil slicks and, you know, angry cats that dangle off the side of the car or whatever? But elsewhere, Hot Boy Marine and his hot boy friends wingsuit out of transport planes, mostly just so they can get a few admittedly cool shots, even though realistically, of what use are a handful of random humans in wingsuits? Oh, never mind, they brought assault rifles, which are always effective. I guess they can slow down Decepticons by forcing them to spend time scraping soldier gunk from between their robo-toes.
Disgusting.
A building that a bunch of other humans are in gets shot up, and there's a lot of sliding and jumping around, and I will admit it's pretty fun to watch. Side note, the tunnel squid bot feels like he's 1,000 times stronger than every other Decepticon. Also, why are there still regular people hanging out in this building that's been half destroyed for the past half hour? Go grab an Uno's pizza, guys! Get out of there and into some deep dish! Beautiful people! Optimus finally shows up and he flies now?
I fly now!
So he messes up the tunnel squid pretty bad before him. Oh no, he gets tangled up in some cables until we need an overpowered character later on. But he better get untangled soon because Sam is dueling a mean robot that keeps calling him boy. Fortunately, he sticks him with a UCP, and there's a silly little scene where he and Hot Boy Marine are stuck on a grappling tether, but then the bad boy robot explodes. and it feels good to laugh. Anyway, the beam of light is sucking off Cybertron really good now, which means they'd better hurry before... I mean, Also, Bumblebee has been captured? Because I guess he's a coward?
I like people that weren't captured, okay?
I see why he chose a yellow painted vehicle.
Negative aspects of yellow.
Shockingly, Bumblebee is rescued before getting executed in the street like an ISIS beheading video. Optimus shoots the pillar, which halts the process, and Sam performs a sick little stunt on his way to finish the job, and then there are two simultaneous boss battles. One between massive sentient murder machines, and one between two B-list white dudes. Optimus gets his arm ripped off, but before Sentinel can blow him to death, Carly convinces Megatron that Sentinel, he sucks actually, and Megatron should be the king. And he essentially shows up and saves Optimus Prime's life.
You know what he did? He was injured. Injured man.
Now, I get that Megatron isn't exactly a master tactician, give or take. Maybe he's scheming a way to get Autobots to resurrect a moon machine man for 50 years while being actively on ice for most of it. But like, come on, let Sentinel kill Optimus, then stab him in his moon dick. Don't save Optimus only for him to... Yeah, look at that. It took like 5 seconds. Then Optimus straight up executes Sentinel like an ISIS beheading video. These are some f***ed up movies.
No.
Oh, and Sam also kills the hot boss. Yay for killing people and things. Redemption? That's for pussies.
In the American sense, meaning weak or cowardly.
B tackles the pillar and Cybertron maybe explodes, and then I guess it's over, and Carly and Sam say some love shit, and we get our standard final pre-Linkin Park voiceover, but it's not really about anything.
I must have blacked out.
So instead, here's a mid-credit sequence where John mouth assaults Francis McDormand, and he goes to jail for it. God, I love the cinema.
A beautiful day with incredible people that were wonderful, great Americans, I will tell you.
There will be days when Jordan loses faith, days when the plot is entirely unfollowable, but the day will never come that we finish watching these movies, because they're just gonna keep living.
What? Why are there dinosaurs? What do dinosaurs have to do with anything?
Everything.
What did you say?
Like a hot teenager.
Let's just start by saying what a waste it is to not call this Transformers. Like, what does Age of Extinction even mean? Just an absolute hack job from the marketing department.
Why are you trying to twist a children's soda commercial into your weird, sick, sort of twisted, pervy...
We don't really even get any cool beeps or bloops to kick off the video. I'm worried that this film is not taking the brand seriously. Well, what we do get is a classic Star Wars spaceship shot, and the reveal that actually it is many more spaceships here. There are also dinosaurs, because what's cooler than one cool thing, Dave? Two cool things. Spaceships and dinosaurs. That's two. That's even better.
Triples makes it safe. Now, triples is best.
We see a brief shot of an alien hand attached to an alien body that we will never see in this film or any other film, apparently, and the ships just start killing shit with bombs that scorch the earth. Run, bitch! And now it's the snowy present, and a couple of Irish geologists, we are geologists, stumble upon a frozen and or metal dinosaur that they smack with a hammer, because while they may be professionals, they are still Irish, you know.
Well,
probably been spending a little too much time trying to have sex with the penguins, you know? And as Dave knows, penguins are notoriously difficult to have sex with.
Do you ever see any penguins Of course not.
They're slippery, and it would be easier to have sex with them than with a very attractive lady from Michael Bay's movie from 2009, the Friday the 13th reboot.
I have a better shot of a penguin than that girl.
Watch my other videos. And just to make sure we hit every geological environment that could be a Star Wars planet, here's Texasaunt. Texaween? Texique? We'll workshop it. We see a sign that says, "Remember Chicago," because it's easy to forget the time that aliens exploded Chicago, and also a reminder to report aliens and an attached phone number, which I did legitimately call, and it said that I won a $100 Walmart gift card. Coincidentally, right after giving them my social security number, date of birth, and Dave's mom's address, all my money disappeared. All like $12. Did you know I have a Patreon? Also in Texas, here's Marky Mark, feeling anything but funky. He's got a lot of science shit in his truck, and he meets up with TJ Miller because this movie, ironically, is all about second chances for problematic white dudes.
Dude, rude. Look at these two June bugs.
And together they go inside a shitty busted up movie theater where they immediately find a nostalgic football that I literally just realized in this moment belongs to Chekhov. I love cinema. They also find a shot-to-shit truck that's got mortar shell hole.
Mortar shells?
Just big enough for me, right, Dave? I need a mortar-sized hole if I want to crawl inside and live in it.
Yeah, that's good. Stop.
Smash cut to some hot girls in a Jeep who drops one of the hotter ones off in a mailbox, but lest you think that she's a mail-order bride from Vietnam for Marky Mark to punch, it turns out that she's actually his daughter, and Marky himself is an inventor who mostly invents useless shit like this robot dog.
Thank you.
Turns out Mark bought the shitty truck because he's gonna repair it, and TJ Miller says what Dave was already thinking.
I think she looks hot, like a hot teenager.
And then Mark sweats like crazy through his pits because that's where the inspiration comes from to invent. The pits. Juicy. Speaking of, TJ says what I say to encourage my kids whenever they're not quite doing their chores correctly.
Bring Daddy the alcohol.
Then a black woman drives up, and as you would expect from Mark Wahlberg, he grabs a baseball bat and threatens to beat her with it.
I told you don't come back here.
Fun fact, Mark was actually not aware they were shooting during this interaction. He thought she was trying to get on the set.
Don't you start with me. Why don't you I'll bring the police when I come too.
But no, let's give him another shot. He did make the happening. Apparently, she's trying to sell his house because he's 6 months late in mortgage, although my autofill and Google Docs tried to say that he was 6 months pregnant, which would honestly made for a way more interesting movie. Let's do a little background exposition real quick. Apparently, the Autobot American Alliance is still ended 5 years later, which is so weird because America rarely holds grudges or sticks to bad decisions. But that's Hollywood make-believe for you. And though a couple of bots are allowed sanctuary like Quasimodo, in general, all Transformers are hunted down and killed by a CIA kill squad called Cemetery Wind that presumably moonlights as a doom metal band.
We're gonna do a song now that you can all touch front to.
And helps us have another secret organization because, God, I love secret organizations. You can never have too many secret organizations.
Spy Kids.
Anyway, Cemetery Wind and their support team, probably called Pussy Slayer 69, why did I put that in there? Oh, because in Xbox Live, we all got our accounts when we were 10 and we named it cool things like Pussy Slayer 69 and Cemetery Wind. But now we're all like 30 and we're like, I wish you'd put something more neutral that didn't make me look like such a dumb bitch. Anybody that's got a name that's like Red Ninja or like Blood Death or whatever, you're like, you are either actively 11 or you're 40 and you've had this account for 17 years and you thought it was really cool back then. You would rather be named like Pink Bubbles and then you massacre everyone than be named Red Death and you just suck at the game.
My username, I put a link to my LinkedIn. It's professional.
They're not cool enough.
Whatever. They show up and they're gonna kill this robot on a gambling abandoned river boat, I guess.
Kraken Steel!
And they shoot him up a bunch. And he claims to be a medical officer Autobot named Ratchet.
Medical Officer Ratchet.
Ratchet? Which I guess was from earlier in the series, I think. And I can tell you right now that Autobots would not call their healers medical officers. They'd call them technicians, or Gary from the AutoZone on 5th Street.
We are diverse.
He, AutoZone Gary, claims that even Autobots are being hunted, and that he received a message from Optimus Prime to avoid all humans. But then he gets blasted by a dickhead cannon that's attached to some other random, presumably evil Transformer named Lockdown. And Lockdown demands to know the location of Optimus Prime, but when Ratchet doesn't tell him, much like I believe Gary put down my first Mazda with his incompetence. Cut from there to Lieutenant Dangle.
Is it Lord Prime? Sir Prime?
Who's been apparently promoted to Chief of Staff, and he was hoping that Frazier,
alien combatant,
could explain how the CIA is so good at hunting Transformers, and Frazier does not give him an answer, nor does he offer to toss his salad or scramble his eggs. But I'll go ahead and tell you that Lockdown is working with the CIA, although specifically just that offshoot Cemetery Wind, like he only works for them.
Let the sin begin.
Back at the old barn, Mark has fixed the truck and is convinced it's a transformer, and TJ Miller's like, oh, sick, we should report it, and we'll probably get like a $100 Walmart gift card. But then it comes to life, and it's friggin' Optimus Prime.
And his name is
Optimus Prime.
And he's feeling a bit under the weather. Evidently, he was ambushed by humans because I guess Cemetery Wind has finally figured out how to make humans actually useful in a fight with sentient Mack trucks and shit. And this gets Mark so excited, he goes absolutely Iron Man on an anvil. And Optimus Prime reveals he has a tiny robot cricket living inside of him who tells him what's right and what's wrong.
We call it us all.
Yes, I know that Jiminy Cricket is technically more of a conscience, but I'm writing this script at 4 p.m. on a Wednesday, and I'm already a little bit tipsy because I just watched the 4th Transformers movie, and I'm realizing that my whole life is a joke, and I drank a beer too early in the day, and I didn't eat.
He's my conscience. He tells me what's right and wrong. What?
My God, I have 3 children. What am I doing with my soul?
Yeah.
Anyway, Optimus farts or something. And so he pops up on Cemetery Wind's radar, which, hey, Cemetery Wind is an incredible name for a fart. I'm gonna start using that. A bunch of Cemetery Winds show up at the barn and are like, where's the truck? And I'm dressed like a background character in The Matrix. Not the Matrix of leadership, just the Matrix of you know, leather fetish fame. They look around, but they don't find anything, but then they threaten to murder the daughter in the head.
You're gonna shoot my little girl?
So Optimus Prime explodes out of the barn like a Cemetery Wind out of my ass after Doritos Locos and literally yells, "Here I am!" I couldn't think of anything cooler for him to say. I'm right here! So Lockdown Cemetery wins their house. Also, a car smacks a dude in slow-mo, not a sentient car. It's a car being driven by a hot boy that is secretly Marky Mark's daughter's secret boyfriend. I hope she doesn't also put him in a bear suit and set him on fire. They all hop in Hot Boy's hot car and try to do to the government and the alien what I did with my never-mentioned 4th child.
Lose him in the cornfield!
Oops, the cornfield I guess ends in the highway, so now they're doing that and criminally intentionally driving straight through games of bingo. And Optimus and Lockdown fight a bit. Cool jump. Slow-mo explosion. TJ Miller sodomized. No, not that kind of sodomy. The Sodom and Gomorrah kind. He gets pillar of salted. And legitimately, this is the hardest I laughed in this entire series. It took me completely by surprise. I can't tell if that was the goal, but I loved it. No notes.
Good job, stranger from the cornfield.
And apparently, yeah, TJ Miller reported Optimus Prime, which is why this is all happening and why he got sodomized by robots.
It's maybe primarily my fault, okay?
That's why you don't snitch. TJ Miller's sodomy allows them to escape. And speaking of Sodom, we get in an extensive rundown of how age of consent laws work thanks to the fact that Hot Boy is 20 and the daughter is only 17, which should be a crime, but according to the movie it's not, thanks to Romeo and Juliet laws.
Texas statute? That a real law?
Yep.
Dave's, you can't see it, but Dave's got a notepad out, and he's got his pen out, and he's taking lots of notes as we go through the section, which is to say, Dave, you probably should have watched this movie before doing all those things you did.
We've got a pre-existing juvenile foundational relationship. Statute 2705-3.
Optimus calls all the Autobots, as he oft does, and then animorphs into a sexier truck, but still like a truck. He's in hiding, right? He should become a Mazda, or a refrigerator, or like a Chinese car, since that's the only country still watching these movies. A few Autos meet at a secret trans camp.
We've been waiting.
Including Bumblebee, who still can't talk, and a fat Autobot voiced by John Goodman.
Bunch of backstabbing weasels.
Who I didn't realize was being blackmailed by Paramount, because why else would he be in this movie? And apparently the CIA has been killing Autobots to harvest their technology, which is a bummer bee, because Optimus Prime has sworn to never kill humans. But like, why? That's like me agreeing to never kill humans. Ridiculous. As it turns out, the CIA is apparently giving these trans corpses to a lab in Chicago called KSI in exchange for Fraser having stake in their company. So I guess we're gonna do a light heist sequence in the middle of this incredibly long movie.
You guys are pros.
the best.
By the way, dinosaurs weren't killed by a meteor. They were killed by aliens from the opening sequence who turned them into metal.
This metal caused the Great Extinction.
And when you know it, KSI has now invented transformium, which is a new metal/element that can be programmed.
Programmable matter.
Which is hot.
Sensual almost.
Like how they've invented a new transformer named
Galvatron,
who they were hoping would look like Optimus, but who instead looks a lot like Megatron. Why is this the case? Same reason everybody got fired from your favorite media companies.
Algorithms!
Except for me, ironically. I was quite profitable. Math! So okay, yeah, now they're sneaking into the lab.
You see that guy with the gun out there?
There's so many guys with guns.
And they run into a transformer named Stinger, which is Bumblebee but pink. But Bumblebee is not an ally because he starts acting like an ass.
Pete, stop going psycho!
And hey, why would literally anybody think that they work there? They look exactly like dickheads who snuck in. Also, Bumblebee still can't talk. Oh, look, they're melting down Ratchet.
They're melting Ratchet.
I knew Gary was evil. Mark gets recognized because of course he does.
Check that guy.
And they capture him, and then the Autobots smash into the building and rescue him. And destroy the lab.
Destroy the lab!
Even though the CEO or whatever says, stop! The Autobots run away, so they activate Galvatron and Stinger, the former of whom immediately begins murdering civilians and misfiring missiles
Misfire.
and forgetting to pull out.
Come.
All around a sloppy dude. He and Optimus go hand to hand, and Galvatron admits that he has no robot cricket companion.
That is why I have no fear.
Feels like that's more of an amygdala issue, but I don't claim to have penetrated and or peered inside a transformer, or at least don't admit it. Then Lockdown shows up and shoots Optimus and says,
You think you were born? No. You were built.
Wait, are Transformers not born? Or is just Prime not born? And how would he not know that he's not born?
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
Do Transformers come out as baby Mack trucks, or are they assembled into an adult form? I don't know. Anyway, they take Optimus and Mark's daughter into their ship. Despite her incredibly powerful attempts to break the glass and escape the car she's in, that's getting sucked.
Break the glass! Break the glass and get out!
Oh, here's the Chicago Bean, by the way. Looks totally fine. In fact, all of Chicago looks fine. Good for them. They rebuilt, I guess.
Wet, hot, and sweet.
And the CIA guy is like, oh, hey, the big alien spaceship is totally cool, and it's with us, the CIA. And the rest of the government is apparently like, good enough for me. As long as the spaceship is sucking for America, it's sucking for good.
This is my ass.
And on board the totally cool It's Fine ship, Lockdown is like, hey, Optimus, do you remember the ship that Prime built for all you Knights/Crusaders to explore the universe? You remember that?
It's my personal prison now.
And I don't know what the that means, but I guess Optimus does because he seems sad.
You have disgraced it.
Also, the ship is called Knights Terminus or Teminus. And also, I guess there are other captured knights in there. And also, the creators don't like it when species intermingle, which means apparently people have been going full Titan on some of these Transformers.
Come.
Yeah, and then the daughter gets licked. Wow! I'm thinking that this world, it's built.
Yeah.
I guess that was the deal that Frasier made with Lockdown, so now Lockdown gives Frasier seed, which confirms my Titan theory, I think.
Seed.
The Autobots board the ship. They've got like 10 minutes until it goes into whatever the Transformers equivalent of hyperspace is, except, they actually fire anchors off the ship, so I guess they've maybe got some extra time now. Phew. Mark and boyfriend also board and immediately find a bunch of swords and armors and but wait!
Weapons!
These swords are actually guns, and this boyfriend is actually kind of a pussy.
In the American sense, meaning weak or cowardly.
Whoa, okay, I surrender!
And now the humans are reunited and it feels fine.
Tessa!
Shane, I love you, I love you!
They escape the ship by crawling across the anchor ropes, and it takes forever because they're attacked by dogs for a while until B kills the dogs and then catches the humans as they fall when the rope gets cut. Thank God the dogs are killed. For the Autobots' part, they find that cage room and they're feeling very silly.
Nuts.
So they murder a random creature because it's ugly.
Bitch.
Way to save the cat. They do actually save Optimus.
Hang in, we're coming.
And they fly out on the Knights Teramis.
I always wanted to fly one of these things.
So now it's a chase scene. Everybody's out here giving it the juice.
I'm giving it the juice.
Also, at one point, the good guys blow up an entire bridge for literally no reason.
This one's for you, a-holes.
And I think the CIA isn't fully wrong to hate these guys. Sorry to
lay some hate.
God, these movies are cool. Speaking of, now this right here, this is pod racing. But then, oh no, I guess these movies are ironically anti-trans because they explode a Bud Light truck. Oh, but never mind, they're totally pro-trans again. Huh? But oh no again, because apparently the KSI lab is gonna move everything to China. Watch us, China. We love China. Woo, China.
I'm from the future. You should go to China.
A little more backstory that I can't think how to include any more elegantly than the movie does. Apparently, yeah, the sweaty ghost of Megatron has fully taken over Galvatron.
Galvatron? But that's just Megatron reincarnated.
Because of his chromosomes or something.
Chromosomes.
And oh yeah, that seed thing is actually a bomb that you could use to cyberform planets from plant type to metal type, and KSI wants to use that bomb to make more transformium so they can build more robot shit.
Sex robot.
See, 60 million years ago, I started watching this series, but also the dinosaurs were also transmogrified into metal shit to make Transformers.
How did he get here?
The creators did this, you see. Whoever they are.
What does he want?
Now, Mark tries to talk the KSI guy out of using a bomb to kill things so he can make more money by saying,
I know you have a conscience because you're an inventor like me.
Which in a series full of stupid lines still comes out as probably the stupidest. Inventors are the worst type of people. Edison, Ford, one of those guys electrocuted elephants and the other popularized square dancing.
Ladies.
Both despicable. But whatever, he does sort of have a change of heart because he's an inventor, which is the biggest heart. He better invent a bigger chest so that he can fit his big ass inventor heart in there.
I know you have a conscience because you're an inventor like me.
Unfortunately, this doesn't jive with Fraser's boyhood dream of being rich or whatever, so they spat briefly.
Why don't you tell me what's missing from my boyhood dream?
Anyway, Galvatron comes to life and is now fully autonomous, and he essentially hacks all of KSI's remaining robot creations, co-opting them for his personal army. He then says whatever I say whenever I misplace a bucket of my own jizz.
Go find my seed.
I think he also wants to use the seed to turn Earth into Cybertron, which is just classic Megatron. Just like how I want to use a bucket of my own jizz to turn Earth into Breederville.
In here, quick!
Same goals, different methods. I have a Patreon. So whatever, now we're in Hong Kong, and the inventor is hoping to get to a military garrison with the seed before any of the numerous other factions catch up with him and his sexy motorcycle lady escort. Dave, I caught a bug. Wow, I caught a f***ing fly without even looking at the fly. Did you see that shit? Breedertron, beep boop bop.
Still f***ing out there.
Eventually, they arrive at an elevator that literally doesn't move for 5 minutes until bad guys show up and there's a CIA fight scene and they fight. And if you like that, watch that part. If you don't... Eventually, the inventor gets to the roof, and he sips on some Chinese product placement, but then the Autobots show up in their stolen ship.
It's the Autobots!
And they try to pick up the inventor, but oops, their ship is shot down, like way down, like from the sky over Hong Kong to seemingly a forest 7,000 miles away. Mark causes a distraction.
You want me?
And maybe transforms into a sexy girl based on the editing. We get a classic Favela chase scene, but in a Chinese apartment complex or whatever.
It's all bullshit.
And this ends when, yeah, Mark Chekhov footballs the hardened CIA operative out a window. America, USA, Tom Brady. This causes Fraser to call in lockdown and Optimus to go to the downed ship and ask it to recognize
one of your knights.
And then he frees a bunch of primitive dinosaur Autobot, Transformer, whatever the f***s. Because apparently dinosaurs were basically just prehistoric cars.
I was expecting a giant car.
So among the many sins of this movie, there was also the matter of trying to retcon the Flintstones. Back at the China, John Goodman and Bumblebee and the humans try to stave off Megatron's hordes by yelling things like,
I'm like a fat ballerina.
And
I'm a
a wicked warrior robot.
This might be the reason John Goodman will never win an Oscar. But when all hope seems lost, they look to the Far East on the third day and see Optimus Prime riding a dinosaur. Megatron responds like a soon-to-be unmasked Scooby-Doo villain.
They're ruining everything.
From here, it's not a lot to talk about. They fight a lot. There's a really boring Victoria's Secret shot, and eventually Lockdown's ship arrives and starts sucking and spitting a bunch.
She's gone from suck to blow.
I mean, it's a lot like... Dave's giving me a look, and I'm not going to say who it's like, but you know. I mean, the CIA definitely knows.
This is my asset.
And eventually they suck Optimus, but he blows his load too fast for the ship to spit. So the blowhole explodes. And did you know that I got a 5 on both AP English exams? They said it was because I had such a way with words. And I'm sure that my AP English teacher would be thrilled if they watched this video, especially the part about sucking and blowing and spitting. Anyway, now Optimus and Lockdown fight one-on-one, while Frazier briefly holds a gun to Mark before getting literally murdered by Optimus. Oh my... All the characters work together to kill Lockdown after Optimus gets stabbed into a wall and can't move for a bit. And he chops Lockdown in half. And then the heroes drop a grenade and blow up more shit as they fly away. Megatron is still alive and mad.
We shall meet again, Prime.
Even though he's lost like 4 straight times now. I don't feel like he's a threat to anybody. Elsewhere, the inventor is fully nice now.
I might be able to help you put a little more than a pound in.
And the Dinobots are freed and allowed to run off into the jungle to murder innocent people. How are these dinosaur robots gonna hide exactly? They can either look like big-ass warrior robots or big-ass metal dinosaurs. Neither really screams more than meets the eye. There's already a lot meeting my eyes if I see a giant metal dinosaur or a giant metal knight. Like, oh, you think that giant metal knight is actually a giant metal dinosaur or vice versa? I wonder if that's actually a giant metal knight in hiding the giant metal dinosaur that I'm seeing. Optimus, for his part, takes the seed into space because there's a bounty on his head put there by, again, the creators that we literally know nothing about or whatever.
Whoever they are.
And he's not sure if he'll return, but if you look to the stars, one of them is
my soul.
So...
And what am I?
Bye, Optimus! Also, he has one last monologue about having a glorious purpose, and he offers a warning to the creators to leave Earth alone. And I guess Shia LaBeouf just like died or something? Where the heck has he been this whole time? Bumblebee used to be pretty weird about him. Seems like he'd get at least name dropped or something. Whatever. He probably snagged some other impossibly attractive woman that he is now screaming at somewhere. So good for him.
Make your dreams come true!
There will be days when Jordan loses faith. Wait, did we already do this one?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't get it.
Same, honestly.
Has my life been wasted?
Oh yeah, baby. The boops, they're back. The beeps, they're back. Also, fireballs. Fired from catapults. Because apparently it's the Dark Ages. Probably gotta buckle up for that.
Safety should always come first. And second.
I guess if you've got the budget and creative free reign of Michael Bay, you might as well explode a bunch of shit in a different century. In fact, why don't we just let Bay make a bunch of historical movies where everything explodes? Michael Bay presents the Renaissance would-be die. But this isn't just any explosive Dark Ages. This is the one where King Arthur is real.
He swore it.
And actively waiting on Merlin to help him fight back the Saxon hordes. Unfortunately, Merlin is both a drunkard and played by the same actor as the inventor in the last movie, who constantly talks out loud to himself.
God, I'm sozzled.
Also, a voiceover explains that, yeah, magic does exist in an alien spaceship.
Inside a crashed alien.
Pretty sure that's not how magic works, but also counterpoint, Harry Potter could win me back if the new HBO series includes aliens. Just saying, your move, Rowling.
What exactly are these things?
Here come goblins, Harry.
But yeah, Merlin confronts a Transformer who hands him a magic power staff.
Oh, yeah.
this? And combines with a bunch of other Transformers to become a dragon.
Do a barrel roll.
For as far as I can tell, literally no reason besides, as Cesare wrote in the script notes, it's awesome.
That would be just the thing.
It also mentioned something about an evil that's coming or whatever in the future around the same time that Even Stevens goes off the air. But the movie also tries to suggest that 5th century Britons were like the most noble people in history, and if they lose to the dirty Saxons, that'd be bad. And I guess, you know, say whatever you need to set up why there's a metal dragon exploding knights to death in the 400s or so, but were they that great? 5th century Britain, that's the height of morality.
Big personalities just sort of clashing and bloody.
Fast forward 1600 years to Optimus Prime frozen and floating aimlessly through space, holding a sword that I guess came from that battle from earlier. Why not? He lands on Cybertron and literally says,
"What has happened to my world?"
"What the hell are you talking about, dude? It looks exactly like it has the last 10 times we've seen it, and the Cybertron Civil War is mentioned every 5 minutes. You're an idiot. In the 3rd movie, Cybertron came to Earth. You saw it." Ugh. I guess in his defense, he might have space hypothermia, but he ends up talking to a weird-ass Cortana-looking piece of shit who calls herself
The Prime of Life
and claims to be a creator named Quintessa. She says that her staff was stolen by her 12 knights and taken to Earth, and that Prime, Optimus Prime, needs to go get it so that she can remake Cybertron with it. God, they're so obsessed with remaking Cybertron. Was it that great? We've got Arby's. Checkmate, Prime of Life.
Oh, he ate it. People will eat anything.
But whatever, I guess the only way to convince Optimus is to brainwash him, which he does by stroking his huge metal face. Also, I have literally no idea how, but Cybertron is apparently about to crash into Earth in the next 3 days again? What? How? Why?
I hate to ask.
Oh, by the way, this part makes sense. Inside of Earth is actually a big-ass Transformer called
Unicron.
And he is Cybertron, who I guess is also alive. He is Cybertron. Well, I mean, he's not alive, but if he was alive, if they remade him, he would be alive. And Unicron, which is inside Earth, and is, I think, alive but asleep, they're ancient enemies. And also, Optimus Prime is now going to go by the name Nemesis Prime because he's brainwashed and we need to know that he's evil, okay? And then Quintessa, she's hoping to suck out all of Unicron's juices to put him inside his Cybertron to reboot it. With the staff, of course. Obviously. You tracking?
The place you call Earth has another name.
And his name is John Cena!
Cybertron's ancient enemy.
Enough of that.
It is time you knew the truth.
Back to Earth, where Transformers remain fully illegal everywhere, and humans have set up yet another paramilitary force to hunt them down, called the TERFs. Sorry.
The TRF.
Speaking of rolling, well, except for Cuba.
Castro lets them sun on his beaches.
With John Turturro, which is really all I've ever wanted. The problem with all of this, however, is that aliens are constantly falling out of the sky now for some unexplained reason.
Too many to count.
And with this as the backdrop, a few Chicago children break into the ruined remains of Pontiac Silverdome in Michigan. That's weird. And they go looking for robots because kids are stupid.
Let God sort them out.
They find one that's still alive, but they also find some Homeland Security chicken walkers who are immediately exploded by some vagabond cutie who evidently lives in the dump.
What's your workout routine?
She's apparently friends with another Transformer named Canopy, who tries to get them out of the area safely, but all that commotion has caused the TRF to airstrike his ass to death for the kid's safety.
Damn! I almost had a heart attack.
That's some kind.
Then, inexplicably, Mark Wahlberg shows up and shoots a few Homeland ATSTs himself. He then grabs the children and tries to drive away like a regular Jared Fogle, but then also stops to help the crashed Transformer, who gives him a talisman for protection. I seriously doubt I've ever enjoyed a movie that had a talisman in it.
My sister and I were both orphaned 12 years ago.
Except for maybe the criminally underrated Kingdom of Heaven, which, while not exactly focused around a talisman, took most of its plot from the novel The Talisman, so that's like a half a point. Sound off in the comments with your favorite talisman movies. I'm sure there are so many bangers. But oops, a cab bot and the TERFs show up and arrest everybody while the talisman turns into a spider. But then Bumblebee shows up and gets disassembled, but then reassembled and brains a bunch of dudes. Which then causes the hot Marine, who is now a hot colonel, to show up. Hey. But also John Goodman is there, and it's really a who's who of Transformer heroes. from the last movie. I guess Shia's still dead. They escape, but not before Bumblebee gets tagged in the ass. And speaking of asses, Megatron is looking for that tail. Talisman. Because that thing could presumably lead people to the magic Merlin staff that I'd already forgot about from the intro. And anyway, our ragtag team of heroes lug their tagged asses to a big-assed junkyard where they've been hiding out alongside another comedic sidekick character that has not been sodomized. Yet!
No, I don't want to go to any prison.
The voice of Steve Buscemi stops by briefly because there is nothing that Michael Bay won't ruin.
Words hurt.
Skank. And the cutie, named Isabella, with the Gen ZZ,
Perfecto.
has stowed away, and she's an orphan, and Mark is like, you think that's hard? My daughter is in college.
I go visit her, we both get arrested. Is that bad enough for you, bro?
And had a contract dispute, presumably, and then he drinks another controversial Bud Light.
Perfect delivery, buddy.
He calls his daughter, but can't speak to her because he's hiding from the government, and all she really says is that he needs a girlfriend. And I hope he doesn't make that logical leap to think that he should date Isabella because she's only 14, and I know we've already covered a lot of laws and stuff surrounding these practices. But Mark's like 45 and she's 14, and I think even that's probably not legal. But you're right, I should look it up just to make sure.
You got 20 seconds, Chief.
Then he and Isabella bond while doing whatever they want to a compliant Bumblebee.
Just do whatever you want.
And what they do is give him a new voice, but it sucks, so he rips his own throat out.
Is that my voice? Is that my voice?
Cut to various random parts of the world where 6 horns are bursting out of the ground and growing.
It's growing.
Megatron shows up to speak to the TERFs and says he can help with their horns as long as some of his friends are released from Decepticon jail, and they are.
Man, I want to kill you right now.
And they get some weird Tarantino-esque freeze frames and font stamps because you got King Arthur, you might as well have like sexploitation font. Let's just do all of it.
I'm free at last.
Very disturbed.
The TERFs agree because the military seems to think they definitely do need the talisman. Although, does anyone know why? Or maybe they just want to stop the horns? Why would they trust Megatron? He's betrayed them 4 straight times.
What do you really want, Megatron?
What anyone wants.
Whopper.
But whatever, the plan is to let the Decepticons attack the Autobots at the junkyard and then swoop in and kill the Decepticons afterwards.
Definitely gonna kill your mofos later.
Genius. So anyway, they do that, but the Autobots and their human buddies escape to a nearby town that they've rigged with explosives. This causes the Decepticons to retreat because, man, they really are pretty pathetic in this series for the most part.
We don't do this kamikaze
Megatron is perpetually just a shitty afterthought, sort of like wiping. Right? Did that work? I felt like that worked.
Decepticons!
So TERF sends in a bunch of drones, and to be clear, the military and the TERFs aren't technically fully on the same side, but they work together in essentially every scene of the movie from here on out, so just be aware of that.
There's always one in charge.
But anyway, drones attack. And it's pretty scary for everybody except this lunatic janitor mopping in an abandoned hotel, and Mark gets knocked out a window by a drone and shot. But thankfully, the talisman has forced itself onto Mark and is in fact bulletproof. They beat all the drones or whatever, and Mark is confronted by his C-3PO type robot butler, if C-3PO knew karate.
Whoa!
And he was like, you've been chosen to save the world, and you need to leave the rest of these people and get onto my plane and fly to the UK. And Mark is like, makes sense to me. Later, boners.
Back off, Chief.
Oh, hey, here's some slow motion horseback polo for no obvious reason, and a hot woman for very obvious reasons, who is a professor of English literature at Oxford.
What?
And who is named Vivienne. Eventually, this hot lady gets into a car that is, surprise, a Transformer, and who drives her to meet Mark right as he's meeting with Sir Anthony Hopkins and also a sentient World War I era tank.
Hello there!
Her car drives incredibly fast so that the scene will technically qualify as an action beat even though it's really just a glorified Uber.
I do this every weekend.
Then Mr. Sir Anthony Hopkins asks the very question I've been wondering this whole time.
Has my life been wasted?
Undeniably yes. Sorry, bud.
No, but it's terrible. I mean, it's so sad.
Also, is the reason you joined this historically terrible franchise because you've developed
robot dementia?
I knew it! That also explains Westworld. I'd show a clip, but actually the brothers Warner have erased it. It's literally impossible to find. Sign up for Max today.
You may not get another chance.
Time for this 2-time Oscar winner to explain that he's the final surviving member of the Order of Witwickens, a secret society founded way back in the 5th century dedicated to keeping the existence reminiscence of Transformers in the closet. Former members include
General Washington, William Shakespeare, Queen Elizabeth of England, Abraham Lincoln,
John C. And every member of the Order is now dead. But the Order at one point included Sam Witwicky, so he's dead now, like officially. Do it! Well, rest in peace, my guy. Or not. I'm not the boss of you. That's between you and the Heaven robots from the second movie. And here's a brief aside to show Bumblebee apparently killing Nazis back in the 40s. So, I guess he didn't arrive in 2007? Or when was he supposed to arrive? I feel like it changes every movie. Can't wait for the retcon where it turns out that Starscream was Hitler's personal jet. Starscream a jet? Starscream sounds like it would fly. Gooch Tunneler is more of a ground-based one.
This robot. Dick Sucker.
Yeah. Calling all Autobots. Dick Sucker has arrived. Oh no, not Dick Sucker.
Let me go in first.
Let me go see what this guy's all about.
He's so nice.
More exposition. So Hopkins is in possession of the real original round table where 12 Knights and also 12 Transformer Knights used to hang out and probably play apples to apples. Also, apparently, somebody at some point decided there will be one final night that'll appear as the world ends, and you guessed it, that's Mark Wahlberg. Why? I don't know. Also, I guess the world is ending now-ish. Oh, they also buried that staff with Merlin's body, and it can only be accessed by a Merlin descendant, which, surprise, Vivian is. And during all of this, the robot butler plays music and generally tries to distract from how boring and nonsensical all this bull really is.
My lord, you ruined the moment again.
Whoa! I think I took my eyes off the road for a minute.
What's the matter with you?
Mercifully, MI6 and the tourists attack the house, forcing them to stop talking for like 5 seconds, and also to reveal that some Transformers have time grenades. When did they get those? How do they work? I don't know, but they split up. Hopkins goes to the library to look for information about the Earth Horns, and Mark and Vivian go to her childhood home to try and find information on where the staff is.
Hard as wood.
Because I guess her dad knew, because, you know, he was also a descendant of Merlin, the wizard. Hopkins doesn't really find any book, but it's cool because John Turturro calls and explains all the Unicron stuff, and that because of Pangea, Stonehenge is actually the middle of Unicron. He says this in exchange for becoming a member of the Order of Witwicken, which he is about to be the sole member of. Spoilers!
Hurry, man! The dissolving scrotums!
Turturro apparently read this information from a book that may or may not have been made out of
old kind of goat scrotum or something.
Goat scrot, if you will. I hate myself. Vivian and Mark determine the clues in her dad's office point to an out-of-commission submarine at a museum. They go to the sub, and Hopkins yells at people to get off said sub.
Off the sub! No!
I guess if I'm 85, and I've already won 2 Oscars, I guess I'll probably just join a movie where I can yell,
"Move your fat ass!"
What do I know? Maybe that's the logical step.
It's quite disgusting.
He also says that he can't go further because I guess he needs to mobilize more firepower with the Prime Minister whose office he sneaks into. I have never had to consult my notes more when writing a script for one of these than this damned movie.
Shut up!
Vivian touches the submarine just right. And it springs to life, because like everything in this world, it's a Transformer.
They're in a Transformer.
It takes them somewhere, and the military/turf sends a bunch of baby subs after them just in case. And to kill time, the robot butler leaves the submarine to catch some fish. And Vivian takes a stab at describing my penis.
It seems to not be, it's just sort of slithery.
There's also Mark's abs and a shared intimate meal because Michael Bay knows what the ladies like.
Sushi!
And he included a couple of scenes specifically for the women who had been dragged by their terrible dates to watch this absolute horror show of explosions and nonsense.
No, God, it's not a date. No, it's just that...
It's romantic. Goat scrotum.
But not for too long, ladies, because now we approach some sunken bullshit which they and the military board and run through. Vivian eventually touches the right part of the sunken bullship, and Merlin's sarcophagus is revealed. And apparently has Celtic writing on it, because why wouldn't it? They open it up, and there's a staff, but it's looking, and Mark gets mad.
I could have cut an oak tree down in my house. It was...
And tantrums so hard he accidentally wakes up a Transformer Night thing. But fortunately, the military shows up with the regular ass assault rifles and do a little bit of damage and divert the big guy just long enough for Vivian to touch the staff herself and have it become all magical, like that dagger in the 9th Friday the 13th movie. Literally, they just stole that plot point. Disgusting. Ugh. Hey, wait. Who produced the Friday the 13th reboot?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Bastard.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, more knights wake up and kill until Gasp Optimus shows up. Come. And like Dave at a sex party, he's all like, give me that staff. And she does, and he tries to run away while B chases him. And at one point, he smacks his head on a random submarine. And it made me laugh almost as hard as TJ Miller getting sodomized. That's what I have to laugh at in these movies. Bonked heads, sodomized comedians.
And women over the age of 72.
Well, the sunken bullshit elevates out of the water, and Prime and B fight, and a couple of humans sort of get sloshed around. Mark unsuccessfully tries to talk Prime down by riding the big guy, but then B's voice magically works for no reason.
I'm going to kill you!
And that does it.
Your voice. I have not heard it since Cybertron fell.
You fool.
So Prime is no longer mind controlled. He then gets sad and asks,
what have I done?
But I'm pretty sure the answer is almost nothing. Has he killed even one person at this point? He wasn't being very nice just a second ago, but it's not like he squished a baby or said the N-word.
I've come.
So basically he's the opposite of Dave. If anybody should apologize, it should be Dave and his own apology video.
Sorry.
Dave was squishing so many babies behind the camera, it's distracting. But then, oops, Megatron shows up and steals the staff, and the Knights decide, actually, that is pretty bad, Optimus, and I guess that's your fault. So they start beating the shit out of Optimus until Mark's talisman, of course, becomes a sword and gives him the strength to straight up parry a Night Strike. And then all the Knights worship him or whatever, and Optimus is like, okay, I'll try and be good now. And somebody yells some bullshit about there's an ignition chamber somewhere that they need to get to on Cybertron, which, oh, by the way, is actively crashing into Earth and dragging its nuts across the face of the planet. Oh, Sir Anthony Hopkins is at Stonehenge, apparently sneaking around and eventually shooting Megatron with his walking stick gun. Then the British Army attacks, and Megatron raises up extra hinges. Then Megatron shoots the shit out of Anthony Hopkins, who isn't even looking in Megatron's direction.
And the Oscar goes to Anthony Hopkins.
Hopkins straight up dies, while his robot butler basically shits in his open, dying mouth by saying of all the people he served, Hopkins was the
coolest.
My wife is gonna say something like that to me as I die. I'm gonna be like so mad. I'm gonna be like, fine! I hope the robots blow up your house! Whatever. At some point, the junkyard team gets a spaceship and comes to join the battle, and all the heroes get together for one last Optimus monologue about whatever courage.
I will lead the way into her chamber. And come.
Megatron delivers the staff to Quintessa, who says something about using it to rebuild our world, but I thought she was separate from all of that. Like, I thought creators created lots of things, but no? Just the one thing then? Also, while we're here, didn't they have slimy alien hands? But she activates the staff to suck Unicron's power out of the core and ultimately blow up Earth. The heroes assemble to attack the ignition chamber or whatever, and there's a brief guns don't kill people, people kill people moment for no reason.
That thing kill Decepticons?
No. We do.
Which is a weird thing to insert into a film franchise about sentient killing machines. Mark borrows a soldier's phone to send his daughter an honestly pretty fruity text. About to die, smiley face, eggplant, winky face.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Also, she gets this text from like a British number. Does she really trust that it's her dad and not like John Cena? Isabella apparently stowed away again. Seems like a bad idea. And they all go to attack the whatever in dropship Osprey things, and admittedly, it does look pretty cool. That's why they keep making these, because there's like one cool scene per movie. But unfortunately, the air is thin or whatever, so they end up crash landing, and the movie transitions to a pretty straightforward war film.
Please do to help me.
They all get pinned down by turret fire, at least until Isabella's robot blows the turret up. But not before Isabella gives him the exact same speech my lacrosse coach always gave me before games.
You're small and you're ugly. No one's gonna see you coming.
Then Optimus shows up, finally, and I'll admit, I don't understand what took him so long. There are other Autobots here, so where was he? I don't know, but he killed some shit. not, as he always does. But despite these developments, the military's like, this isn't working. So Buster from Arrested Development, God bless his heart, comes up with some convoluted physics plan to blow up a thing that'll blow up a thing that'll hopefully destroy the ignition chamber and stop all the sucking.
It's like if Tiger Woods was making a big dividend with his 9-iron.
The soldiers need to get the hell out of there ASAP, but don't worry, Dave. They got parachutes. I know you were worried that there was something that didn't make sense in this movie, but it always does. Fun fact, Dave's and my lacrosse coach from high school literally died hang gliding. That's a weird thing.
I thought it was skydiving.
No, I think it was hang gliding.
It was hang gliding?
Yeah, he was like a hang gliding instructor, and he just like, chunk, hit the side of the...
For some reason I thought it was skydiving.
Does it make a big difference to you how he was splattered?
We're going home.
Anyway, Vivian doesn't actually think explosion dominoes will work, so she takes off her parachute, and she and Mark run back to the ignition chamber, even as the dominoes, they explode. The chamber does actually get smashed and starts tumbling, but that doesn't apparently stop the staff from doing its sucking. So what does work is Vivian double fisting that staff though. Right, Dave? Oops! She slips off as gravity disappears, but that's totally understandable, right, Dave? Sometimes things get slippery, but the important thing is that she gets thrown right back on the staff. Am I right, Dave? I feel like you're not responding. You still sad about Coach? Don't let it go! This lets Prime and B get in there and shoot Quintessa. And that stops the thing or whatever, and they all fail. Or, I mean, they all fall. I don't know. I'm failing. It falls. They fall! But Prime catches them, so it's cool. And somewhere in there, Megatron gets kicked out a window, because like always, he's at best a tertiary threat. Once on the ground, Optimus once again delivers some nonsense voiceover about how there's more to this planet than meets the eye because of Unicron, I guess. But he also says, hey Autobots, come live here. This is our home now. But also, Cybertron is still connected, right? And also, won't most governments still be pissed at Transformers? They're out here still obliterating planets. Get them out of here!
At the heart of every legend, there is come.
Do I do that again because there was a car?
Yeah, that'd be bad if there were car noises. Good thought. Oh, oops. How are we gonna edit out the car noise?
Truth.
Oh, there's also a mid-credit scene where Quintessa has apparently turned into Jimma Chan, which is like, nice choice, Quintessa. And she warns some guy not to grab those Unicron horns that are still there, and she can show him how to kill the whole thing.
I wouldn't do that.
But real quick, shouldn't it be called Sexicron? It's got 6 horns, not 1 horn. Also, come on, Sexicron is way more awesome of a name. Well, doesn't matter anyway because nobody watched this movie, so producers decided to go back in time because this series hasn't retconned itself enough.
Speaking of, you and I are about to come to the past. In the past?
The past?
I don't know. How would you?
Why would I go in the past?
Whoa, have we traveled back to 1987?
We sure have.
Is this what you looked like in the 80s? Because you are uncomfortably close to my seed.
Yeah, I was a late bloomer.
Why am I not like a fetus?
Okay, so back in the 5th century BC, there was like an Egyptian, Sumerian, alien, robot, car, mermaid, troll, hobbit, caveman, dog,
I don't
lizard.
Uh-oh. Cut.
Alrighty, so to answer the question you're all wondering, there aren't really any beeps or boops, but there is some static. Also, this movie is made by Allspark Pictures, which must be new. Can't believe they didn't name it Matrix of Leadership Pictures or Ass on Car Productions or something more true to the spirit of this franchise, but whatever. We're back on Cybertron, watching the Civil War stuff for the millionth time, and Prime is looking a little retro, which is fun, and Bumblebee drives up, but wait, don't they scan cars to become cars? How does he already have car info in his brain storage? Do all Transformers intrinsically have the ability to become Earth cars? Why? Who imbued them with that power? Even weirder, Bumblebee has a whole ass voice. We have to
And Prime tells him to take his silky throat to the escape pods and go to Earth to establish a base for the other Resistance Autobots to regroup, since they're clearly about to lose Cybertron.
Cybertron has fallen.
And I can't get up!
But that means Cybertron isn't about to be destroyed, right? Like they're just losing the war, but the planet is fine?
I've fallen!
I don't know. But apparently it's now 1987, which means that the Cybertron Civil War was still ongoing as recently as the 80s?
Get more Autobots!
That makes all these events really close together. Whatever. There are some Spec Ops dudes playing paintball, including... No, seriously, it's actually John Cena.
John Cena!
All of my videos have been building to this moment. 3 years in the making. Everything I've ever done in my whole life has brought us here. I am the architect, vis-a-vis, concordantly.
I have no idea what the hell I'm saying. I just thought it would make me sound cool.
Anyway, a fire made out of Bumblebee ruins the game, and it's like, what is this, the Dark Ages? Because fireballs? This series is great. Is John Cena King Arthur? Lol, LMAO, etc. B runs away and turns into a Jeep after he scans one, because that's how it usually works, and eventually he's cornered, and unfortunately these military Jeeps have big ass harpoon guns on them, because I guess this is the whaling branch of the military? For what other purpose would you need a mounted harpoon gun? Well, before anybody can answer, an evil Transformer fighter jet attacks, and the two fight, killing basically every human in the process, except for, obviously, John Cena. B ultimately wins the fight, but not before getting stabbed in the throat, so that we can get the origins of that.
Then let's make it official.
Even though the Decepticon intends to kill him, so what's the point of making him mute first? Just stab him in the brain. And yeah, that gives B enough opening to kill him. But in the process, he's severely damaged and his memory cells fail or whatever, and he scans a VW Beetle and passes out. Cut from there to a sleepy girl named Charlie who says hello to her dead dad and spits like a person who's really never even attempted to spit before. She wanders into the kitchen to find her mom hooking up with a guy named Ron. And also her brother who does karate. Sorry, she's not hooking up with her brother who does karate.
Gross, Ron.
She greets her brother who does karate. If there's hooking up, I don't know about it. Plausible deniability.
My baby boy is becoming a man.
She heads to work to spill some shit on a hot boy, and then heads to a garage to show, not tell, how good she is at mechanical stuff.
Near the half-inch.
She also, Rube Goldberg reveals Bumblebee, who is, I guess, an operative and just hanging out under a tarp with literal bees in his ass. Bees? Wow, throwback to before I had kids. That was me every Saturday. Just throw a tarp on me, shove some bees in my ass, and, let me go, I guess.
I'm in, but we're gonna need a lot.
She tries to start the car, but it doesn't really do anything besides alert two Decepticons in space of their location.
That's B-127.
Inspiring them to come investigate. Charlie comes home and has a sad moment trying to fix a car that she worked on with her, again, dead dad.
Damn it!
For me, the equivalent scene would be me trying to fix a corrupted Photoshop file or something. My dad does a lot of graphic design for this channel. He literally designs USPS stamps. You probably have one in your house right now. Please don't die, Dad. I'm not as good at Photoshop as you are.
How you doing?
This is an unusual position. Anyway, now it's the next day, which just so happens to be Charlie's birthday. And man, does she make it seem like waking up at 8 a.m. every day is so difficult. I haven't slept in that late in like 4 years. Suck it up, Charlie. Unfortunately, all she gets for her birthday are a fruity helmet and a book about why she should smile more. But let's take a moment to appreciate how this is legitimately a good movie.
Cut.
Where the hell has this been for the past 15 years? I mean, the director did Kubo and the Two Strings before this. Imagine if this was the first movie in this franchise instead of Megan Fox's butt and explosions and even Stevens for 2.5 hours. My feet are falling asleep. You suck. You are too small. Maybe I can. Is this good? Is this good YouTube content?
This is good TV, right?
Ow, my foot! I didn't think it would hurt so bad. Here we go. This is good. Vroom vroom. Charlie heads back to the warehouse and convinces the warehouse owner to let her have Bumblebee. She takes it home and Bumble's dick just flops out onto the ground. So she crawls under him to see what's going on in there and accidentally wakes him completely up. Interestingly, B is a scared little weirdo because his memory is still completely gone. Thankfully, the touch of a woman calms him down before he does anything too crazy. Hey, if no Transformers except basically Optimus Prime and B know about Earth, how does he understand English?
Who am I?
The other Transformers in the other movies said that they learned from the internet, but he's been basically unconscious his entire time until this moment, right? I don't know. But Charlie is actually the one who officially names him
Bumblebee.
Which is fortunate because she could have just as easily named him B-Ass or Bumbledick. Elsewhere, a couple more fireballs blow up a white trash dude's car. And out of the fireballs come the two Decepticons who heard B's signal or whatever, and they pop the white trash dude himself. John Cena hears about this because he's been tracking the Decepticons, and also they didn't bother to pop the white trash woman, so she just told everybody, and he and a bunch of other soldiers and stuff confront them in the desert.
This is humiliating.
And the Decepticons pretend to be hunting a criminal and ask for access to Earth's satellites and stuff, and the humans are initially hesitant.
They literally call themselves Decepticons. That doesn't set off any red flags?
But they recognize that the Decepticon tech is super advanced and they'd hate for them to go to the Russians for help. They give them access to all their Sector 7 stuff, which, okay, I thought Sector 7 existed because of Megatron and the ice. If they already had Megatron, they shouldn't be surprised by more of them, nor would they inherently need their technology since they've been dissecting Megatron for almost a century.
Yes, why?
I think we should just accept that this timeline is canon and just throw out all the Michael Bay bullshit.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Honestly, throw those entire movies out. They never happened. This is the only Transformers movie. Or better yet, the only movie ever. Citizen Kane? What's that? Sounds like robot car bullshit. Why would I say that? Bumblebee is robot car bullshit. Citizen Kane is newspaper man bullshit. Rosebud. My final words are clitoris. Do you know that? That's the point of the movie, is he says Rosebud, which is the guy that it's based on, that was his pet name for his wife's clitoris. The greatest movie of all time is about the search for the clitoris. I say, any of you boys have found the clitoris? The magnifying glass. I think I really nailed that section.
It's certainly coming.
Also, the humans plan to betray the Decepticons at some point, and also the Decepticons literally invent the internet so that they can maybe track Bumblebee, and also so Optimus Prime can maybe learn English and the N-word later.
What?
Charlie starts working on B and accidentally causes a Star Wars hologram to pop out like Leia from R2-D2, except it's Optimus Prime talking about a war. This freaks Charlie out a little bit, and I'm surprised that she assumes that B is a good guy. I mean, he lost his memory. He could definitely be evil. But he's kind of cute, I guess, so maybe he's fine. Then Charlie fixes B's radio and shows him some music that he hates.
Junior, double, triple, whop.
Because apparently he's a picky-ass robot. Also, Charlie mentions that she used to be a high diver and her dad died of a heart attack. Honestly, if either of my daughters jumped off a high dive, I too would probably die of a heart attack, so I get it. Maybe it's Charlie's fault.
Have you lost your damn mind?
At this point, the nerdy boy who lives next door named Memo, somehow, for some reason, and who says what I say to myself every morning in the mirror.
You're not a nerd, 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 just, okay, you're a nerd.
Comes over to ask Charlie on a date, but oops, discovers the existence of alien life on Earth. Charlie threatens to run over him with a car if he tells anybody, and he's like, okay, I won't tell anybody.
Okay.
And so the next day they go for a joyride, and Charlie forces him to take his shirt off.
Yo, give me your shirt. Huh? Give me your shirt.
She uses it as a blindfold to show how the car is self-driving, but she's literally wearing an open, superfluous flannel shirt of her own. Why does she need to strip this boy down? Harassment much? Groomer, maybe?
I know I promised you, but yeah, you're not getting that back.
And for no clear reason, they end up driving to a cliff party where she gets bullied a little.
Sorry.
And that's the gist of the scene. And I only mention it because I don't understand why they're at the cliff party in the first place. Wikipedia is no help, and that's all the digging I'm gonna do, okay?
For sanitary purposes, obviously.
It does lead to them TPing the mean girl's house, which would get you shot nowadays, and Bumblebee actively destroys her car, which would get your corpse shot up nowadays. As they run away from the scene of their crime, they're pursued by a cop, which they run from, and again, would really get you shot nowadays. Really, what wouldn't get you shot nowadays? I wish it was still the 80s, or that old people in their 80s weren't so trigger happy, or that I didn't have to be terrified at the prospect of my children ever going anywhere besides our own living room. America, hooray! Anyway, thanks to some insane stunts by B, they escape the cop, and they say what I always say whenever I transport dentures across state lines.
Oh my God, we're committing a felony!
No, really, it's a felony. Look it up. You can't transport dentures, Dave.
Well, I'm in trouble.
The next day, Charlie goes back to work at the old meat dick frying mines, freeing B up to go full ET and destroy everything in the house. But he also electrocutes himself in such a way that the government is alerted and they send everything they've got to this sleepy little 80s town. Memo notices the wreckage, calls Charlie, and the mom gets home around the same time and yells at her daughter for something.
I have had it.
I actually don't understand what the mom thinks happened here. She doesn't think that Charlie's car came to life and destroyed the living room, right? So does she think that Charlie just went postal and like obliterated the couch? If that's the case, she's probably seriously in need of medical attention, right? Like she's completely lost her mind?
All you want to do is make things harder.
But no. Mom berates her like she forgot to turn the oven off and it destroyed their couch. Or maybe she's internalized the patriarchy and believes that bitches just sometimes be crazy, right? Political. Charlie angrily leaves with B and they run right into a military roadblock armed with insanely powerful Cena spit.
Take it down!
Run! That's a guy who spit before. Probably he spits on everything. They run away, but the Decepticons catch them and B is captured and electrocuted. They do manage to activate a private Optimus Prime recording that is filthy.
I am coming.
They realize Earth is important to the Autobots.
If the Decepticons find it, then our people are truly
So the Decepticons shoot B to death and then bugger off to find a tower to transmit a signal to the rest of their Decepticomrades.
It is risky.
And then Charlie wakes up in her bed and finds John Cena kind of explaining everything to her mom, and he claims that B is government property and that Charlie stole it, and the mom is like, yeah, that makes sense. Bitches do be crazy and stealing government property.
Just go to your room.
Of course the government owns a VW Beetle that my daughter was able to steal. Classic teen shit. 80s were nuts. Charlie sneaks out to go save B from this ad hoc military base they've built nearby to discover B's presumably rotting corpse. But it's all good because they defibrillate him back to life with an actual gun. This is the future that the NRA wants for all of us. One gun to put you down, one gun to bring you back.
Listen up.
Teachers should have marker guns to write on the whiteboards, and fast food should be delivered via burrito cannons. Everything should be guns.
That's what it takes.
Anyway, the gun medicine works, and it has the side benefit of blowing B's memory back into his, his brain. Do they have brains? John Cena shows up and breaches the shit out of the building they're in, and harpoons B with a couple of their standard issue Humvee harpoons. But this turns B into more of a red-eyed angry wasp.
Oh shit.
And he just starts blowing everything up until Charlie talks him down. She and B head off to fight the Decepticons and stop their transmission, and Memo stays behind to do nothing.
Stop.
Literally. That is the joke in the movie, and it is funny because, again, this is a pretty good movie. I feel bad making fun of it.
Well, that didn't work.
They arrive at the tower with an assist from Ron, driving like a reckless lunatic and endangering women and children.
Run! We have a kid in the car!
And the Decepticons are programming the message to send or whatever, because you can't do anything at the end of a Transformers movie like when you want to. Everything takes like 20 minutes to load. It's one of the problems of Transformers tech. It's very slow. B dumps Charlie in a trash can for her safety and starts shooting the tower and fighting, and Charlie gets knocked out of the trash can, decides to climb a nearby crane to get to the tower, and then John Cena shows up with a helicopter to shoot at the Decepticons.
There!
Realistically, they should all just focus on blowing up the tower itself, right? No tower, no message. Whatever, B kills one of the Decepticons with a chain like he's Christian Grey if he was also a car soldier.
No, Anastasia, I'm not gay.
And then totally mosses John Cena's crashing helicopter. B starts fighting the remaining Decepticon while Charlie kills the tower power, and in a moment of desperation, B unleashes the river, which kills the Decepticon and gives Charlie the courage to high dive once again to get B. but he seems fine. And realistically, I don't think there's anything she could have done if he wasn't fine. Like, does he even breathe air? And he weighs at least as much as a car, so you're not gonna pull him out if he's unconscious. But I'm glad that you got over your fear of diving. Your dead dad would be so proud.
What do you mean?
Anyway, it doesn't matter. John Cena has a change of huge, muscly heart and decides B is an alright, okay dude.
You need to get out of here.
And Charlie and B go to overlook the Golden Gate Bridge to sort of break up now that his memory is back, and he should probably go focus on the whole war effort. He also becomes a Camaro because he can, I guess.
Are you telling me you could have been a Camaro this whole time?
No. Hey, also B is able to talk pretty well now by using the radio like he does in the earlier/later movies.
My name is
Bumblebee.
How does that actually work? Is he scanning every station at once and just knows what's coming next? How does he end up eventually picking up movie quotes? Is he recording those bits and then playing back the recordings at the right time somehow? It just really doesn't make any sense, unlike the rest of the series, which makes all the sense.
Yeah.
And Charlie reunites with her family and it feels just like so good. And then Memo tries to hold her hand and she's like, nah, dog.
Oh, yeah.
And she fixes her dad car, and then Optimus Prime arrives on Earth and reunites with B, and they're like, man, let's do nothing for like 20 years until Shia LaBeouf comes of age. Or maybe like 7 years, because they made another one. Spoiler alert. Again, why is this movie so much better than all the others? If the next movie is bad, I'm gonna freak out. Okay, so you're saying that Dave is an evil serial killer, and he is the one who has been forcing you to make all these long-ass videos?
Yeah. It is the only explanation.
All right, well, let's explore that theory a little bit. Maybe with a little role play.
Like, you want me to, like, be a sexy pirate?
No. But what if we went back to the Sharknado video, mentally? But instead of explaining Sharknado, we explain the Halloween franchise. And then you can roleplay what you think Dave, would be doing and thinking if that were the case.
That makes no sense to me.
Okay, who's the doctor here?
You are. Yeah, sorry. Do I have to drink Natty Light too?
Yeah, that's like the whole thing.
Oh my god. Well, I've got one right here. Good morning, America!
What's the pumpkin for?
Alright, so I love the Halloween theme because I think John Carpenter ripped off Linkin Park. It sounds exactly like the end of Transformers. Also, John Carpenter, when I was growing up, we just called him Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm distracted because I've been watching this slow zoom on a jack-o'-lantern while the long-ass credits play for, I think, 2 years or like 390 lights now. This was such a bad idea. Okay, that's over and things are about to get exciting because we're now in small town Illinois. In 1963. Ooh, thrilling. I love Polish and/or racist people.
Nearly every Polish undertaking either started or was directed from
John Cena! Granted, it is Halloween. In POV, there are some horny teens making out in the window. I mean, if you squint hard enough, and yeah, okay, POV, you're getting a better view now, and they are definitely making out.
We are alone, aren't we?
And the one guy even clowns her a little bit. I don't know what clowning meant in 1963, but in 2009, during my first semester of college, one of my suite mates said it meant so. You're welcome for that little linguistic lesson. You thought you wouldn't learn anything from my videos, but you're wrong. Welcome to class, with an emphasis on ass. Where do the balls go? Write that down, it will be on the test.
I sweat so much I'm drowning.
Okay.
Hey Dave, any word on whether we could block my children from watching my channel? Anyway. The clowning teens head upstairs to place their balls God knows where.
The old glory hole!
And POV, we sneak in the completely unlocked and open back door, which is not a euphemism, but I understand why you'd think that given how we've started this video.
I want you to know that you're 100% right, and I'm wrong.
Get out of the glory hole! And we grab a knife and oh, look at that! They're already finished clowning. This is filmed in a single take, which means according to my notes, the boyfriend went upstairs, had clown sex, got dressed, and came downstairs in the span of like 90 seconds. Yeah. I assume he's in a rush to get to the Guinness Book of World Records store and let them know that they have a new, probably recently single champion.
Congratulations! World's best.
Come.
Anyway, POV, we sneak upstairs to see the damage, and the girlfriend brushes her hair 100% completely naked, as every normal girl always does. I mean, combs could get caught in your underwear and rip your head entirely off. It's dangerous to comb with clothes on. She notices us, POV, and says, Michael! Michael! And Michael, well, he gets some very sloppy seconds. Also, if you took this audio and put it over a sex scene later in this movie, I bet you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Just saying, editor. Pay attention, future Jordan. This will be on your test.
Okay.
I was homeschooled for a little bit. Shut up.
Leave me alone!
Anyway, Michael goes outside and awkwardly freeze frames in front of his parents, and we realize that he's 6 years old, and actually, he's the one who was clowning. Michael? This is why God invented Xboxes. Before then, murdering your sister was the closest you could get to crushing noobs on Blood Gulch.
Is there really a God?
Xbox. It'll make your kid racist, but it will stop the kid from murdering you. There's your new slogan, Microsoft. You can have it for $420.69. But wait, let's not move forward yet.
Okay.
For some reason, I've read the original Halloween paperback by Richard Curtis, who wrote under the pseudonym Curtis Richard, just to give you a little taste of his creative talents, and it provides some insights into the film. Spoiler alert, this movie mostly leaves Myers an unexplained murderous enigma, but the novel gives us a full explanation for why a child might murder his naked sister. And yes, Dave, I know you think that's normal, but our viewers probably don't, so I'm gonna give an explanation for why. I know your explanation is, it's Tuesday. Tuesday's great. Anyway, said novel first transports the reader to ancient Ireland, where a disabled boy named Enda is rejected by the woman of his dreams because he isn't a lad worthy of that wench's pretty hole. That's a quote from the book, a real book that was sold. But really, what lad is? Whose hole might a lad be worthy of? But Enda responds to his whole rejection by brutally stabbing her in the boob. Oh, young love! As punishment, he is executed and then cursed by shamans to roam the earth till the end of time, reliving thy foul deed and thy foul punishment. Which, wait, how is that bad for Enda? They're forcing him to reincarnate into other lonely pervs that murder beautiful teenagers? That's like cursing the Trix rabbit to forever eat Trix yogurt. That's like his favorite thing.
Silly rabbit. Tricks are for
clothes his own. And I get that he'll also die, but there are plenty of people like Dave for whom that's part of the whole deal. You think the Trix rabbit doesn't try to kill himself every night? Really?
I'm finally going to have Trix yogurt, and I get...
Load my freaking lard carcass into the mud. No coffin, please. Just wet, wet mud.
You think I'm f***ing with you? Fast forward a couple thousand years, and Michael Myers catches Enda's ancient Celtic serial killer herpes and spends his days creeping on his hot sister and pinching her boobs or ass. Another quote. I guess he's not a man to mix his meats.
We have the...
This is where we realize just how fascinated Richards is with 15-year-old boobs and how they flattened when Judy Myers brought the brush to her head and then rounded and filled again when the brush reached the bottom of its stroke. Never let it be said that Richards half-assed his novels. That's specificity that comes from questionable internet searches and asking your less lonely friends, who are probably criminals. Also, I thought it'd be fun for you all to know that earlier you apparently ogled a naked 15-year-old. Hey, where did my video's monetization go? Wait, who's that at the door? The FBI?
2 hours later.
That's okay, I fought them off single-handedly by just saying that Dave did it, so he's in jail now. Back to the novel. Michael, now writing an incest boner high, murders his sister by, you guessed it, shoving a knife into her right breast. That's poetry. And when boobs rhyme, we call that art. The rest of the book mostly plays out like the movie, but you can safely assume that Myers has a thick Irish accent.
I'm allowed to. Oh, you're not. What?
Okay, are we caught up?
Was that really in the book?
Yeah.
Yes, Curtis Richards, Curtis, you've done it again. Oh, in my mind's eye, I see it now. A flattened, then rounded bosom.
I'm gonna type every word I know.
So now it's the day before Halloween, Halloween Eve, or Halloweenine. And it's a different part of Illinois, which is good because I'm a sucker for globe-trotting adventures, for Illinois trotting adventures. And this part of Illinois has a cranky doctor man and a sexy nurse lady driving a car through the rain.
That is the law.
They both work at a mental institution that apparently employs a pretty liberal policy when it comes to keeping patients in their rooms. This must be the inspiration for Shutter Island. And here it works about as well as there because one particularly crazy dude hops on the car and messes with the nurse until she gets out and he steals the car. From there, we return to the first part of Illinois that we saw because apparently this is a 2 Illinois city spanning adventure and it looks much happier than the time that baby Michael Myers went ham on his sister's illegally young breasts.
Later.
A young Jamie Lee Curtis named Lori is asked by her father to
drop the key off at the Myers place
because I guess he's too damn busy selling houses and crushing cocaine to do it himself. What an important man.
I drive a Dodge Stratus!
On the way, she encounters the little boy named Tommy that she babysits, who hopefully won't walk in while she's naked combing because you know how little boys are. And the kid is like, you're gonna babysit me tonight, Halloween night, right?
Same time, same place.
What else would a teenager like me do on Halloween night? Or what else would a kid like you do?
Like popcorn?
Halloween is for parents to go to an almost certain sex party somewhere while the children all stare at each other until the adults return in a much more relaxed state.
Don't you know what happens on Halloween? Yeah.
Natty!
Why? Because that's his job.
Also, there appears to be a creepy dude in the house that neither of them see. I hope he isn't Irish.
Dax, like that.
There he is again. And again. Dave, can you tell if he's drinking a Guinness? Welcome back from federal prison, by the way. Hey, have you always stared endlessly into space? Anyway, Tommy gets bullied at school, and let me tell you, as somebody who got sent to the principals for being mean to a kid in 3rd grade, these kids are total posers.
The boogeyman is coming. Leave me alone. He doesn't believe it.
I am coming.
Their chants are terrible.
Boogeyman!
I mean, smashing his juicy pumpkin isn't bad, but really that's the first thing they should have done. Also, if they could convince the serial killer to do his thing, well, that would be next level bullying. But then again, Tommy is so clueless, he doesn't even notice Myers driving next to him for like half an hour.
Leave me alone!
To be fair, the Irish are known for being stealthy. There's probably one behind you right now!
Get hell! Where the did you come from? I was behind the thing.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Cranky Doctor guesses that Myers is returning to his hometown to stab as many right breasts as he can.
He was doing very well last night.
And so he also travels there to grab him before they're stabbed. Also, Myers apparently stole this dead farmer or whatever's clothes. He also stole his sister's tombstone, which is weird.
Why do they do it?
Because there aren't even boobs on it.
I have a place for that.
But yeah, back in the hometown, 3 separate right breasts walk and decide because Lori and her friend Annie will be babysitting tonight that the 3rd friend should sneak her boyfriend over so that she can have sex in a safe place, I guess.
Exploring uncharted territory.
Totally charted.
Vámonos, amigos.
Now, don't worry. Lori will keep her blouse buttoned because...
Guys think I'm too smart.
And she's right. All men only are interested in women with emaciated right hemispheres of their brains.
Poor Lori.
Speaking of, there's one such boy right now. Well, dude is everywhere, as is Annie's cop daddy. Lori wistfully watches some kids trick-or-treating at like 3 p.m. That's not fun. That's obnoxious as hell. It's still light out, you little turds. I don't want to see you until it's darker outside than Dave's stint in prison.
Well, kiddo.
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
Later that evening, Annie picks Lori up and literally asks her,
What's the pumpkin for?
Annie, it's Halloween. She's gonna cut open the top and then sit inside and float down the river until it disintegrates. What else would you do with a pumpkin on Halloween?
I brought it for Tommy. I figured a jack-o'-lantern would keep him occupied.
I'm married!
Oh no!
My dad!
Will he notice the smoke? No, he will not.
Hi, Annie.
He's too busy listening to the alarm at a hardware store where somebody has stolen some rope and some knives. Seems innocent enough.
But it wasn't.
They leave with Myers driving literally like 6 feet behind them, and they never notice, and the doc shows up.
Pardon me, I'm,
Pig dicks.
To take the cop to the old Myers house and find a partially eaten dog, I think.
What is that? It's a dog.
Still warm.
He got hungry.
Which totally messes with the movie lore. Irish people don't eat dogs, they eat stew and potatoes, except for that one time during the 19th century. Too soon?
What's this?
Doc is packing heat.
I do have a permit.
He volunteers to guard the house in case Myers comes back for another dog snack, for some more puppies to chow.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
All Doc really achieves, though, is creeping out Tommy's bullies.
Get your ass away from there.
Oh, shit! Get the f*** out of here!
Bully prevention starts with 40-year-old men with guns. So, okay, now Lori finally babysits Tommy and learns a terrible secret.
Why do you keep him under there?
Mom doesn't like me to have him.
He reads comic books, but not just comic books.
Neutron Man, I can understand why.
I mean, if I remember correctly, Neutron Man is filthy.
Got a blast!
Tommy also claims to see Myers outside, but nobody believes a little Neutron Man reading pervert.
Lori, the boogeyman is outside, look!
You don't have to.
Go watch TV.
Shame on you! Shame!
Also, Nasty Tommy watches the 1951 version of The Thing, which, hey, John Carpenter would later direct another version of it. It's like me talking about Halloween, but in the place where I did Sharknado. So there you go watch that. Annie also babysits, though she's pretty annoyed by the family dog trying to warn her of the dog-eating serial killer outside, so Myers helps her out by murdering that dog.
Never mind.
Thoughtful!
Oops.
Annie spills butter on her clothes.
No.
So she almost completely strips, which isn't actually that tough because she wasn't wearing a bra anyway. Practical. And also, she doesn't ask, but I'm sure Myers would be willing to help lick off that butter if she wants, especially if she was willing to let him call her by his sister's name. But no.
Oh, yeah!
She has to wash her buttery attire in a freestanding laundry shed, but ends up locked in and ultimately stuck in the window with her ass hanging out. We call that a lemony snicket because it's a series of unfortunate events.
There has to be something we can use to pull it.
Eventually, she's saved by the kid that she's babysitting, Lindsay Wallace, and Annie horny talks her boyfriend who just can't stop thinking about all that buttery attire.
Stuck, huh?
Annie's getting real horned up herself.
I have big...
Pussy! So she takes Lindsay to Lori so she can go pick up her boyfriend.
So what is this big...
Pussy! Do Tommy and Lindsay's parents know each other? Surely they're all at the same secret Halloween sex party for neighborhood parents. I mean, they should have hired Lori to babysit both kids rather than hire two separate babysitters. That's economics 101. Make it trickle down, guys.
Our aim is to increase our national...
Unfortunately, picking up her boyfriend proves challenging because Annie's arms are very small, and also her boyfriend probably weighs a lot more than her, and also because she's murdered to death in the car, when it turns out this is one of those neighborhoods where nobody can hear car honks.
You're not really listening to me, are you?
What? Oh!
Oh, natty light. Did you see that we have 16 ounces now? Because it's like, we keep making, the videos bigger and better.
The budgets are getting bigger.
The budgets are soaring.
Is that not right, Mr. Scream?
But where Annie hornily failed, her friend hopes to hornily succeed, pulling up to the house with some stud named Bob. Ooh, nothing hotter than calling out the name Bob. Oh, Bobby!
Bob? Totally.
They sneak inside to scream Bob all over the place and find the house dark and abandoned, but that's no problem. Now, the serial killer might be... but that's for future Bob to worry about.
That's dumped.
So now they're bobbing like crazy in some random person's bed. And they finish.
Is that all you can say?
Yeah.
So Bob goes to grab beer, where he's attacked by Mike and stabs Spended. But hey, at least he died fully, emptied.
Oh, fantastic.
Utterly fantastic.
Fantastico!
Good for Bob. Ouch.
Go get me a beer.
Myers heads upstairs to kill the other girl, but he does so dressed as a silly ghost. Ooh!
Real cute.
Look out, it's the bedsheet banshee, the duvet demon, the dickhead wearing a cloth.
This is going nowhere.
Then the girl makes a joke that I don't get at all.
What's the matter? Can I get your ghost, Bob?
What does it mean?
And tries to make a phone call when it doesn't land. But unfortunately, she's strangled with said phone. which is actually the whole theme of this new comedy club that Dave and I are opening. It's called Tell a Good Joke or a Mental Patient Will Strangle You.
And I'm your host, $1 $1
We're workshopping the name, but I think it'll be fun. Maybe we'll sell it on Shark Tank as a reality TV show. Who knows? Maybe we can have a 24-ounce Natty Light next time.
We're gonna get the show started with a game called...
Lori actually listens to her friend get strangled and sort of worries that maybe she's not living her best life.
You all right?
So once she confirms that the kids are asleep, Lori slowly walks across the street to the other house. And look, I get why this movie's a classic, but that doesn't mean I can't wish that 30 minutes of this film's 90-minute runtime weren't spent slowly walking in silence.
Bob?
The doctor realizes, oh hey look, it's a car from the mental institution where I'm employed full-time just across the road. Not sure how I didn't see that at any point during the last 12 hours, but I'm gonna walk over there slowly to investigate. Slowly. Speaking of, here's Lori walking around the house. Let's say slowly. But then, hey, she finds naked Myers' tombstone. Oh, and also dead Annie, I guess. Oh, and a jack-o'-lantern. Oh, and also dead Bob. And you know, what's her boobs? Lots of things in here. It's a downright point-and-click adventure. Something fun no matter where you look, including, unfortunately, Michael Myers. But thankfully, he's about as good at stabbing as Dave is at drawing titty composites. Where are the composites, Dave? I promised my patrons over at patreon.com/DrJordanBreeding that they would get a titty composite.
Sorry.
But even a shitty glancing stab is pretty scary, and Lori falls down the stairs in her surprise and is saddened to find all the doors locked. But then Myers gives her an idea.
Now you try it.
So now she's outside screaming for help, but unfortunately all the parents are again at their secret sex party and they do not want to be disturbed. They got their holes out and stuff. They're not gonna close up shop just for some bratty kid.
Hello, help me! Man, please help me! Please!
Speaking of, it seems like even Tommy might be holing around up in his room because he is, again, very slow to let Lori back in after she realized she forgot.
The keys! The keys! Oh!
I'm just saying, he was perfectly pretty good up there. And if Dave and Michael are any indication, boys cannot be trusted.
Hurry!
Lori gets inside and turns off the lights.
Hurry!
Huh, that's usually something the serial killer does, but maybe she's hoping his sight is T-Rex-esque based on movement?
Suspicions based on...
I mean, don't rule it out because dude still has terrible stabbing aim. Turns out Lori, though, is actually pretty good at stabbing. Success! And as they say, sewing needle defeats serial killer next. So Michael falls to the ground, apparently dead. And Lori grabs his knife, chucks it, and then PTSDs for a bit. Except, oops, he obviously isn't dead because a sewing needle death would be such a girly way to go. And Lori runs upstairs and hides in a closet. Well, I guess she's new to this. That's fine. My first video was a Jackass parody that my teacher gave me a D on and sent me to the principal's office for because you're not allowed to depict piss in school projects.
I'm gonna pee in this cup, and Jordan's gonna drink it. That's it.
Hey, check this out.
Hey dude, it's pretty hot. Why don't you have a little bit?
Oh god.
You just drank pee, man. That was real. Jordan's trying to break a stick on his knee. Ah!
Well, the joke's on her, because now I make a living making nothing but videos with piss in them. There's a cup full of warm piss hidden in every video I've ever made. Find them all and win a trip to the piss factory with me, Wee Willy Wonka.
Nope, scratch that, reverse it.
And to be fair to Lori, Myers initially seems about as good with closets as he is with knives. Takes him a long time to get in there.
2 hours later.
Lori grabs a coat hanger. Well, she stabs him with it. It's weird to have these sort of stabbing scenes without any gnarly sound effects. It's pretty subdued for a stabbing moment. But then she stabs him with his own knife, which she's much more accurate with, and Michael doesn't seem to love it. But just like Dave's herpes and also Dave, Michael refuses to die. So he gets back up and chokes Lori with some very tasteful choking ADR while she pulls off his mask to reveal that he's not a very conventionally attractive serial killer. Which is weird because every Netflix show I've ever seen, the serial killers are hot as hell.
I get very scared, but you know, he's also really dreamy.
Yummy, yummy. Look at these serial killers. It's like, murder my butt.
Too much?
That's perfect. I'm not the first person to point out that movies often make bad guys deformed in some ways, except for on Netflix apparently. But it feels like a hat on a hat to make him insane and wear a weird mask and have a droopy eye. I mean, how would he even develop that anyway? He was a normal looking kid. It just seems mean to make his eye droop all of a sudden. And speaking of mean, the good doctor outside notices the screaming children running away and walks right into the house and shoots Myers a half dozen times. Now that's some mental health therapy I could get behind. We should give every doctor a gun, just in case. Anyway, Myers falls out the window and seems dead, but no. Hey, remember what I said about Lincoln Park?
What's the boogeyman?
As a matter of fact, it was.
Okay, now imagine Dave. What do you see? I mean, I don't really notice anything different. Still wearing the Michael Myers mask like always? Yep. Interesting. Keep going.
One of their number was butchered. This is a wake.
The second Halloween movie begins in Haddonfield, Illinois on October 31st, 1978, and randomly with Mr. Sandman. But wait, hey, that's the same night as the last one. Let's just rewatch the end of the last movie real quick.
A few minutes later.
Eventually, there's some new footage of a goofy-ass neighbor who is like, what's going on?
I've been trick-or-treated to death tonight.
No, you haven't, dude.
Is this some kind of joke?
People have been running around screaming and getting murdered literally next door for the past 3 hours, and you've done and heard exactly nothing.
I didn't do fucking shit.
Nobody has. Nobody's around. He's probably had one 7-year-old ask for a Snickers and he lost his shit.
Trick or treat!
I'll kill you.
Speaking of, the doctor, named, I guess, Dr. Loomis, at birth, gallops away from the neighbor like he's chasing down a squirrel that might know where Myers went.
Hi-yo, Silver.
Credits! But this time, there's a skull in the jack-o'-lantern. Must be Jack. I am Jack's O-Lantern.
The name's Jack.
Just jacking it.
Anyway, POV children and dogs and Loomis
I shot him in the heart.
complaining that he shot Myers 6 times, but he didn't die. Boo-hoo. Yesterday I shot Dave 6 times and he still legally has brain function, but you don't hear me complaining about it.
It's a vegetable.
Suck it up.
So selfish and so foolish.
Myers then sneaks up on an old lady making a sandwich for her husband
If I had a rock, I'll bust your head, bitch.
and steals her knife.
Come.
He doesn't kill her though, because her breasts are way older than 15. Yeah, that's what what Myers is talking about. Myers gets in there and, springs from the floor and kills her? Was he lying on the ground? Did he cut a hole in her living room floor and jump on a trampoline that shot him up from the basement? I'm sure that's it. Movie magic.
The movies.
Cops show up to the house where Lori is now passed out and load her into an ambulance, and look at all these fun hats.
Look at all your different card hats.
Also, look at this injured pirate that we never learn anything about. Probably got slapped around by Jack Sparrow. Don't publish an op-ed about it in the Washington Post. It'll be a whole thing.
I want to marry you.
Lori is treated by a doctor who I guess knows her personally and who puts her to sleep.
Oh, Lori.
While he stitches up her arm? No. Against her will?
Please don't put me to sleep.
What Kind of sounds like Dr. Kim from Scrubs.
Can I put my pants back on?
Fortunately, when she wakes up, she's ogled by a cute EMT named Jimmy, after the penis. And like, do they know each other?
Probably not, but maybe.
She is shockingly into it.
That's shocking.
This is starting to feel like one of those special happy ending hospitals, but not hospice. Throughout the night, Jimmy continually sneaks into a room and gets kicked out by nurses.
Hand check.
And somebody reveals that they've yet to contact Lori's parents, even though they were apparently at the filthy parent sex party that everybody was at earlier.
Dr. Mixter told me they were at the same party he was.
Now, get undressed.
They've now left said party, and now the problem is that the phones just don't work. I just said that the phones don't work, Lori, but sure, try it for yourself.
I will find you, and I will.
What the hell do I know? It's not like I'm a doctor. Oh, does it not work? Weird. Kermit the Frog sipping tea meme.
I will kill you.
The hospital's sexily overweight security guard heads outside to fix the phones somehow, but first he looks in the trash can and is attacked by a trash cat.
Smelly cat.
And then notices a broken lock to the storage area and also several other broken locks. Like every lock is broken. And then he's attacked by disorganization bordering on malpractice. And finally, he gets hammered. Which, like, slay, king.
Yes, yes, yes.
This video is gonna crush on TikTok.
Probably not, but maybe.
And while that's going on, Loomis and Daddy Cop drive around the neighborhood looking for Myers.
Oh, hello.
They think they see him, but oops, looks like a classic case of cop injecting his butthole with meth and then driving through crowded neighborhood streets on Halloween.
What the hell was that?
How else would you explain how fast he was going and how hard the car exploded? The kid, inexplicably dressed with both Myers' mask and his exact coveralls, is too dead to quickly confirm his identity. And even the dentist hoping to use dental records is like, oh, well, he's too burned, but his teeth look incredible, just pristine, even though he exploded.
When I discovered Oral-B mouthwash.
That's a man who only ate apples, like healthy stuff, like are pumpkins healthy?
Because someone clearly that pumpkin, it's been
Unfortunately, Cop Daddy learns that his daughter has died, and double unfortunately, the information is relayed via this goober.
3 kids. One of them was Annie.
Have I ever brought up how weird it is that everybody's always closing dead people's eyes in movies?
Oh, come on!
Like, do people do that in real life?
I'm cutting them out.
Let me just put it on the record that if you die, I do not want to close your eyes. Either close them yourself before you die, or prepare to be buried in sunglasses.
He's just resting.
If you want me to close your eyes, sign up for my Patreon. And speaking of loose women likely to meet unfortunate fates at the hands of angry Irish lunatics,
You have my attention.
here's some lady who complains that she's been bobbing for apples too much.
Actually bobbing in water, no less.
And if I've learned anything from Indiana Jones, that means she probably has to clap now.
Clap, 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 clap.
She's a nurse at the hospital and immediately is called into a room to find another less cute but just as horny EMT. They immediately head to the hospital hot tub because Special Thai Hospital confirmed.
Wink.
And there are some pixelated boobies and then there are some unpixelated boobies, which Dave claims he much prefers. He's been telling me that for like 3 weeks now. It's not even video related. That's just how he answers his phone these days. It's like, ring, ring. Hello, I love unpixelated boobies. And I'm like, I know, can you just edit the video? All right. Anyway, they get in the hot tub, but it's too hot. And like, you're telling me Halloween 2.
Steamy.
So the EMT gets out and flaunts some boy butt just to deflate the situation. And he also gets strangled. And the nurse sucks on Myers' hand for a while because, well, that's presumably what she's been trained to do. The onboarding process at this hooker hospital is very thorough.
You want to go for breakfast later? Just being thorough.
And then she's drowned in the hot tub just as thoroughly, which is thoroughly gross. Let's get out of this sexy hospital for a minute because people are protesting the old Meyer house. You know, the house that's been empty for 15 years. Well, that'll show Myers that they don't approve of his murders.
This record is in honor of George Floyd.
I mean, after all,
One of their number was butchered.
Great point, Doctor. Very normal line.
Heck natural.
A couple of random dudes run up and are like, hey, have you seen Ben? The guy that Lori said that she kind of liked in the first movie?
Ben Tramer? I knew it!
Well, we, the random dudes, last saw Ben drunk and wandering around. Now, we're supposed to assume that this is who got hit by the methed out cop. And the doctor thinks that too. But crucially, he doesn't think to ask for, I don't know, a description of Ben. Like, say, if he was wearing an insane mask and coveralls. Feels like he should ask that.
It's a whole thing, don't bother.
If nothing else, he'll stop him from having to talk to that dentist again, which is good because dentists are probably just as evil as an unhinged serial killer.
You have a talent for causing things.
I don't have dental insurance, but I do have a Patreon.
I knew it!
They also learned that Michael Myers maybe entered an elementary school after hours and off screen, so they go there and are like, yep, looks like he bled around a little bit and wrote Sam Hain on the wall in blood, which I guess confirms his Irishness and evilness because Sam Hain is the name of the Lord of the Dead.
It's Gaelic. Oh, this is gay. It's so Gaelic.
Legend has it that Sam Hain is a little lad who loves berries.
Berries and cream, berries and
Come.
Or maybe it's just the name of a festival. I guess it depends on which Halloween movie you ask.
Hey.
Before Loomis can process all this, the nurse from the beginning of the last movie shows up and is like, hey, the governor says you gotta get back to the psych ward because he doesn't want the state getting any more involved in this. There's a state marshal outside and he's gonna take you back. And the doc is like, damn, checkmate, bitch. I'm the bitch. And I'm checkmated like a bitch.
Bitch.
Also in the car, he clarifies that druids had fire rituals and burned shit, and actually witches aren't the problem, it's the unconscious mind, so just be aware of that.
Sam Hain isn't evil spirits. It isn't goblins, ghosts, or witches. It's
a rat's ass.
Hermione's just like in your mind, dude.
Hermione, is that you?
Oh, hey, Jimmy's back! But unfortunately, Lori sleeps with her eyes open and flashes back to a woman who isn't her usual mother.
I'm not your mother.
And if she's not revealed to be related to Michael, I will make Dave eat my hat, sir. But the nurses seem to think that she's reacted poorly to the anesthesia that she didn't even need in the first place, and one runs off to find the doctor.
Hello.
Oh, stabbed in the eyeball with a syringe to death.
You hate to see it.
She's shocked, but she should really pull the syringe out of her own eye before she judges him.
Verily, verily, I say unto you.
Meanwhile, Jimmy checks out the ladies' lounge and it's like, all right, Jimmy, get it, Jimmy. A lounge full of ladies, sign Dave up.
I volunteer.
Myers, meanwhile, goes to stab Lori, but he's Buellered. Lori's actually hobbling around somewhere else. Hey, doesn't it feel like there should be at least, like, even just one cop in this hospital with her? Like in case a serial killer that she narrowly escaped didn't just give up and go to Waffle House or something?
$5 including Coke.
AITA here?
No. Yes.
Also, did the power go out? Did we see that? Did anybody mention it? Or do they not want the lights too bright for risk of showing a little bit too much of their, healing methods?
Jacking it.
Smart. All nurses look the same in the dark, right, Dave? Yeah.
They are the same.
Oh, right. There's another nurse in here, but her blood is everywhere, so none of the EMTs are hitting on her at all. Although that doesn't stop Jimmy from hitting his head when he slips in the blood. Like a cartoon hippopotamus slipping on a banana peel.
They called him Slippin' Jimmy.
Yet another nurse tries to escape in a car, but like most horror cars and my music career, it just won't start. And in fact, every car in the lot has been tampered with, so she runs back inside because, well, there may be a serial killer in there, but literally anything is better than walking on foot. Yes, even getting hoisted by her own scalp. Lori and Myers finally see each other and she runs away and cleverly rolls this bed on wheels into Myers' path, which will almost certainly slow Myers down for like at least 2 seconds, maybe 3.
When it's with me, you only need to because I'm so intense.
I bet one of those wheels has a tendency to stick, but really it's hard to make Myers move any slower than he already is. He must have seen the Slippin' Jimmy incident from earlier. He's being very careful. Lori climbs out a window as Myers impotently slashes at her.
Bow. Wow.
Then she beats Myers to an elevator because, again, he's very afraid of slipping, and also Michael seems worried about his hand getting stuck in the door. These don't seem like big problems for an invincible neckbeard leprechaun, but I guess I haven't seen a Lucky Charms commercial in a while. Maybe they're sensitive.
Oh, hello, Miss Strawberry Sniggles. Oh my God, I see demons.
Lori hides in a random car, and hey, it's revealed that, yeah, Lori is Michael's sister, born just 2 years before he was committed, and also her parents died, and she was adopted by her current absent parents who kept the whole thing a secret.
It's a secret.
This excites Loomis immensely, and he threatens the marshal with a gun and forces him to drive to the hospital, which again really should already have a few cops standing guard.
Whoa, bumpy road ahead.
Lori doesn't have to be his sister for Myers to target her. It's one of the stupidest things about these secret relatedness reveals that happen in every horror movie, even unironically in satirical slashers like Scream.
Randy was our uncle.
It makes no difference, my guy. Serial killers kill lots of people, not just their sisters. If anything, I'd rather there be some secret vendetta, like because Lori once ran over Michael's favorite Lego rocket ship or some shit. Now that would be tight.
Hell yeah!
But we don't have any more time to ponder my spec script for Halloween 14 Rocket Knife, because clearly concussed Jimmy hops in the car and just dies on the horn. Thanks for the help, Jimmy. Thanks for the assist. Lori gets out, and Loomis, Nurse Lady, and Hostage Marshal drive up, and Lori offers up just the shittiest little ah. They don't hear her, and they head inside. Oh, now she can scream? Well, nobody can hear you except me, Lori, and I'm not gonna do shit.
I'm dead inside.
Lori runs to the door so Myers can slow-ass lumber towards her forever until, Loomis lets her in. Hooray. But Myers apparently doesn't see the glass door and slams through it like a huge-ass pigeon. Loomis once again shoots Myers a ton, and he falls down, but he's still not full dead. And also, Loomis is a really uncomfortably close talker.
Are you all right? Good, not great.
The marshal goes down to inspect Myers and gets his throat slit, while the nurse lady heads outside to try and raise somebody on the radio. So just like last movie, it's now Loomis and Lori, baby, back in the saddle again. They end up in a room, and honestly, that door seems like it'll hold Myers forever, but my bad.
Yeah, right, that's your bad.
Loomis tries to shoot him, but forgot that he has no bullets, I guess. Can this doctor not count to 6?
I can only count to 4.
Stab! Lori, though, has a gun with bullets, and she shoots Myers in both eyes, which should probably kill him, but mostly just makes it harder for him to see. He lumbers around, swinging his little knife, while Loomis and Lori, dynamic duo, open a bunch of gas valves, which he is attracted to, like a Dave to a... Lori runs away, and Loomis Iron Mans himself to snap Myers' ass like a rubber band. Of course, Myers is still able to Terminator firewalk for a minute before eventually, he collapses and is presumed dead, but he probably isn't, if I had to bet.
You might be right.
Lori wanders outside and gets put in an ambulance, but where are they gonna take her? The hospital is exploded and understaffed. Who will help her rub one out? What am I saying? This is Illinois. Every establishment is secretly a happy establishment. Let's listen to Mr. Sandman again on our way out. Mr. Sandman, bring me a stab.
No. I'm making them kiss because I am a girl now.
That's kind of weird. Indeed it is. Continue.
Mom, I'm on a diet. You want an oinker for a daughter?
Weirdly, chronologically, the next film in this story is Halloween 4. And Halloween 4 depicts the events of October 30th, 1988. That is, the events 10 years after the events depicted in Halloween 2. And what events are eventing 10 years later? Spooky shit. Pumpkins, skeletons, grainy film shake, spooky shit.
Spooky.
Also, it's raining, and an ambulance heads to a sanitarium to pick up Michael Myers because psych wards are always door-dashing crazy people around.
You gotta smell the butt to know if it's right.
Yeah.
So wait, they grabbed his body from the fire and took him to an insane asylum, I guess?
I guess he woke up in the ash and they're like, whoa, that's crazy.
That's shocking.
Inside the sanitarium, they find a Weasley little security guard and also the son of the living god.
Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this place.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, strange little man. A doctor guy we've never seen before is like, technically this big hulking boy is still Loomis' patient because I guess that huge gas explosion that engulfed him and Myers in flame was just a sort of low-grade fire engulfing gas explosion. Like, it hurts, but it's not any worse than accidentally touching a waffle iron or blowing up a 7-Eleven. Ow! But Loomis isn't here at this exact moment, so they load Myers up and hub him over to... Ah, shit, he woke up.
Light sleeper.
But hey, did you know that Myers has a shitty at sleeping niece?
Light sleeper.
She is in fact Laurie's daughter, and Laurie herself has been dead for 11 months for some reason.
Demon kill her.
So the girl, named Jamie, lives with some other family, which includes a technically not actually really her sister.
We're not really sisters, Jamie.
Makes sense.
We also learned that these events do not take place in Japan because the technically not related sisters never kiss.
Like a sister?
Jamie, sometimes
Like a real sister?
So definitely this is not a Japanese movie, because otherwise...
Sushi!
I have a Crunchyroll subscription, and let me tell you, it is not going to waste. I actually don't, but if Crunchyroll, you want to sponsor my channel.
No, it's a hard no.
By the way, is the fact that Jamie Lee Curtis's character's daughter is named Jamie, is that an Easter egg? Were those invented yet in the 80s? Was there cinema before the MCU?
Compliments of Tony Stark.
I don't know. But the pseudo sister named Rachel sends Jamie upstairs to go fart in her closet. Ah, crap! It's actually Michael Myers. Oh, actually, it's a nightmare, or rather a...
nasty old dream.
If you will.
I will.
The nastiest and oldest of dreams.
That was vile.
I mean, Dave's had nastier dreams, but they're not very old. If you catch my, drift. Anyway, now it's the next day, which, if you know anything about October, is Halloween. And yes, they still live in Haddonfield. I'd consider moving, but I'm sure the economic opportunities are just incredible in Haddonfield, Illinois.
Sardine tourism!
You probably make tons of soybeans, which is known, as we all know, as nature's gold beans.
Soy!
And speaking of food, you'd better regulate it unless...
You want an oinker for a daughter?
No, of course not. Pig. What you want is for her to go on a date with Brady tonight.
Do you know how important that is?
And yet, no, her parents are like, we've got an important dinner date with somebody.
Tonight is very important for your father and me.
Wink.
And they imply that there are business implications, and I bet there are. It's business time. Because this dinner party is definitely just Haddonfield's annual parent sex party. Giggity. And if they put out, they'll probably get promoted to lead soybean designer.
Most impressive.
The point is, Rachel has to cancel on Brady and babysit Jamie tonight. You cannot have Natty.
Stupid drunk dog!
Jamie hears Rachel's frustration and feels sad until she's bribed with ice cream. Clever girl. Unfortunately for Jamie, having an uncle who's a little unconventional has made her a favorite bully target.
Boogeyman! Boogeyman! Jamie's uncle
It's John C.
Well, that and the fact that she isn't currently wearing a costume, which feels like a lesser issue.
Hey, Jamie, where's your costume?
Let he who is without a serial killer for an uncle and or a sexy costume cast the first mocking orphan chant.
Verily, verily, I say unto you.
Jamie's an orphan!
Jesus said that.
Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this.
You're right. I keep forgetting. Elsewhere, Loomis does finally stagger into work, and he is looking rough. The man's face has more lines on it than the toilet seat at a 70s disco club. He needs a better pillow. This one is just f***ing him up. But yeah, he's like, what the heck, dude? Michael Myers is evil personified. He can't be Instacarted. And the other doctor's like, nah. And then immediately receives a phone call that's like, hey, yeah, Michael Myers' ambulance flipped and everybody inside died. But other than that, everything's fine.
And I will kill you. I see, thank you.
And Loomis is like, dang it, I told you. And they go to the crash site to find the ambulance just covered in blood. Like, really, it's too much blood. Like, they must have picked up the Kool-Aid Man at some point during their trip.
Oh, yeah!
And speaking of, you think the Kool-Aid Man is the juice and the jug is his clothes? Or is he the jug and the juice is his blood?
Well, it's kind of like how our brain drives around a skeleton.
Okay, what if we poured him into 10 different cups?
He'd probably be dead because it's like if you poured my brain into 10 different cups. The real question is, are his eyeballs and mouth floating around the juice?
Well, if the jug is his body, then maybe that's just where it is. That's just his face is on his body, which is a glass jug.
Right, that makes sense.
But it does seem scary how easy it is for his brain to slip out the top. Yeah. There's not a top on his body.
An evolutionary advantage.
Yeah, it's not great. Especially he does so many dangerous things like busting through walls.
Like, is this drinking Kool-Aid like horrifying to him?
Oh my God, he's like, that's my friend!
Open wide, kids, because I'm going to grape you in the mouth!
Anyway, whatever. We need to nail this down because Dave is trying to cook up some erotic fan art for our patrons, and we want to make sure that it is perfectly anatomically correct so that it's maximally sexy. Is the dick glass or juice? Oh yeah! Juice dick!
He's going to grape them.
Yeah, in the mouth.
Right. So we were talking about something else.
Darkness took me, and I strayed out of thought and come.
Loomis rushes to Haddonfield, but on the way stops for gas or whatever and is scandalized when nobody comes out and he's forced to dirty his own hands pumping his own gas like a commoner. Oh. But the reason he's forced to soil himself is because Myers is already here stabbing one worker guy so he can presumably steal his coveralls and also murdering some other guy because when you've killed one, just kill the other. You know, it's a slow day at the murder office.
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
Loomis is terrified, but Abraham Lincoln doesn't really seem worried about it. This isn't his first murderer rodeo, am I right?
Oh, now you up.
Loomis sees Myers and is like, hey man, any chance I could get you to kill me instead of going on another rampage? And shockingly, Myers says nothing.
Crickets, crickets, crickets.
So Loomis tries shooting him because that's worked so well in the past.
Well, I don't know what I expected.
Albert Einstein said that the definition of insanity is shooting Michael Myers. So really, who's the crazy one? Loomis presumably misses, so he runs back outside only for Myers to almost run him over with the truck and also Rube Goldberg explode the entire gas station and also Loomis's car and, you know, even Loomis a little bit. Loomis got pretty decent ups for a limping, burned doctor. What he still sucks at though is hitchhiking. Hello, darkness, but hey, maybe these nice... bummer. Well, hopefully this insane preacher... Perfect. And the insane preacher is also hunting the apocalypse who tends to manifest as a human with a name? Why, that sure sounds like Michael Myers, but now that would be silly. Myers' power come from the ghost of an ancient Irish incel.
Top of the morning to you.
Leave this movie forever, please. Bye. Bye. Jamie and Rachel ride in Rachel's friend's car and choices need to be made. Does Jamie want to say screw trick-or-treating and grab ice cream? Or if she chooses trick-or-treating, well, should they go get a last-minute costume from the same store where Brady works?
Chicken.
Because as we all know, that looked pretty desperate. And boys hate girls who show them attention and affection.
All men are awful.
That's my biggest turnoff. My wife hasn't spoken to me in 7 years and it is hot.
Too hot.
But no, stupidly, they decide yes to the tricks and the treats and Brady store shopping. And so Rachel coyly and desperately immediately makes out with Brady for a second before being like, oh, by the way, we're not going on a date in like an hour. And he's pissed. And he does seem like a dick, but also, I mean, I get it. That's not a lot of warning.
Why didn't you tell me before? I mean, it's 5 o'clock.
Also, he does eyeball the other chick in the store, who, to be fair, is acting very undesperately.
Off, Wade.
Jamie picks out a costume that's eerily reminiscent of the one that Michael wore to stab his sister's 15-year-old bosoms way back when, because Jamie's got taste.
So wretchedly fabulous!
And she's also got hallucinations of being a boy.
Are you filled with pride?
And being attacked by Michael Myers, who I guess found a replacement William Shatner mask.
Captain's log.
So now it's Halloween night, and kids be throwing paper in the trees. Just absolute anarchy.
Badass. It is badass.
We need somebody to come clean this place up. Rachel's parents have already left the house. It's Jamie's parents who have also left this mortal coil.
Dead.
So Rachel and Jamie attempt to put Jamie in a candy coma, a Snickers slumber, a Twix torpor.
So, ladies.
So losers.
Stacy, relax.
I'm sorry.
Rachel carries a little purse with her in case one of the houses requires a credit card or maybe if there's a tampon emergency. Oh, maybe that's that's what happened in the ambulance. If Michael had a time of the month, it definitely hit on Halloween.
Oh no, my period.
Anyway, they run into the bullies from earlier, and it turns out they legitimately were just upset that Jamie didn't have a cool costume. And now that she does, everybody's best friends.
That clown costume's really cool. Really?
For real? It really is that simple, Dave. Everybody would be friends with you if you just threw on a nice, sexy clown outfit that's not covered in blood and tears. I don't think they like that.
People are dumb. They don't know the difference.
Speaking of the sexiest thing I can imagine, they end up at the sexy girl from the store's house, and well, she's barely wearing any clothes, and it turns out that Brady is there. Betrayal! Judas!
Well, I'll just let you get back to Little Miss Hot Panties.
And while that drama plays out, Jamie runs away with her new friends / former brutal bullies. Loomis finally gets to town and immediately enters the police station, and Loomis convinces the sheriff that, yeah, Myers is a threat. And he does this with relative ease. He even issues a whole-ass curfew, and the promise of violence excites a gang of rednecks to grab guns and trucks and run down to the police station. Meanwhile, Loomis and the cops arrive at Jamie's house to find nothing except a dead dog.
Hello.
Now, that usually wouldn't be very upsetting, but Loomis is worried that the dog didn't commit suicide after watching and explaining every single Air Bud movie, but was instead murdered by Michael Myers.
That makes sense.
An interesting theory, but facts don't care about your canine feelings in the same way that the town power plant doesn't care about this electrician's body, except in the sense that his twitching corpse causes it to explode and kill power to the entire town. Sort of like Ben Shapiro's brain after watching a movie about girls' dolls.
This movie is a flaming piece of dog.
You are Johnson! Oh, okay, here's Jamie. And a pumpkin.
Slutty pumpkin.
She tries to ward off potential attackers by claiming that she's got a huge dog in her pants.
I have a big dog with me and he bites.
But fortunately, before she whips him out, Rachel and the cops find her more or less simultaneously. But of course, they also find like 5 Michael Myers impersonators, and they head back to the police station to find, dang it, Myers already murdered everybody there.
That's not great.
And the sheriff is like,
Wouldn't have given up without a fight.
but I don't know that this guy gave up his arm exactly. I don't think they just succumbed to melancholy or dysentery. I think they were killed.
Well, this is happening.
They decide to barricade themselves at the sheriff's house because, wow, even the cops are trying to work remote these days, shake my head. And appropriately, all the rednecks show up and are like, hey, can we go murder somebody? And the sheriff is like, guys, go home. And they're like, working from home is what's destroying America for the impossibly unethically rich. And separate point, quite literally, all of your cops are dead.
Oh, crap.
Oh, crap.
So they head out to find Myers, and while they shoot the first rustling bushes they find,
I'd do it again in a minute.
which twist do not actually contain Michael. Whoops! Looks like they just first-degree manslaughtered a random person, which comes with the possibility of life in jail.
Get thrown into a cage with a bunch of sweaty men.
Fun! Speaking of fun, here's Brady just getting it. Don't worry, they PG-13 themselves around the female areolas, but that doesn't mean they're not there. I bet she definitely has female areolas.
Oh, I think I'm in heaven.
As it turns out, the girl with definite female areolas is the daughter of the sheriff, because can you really be trusted to lead the Haddonfield police force without being the father of a girl with definite female areolas?
He's gonna skin you alive.
Exactly. Barricade the windows!
Kelly, I want you to close and lock all the downstairs windows.
Two Daddy Two Cop hands Brady a gun as if he wasn't already fully cocked, and Brady heads upstairs to suck ass at opening windows. And then everybody, including me and 1988 audiences, sit around for a while waiting for something to happen. Anything, really.
Crickets.
Rachel tries to get, something started by pouring coffee all over Cop Daughter's massive knockers, but it doesn't do much.
Have some coffee.
You like coffee? I like coffee too.
Although, should that be scalding hot? I mean the coffee, not the wet breast, Dave. Calm down and put down the salad dressing. What are you even gonna do with that?
Best part of waking up.
Wet breast. They hail the state troopers on a battery radio, and Loomis leaves this house in case Myers attacks Jamie's regular house, and then Cop Daddy First Blood Part 2 leaves to stop the rednecks from just peacefully exercising their Second Amendment right to shoot any bush that looks like a serial killer. But of course, Michael Myers has been in the house all along, and he's murdered the bonus cop that they left behind, and he stabs Breasty McBresterson with a shotgun, which feels a little like dicing an onion with a baseball bat. And all of this upsets Rachel, who tries and fails to find Jamie, while Brady tries and fails to shoot a hole in the door that's somehow reinforced. And Brady's like, well, I guess we're trapped here forever.
This is it. This is my life now.
I wish somebody had built other holes in this house that were covered with a more breakable and possibly transparent material, but alas.
We're trapped in this house.
Let's run upstairs. They find Jamie pretty immediately, but they also find Myers, who is moving slower than ever.
We're going pretty slow.
Brady tries to shoot him, but first he has to reload what I'm gonna assume is a 16th century musket based on how long it takes. And he also seems to have some sort of adhesive on his shoes that won't allow him to take even a single step away from Myers. He punches Myers, but it doesn't go great. And Myers gives him a squeeze.
And I got the squeeze.
Jamie and Rachel end up in the attic and throw a bunch of shit in Myers' path, but it does almost nothing, so they escape out a house hole that's covered in, I guess, glass? Huh. They scramble out onto the roof, and Jamie spider monkeys her way onto Rachel's back. And
You better hold on tight, spider monkey.
well, she sort of has a rough time keeping her footing. But thankfully, Myers' footing doesn't seem so great either. Rachel tries to get Jamie to jump or slide down to the chimney, but she's scared. So Rachel demonstrates how safe and easy it is. She then lowers Jamie with a cable or something, but gets herself thrown off the roof. Jamie takes off through the neighborhood screaming like her obnoxious mom did all those years ago, and hey, that means that Lori got married or at least pregnant before she could reasonably have completed college. Nothing wrong with that inherently, it just makes her being dead now not that much of a big deal. I mean, the only people who ever achieve anything are those of us with English degrees from unknown universities, clearly.
You sure about that?
She bumps into Loomis, who suggests they hide in the schoolhouse, so they sneakily shoot open the school lock and trip the alarm. Somehow, Myers still finds them 7 seconds later. But Myers is thwarted when it turns out that Rachel is not only still alive, she's got a big-ass, powerful fire extinguisher.
I did not expect that.
She pulls Jamie literally from his arms because his weakness is dry chemical foam or powder, typically made of sodium bicarbonate, normal baking soda, or potassium bicarbonate, which is nearly identical to baking soda, or monoammonium phosphate. I think we just learned something.
Yeah, I think we did.
You sure about that?
The rednecks show up and they all flee the town together, but of course they don't get far because Myers has somehow been riding on the underside of the truck for the past 30 miles, just like Indiana Jones, and he kills everybody, forcing Rachel to take the wheel. Kind of like, well...
Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this.
Damn it! Rachel and Myers each race to throw him off the roof and rip her shirt off, respectively, but unfortunately Rachel wins, which I guess means I lose.
You got them titties popping out.
Rachel runs him over with the truck, and the cops show up and they shoot Myers like 12,000 times. But not before Jamie touches Myers' hand, which I have been advised to not do. And Myers falls in like a well or like a sinkhole or something, so Loomis declares him buried in hell, and like, okay.
Michael Myers is in hell.
You sure about that?
Judgmental much? Only God knows a man's heart, my guy. They're taken back to their house, and in all the excitement, nobody ever mentions if the parents landed the account. Are they rich now or not?
I almost forgot about that.
I'm sorry I ruined everything.
I guess that they're not rich, because while Jamie's mom runs a bath, Jamie stabs her a bunch because she has apparently caught those Celtic serial killer herpes. And Loomis is not thrilled by this development.
Hey, what's wrong, Sonny?
Dave? Are you still able to talk? Yeah, okay, good.
Mikey and I like it in the car.
We open with some slashes and stuff over the opening credits, and maybe somebody's shaving. Oh no, that's ridiculous. Obviously somebody is murdering a pumpkin. I remember murdering my first pumpkin. That's like the boy equivalent of popping your cherry, right, Dave? Dave?
I got her raw.
Well, if I was trying to murder my pumpkin, now would be a great time because we're watching the end of the last movie. That's the perfect time to whip out my blade. get at her pumpkin. I think I was wrong about this metaphor.
And just like that, I was falling head over heels for the slutty pumpkin.
And yet pumpkins are full of icky, gooey stuff and seeds, so I think there's something there. And anyway, fairly quickly, we get to see what happened to Myers down in his hidey hole. He obviously didn't die, even when they dropped standard police-issued dynamite on him. That I guess was in the back of the car.
Policing in this country.
He celebrates his invincibility with a little swim bath down some rapids. And he gets out at like a fishing camp? Is that a thing? Maybe it's a shanty town of one? Whatever. Myers greets the lone occupant in the traditional psycho serial killer way, but he's too weak. And he passes out for a year because now it's Halloween Eve 1989.
I can make the bad guys good for a weekend.
What do you know? It's raining again. Man, it rains every year here on Halloween Eve. Like, what is this, Narnia? Always Halloween, but never not raining? Turkish delight.
You look so cold.
Myers finally gets up the courage to finally finish greeting his fisherman lover, but like, what the hell have they been doing for the past year? Did they share any lovely chats? Catch any large carp? Dance any nights away?
Bad luck to kill a seagull.
How does Michael always know when it's Halloween? Is there a calendar here? I don't know. But here's Jamie sleeping badly and also talking badly. We learn through the helpful and expositionally inclined nurse that Jamie's mom actually did die from all the stabs, and also it's okay because we're just having another
Nasty old dream.
Or is it? See, Jamie's hands are, I guess, synced with Myers, which probably explains all those obscene hand motions she's been making for the past year. It's like every time the doctor came in, she's like, and he's like, kids these days. But actually, that was Myers pleasuring the fisherman, I assume.
It was this big.
You know what I'm thinking.
I'm in your brain. I know.
And let's go fishing.
And yeah, she confirms my suspicions with a little note on her little board. Gross, Michael. Keep it in your fishing pants, in your waders.
Bad luck to kill a seabird.
But Jamie's not done yet, and she sees it's pretty hardcore, but it's fine because Loomis is there and he's like, she'll be fine.
She will stabilize.
And he's not wrong. So the next day, hey look, Rachel hangs out with Jamie. Guess the stabbing mom thing was forgiven when it turns out that she wasn't fully dead. As long as my mom can still slurp Shake Shack through it too, we can still be best buds.
Please don't cry, Shake Shack saves the day.
Speaking of best buds, another mutual bud named Tina sneaks a mutual dog bud named something probably through the window. And there's much girly giggling until real life explodes through the window. Somebody wrote that the evil child must die anonymously, but it's gotta be Rachel's mom, right? Like, obviously somebody's a sore stab victim. It's like my grandma always used to say, if you can't handle being stabbed, don't get stabbed, and also don't throw a brick through a window. She was very wise.
Yeah, that's what grannies are for.
No! And the brick has really killed the mood, so Rachel heads home to prepare for a party. She flounces around the house doing everything to almost, but not quite, show a female areola. But the series has gotten surprisingly coy and coquettish after the second movie. Myers still seems into it though. Jamie, always the buzzkill, thinks Rachel's about to be murdered because she's got a feeling.
I got a feeling.
So Loomis calls Rachel and tells her to get out of the house.
Quickly now, go on.
And she does, providing her neighbor with like a year's worth of fat material. He should be good until rainy Halloween 1990. Also, they call the cops, and man, this music is disrespectful. Cops should be coming into something that is more befitting of their station, like Nickelback. They find nothing, but what the hell is Myers waiting for? He's all over this house but won't pull the proverbial knife trigger. Maybe he's actually waiting for Rachel to leave so he can like watch Nickelodeon for once. He's been in that fisherman's hole forever. I doubt that Fisher Boy had cable. Oh no, he is just here for the stabbing. Jamie fully flips out, possibly because she's also not getting to watch Nickelodeon. And Loomis flat runs straight to the cops. Does he flat run or does he just flat runs? I don't know. We're gonna overlay the clip right now and you can make your own decision. I don't remember.
Have you forgotten?
Jamie has to pee or something, so she also takes off. But it turns out that Myers is outside, so she just generally runs around, and why isn't anybody watching her? She has insane seizures every 5 minutes. Remember that time she stabbed some mommy?
Have you forgotten?
No!
Your reign of terror has come to an end.
Feels like they could at least set up a baby monitor, but no. She runs through trippy-ass laundry before ending up in a boiler room, which means that Freddy is definitely gonna be jealous.
We'll see, bitch.
And hey, speaking of, she's found by a janitor. She goes upstairs and Loomis gets real aggressive with her in the hopes that she'll give him information on Myers, but she won't because why? Girls are so hard to understand. Isn't that right, Billy?
Jamie, are you okay?
I think I just found her thumbnail. A frustrated Loomis heads to the Myers house to see if Myers is maybe hiding in Chekhov's laundry chute, but he isn't. Although there is some dude wearing boots who actually has the same tattoo as Myers. That's actually the first legitimately interesting thing that's been introduced in quite a while. I hope we won't know almost exactly as much as we don't know right now by the end of this movie. Back at Dead Rachel's house, Tina shows up with chips and also flounces around the house, even lying on the bed in the room where Rachel was stabbed like 5 minutes ago. There's no blood, which either means that Myers brought along Clorox or Rachel's sweater is surprisingly absorbent.
Sarah?
Another blonder girl shows up. Because neither of them can find Rachel, they assume that she went with her parents to the country for the weekend, even though you and I, audience, know that the parents are probably already at their secret annual Halloween sex party. I don't know if it's in the country, but I do know it's in the butt. The girls, for their part, plan to have sex in Rachel's empty house and also a car. In both instances, they're hoping to rub their butts on
Satin.
And speaking of car sex, meet Michael. He seems great. You can already tell by his name, there's gonna be some confusion between him and Shrek, voiced by Michael Myers.
But you, baby, I could be.
They visit the hottest, coolest, definitely not a middle-aged man pretending to be a grocer this side of Wegmans, and he's dating the blonde girl because he's blonde, and that's how dating works. And Michael pulls around behind the grocery store to get some alcohol, but Shrek shows up. Oh my God, I just did it. It's so confusing, all these Michaels.
Do I make you Randy? Yeah.
And scratches his car and then chokes Michael and then impales his head, which are the 3 worst things that can happen to somebody who owns a nice car and doesn't want to get choked or impaled in the head. Then Mike becomes Mike by putting on his mask and picking up his now much sluttier girlfriend. That's not a judgment, by the way. It's just the way that Dave refers to women. And he's the only one here, and I feel like I'm being judged by him for not being dressed more slutty. I'm being peer pressured. That's the scariest thing about these videos. Dave's always telling me, be sluttier, be sluttier. And I'm like, oh, this
probably get more views.
I've waded through a sweaty parade of Big Lebowski's, Harry Potter's.
Jamie participates in a goblin costume pageant, except when it's introduced, the guy just says it's a
Costume pageant.
In fact, Jamie looks nothing like a goblin, which seems to imply that the children themselves are goblins, having a costume pageant, which seems like a shitty thing to call the kids in your psych ward. But I guess what else do you call a kid that stabs moms? A little angel? No, they're a goblin. And if you're Dave, you probably call them a slutty goblin.
Oh, you little monsters.
And the slutty goblin passes out and grunts the store where Myers and his new girlfriend are. She can barely speak. And also can't think of a classy way to say the gas station with the massive tits. But one of the pervier cops immediately knows what they mean.
Dale's gas station, 5th and Main.
I know where that is.
They go grab Tina before Myers can kill her, even though he has had like a ton of opportunities to kill her. She apparently never notices that the filthy man who hasn't bathed in a year wasn't her effete greaser boyfriend.
I just love barbaric men.
Yeah. Michael is quite patient in this movie, and I guess that means he's growing. Good for him. Tina's boobs somehow cure Jamie's throat.
You might not understand, but...
And Tina leaves to share her gift with the world despite Loomis propositioning her.
Why don't you stay the night?
Cops give her a ride to an underage party because by this point, all the good cops in town have been butchered. We're down to like 4th string here. For example, I like surprising you with these burps. It's amazing how many get you still.
I know, because you were just like, for example.
Like two and a half years into this kind of stuff.
Sorry.
For example, the kids fake a Myers attack and the cops don't just shoot everybody on sight. That's what a real cop would do. But they don't, so the kids go play with kittens in the barn and scare each other for a long time. Boom! Finally, Tina leaves because she hates pussies.
I hate cats.
And the blondes bone. Safely. But not too safely because they're pitchforked and scythed. Tina decides maybe she does like pussy and she comes back, but she finds a bloody one just lying in the hay. And also, the bodies of her friends and also the cops are dead, but it's fine because Jamie and Billy snuck out of their goblin party and are now at this party so that they can help stop Twisted Metal Myers. Good luck, 9-year-olds or 11-year-olds or whatever you are. Like, what are you gonna do?
Let not the flesh pollute the corn.
Well, Billy's plan doesn't pan out. But Jamie's does. Except no, it doesn't. Tina sacrifices herself to save Jamie, or maybe she's hoping that her magic breasts still have a little juice left in them. But alas, juice free. Loomis and cops find the kids, and Loomis bitchily is like,
Now, are you willing to help me?
and Jamie is like, okay, sure. And he's like, great. My plan is to lure him back to his old house and have you brushing your hair in the window, just like Playboy magazine's Playmate of the Month for the June 1974 issue, which is very upsetting. That's who played the naked 15-year-old in the first movie, just in case you were gonna Google it later.
Yeah.
Thankfully, she's got a creepy dad cop hiding in the back of the room who reminds her that she better not fart.
You do that good and loud, I'll be out here in a flash.
He also gets all up on her, which is odd.
Joey.
We learn that Myers attacked Billy in the clinic off screen, so the vast majority of the cops leave to go deal with that, and Loomis says what people always say when they finally find Michael's erogenous zone.
Now you'll come, won't you, Michael?
The creepy dad cop intends to take Jamie to the police station where she'll be safe because Myers has never killed everybody in a police station before, but Loomis locks the door and smashes the cop's radio. He also pulls a gun on the cop because I guess he has a plan to wander around the house armed with only his pistol? Smart. That's Myers' second biggest weakness behind fire extinguishers. And yeah, Michael does show up and he stands still for 20 minutes until Loomis finally reveals the whole thrust of his plan.
Don't you remember how much better you used to be?
No, I can't hear you.
He's gonna logic Michael to death like Ben Shapiro trying to explain why climate change is no biggie.
Sell their houses to who, Ben?
Loomis is like, I know you've got a lot of rage, Michael, but you used to be rage-free, theoretically, like maybe when you were 2, because you murdered at 6, so there wasn't a big window of you being rage-free.
Am I the Hulk's baby?
And you're only trying to murder things to get rid of that rage, but for some reason that's not working, so what you need to do is hang out with Jamie. She can fix your rage. She can make it all go away. And Michael's like, you know, Doc, the idea that a woman could cure a man's mental illness just reeks of patriarchy. Is transforming her into an object of utility instead of a person with thoughts and feelings. Or, as Michael actually puts it in the movie, flash! The cop tries to escape out the window but gets well hung instead.
Cheap base! Cheap base!
And Jamie runs to hide in Chekhov's aforementioned laundry chute, but that doesn't work out so great, so she falls. And Myers heads downstairs and he starts stabbing. And if there was ever a moment to channel your inner Morpheus, Jamie, this would be it. Instead, she channels her inner, like, Sam Fisher and Splinter Cells her way back to the top and ends up in a weird shrine with a bunch of bodies and an open novelty casket that she just climbs into, I guess to save money on funeral arrangements because she has given up. And Myers shows up and Jamie literally cries, Uncle, which makes him stop. And she's like, take off your mask. And he does. And she's like,
You're just like me.
and he single tears like a Native American on Earth Day.
People can stop it.
And I'm like, wow, she's really keeping America beautiful, huh? But then Myers snaps out of it and starts wildly stabbing again. Very much the opposite of what Earth Day is about. Loomis shows back up. And you know, we focus a lot on how invincible Myers is, but Loomis has survived the same explosions and has also been stabbed like 15 times. I'm just saying that somebody should probably give him a serial killer Celtic herpes chest just to make sure that he doesn't, you know, catch it at some point.
My little green friend.
And speaking of catching, Loomis home alones Myers' ass into a net and lights his ass up with tranquilizer darts. And then he just like beats the shit out of Myers with a piece of wood, which can't possibly do any damage, but is certainly, you know, like offering some sort of punching a pillow-esque catharsis. And then once Myers passes out, Loomis tries to hump him. Which again, probably won't cause any damage, but will provide an unbelievable catharsis. They throw Myers in jail, and they're like, he'll never get out of jail. Except then that Boots guy from earlier walks up, and he sets off a bomb, and he kills all the cops, and he frees Michael Myers. Reverb, no!
Check out this room, dude.
Oh, nice.
It makes me fertile.
Wait, what?
Enough! It is Michael Myers!
Okay, first of all, buckle up. I apparently watched the producer's cut. There are differences from the original, but also I don't care. Just know that this is a slightly different movie from the one that everybody saw in theaters, but also apparently it's the preferred version, generally speaking. Alrighty, so let's fast forward 6 years to pre-ween 1995. There's a screaming woman upside down on a gurney in the world's shittiest looking hospital.
This hospital sucks.
Oh, never mind. It's the world's shittiest looking cult temple, and she's straight giving birth. I hope she has good insurance. Does Optima cover cult temples? Just kidding. Nobody in America covers anything. Have your baby wherever you want. It's still $50,000. America sucks! Boots is there, though we still can't see his face.
Oh, right.
And he swipes the underinsured baby.
Oh, man.
And Loomis expositorily voices over while they draw a weird-ass symbol on the baby. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of raw baby dick. I know that sounds good to you, Dave, but I don't like it. I don't know why I have to watch a movie with a whole-ass baby dick in it. I find it off-putting.
It's my little baby penis. I'm sure if you were to cut them all out, you'd have a room full of little cutouts of baby penises.
And suddenly, Halloween was another word for
baby penis.
Oh, and apparently Myers was declared legally dead way back when, even though he clearly escaped. Jamie is also believed to have exploded in the same explosion, and I guess whatever fifth string cops they brought in to inspect the crime scene couldn't find evidence of their body bits and decided that I guess they fully exploded.
What the hell happened here?
Nothing, I guess.
But no, he's not dead, and Jamie is actually now this woman, and a kindly cult nurse helps her and the baby escape, while she herself helps paint this spike on the wall with her blood.
Look at there.
Truly, she had a servant's heart. Oh my God, it's raining again? We're what, like 5 for 5 now? Climate change much, am I right?
You have to see an inconvenient truth.
Jamie steals a truck because the owner doesn't really need it, and drives to an empty bus station and calls into a shock jock radio station in the hopes of attracting the attention of Dr. Loomis, who, by the way, is looking great. He's grown a beard and gotten hand-wavy plastic surgery.
Skin grafts.
And he's retired.
Not dead.
He's visited by the guy in charge of Smith's Grove Sanitarium, who we last saw in the first movie telling Loomis that Myers was bad at driving.
Now, for God's sakes, he can't drive a car. He was doing very well last night.
Bitch.
And he's like, my guy, I'm retiring too, and I want you to take my job, which makes no sense. It's tough to bring somebody out of retirement for one last job when you yourself are actively entering retirement. Though I do love the idea of an Ocean's 11 movie where they recruit the team for 45 minutes and then George Clooney is like, but also I don't want to do this. It sounds very dangerous. I actually got a great job at an accounting firm.
Oh, what the hell? Live dangerously, huh?
But anyway, Loomis hears Jamie's radio plea and he grabs his trusty, utterly worthless pistol, hits the road. Jamie gets haunted by Myers in what I can only assume is a unisex Target bathroom. And like, we tried to warn them, but thankfully she escapes for 2 seconds. She crashes into some pumpkins, which is actually how I lost my virginity.
Did you f that pumpkin?
So the metaphor does make sense, and then Myers stabs Jamie, even though she says that he can't have the baby, and in fact, the baby ain't there. Elsewhere, a boy named Danny is approached by the bootsman and told to kill for him. And he's like, Mom, it's happening. His mom comes in and says a counter incantation.
Stay away, monsters. Stay away, ghouls. Stay away from Danny. You jerks know the rules.
But she does notice that her kid has drawn the weird symbol, which is weird. The radio that I guess everybody in this town listens to in the literal middle of the night mentions that Haddonfield has
banned Halloween since 1989.
So it's like Footloose, but worse because no slutty witch outfits. This stresses Mom out. So she just gets real milfy in the mirror, much to the enjoyment of an across-the-street Paul Rudd making his cinematic debut. What a meaty role, an engorged gig, a thick performance.
Hey, look at us.
She closes the blinds, much to his horny dismay, and he calls into the famous radio station to be like, hey, I'm the original Tommy kid from Halloween 1, and I'm pretty weird now.
Leave me alone.
And I'm really hopeful that I can kill Michael Myers if/when he comes back. And oh look, it's me.
Enough is Michael Myers.
Actually, it's Hot Mommy's daddy, because she's back living at home as she attempts to go to college and put her life back together after having the baby way too early. She and her son Danny live with her shit dad, her mousy mom, and her chill-ass brother who makes the hellest most radical smoothies. Her dad is not a fan of his daughter having moved back home, And Danny threatens him with a steak knife after some encouragement from, again, the imaginary bootsman.
Give me the knife, Danny.
Wussy can't finish the job, though, so everybody, including Bro's girlfriend, heads off to school like, ha, that was so wacky.
Tonight's the night we bring some life back into this town.
Mornings at the Strodes are crazy because, yes, this is Laurie's uncle's family.
My name. My real name.
It's Dwayne Johnson.
Keep on. Really, nothing upsets her mommy at all until, oh no, she drops all her shit.
Works prima.
Also, Halloween is banned, but not Halloween decorations or Halloween costumes or trick-or-treating. Like, what part's illegal exactly? The murder part? That's illegal every day, except Purge Day, of course. And yes, I'll do those movies as soon as we learn they're ever gonna make another one or not. There's a plan here. You think I don't have a plan?
Give me the knife, Danny.
Loomis and his best bud head to the sanitarium? Sanitarium.
It's both. Sanatorium, also sanitarium, or sanatorium.
Loomis and his best bud head to the sanatorium and learn of Myers' return and of Jamie's stabbing, and the other guy's like,
I plan to bring him back alive.
And first, it's weird that Loomis doesn't like object. And second, it's not like anybody can kill Myers anyway. Alive is your only option, seemingly. They head to the barn to find that weird symbol burned into some hay, and Jamie stabbed but not dead, which is weird because she's definitely had sex. Like, the proof is in the pudding.
Who this pumpkin?
Only God can help her now.
Sex havers are supposed to die in slashers. Weirdly, the doctors apparently don't pull out the butcher's knife until the operating room.
Stop!
And also, she flashes back to pretty much definitely Myers impregnating her, which I think is wrong. Also, she gets shot in the head.
The work is done now, Jamie.
There we go. Elsewhere, Tommy listens to an extremely erotic, sexy audio tape.
They're coming, they're coming.
Yeah, so they're coming.
And investigates the bus station he assumes that Jamie was at. While there, he follows a suspicious blood trail into the women's bathroom. Pretty convenient. But once inside, he finds a baby, which is super inconvenient. Sign up for my Patreon. I have 3 inconvenient babies that I love dearly. The inconvenience of children is probably the reason nobody has heard the baby before now. Like, scores of women are just like shitting with their fingers in their ears like, la la la, I don't hear any babies, just me and last night's horse meat quesadilla here. How did nobody hear an infant for hours and hours in the bathroom? Nothing's happening.
Don't want to deal with that shit.
Tommy takes the baby to the hospital but can't get any help.
Get me a doctor now!
This hospital sucks.
Though he does run into Loomis briefly, which is a sweet little reunion.
Yeah.
Hey.
So Tommy takes the baby home and like, how's he gonna feed it? It's a newborn, dude. You can't just give it a bag of Skittles. Believe me, I've tried. Join my Patreon. My kids are so hungry. They hate the new green apple flavor.
I hope whoever came up with that idea was like executed unseen.
Butchered by Michael Myers. That's actually what his whole rampage is based on. You think it's that he hates Laurie, but Laurie's the one who came up with the flavor.
Rile the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Oh, hey, as it turns out, the Strodes live in the Myers' old house because, you know, it was sort of tough to sell to somebody else, what with all the murders that have happened in it. And Loomis breaks in to warn Mother Strode, and man, his monologues are so weird and non-specific.
It grew inside him.
She now wants to leave, but A, her husband is a real dick about it, and B, her laundry machine is haunted. Oh, and C, Michael Myers has stabbed her to death. I've noticed it's very difficult to secure a ticket on American Airlines if you're dead.
That mother back there is not real.
Myers again has cleaned up real nice, and when Milfy Mommy gets home, she can't find her mom.
Mom?
But she can find Tommy and Danny and a random ass baby upstairs. They've all bonded over their mutual love of dinosaurs, I guess.
Tommy's my new friend, and he knows all about dinosaurs. I guess so.
And Tommy's like, you guys should come over to my house across the street. And it apparently takes them 5 hours to get there because when they arrive, there's a freaking full moon out somehow.
M-O-O-N.
Tommy fails to feed the baby a bottle, but Milfy Mommy gives the baby love, which is apparently just as good as food. And Tommy explains the central premise of the film, which is...
Symbols.
Okay. So there are these runes, right, that Irish druids used to think meant things, and this thorn one in particular is especially bad. And back in the day, tribes would pick a kid to be inflicted with the thorn rune, and then they'd kill them, sparing everybody else, meaning that Myers wants to kill his family, because I guess they inflicted him in his mind with the rune of Thorn, though if he does kill them, his powers will transfer to another kid and Myers will be able to die. And also, unfortunately, Myers is an idiot and thinks that anybody living in his house is his family, but really he just needs to kill that baby there and it'll be over. And oh, by the way, Thorn is also a constellation of stars that only appears on the Halloweens when Myers murders people, and I guess it also maybe brings rain. And anyway, that was the elevator pitch for this movie, apparently.
Give me the knife, Danny.
I don't understand, if inflicting you with the rune makes you invincible, how did they kill the kids? Because the whole thing is like he's gonna kill his family, which will free him of the rune and make him no longer invincible.
So I almost never fact check these things, but this was confounding to me, and I thought that surely there was like a real answer to this question. And as it turns out, back in the day, they were really afraid of mass casualty events, so to thwart that, they would take the rune or whatever and they would curse a kid, and then on Halloween that kid, who is now invincible, would have to murder his whole family, which would in turn appease Sam Hain, which is either a god or a force or a whatever, and then they would become not invincible anymore, and in exchange they would not die of mass casualty events. And also this happens only when the Thorn constellation is in the sky. And I guess this is what Michael Myers has been doing for the past 5 movies in their mind, is trying to kill his family. But unfortunately, he is an idiot and doesn't know who his family is, so it's taken him a while, okay? He's been working on it. It's just taken decades because he doesn't know what he's doing. Also, I'm not sure how he got cursed in the first place. Like, are his parents druids?
Anyway, that exposited, Tommy leaves to find Loomis for some reason, and look at this, not a cell phone in sight. Okay, apparently at least some of the very clear Halloween celebrating can be blamed on the specific festival being a protest of the Halloween ban. Think of it as having a dance-off so powerful that dancing becomes legal again. The festival is emceed by the shock jock from the intro, who's a total dweeb. But maybe I'm being unfair. All he's trying to do is
channel the spirit of that pussy.
Are you ready?
I mean, you can't fault a man for that. He learns Bro lives in the old Myers house and decides to do the rest of his live broadcast from there, but Myers says no thank you. Then he's stuffed into a tree and bleeds all over the stupidest kid on the planet.
Mommy, it's raining. It's warm.
She thinks it's raining warm red rain? Has that ever happened before, kid? Come on now. Tommy and Loomis do get another meet cute, though.
Dr. Loomis. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Oh, by the way, Dickhead Dad also went home only to find a haunted laundry machine and also a combination electrocution stab that was apparently way more hardcore in the theatrical version. Later, Bro and his girlfriend show up intending to meet with Shock Jock, but when he doesn't show up, they introduce their private parts to each other after first setting up and lighting like 10,000 candles, which conservatively would take like 5 hours. I guess they're not worried about either of their parents or his sister's kid, or again, the Shock Jock showing up at some point. Because this ain't a quickie, it's a slowie. What's more, before they actually touch their parts, the dude pauses for a pre-sex shower, because this is the most tantric of horror sex scenes.
Allegedly, he practices tantric sex.
But anyway, they get his and hers murdered, and I guess nudity is back on the menu, boys.
What about name?
Mommy rear windows these events from her perch across the street and also sees Danny sneak out and head to the murder house, so she follows and grabs a poker, which turns out to be great for clobbering big goobers down the stairs. She and Danny run back across the street to join up with Tommy and Loomis, only to find that, whoops, the old lady who lives there and also Loomis's doctor friend and several others are all part of the same cult.
A religion, not a cult.
Hey, you think this is the same sex cult that all the parents have been sneaking off to throughout this timeline's movies? Let's say yes. In fact, Loomis's doctor, Dr. Wynn, is actually the bootsman himself. Mommy makes a quick decision and, well, she f***s off out a window. And it doesn't go great. It's like even if she escaped, her son's still in there.
Where's Mom?
She comes to on the same sex cult table that they have in the back room of every Arby's.
Eating Arby's, eating Arby's, eating Arby's, eating Arby's.
Boom! And Loomis and Tommy come to, and I guess they realize that the cult wants them alive for some reason. They didn't even take them, they just left them in the grass. So they head to the sanitarium or sanatorium to try and free Mommy and Danny and Baby. Tommy realizes that there are other runes, obviously, and if they just picked one of the light ones, they could cancel out the thorn's power.
I think Michael is under the influence of an evil rune.
What's a rune?
Thorn.
Okay, all right, I got ya.
Make Michael vulnerable. So they should do that, I guess.
Including de-runing.
They split up and Loomis runs into Wynn, who's like, no, I was serious about you taking over my job, but my job is like a cult leader. So can you? Knockdown. Tommy ends up in the sex cult temple ward where they try to convince Michael to kill the baby and then Danny to kill his mom so that he could start his own spree.
Your journey begins.
Then that way, Danny can become a new serial killer. For, again, I don't know why. I guess we're a cult. We gotta have beliefs, but what does that do for anyone? But Mommy is like, whoa, dude, that baby's yours though, right?
Isn't it, Michael?
Myers? Incest much? Somebody watched too much Game of Thrones?
Sticking with the point.
Gross. But also real quick, if Myers hadn't had sex with Jamie and he had just murdered her, wouldn't he have finished his spree like 6 years ago? What took him so long? What has he been doing for 6 years? Trying to get her pregnant? He's got slow swimmers. That's why he walks so slow. Oh my God. I've always said that fast walkers must have fast jizz. You could have just killed her and then you would have lost your evil powers and your rage or whatever, and then you could have hopped on Bumble or something, my guy. I mean, you're still pretty young. Tommy sneaks in and frees everybody and also stops Myers dead in his tracks with some rune bullshit.
Including de-runing.
And everybody escapes, except then Loomis decides to go back in because maybe he dropped something? I don't know. But he finds Myers lying on the ground, except actually it's not Myers, it's Wynn. And Myers has stolen his sexy outfit and the weird mark appears on Loomis' arm somehow because something rune magic curse. And also after this movie, he died IRL, which is major commitment to the role. And as always, he is not thrilled by any of these developments. Okay, this isn't really getting us any closer to understanding, Dave. That's what I've been saying. Let's do this. Let's take your first 2 movie descriptions, keep those, but then throw out the next 3 and then keep going, but film it on the green screen like you did in the Marvel video, even though I know you filmed it on a blue screen. So let's invert that. What? Oh, yeah. This is gonna crack Dave wide open. Ah, me. Okay, so actually 4 through 6 never happened, okay? Just erase them from your mind.
Done.
I already have using the power of love, of alcohol. Is it because I'm drinking Natty Light at 9 a.m.? And okay, here's Mr. Sandman again, and yet another pumpkin. New timeline, same old attempts to arouse Dave.
What's the pumpkin for?
What's that?
But we won't let them, right, big guy? That titanium crotch locket's still holding strong?
That's going to chafe my willy.
Great. This time we're in Langdon, Illinois. And it's October 29th, 1998, and Myers hasn't been seen since that time that he exploded in the hospital 20 years ago.
Where'd he go?
Because nothing ever happened with him after that, okay? No Jamie, no runes, no Ant-Man, no bullshit. Got it? The smoking nurse from the first 2 movies walks to her house only to realize it's been broken into. And rather than get murdered, she enlists the help of Joseph Gordon-Levitt wearing a Jason mask.
Oh, hey.
He calls the police, but also heads into the house himself because, as he claims,
Jimmy been suspended 5 times this year already for getting a little crazy with this.
My guy, if those are violent crimes, then you should be in juvie. Pretty sure they don't let you get suspended 5 times in a single year for hockey stick crimes without an expulsion.
I'd be worried that Cadry's gonna be gone on this one.
Unless, of course, he's been using the hockey stick to fight the Foot Clan.
Well, that was a crime, you purse-scrubbing pukes.
Anyway, JGL notices the office has been ransacked, and he steals some beer as payment for his hockey stick services, and he also beats the shit out of some pans, just as a precaution.
Sure showed him.
He ultimately finds nothing, so the nurse heads inside to realize the power is dead, and oh hey, here's a picture of Loomis. No! Somebody stole our information on Laurie Strode. Arrgh!
I'm pissed off.
No! The nurse runs back to her high school hero's house only to find that he's apparently slipped and fallen completely face first on an ice skate.
Jimmy!
He dead!
Slippin' Jimmy.
And oh yeah, right, he had a friend, but that guy's dead too, cause solidarity, respect.
You die, I die.
Dave, if you die, I would also pretend to die for sure. Oh, now the cops show up. They notice that she broke a window, but it's too late. Somebody mentions that she was Loomis's personal nurse in his final years, and apparently the two of them were just like real weird about Myers. Like, obsessed much? We have to spend the entire credits poring over your weird kink? Also, what's this bullshit about Halloween mass murders happening in 1968? Come on now, lazy ass movie. It also says that Laurie died, but I'm pretty sure that she didn't, considering she's alive right here. And just screaming her little ass off.
Calm down.
Also, if you want to be fully correct, this movie's official title isn't Halloween H2O, it's Halloween the Way of Water. But yes, she's still alive, and her son Josh Hartnett, in his cinematic debut, comes in the room and is like, chill out, mommy. You need some drugs, mommy. I could do that for you, mommy baby.
Mom! Gross.
And hey, now it's Halloween Day itself, but we're in Summer Glen, California. And no, there's no Mr. Laurie Strode in the picture, other than this 2-month late birthday card that he just sent his son.
Birthday card.
Only 2 months late.
And Josh, whose character name is John, wants to camp in Yosemite with the rest of his affluent classmates, but his mom says no, because I guess she's scared that he'll be attacked by Yosemite Sam.
Ouch.
And it's like, dang it, mommy, I'm a full-grown boy. I can handle one short red-haired Republican. But she says, tough nuts, I'm the headmistress of this school, and you'll address me as Miss Tate, since that's my secret new identity, and it's respectful.
That's it. Have a good time.
The structure of the school is piss poor. Like, what the hell is going on here? Look at this confused old man wandering in the grass. That's just no flow. But oh hey, Josh is dating Michelle Williams in the only movie I'm aware that she's done besides Venom.
Are you drunk?
And also Venom Let There Be Carnage.
I don't know why you're shouting at me.
And also the untitled Venom Let There Be Carnage sequel.
Some people long for a life that is...
Let's stop the movie briefly to let Myers steal a 1956 International Harvester Travelall. Because yes, this very modern woman and her daughter apparently took an afternoon drive in a 42-year-old Johnny One-Eye getaway truck.
Come and get me, Captain!
Just what the hell is going on here? Are they time-traveling gangsters? Is she Jay Leno's wife? Also, this is what you get for going into the boys' room.
The boys are just gonna have to deal with it.
Sorry, I don't make the laws. God does. Hey, let's briefly recap my childhood.
No booze, no drugs, no kidding.
No fun.
Also, because his mom canceled his trip to Sam's Town, all of John's friends also find excuses to get canceled.
I would rather have my eyes pierced.
Which is actually pretty easy to do these days, according to criminals.
I recycle and I masturbate.
Laurie is hooking up with her guidance counselor, which is every Dave's fantasy. And speaking of erotic fantasies, the gate guard wants to be an erotic novelist.
Two tumultuous, round, melon breasts.
Ugh, man, I wish I could write like that. Everything I write sounds like, fuck me. John wishes the guard would let him leave so that he could buy his girlfriend a present. But the guard says,
no.
But then he says yes.
Don't you do me wrong, okay?
Okay. This is what we in the professional erotic writing biz call a character arc. But little does Josh know that in town his mom is having an extremely sad lunch with a guidance counselor and drinking heavily. Probably pre-gaming for a new faculty-centric version of the Halloween parent sex. What the
Watch your profanity.
Sorry.
Sorry for what?
John and his friends shoplift alcohol and just run into his mom, and she's pissed, alcohol-wise, but also emotionally.
What do you think you can do? Just...
But also he is pissed.
I'm really uncomfortable with you saying that.
Well, only emotionally, but hoping for alcohol-wise later.
I say, sir, you seem to be peeing upon my leg.
Huh? And they drive back to the school together, mutually pissed. A golden shower of anger.
I happen to know that the child enjoys golden showers.
I'm really uncomfortable.
When they get to the gate, John, ever the gentleman, gets out of the car to go grab the security guard for some reason.
Let me.
And Laurie's also pissed at him.
Eyes up, Ronnie.
He pissed himself.
To smooth things over, though, Laurie says John can go to Sam's Town.
It's a permission slip.
But he's already made plans to get at that puss, so... Speaking of, he dumbwaiters some flowers and a marauder's map to his girlfriend, which she follows to a set-up date spot, and he's like...
Do I get points or what?
Which is a great way to get 0 points, but then again, who could deduct points from a boy who makes such silly faces?
Guys.
Look at those faces. Oh, giggle. Anyway, Myers finally shows up.
Oh, it's him!
And doesn't do much. Just sort of tricks his way inside and pops up randomly in the guard guy's windows, and he's just milking his experience.
You're milking it, don't milk it.
Speaking of milking, Mr. Guidance asks Lori what Hitler used to say to Poland.
I want to invade every part of your being.
I can hack you back in time to Nazi Germany.
It's okay! The Polish writer who helps punch up these scripts said the joke was cool. Well, he actually just said nothing, and he sighed heavily and he stared off into the horizon. But I think that's a yes!
He's a kung fu renegade cop.
She's like, sure. And he's like, okay, first, let me go check on the 2 girls real quick so that we can see this movie's direct reference in Scream 2. Watch my previous video. And also, he's like, hey, I'm gonna let them make a date rape joke.
Let's have a whole date rape evening.
But I'll counter it with a nipple piercing joke.
I'm having my nipples pierced.
Then he grabs a pumpkin for God knows what horrible things that they're gonna do to each other with that thick gourd. Before they can really squash each other's private parts, because yes, pumpkins are also technically squashes, Lori straight up reveals that yeah, she faked her own death a long time ago, and he's like, well, okay, let me suck a dabooby. And she's like, no, I'm serious, dude, I'm Laurie Strode, and my whole family is dead except the serial killer part of my family. And he's like, this foreplay is getting real dark, but sure, like me on dabooba.
That's sucky.
Finally, he believes her, and she's like, ah, crap. It's my son's 17th birthday, and I was 17 when Myers attacked the first time.
17.
I'm pubescent!
Connection, and she realizes that John is probably still on grounds, and she grabs a gun and also realizes that the phones are out. And the guy is still confused, but he's still totally willing to work with wherever this weird sex fantasy is headed, as long as he can suck a dabooba. Elsewhere, the kids steal a bunch of food and ponder whether they like chubbies.
I hope you don't mind if I get really big and dumpy.
Mama, wake up!
They evidently light every candle in California for a hot double date.
Let me show you something.
And Charlie leaves to get a corkscrew up the dumbwaiter, but gets killed by Myers and dumbweighted back down to his girlfriend, who at first is like,
no sex games till I've eaten.
But then is like, and Myers is there too at this point, so she climbs into the dumbwaiter herself but gets stabbed in the leg pumpkin. In the leg pumpkin.
This is the most chaotic script I've heard in a while.
Yeah, sorry.
What are you talking about?
Only to almost instantly get her whole leg brutally dumbwaiter crushed before just getting stabbed a lot.
He's hitting me in the butt! He's hitting my butt!
The other 2 set the mood by listening to a Creed song about suicide. They immediately get tired of that and follow a blood trail to find, yeah, the other girl strung up on a hanging light or whatever. Myers attacks them, but the 2 fight him off and eventually run into John's mom while she and Myers meet cute for the first time in 20 years.
We gotta stop meeting like this.
The adults lock the kids in a closet for their safety and immediately shoot the security guard on accident.
I want to invade every part of your being.
So I guess they were protecting them from them.
Are we the baddies?
Then the guidance counselor is immediately karma'd to death. And Lori uses a blood trap to get a good smack in.
Hello.
And then she grabs the kids in a car and gets all the way to the gate, but decides to stay and dance with the devil in the pale moonlight.
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
What? She sends them, grabs an axe, and man, she's just butt rock personified, baby. Back inside, Myers drops from a pipe, and they really just start invading each other's bodies with various stabbing implements like axes, flags, throw knives, although that one doesn't go so great.
Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me.
Yeah, but then a held knife, which does go like so great. And Myers seems dead, but before Lori can stab his corpse a couple hundred times, the guard, who is fine, karma, pulls her away because Myers is already dead.
He's dead. He's dead.
He was going to be an acrobat.
He's gone, sweetheart. He's gone.
But Lori knows better, so she steals a cop gun.
Hey, don't move!
And the van where they put Myers' body and peels out. Myers wakes up and makes a move, so she slams on the brakes, throwing him out the windshield. Then she runs over him, and they and the van tumble off the side of the road. She flies free, but he gets slammed and pinned by the van. Was that her plan? That could not have worked any more fortuitously. Not even Vin Diesel could have pulled off that maneuver. Anyway, Lori walks up, grabs an axe, touches tips with her brother for a second, and then clobbers his head right off. Creed credits. Hooray! Absolutely no Na'vi in the entire movie, though, despite the H2O.
Get over it.
I think that's false advertising. Marketing malpractice, even. Hey Dave, you wanna maybe play video games later? Maybe talk about our past, discuss maybe if we've ever forced a buddy into making long-form videos?
As long as we can make the place sizzle like a summertime cookout.
What?
You don't know Busta? Buzz? Trevor George Smith.
I feel like we should just move on.
Oh, shit. Who's at my door this late? Whoever this is distracting me from seeing Watch Chun-Li whoop some ass.
Oh, sweet! The most boring opening credits to date.
Feeling like I'm running and I'm feeling like I gotta get away.
Nice. Also a tunnel.
You've heard of the tunnel.
Which everybody's heard of.
Everybody knows the tunnel.
Of course. At the end of the well-known tunnel is both a mental institution and also a door that leads to either heaven or hell, which is a little reductive, I think. The concept of heaven as the ultimate destination for Christians is really a pretty recent, and I think misinformed idea. Just saying, Lori, the hope is not simply the Halloween resurrection and a ticket on the heaven-bound spaceship, but also the Halloween redemption of all of present bodily creation, or whatever. Maybe it's just a bedroom in a mental institution. And yeah, here's Lori, because she accidentally decapitated the wrong dude at the end of the last movie because Myers switched clothes with a paramedic or something, and if you huff enough glue,
we don't want safe, we want toxic.
You can probably work out how that guy was thought to be completely dead by professional EMTs, but not so dead that he wasn't able to come back to life in the van later and try to grab Lori, but also he had never considered removing this, mask from his head, and he couldn't talk because Myers crushed his larynx. So, that didn't work. And also his heart maybe stopped when the EMTs were checking him, so that's why they didn't see. And his brain didn't get enough oxygen, which is why he forgot to take off his mask. It makes perfect sense!
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Hey, remember when ancient Irish murder runes were the silliest thing about these movies? Good times. I miss those times. This series of events made Lori crazy and sad, except, oh wait, she's not crazy. But I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. She's actually gonna stuff some meds into the butthole of her weird doll. She's thinking very clearly. And hey, Myers is outside. Maybe. There's definitely another weirdo in a clown mask who freaks out a guard, holy shit, even though he's harmless, unlike who is definitely insane. I mean, how can he walk past a machine full of ice-cold, delicious Pepsi without purchasing a couple cans?
Hilton cookies.
Two guards go to get him, but one is seduced by the call of vending machine food, which is just enough of a distraction for the other guard to disappear inside yet another haunted laundry machine that launders his head.
How'd you get stuck in the washing machine?
It's probably gonna need way more bleach.
For life's bleachable moments.
Doesn't matter, I guess, because Myers slices the other guy's throat, which is boring. Stop with the throat slicing, Mike. Be original. God. Throw the severed head through the other guy's stomach or something. I don't know. Just do something.
Michael Myers hits that powerbomb drop kick by Michael.
Myers Kool-Aid Mans his way into Lori's room.
I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
But she clobbers him and booby traps his ass on the roof.
Hello.
Michael. With the rope and pulley system that there is no way she could have rigged herself with available equipment. And even if she could, Is it really gonna work? What are we even doing here? Well, if you're Myers, you're just hanging limply until, God! He apparently hates the sound of a rope being cut. And this reminds Lori that she should maybe check to make sure she's not murdering some random father of 3 again, because, I mean, who knows? It could be me, a married father of 3. For those keeping track at home, that's 5 mouths to feed, not including my dog or Dave. I have a Patreon. But of course, when she reaches for the mask, Myers reaches for her life and stabs and Grubers her. Rip Lori. Then Myers hands his bloody knife to the clown guy to frame him, maybe? That's kind of messed up, Michael.
Michael Myers.
Real dick move. Do you know what a fake murder charge can do to a person's credit score? Oh, damn. Haddonfield done glowed up and got itself a university. Oh, what's that? Oh, I'm hearing reports that Haddonfield University was also in the 6th movie, but I didn't mention it because these movies are all a sad, blurry swirl in my quickly softening brain mush. Oh, shit.
Unforgivable.
Regardless, this very real and very good university apparently isn't worried about students like Sarah here cruising on their mopeds right through campus where everybody walks. They also seemingly tolerate obnoxious blondes like Jen, and yes, I know that she was on Battlestar Galactica.
I fucked up!
But that doesn't make her not annoying in this movie, Dave.
I am distracting.
Here's an annoying boy that I'll say is named Chef Boy.
Yeah!
And they're all excited, give or take, because they've been selected by Dangertainment.
You think that's extreme?
To live stream themselves entering the old Myers house for the amusement of whatever the internet was in 2002.
I want to poop back and forth.
The other 3 teens are also annoying, but Sarah stands out because she can scream so hard that explodes. Which producer Busta Rhymes is very into.
Come on.
Busta knows good Twitch.
And I'm gonna break your goddamn neck.
Put this screaming chick in a hot tub and maybe pretend to be an NBC and boom!
This is an NBC News special report.
Gang, gang, hey! Gang, gang.
Something's out the ass!
Get his ass.
But unfortunately, Sarah's having reservations. But Busta's like, no, don't you want to be famous? And she says,
I don't want to be famous.
but then she's like, okay, I guess I'll do it.
That's the American dream.
So problem solved.
Fear is good.
There's Busta again with that silver tongue of his.
Just nod your fucking head.
Oh, actually, speaking of 2002's internet, it turns out that Sarah is being catfished by a freshman named something, but who online goes by Deckard because Blade Runner reference.
Officer Deckard.
Probably. Of course, this creates an ethical dilemma because Deckard's roommate got them invited to a party, but Deckard told Sarah that he'd watch her online.
Yeah, that's before internet porn, man.
He's a babe, brother.
But his roommate is like, this party is dope, and also there's literally no way for her to know if you watch or not.
Cyber whipped.
So Deckard goes to the party. Whew, dilemma.
All right, let's go.
Oh, did you think I was going to talk about the dilemma of catfishing?
That's how you do it!
Nah, that's tight. They use Palm Pilots.
Chat room romance?
Deckard can pilot my palms, if you know what I mean. Right to my low-rise jeans, baby. They're probably texting each other via MSXL. At the party, the white freshmen dress like Pulp Fiction's Jules and Vincent, just to give the party air the slight fragrance of racism.
Hey, Miles, you think anyone will know we're supposed to be from Pulp Fiction?
Say the word you want to say.
And Deckard finds an unlocked computer and immediately starts watching porn. I mean, the stream. Look, we all know what the stream is gonna need for it to be successful. By the way, even at this early point, I think I can say with confidence that this is easily the worst film in this franchise. A low bar to hit your head on, fall over, and fart in front of your crush, but they're doing it. By God, they're doing it.
Guys! It's not stopping! It won't quit! Great!
So now, they're at the house, and the kids all sport personal GoPros, and viewers can pick which camera to watch, so they'd better be interesting. And as an example of a camera looking at something interesting, well, here's Tyra Banks' butt, I guess. She's helping run Dangertainment from the house's basement, and this other guy is also helping, but he's impaled with a camera. and nobody ever thinks to check on him ever again. In fact, Tyra says,
It's a nice angle, boy.
as if there wasn't a whole-ass tripod fully visible in the shot. I'm starting to worry that Dangertainment might not be a very professional video production company. Unlike Breeding Ground LLC, email me today to make your video dreams come true and feed my children.
I got one word for you, Freddy.
What's that?
Product placement.
The Not My Kids enter the house, and predictably their cameras look like shit. They've been told they can't leave until morning, but unless this shit's been rigged or they snuck these kids Viagra, there's not gonna be much to look at for the next 12 hours. I mean, you and I know that they're gonna be murdered by Myers, but nobody else knows that. This house is gonna be super boring.
But I'll bet it has one of those big, nice, old kitchens, you know?
Oh, never mind then. I stand corrected. Somebody call Rachel Ray or the guy from The Bear.
Chef.
And yeah, one of the weird dudes does his best to get things going by trying to talk Jen into doing some nudity, which almost works, but no. Yeah, and he's so hornily dismayed by this that he goes and gets murdered by Myers through a mirror. Which is either some complex metaphor about finding the reasons for his failure within himself, or it's not that.
Cheers.
Similarly, in the basement, another chick and a male music major sort of maybe are about to hook up, well, until she says,
Screwing a music major would be tantamount to lesbianism.
which, okay, what about a music minor?
I could get into that.
Specifically, a music industry minor. Am I lesbian enough for you?
You'll like light up in fire if you walk into a chapel because you're a f***ing pagan little shit.
Dave, I'm not talking about the movie anymore. I'm talking about you, big guy.
A big lesbian crush on you.
Are you a lesbian because I minored in music industry at James Madison University? Because if so, that's so wild and so brave of you. Well, this is all pretty boring for me to watch, but it has really gathered a crowd at the party. They probably just heard the word lesbian and everybody came running in. Dave was in the bathroom when I said it earlier, and he almost knocked over the camera scrambling in here. You know what we're talking about, lesbians?
Are you gay?
It's a matter of public record.
The lesbian couple find a hatch hole in the basement floor and decide to 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, and 42 their ass down there.
Hippity hop.
Only to find chains, which...
Looks like some sort of sadistic playpen.
Yeah. Finally revs her engine. 50 Shades of Grey really was just lying dormant in every woman waiting to finally be freed by the world's worst writer.
Say something smart.
50 Shades of
They go to town on each other's young bodies for like 5 seconds or so until he immediately, the wall immediately explodes with weird corpses that were apparently made in Taiwan.
Oh, God.
Because yeah, this is all staged.
Look at this.
I guess leaving the sticker on was just a mistake, but wouldn't it make more sense to tell the kids what was going on so that they could discover the right creepy set pieces or whatever?
Well, that is what I'm talking about.
And also on that, are they gonna get sued for this nudity? Is this stream age-gated? Did she sign a consent form? For getting sued, they're going to jail, and not like the sexy jail from all those lesbian documentaries that I watch on Dave's laptop.
Yeah, you got some nice titties.
Orange is the New Black is a documentary, right?
You got them TV titties.
I don't know, but the music major leaves while the girl presses further into the sub-basement to get murdered on a spike. And, let's keep things moving.
Too much I mean, I can't breathe. I'm telling you I can't. I'm so hot. It sees up the sides of my eye. I don't want to be around anymore.
Oh, look, it's like Dave's fantasy that he's always mumbling about in his sleep. 2 Michael Myers. One of them is, of course, Busta Rhymes.
I'm playing Michael Myers.
And he berates the other Myers until...
God, scoop, skedaddle.
Can't you see we don't want you anymore?
He just leaves. Like, what motivates Myers exactly? How does he decide when and who to attack? He just sort of does things. He's like a dog chasing a car. Dumb as shit.
Very poor choice of words.
Jen does illegal drugs with Chef Boy.
It's a good thing there's no cameras in here.
Is if they aren't literally on cameras, they're wearing cameras. And obviously these two are going to die. But has there ever been a horror movie where the final girl is actually the sluttiest, stupidest character of the bunch? If not, we should make one.
Okay, that is so not funny.
Smoke cloud!
Sarah is grabbed by Busta Myers, and when Music Major smacks him, he tells them to turn off your camera, turn off your camera. And he admits that, yeah, he plussed the house in some key ways to keep it interesting, but it's not working, Busta. It's not very interesting. Wait. He mentions that he's gonna make a lot of money off of this, but how? Like, what's your monetization strategy, Busta? YouTube doesn't even exist yet, and weird European perverts need to see much weirder stuff before they open their wallets. Trust Dave on that.
I've seen worse.
Sarah and Chef Boy are not swayed by Busta's monetization argument, so they turn to leave, but then Jen gets her head chopped off. So they're like, fine, I want to see where this goes. Deckard finally realizes, hey, wait a minute. Is that real? Is that a real head? What did they do to her? I've seen a real head, and that looks like a real head. Like, for example, this Music Major's almost certainly real head is getting real squeezed here. And it looks bad, but like, maybe it's just me, but I think it might be real. The rest of the party crowd, minus Deckard, is super into it. Because they know nothing of heads. Chef Boy turns into Chef Ninja for a bit, and he just chefs all over Myers.
You like sushi, motherfucker?
Until Myers is like, I'm all chefed out, bitch. Bitch. So now it's just Sarah. Or wait, it's not just Sarah. It's Sarah and her trusty Palm Pilot, which she uses to communicate with Deckard and ask him things like, how do I not die? He does tell her to not scream, but thank God he didn't type, don't stab yourself in the eyeball, Sarah. She shimmies onto the roof and headbutt, head kick. She runs into Busta again. And he and Myers fight. And let me tell you, kids, it is not what you'd expect. Yeah, Busta is into karate. Not just the fighting style, but the lifestyle of making weird noises while you fight, and it's uncomfortable. But it's not entirely ineffective. I mean, it is in the sense that Myers still isn't dead.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like, your opinion, man.
But you know, still.
This is bad.
Sarah runs some more, throwing Myers for a loop-de-loop and locking him in Desmond's hatch. Hey, where's Tyra during all this? I mean, all I see is this big slippery pool of... Oh. Okay. Also, it's pretty weird that she was set up in the house. Like, what if the kids had found her? Wouldn't that kind of ruin the vibe? Probably not as much as everybody being butchered by a serial killer, I guess.
If you're edged because I'm wheezing on your grind, it's just chill.
But anyway, Myers finds her, but she finds her in her Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She says that her various blows are, you know, dedicated for the various people that have died. But then she runs out of juice. Oh, shit. But it's okay, because there's that weak explosion, and she kind of grunts a lot. Busta's back!
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
You can't bust the Busta. He'd never go get busted.
Busta makes me feel good.
And he's still ninja-ing with varied levels of success.
No!
Until he electrocutes Myers and says yet another one-liner.
Burn, motherfucker!
Eat my shit.
And do you think they wrote any of Busta's lines? Or they just said, hey, Busta, you rap, right? Just bust it!
Happy f***ing Halloween!
Nobody says that.
Also, carry Sarah out before she burns to death in what will end up being just the tiniest little pile of rubble. You're telling me that's all that's left after a 5-floor house burned down? Well, it must have really just burned so hard. Burn! Sarah and Busta end up on the news and Busta busts all over everybody.
Michael Myers is not a soundbite. Michael Myers is a killer shark. Baggy ass overalls.
But I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Including Myers' corpse.
Like some chicken fried, motherfucker.
Which is actually really awkward because he's obviously not dead.
I want you to get up right now.
I, as a rule, never bust on the dead. Dave lives, though, by, let's say, different rules.
I'm a human being.
damn it! Oh, now it's the credits, but are we just never going to resolve the Sarah and Deckard thing? It's weird that they don't actually meet IRL, right? And maybe the sequel to this movie will be a rom-com, and their wacky misunderstanding will be the time that he pretended to have a different name in a chat room and he catfished the shit out of her. That would be silly. That's how you do it! Yeah, scratch that. We're doing Scream now.
Why?
Yeah, and also the second movie, gone. Only the first explanation is canon, and this is really gonna get us right at the heart of, like, what is a Dave? Yeah, I don't think it will.
I got peanut butter on my penis.
Ew, Dad.
Oh, look! We're soft rebooting again! And this time, only the very first movie is canon, and you remember nothing else, okay?
Totally.
We open per sequel usual in Smith's Grove. We're two inexplicably British podcasters.
Thank you so much.
Hope to convince Michael to finally talk for the first time in 40 years and, I don't know, rank his favorite Marvel movies? Whatever gets the most SEO juice. Maybe they'll be like, hey, Michael, do you think popcorn has gotten too woke? And then they'll use the title, Michael Myers destroys popcorn for 43 minutes. I don't know. But they meet with Myers' newish doctor.
Good afternoon.
Who was a former student of the since deceased Dr. Loomis, which should be like a huge black mark on your resume, right? Like, Loomis was literally the worst ever at containing or stopping or even remotely understanding Michael.
He was doing very well last night.
That's not what your mother says.
Even throwing out the weirdness of all the sequels, Loomis apparently never got Myers to say a single word in many, many decades. How did the new guy even get this job? That's like trying to get a job at Arby's and listing Subway's Jared as your main mentor.
Remember Jared from Subway? He's inspired a lot of people.
It's not good.
Well, that's why we're here.
Anyway, they head out to the Alice in Wonderland-esque checkerboard yard and try to rile Myers up with his favorite mask.
I borrowed something from a friend at the Attorney General's office, Michael.
This doesn't do much except cause all the other crazy people to just freak out. Cut to a title sequence with a pump-up pumpkin. That's the perfect Thanksgiving feast compliment to your mom's delicious Nike turkey.
Pump it. Make it big now.
Now we're back in Haddonfield, because where else would we be, you stupid idiots? Fulton, Illinois? Grow up. The fancy podcasters have pivoted to convincing Lori to rank her favorite Marvel films. She lives in the sort of isolated fortress that all former Final Girls live in.
Hey.
And she only agrees to the interview when bribed with a cool $3,000.
How does $3,000 sound?
I like money.
The interview, of course, offers little to no insight on why Phase 5 has been such a wet blanket.
There's nothing to learn. There are no new insights or discoveries.
Your mind is being held hostage by your alternate self.
Who?
John C.
But it does reveal that Lori has 2 failed marriages and that the state took her daughter from her when the kid was 12, probably just because she likes homeschooling.
I didn't. But you already knew that.
But that's pretty much it, though. This podcast is gonna be really good.
Testing, check, 1, 2, 3.
My prediction is going to just absolutely fall off a cliff after that.
Cut from there to Lori's estranged daughter, who probably isn't named Kitty, but who I'm gonna call Kitty because she will always be Kitty.
And say goodbye.
No.
You really didn't have to do that, Mom.
And also her husband, Peanut Butter Dick.
I got peanut butter on my penis.
But don't call me a peahead.
These two have raw dogged at least once,
Ew, Dad.
producing a granddaughter named Allison with a Y. She has 2 friends named Certainly Will Die Blonde Girl and Dave. How does that make you feel, Dave? Just kidding. I am over here being like facts, not caring about your feelings.
Just shut the up, Dave.
You're here to scroll the teleprompter and not blow up any pumpkins.
Hey, is it cool if you guys if I explode one of these pumpkin heads?
Damn it, Dave! That Dave blows up pumpkins, just like you.
Sorry.
Allison also has a boyfriend played by Oppenheimer's sexy younger brother. He could nuke me right in the pants, yeah, Dave? Side note, I wish real-life English classes were as relevant as they always are in horror movies.
Even in the most disparaging of conditions.
Like, we never discuss topics that tangentially related to the unspeakable horror monsters chasing and murdering me and my horny, classmates.
I just don't know if you're supposed to be talking to us like that, just like as a teacher.
It was all Gilgamesh bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry, King of Uruk. Are you still torn up about Enkidu's death? Well, I'm not.
Gilgamesh.
I want to read Dune. Speaking of troubling familial dynamics and maybe near immortal sandworm emperors, Allison thinks her grandma is cool, but Kitty does not think that the grandma is cool.
Yeah.
It helps that Lori hands Allison that cool $3 grand.
Use it for whatever your heart desires.
GD glory hole! Also, Lori has gotten weirdly into the John Wick movies, I guess, in the apparent hopes of headshotting Myers 15 times as he gets transferred to a new facility.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except, well, she doesn't go through with it.
Seatbelts, everyone! Please let this be a normal field trip.
Because she's probably waiting for them to make a 5th movie, and I agree, because I'm gonna be honest, they had better not end Wick's story with part 4. The whole series is about how shitty the evil table is and how you can't beat the table, and you expect me to be satisfied with the series ending without defeating the table? Maybe they're hoping to cover that in a spinoff, but I don't want a spinoff to cover that. I want John Wick to get in there and just headshot everybody and then flip the table over and then set it on fire with a lit fart. That's literally the only way the series can end.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
Either that or a final confrontation with Bob Odenkirk's character from Nobody.
I'm gonna f you up. Yeah.
But anyway, Wussy Lori shows up drunk and sad to a little family dinner where Allison's parents are finally getting to meet her boyfriend.
I'm the grandmother.
And I get that there's a lot of family history here, but Lori's not really being all that disruptive. And yet Kitty is very upset.
This is exactly why we don't reach out.
Mom. And to be fair, it does turn out that Lori trained her almost exactly like Sarah Connor trained John Connor. So Kitty is about to go through pretty much the same emotional journey as John did in the first act and a half or so of T2.
This is deep.
Cool. I just watched those movies. You should watch me watch those movies. Synergy. I'm live streaming and I'm talking to you.
Do I get that to the camera?
No. They call me One Take Jake.
I'm glad you got to see that.
Here's a fancy boy that prefers dancing to hunting.
I'm missing dance class for this.
Although he'll unfortunately never get to do either ever again because Myers' transfer bus has crashed. And the kid's dad disappears, forcing Tiny Dancer to go look for him, resulting in him doing the exact opposite of what the new doctor asks.
Don't shoot!
You had one job.
And getting the exact opposite of a pleasurable massage for Myers. Oh, hey, look! This police officer apparently still remembers the Titans. Look at him, playing pinball with African Americans. He's come so far since the beginning of that movie.
No thanks required, Coach. Thanks.
He also gets sent to investigate the bus crash, and he does not like what he sees. Not a fan.
Whew.
Halloween! The podcasters, still desperate for content, head to Judith Myers' grave for some last-ditch titty flashbacks.
Maybe you can explain to me what's so special about Judith Myers.
Big-ass titties!
Hey, we've got a few topless shots of Dave for whenever you guys start to lose interest in this video. Watch to the end! But yeah, boobies exhumed, they head to a gas station to take a shit and or crank one out, but unfortunately, Myers is already there shitting and or cranking one out. And he's killed the store attendant and the mechanic in the back for his coveralls because, God, he just loves sturdy coveralls designed to work hard and provide comfort through any season. Almost as much as smashing fancy head, killing fancy women, and epic slow-mo putting on his old ass, definitely creamed in by weird true crime fetishists' ass. Elsewhere, the doctor has apparently survived, but is very sleepy.
Any word from Mr. Rip Van Winkle over here?
Ah, lovely. Nothing like a good nap. The kind of nap old Rip Van Winkle used to take.
I've been shot.
We've not seen the likes of this since the days of Peter Stuyvesant.
And the sheriff, dressed as one of those classic Illinois cowboys the state is so famous for, shows up and is like, Michael Myers, huh? Well, that's gonna be a bummer, lol. But what are we gonna do, cancel Halloween? Ah.
What are we gonna do? Cancel Halloween?
No. And speaking of, they arrive on the dead podcaster scene and are like, damn, shit's crazy. What are we gonna do, cancel Halloween? It's just a serial killer, guys.
Son of a bitch.
Well, see you later. Lori also hears the news and grabs some weapons and heads down into what appears to be a basement hole, or a b-hole, if you will. The old GD!
B-hole.
Yeah, the B-hole has it over the A-hole for sure.
The A-hole seems kind of small.
B-holes are tasty and flavorful.
The a-hole is nasty.
A-hole tastes funny. I guess I'm just kind of a b-hole kind of guy.
She also scares the shit out of Kitty.
Gotcha!
Jesus.
You're dead.
But her and PBD, peanut butter dick,
Hey, you got your chocolate and my peanut butter.
Peanut butter on my chocolate.
What?
kick her out without much pushback from Lori, despite this being the one thing that she spent the last 40 years preparing for.
Do you have a gun?
No, you need to go. Get out.
You'd think she'd be a little bit more aggressive about why they need to come with her and or grab guns and or, find a nice big b-hole to hide in.
The best kind of holes money can buy.
But she doesn't. So now it's night and kids be tricking and presumably treating, and Myers just can't resist joining the festivities. Nor can he resist beating a woman to death with a hammer.
Oh, that looks sinful.
That's your thing too, right? It's like, if I see a hammer and I see a woman, it's like, what am I gonna do? Not beat her to death with this hammer? It's tough. Dave is always trying to resist. He can't do it. But I would say that, yeah, right, Dave, beating a woman to death with a hammer is trick? Or is that treat? Dave thinks it's treat.
Oh, this is so rich.
I think Myers agrees. Oh no! This doctor has forgotten his stethoscope.
Wait, hang on. I don't have my stethoscope.
Hey, I've been there, man.
King Kong is plastic, so he's out. Caleb maybe, not plastic, not helpful. Jordan, was it your fault?
Then we get a pretty rad floating evil face shot and another random kill, and hey, that was all a wonder shot. This movie is art. And honestly, it is easily my favorite movie in the series so far. It even has a gender bent Bonnie and Clyde. Unfortunately, gender bent though Bonnie may be, he's still got a wandering weenie, and he kisses another girl, and then he dunks Clyde's phone in some liquid cheese. But to be fair, I mean, what did Clyde expect? Bonnie's the gender-bent criminal.
You don't have to cry about it, it's not that big a deal.
Allison heads to a house where CWDBG is babysitting a pretty spicy kid.
If I had some other kind of babysitter, she'd be reading me a story. I wouldn't be up clipping my nasty ass toenails.
See, the movie's even surprisingly funny at points. Why couldn't the last 50 movies have been like this movie? Dave shows up just begging to be cast in a Jack White biopic and also begging for that sweet pussy! They start macking, but she hears a weird noise, so she makes Dave go look, as if a Dave could ever be of any real use.
Oh, f me.
And all he finds is a motorcycle in the garage. Classic Dave. Meanwhile, CWDBG does actually find Myers in the kid's closet, and she gets sliced and ultimately diced. Oh, she's pretty loud about it, though. So somebody calls in a disturbance, resulting in Bill Yost and Lori both arriving and wackily bumping into each other while chasing Myers around. Lori, they're too late to save Dave, which is, it's no big loss, but I thought I'd mention it. This is like my fourth Dave. You think I've been talking to one guy this whole time? No. I have an embarrassment of Daves, and they're all criminals. They're just in and out of jail. They're much cheaper. You get a tax break if you hire a criminal.
Hire your local Dave.
Just shut the up, Dave.
Backup finally arrives, and the doctor has evidently woken up, and Lori's like, hey, did you guys know that I've been literally praying that Michael would escape so I could kill him?
I pray every night.
And the cop is like,
well, that was a dumb thing to pray for.
Why would you pray for that? That's a bad thing to pray for. And yet, why wouldn't you just pray that Michael's penis like slips up inside him and punctures his heart or something? I've definitely prayed that for some people. Looks knowingly at Dave's heart. The cops finally grab Lori's family and take them all to her house/fortress, though they're still not able to contact Allison's cheese phone. But speaking of, she's hanging out with her creepy boyfriend's creepy friend who tries to creepily kiss her. Which he blames on.
All these girls were like dancing on me. They were feeding me guacamole in all these sexy ways. Guacamole. Their beautiful bodies got me all chubbed out.
Which is the exact phrasing I used to get out of a speeding ticket last week. It makes sense. You can't control yourself in those situations.
Oh, fantastic.
And And Myers kills him for his chubbiness, not his chubbiness. It's not because he's overweight. He doesn't discriminate. He kills him because he's aroused.
Their beautiful bodies got me all chubbed out.
He doesn't hate thick hogs. Sorry, he doesn't hate thick boys, but he does hate thick hogs. So I'm definitely in trouble, but Dave, not so much. He's got that flaccid hog. Maybe I shouldn't be streaming this.
Dude, you're acting like really sketchy right now. I don't.
Allison runs around screaming, but nobody is home because it's parent sex party o'clock. But the cop finds her, so it's all good. The doctor is there too, and he literally says,
I'm a doctor. Lock your doors.
Which is smart because I never listen to what anybody says unless they're a doctor. Like if you yelled, I'm a plumber, lock your doors, guess what? I ain't locking shit.
But then the next day you went into the bathroom and it looked like the hole in your toilet had shrunk?
They drive away and over Myers.
What the hell was that?
He was walking by and the doctor is like, I'm a doctor. He's dead.
You killed him.
Except whoops, this is one of those lying doctors and he pulls a Hippocratic Oath combo breaker right into the cop's neck. Yeah!
Fatality.
Woo! Hey, that's actually a pretty fun twist. Apparently Doc really wants to see what happens if Myers gets to fight Laurie. And specifically, he's hoping that Myers finally says something like, I don't know, Misa's so horny, or Michael Myers was my father, you call me Dirty Pete. Those are both things that he might say. I'm not saying he will say it, but we won't know unless we throw his unconscious ass in the backseat of this cop car with Allison and bring him to Laurie, will we?
I've never heard him speak, you see.
Also, it's important that I finger Myers' nose a little bit for science.
Science.
Maybe put on his mask.
I'm joking.
Maybe throw on his underwear. I don't know. The scene cuts before he gets all the way into his science experiment, but it gets odd.
So many possibilities exist.
Of course, they don't quite get there anyway because Myers kicks the back of Doc's seat like a petulant 8-year-old, but one that's roided out on Code Red, giving Allison an opportunity to escape into the woods and Myers an opportunity to go full drive 2011 on Doc's head.
Hey, do you want to see something?
A nearby cop couple checks out the scene while old Peanut Butter Dick leaves the safety of the house to go check out the nearby cop's dark cop car, but it turns out that they're dead. And also he's dead. So rest in peace, Chunky Pieces, Peanut Butter Dick. Remember that time that they killed Mr. Peanut? This is like that.
He spent his life bringing people together.
And hopefully he similarly gets resurrected as a baby Peanut Butter Dick.
A warrior has nothing to be ashamed of. But you do.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
Talk about soaring profits. Maybe jail. I really shouldn't be live streaming this. Look, in the context, it's totally cool. Just don't remix this. Laurie smartly stands right next to the front door, and what do you know? Smart move.
It wasn't.
But it's okay because she shotguns off some of his fingies.
My fingers hurt.
She wanders around the house not calling 911, and though she has extra door gates, it feels like she should have a few more booby traps and maybe a few less mannequins that look like serial killers in the dark. It's pretty confusing.
If you're real, you better tell me right now!
Like, why did Laurie have Kitty turn the lights off in the first place?
Karen, the lights.
Is that better?
It just seems like there's still light coming in from under the door.
Again, like in the first movie, that only helps the killer. Jason's whole thing is that he likes to kill the power, but Myers never even has to bother. He probably doesn't even know what a light switch is. Every time he walks into a room, the lights go off. He's like, well, guess I'll stab something. Hey, imagine how much damage Myers could do with a gun. Like really, his only weakness is range. He's slow as shit and can't hurt anybody more than 4 feet away. But Myers with a gun, he probably could have taken the Capitol. And now we are definitely demonetized. Or am I extra monetized for speaking the truth? Jordan destroys, what did I destroy for 43 minutes? Guns or serial killers? I think both, have their place.
Yeah.
But no, here Myers goes again, fisticuffing. Laurie gets thrown off the roof right as Allison shows up and dives right into the beehole with Kitty. And Kitty grabs her old rifle from before Child Protective Services took her away, and she pretends to be scared when Myers opens up her beehole.
I can't do it!
But actually, she's not scared.
Gotcha.
And it was a ruse.
A ruse? Bring, bring. Hello? Hi, it's the 1930s.
And she likes having the beehole ripped open. Then Laurie shows back up, and he falls right back into that beehole. and Allison stabs him some, and Laurie activates a bee-hole grate that keeps him trapped in the bee-hole. Then she activates the mega booby trap, which is that the whole house can be filled with gas and exploded. Hopefully that kills him. I mean, obviously it won't, but it might hurt. So that's nice. Oh, also they flag down a car. I mean, it's more a truck.
I'm gonna be a truck.
Want to end that on a strong note. They want to end on an inaccuracy. That's how the magic happens. Thank you for stopping by.
They're all nice guys until they get you pregnant, and then you gotta drive in their pickup trucks.
Dave, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm not Dave. We just escaped from the same mental institution.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Does it though?
He stabbed his sister in the tits.
Yuck.
You know how Halloween, the holiday itself, kills? Well, this movie's title itself is sort of a PSA for that phenomenon. And to help that terrifying info go down smooth, it opens with some fun balloons and a still alive gender-bent Bonnie.
Damn it!
But Bonnie boyfriend sees the dead main cop, but twist!
Mama, wake up!
He's not full dead, and he is adamant that he's gonna be the one to kill Myers.
He needs to die, and I'm the one that's gonna get him.
Sure, dude. Good luck. Lol.
He needs to die.
Let's hop back in time to that first fateful night in 1978, when main cop here was a much younger cop and chasing Michael Myers. He links up with some other cops, and he and a buddy head into the old Myers house to see what goodies it may contain within, and oh!
There's a dead dog in here.
Oh, well, goody.
Yummo!
What? Nothing.
Oh, also
Nothing exciting ever happened.
bomber!
Hey!
Myers chokes the other cop, and main cop, who, fine, I'll call by his character name Hawkins, tries to pull a SWAT 2003 and shoot through his buddy to hit Myers, but mostly he just shoots his buddy in the damn throat. The cop dies, but cops and a CG Dr. Loomis manage to arrest Myers for the crime of soiling Halloween's name and linking it to the public consciousness with bad things like murder and William Shatner. Anyway, I guess all's well that ends well. Well, other than the fact that Loomis intended to execute Myers on the spot, but Hawkins felt so guilty about that he was like, hey, no more killing tonight. And stopped Loomis from plugging Myers right there and ending the franchise so much earlier.
I swear I was just trying to do the right thing.
He didn't.
I could have made all this go away.
He didn't.
If Thor could somehow be trapped by these runes, the energies could cancel themselves out.
I can't go through this again.
And then another cop tells Hawkins to claim his buddy accidentally shot himself because it'd be a whole thing otherwise, and all this paperwork and blah. Yeah, who has time for that? We also meet a kid here in this flashback named Lonnie who got bullied a lot, I guess, and to be fair, he does suck at running. And he also sucks at self-defense.
I'm sorry for tripping.
But that's it. End of the flashback, title sequence. This time it's got like 1 million bleeding and burning pumpkins, which sounds like the aftermath of the world's worst barbecue. Obviously, it's still the same Halloween night as last movie with the added twist of some sexy singing women on a stage in this bar. And apparently it's a talent show, and once the sexy women stop sexily singing, a much older Lonnie comes on stage and introduces Tommy. Remember the kid from the first film?
He's become the most captivating bird whistler.
And he comes up there and he recaps the plot of the first movie and freaks everybody out.
And they were brutally attacked by the stalker who had a power beyond any mortal man.
Not the most fun talent, but he does hold their attention. It turns out that the nurse and the other babysat girl, Lindsay Wallace from the first movie, are also in the crowd. Big fun reunion we got going on.
Let's laugh about
Oh, also, it turns out Lonnie is Allison's boyfriend's shitty daddy, so just like tuck that away. Lori, Kitty, and Allison are still bleeding in the back of that pickup truck when a bunch of fire trucks whiz by heading to Lori's place and... Yeah, they basically free Myers before he burns to death in that fiery beehole, and the firefighters try to cool him down with a hose, but it doesn't really work. So he massacres every single firefighter in an admittedly pretty rad fight scene.
Get the f out of here!
And when the cops show up, they have no idea what to do, so they just all kind of wander around and shine their flashlights on all the dead bodies. No attempt to do anything, just sort of standing around like, well, damn, I hate when that happens. Ooh, that must have hurt. Hey, Jeff, this guy got axed really good. Must have hurt. Huh, Jeff? Lori ends up in the hospital, and hey, Sheriff Daddy from the first movie is a security guard now there. That's fun.
I guess everyone's entitled to one.
Horrible, horrible job.
So I wasn't there to put a bullet in his brain.
And they perform surgery on Lori's stabbed tummy, and they tape her eyes shut? Is that normal? I don't want that. Remind me to never get stabbed by a serial killer.
Appreciate it.
She survives, and Hawkins is brought into the room because I guess they're running out of space in this hospital because healthcare sucks fast.
You know, I never said anything because I couldn't be sure.
And like, I hope that they share several touching anecdotes and unearned theories about Myers and his powers or whatever throughout the rest of this film.
Do you remember that night?
I remember that night.
I remember.
Well, it's about time.
Oh, good.
He's a 6-year-old boy.
Back to the bar for a sec. Definitely not Michael Myers ends up in the backseat of the doctor who forgot a stethoscope last movie and indeed forgets it again this movie.
I forgot my stethoscope.
He's so forgetful.
What's wrong with you?
But everyone in the bar thinks it is Myers, so they try and kill him, but the dude, who is actually just another escaped mental patient from the that Myers escaped from, steals the car, crashes it, and runs away on foot. Undeterred, the mob, primarily led by Tommy,
Say night-night, night-night.
decide, okay, why don't we just drive around town and create an even bigger mob to hunt Myers, or the guy that we think is Myers, down, and then beat him to death with baseball bats. That'll totally work.
Anything for the end of the night. Something big, bold.
May I suggest?
This sassy tackle.
Do enjoy your posse.
And, you know, make for a fun Halloween.
When terror is supposed to be fun.
Allison joins them, but not before gifting her unconscious grandmother her bloody, filthy knife. Thoughtful.
It smells like burnt shit.
We see then an old interracial couple, which is a little woke for me.
Do not talk no shit about that woman. She will f you up.
But thankfully, Myers comes in to murder them in a huge win for the moral majority.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
But then we see a gay couple who refer to each other as Big John and Little John, and oh my God, we need Myers to get in here and make America great again. And I'm certain that he will, because they're apparently living in the old, now renovated Myers house. Just light-gazed, queer eye, a perfectly fine, dilapidated haunted house. Is nothing sacred?
Not trying to be funny. Not trying to get a laugh.
He stabbed his sister in the tits.
Yuck.
Also, weirdly, Little John, who is dressed as a gay pirate, is like, hey, wanna watch a movie? It's Halloween. And Big John is like,
that. It's Halloween.
You know, on Halloween, we love to dance to spooky records.
Oh, well, goody.
Which has gotta be like just a him thing, right? Everybody else watches horror movies? Or YouTube videos about horror movies? Right? This video has 1 million views, right? I'll be able to feed my family this month, right?
It's tempting.
They think they hear some
bitch in the bushes.
But it's actually alt-right hero
Michael f***ing Myers.
Who snuck through the back door, which, I mean, doesn't sound like something a conservative champion would do, but then yeah, he stabs and eyeball pops Big John and also presumably kills Little John.
You've come home.
Which very much defends traditional family values.
Thank you, darling.
Back to the posse for a hot second. One of the posse cars full of legacy characters gets attacked by Myers after they stop to check on some kids playing on the playground who are unaware that Myers has already killed one of their other friends.
Oh, hello! Hello!
And the nurse successfully shoots out every window in the car. But unfortunately, he doesn't have any remaining ammo for the actual serial killer.
This is for Dr. Loomis.
I don't want it.
So she dies. And the doctor, who is actually a nurse, gets stabbed in the eye, while his sexy nurse wife, who is actually a doctor, shoots herself. When Myers kicks a door into her hand, which is pretty funny and awesome. I'm not gonna lie, I'm having fun. Lindsay tries whacking Myers with a pillowcase full of bricks, but it's ineffective, and she buggers off into the woods. Another posse car with Allison, Lonnie, and boyfriend observe the aftermath of the massacre with an unrelated to their car, Tommy, and they're like, damn, this is kind of gross.
Me. Very poor choice of words.
So Tommy riles everybody up at the hospital by running around and yelling, "Evil dies tonight!
Evil dies tonight!
Evil dies tonight.
Evil dies tonight!"
Evil dies tonight! Damn it, Bracket!
And I'm not gonna lie, if somebody just started yelling that, I don't think I would know what they were talking about. It's pretty non-specific. I hate evil. Yeah, I guess. I don't think I like it. We should kill it tonight if we can.
I appreciate you, but could you get out, please?
This makes Lori realize, yeah, she didn't finish off Myers, so she injects her butthole with pain drugs.
Do you even know what that is?
The poison for...
Real quick, why are so many characters convinced that Myers isn't some scary dude, but rather like evil incarnate, with a bunch of specific prophetic rules about how he can die and how he's motivated?
The boogeyman is at large. He's got no choice but to emerge.
Every time somebody's afraid, the boogeyman wins.
There's nothing inside that man but pure evil.
The more he kills, the more he transcends into something else.
No.
Maybe the only way he can die is if I die too. I mean, maybe.
It's like they've all seen the other weird Halloween movies where he survived like 10 other deaths, but this movie rejects all of those movies, so he really doesn't have much history of surviving crazy stuff at this point. Just the one time.
I mean, what, a couple people getting killed by one guy with a knife is not that big of a deal.
Why jump to assuming that he's not even human and is inextricably linked to Lori somehow? It just feels like they're coming up with a lot of random lore out of thin air, and to be fair, Hawkins is like, yeah, I don't know. He just kind of seems like a murderous piece of shit who only wants to stand in his house and stare at himself in the window. The doctor is who brought him to you specifically, Lori. Maybe he's just a really mean, really violent homebody.
But in his heart, it always seemed to me he wants one thing.
And I mean, maybe.
There's a lot worse stuff that's happening today.
But the bigger issue is that random mental patient is loose in the hospital and everybody wants to kill him. You know, to make evil die tonight. Because they're like, oh, I guess that's what he was talking about.
Him?
And this is all despite Lori calmly explaining that he's not Myers. And also very calmly beating the shit out of random doctors. In general, people are getting knocked over like a Travis Scott concert.
I get those goosebumps every time.
And yelling again about how evil dies tonight.
Stop trying to make
Evil dies tonight!
happen. It's not going to happen.
And Lori ends up having a live act. Kitty, for some reason, makes it her mission to protect this dude, but do we know that he's a good guy?
Huh.
I get that he's not the worst guy, but wasn't he also being transferred to some crazy maximum security prison ward where they don't even let patients see the sun? There's no reason to assume that he's just like misunderstood.
It's not you. I know it's not you.
Whatever, he kills himself before the mob does, and clearly this is a metaphor for cancel culture.
That's a metaphor!
I mean, literally, it's a metaphor for something.
Like the famous one I made up about Jamie Lee Curtis, that she has 2 butts.
That's a metaphor!
These movies are woke! Jordan destroys his own stomach for 43 minutes in protest of woke movies.
Everything I don't like is woke.
It's true. It's weird how that works out.
Gluten's a vague term. It's something that's used to categorize things that are bad. You know, calories, that's a gluten. Fat, that's a gluten.
Tommy realizes they were canceling the wrong guy, but he's like, hey, we don't know what Myers looks like.
He's always worn a mask. How do we know it's not him?
Except wasn't he in the state prison system for
The last 40 years.
without his mask? Did nobody take a picture of him in all that time? How has his photo not been released yet?
I dropped it.
I don't know, but the mob is like, ever vigilant, don't let setbacks slow you down. Let's go to Myers' old house and maybe we could try and beat the shit out of him there. Evil dies tonight. Evil dies tonight.
I gotta keep trying. But if I go down, I'm gonna go down swinging.
That's a metaphor.
Of course, Allison, boyfriend, and Lonnie get there way ahead of everybody. And Lonnie heads in by himself until the kids hear a gunshot, and then they run in themselves.
Cameron, let's go.
Hey, by the way, I get that Lori and Kitty are trained, but do we have any reason to believe that Allison is trained to wield a big-ass shotgun? I mean, granted, she does Halloween kills the hell out of a pumpkin. But that lack of awareness training really comes to play when she finds the dead gay John's
Penis! 2 penises!
And immediately drops her shotgun while the boyfriend wanders off to find his dad bleeding from the attic and then himself bleeding from various Myers stabs. Aw, it's like they're bonding, kind of. Allison gets in a few decent stabs of her own, but is pretty quickly chucked down the stairs, breaking her leg. She tries screaming to distract Myers from murdering her boyfriend, but no dice! No!
Heads are falling off!
Myers comes to stab her, and she's like, do it!
Do it!
Stab me! Come on!
Do it!
Just stab me, you're not gonna do it, just do it!
Do it!
And that's kind of a tough thing to say, but it's also nonsense, right? Like, usually in a movie, that's what a villain says to the hero to try and get him to fall to the dark side or whatever.
Strike me down with all of your hatred.
Do it!
I don't think killing Allison will suddenly make Myers regret the 38 other people he's massacred. But before he can muddle through Allison's trolley problem, Kitty shows up, pitchforks his ass.
My butt! Don't break my butt! Don't break my butt!
Grabs his mask and is like,
I just came by so that you could say goodbye to these.
Oh, no.
You wanna
and he lumbers after her sporting his terrifying male pattern baldness. But twist, the whole town is waiting for him. Gotcha. And OG Cop Daddy even gets in a
Everyone's entitled to one good scare.
which is a really weak one-liner. I get that it's a callback, but it's a pretty awkward delivery. And do we really think that Myers is scared right now? He should have said, everybody's entitled to one good, thick chubby. But even then, we know that Myers doesn't even believe that because he's already killed at least one person over a chubby tonight. So really no one-liner works there.
Everyone's entitled to one good.
They punch and shoot him a lot, and Kitty gets in a good stab or two. But he is still Michael Myers, and Lori makes some point elsewhere about, oh no, he definitely gets stronger the more people he kills, and that makes him transcend
into something else impossible to defeat.
And his name is John C.
Because, you know, he is evil incarnate, and he's probably not gonna die tonight. But she's got a lot of fun theories like this, and well, he does get back up, and he does kill literally everybody in epic slow-mo, including Tommy, and eventually also Kitty.
Guess I do get to see them again, huh?
Lori intuits all of this somehow and decides to come for Michael, which is gross.
I'm coming for you, Michael.
Oh, but she did find her nasty knife, so that's good.
She has 2 butts.
All right, well, this is the last one. Really? Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? Yeah, there just might be a problem with your insurance. I'll go call them, but you just get started on your own.
I don't really feel like pretending to be best friends with an ugly ass boy babysitter.
Oh, another happy rock music radio station. Fun.
Nothing you can do about it.
Oh, weird. This movie is set in Haddonfield? But now it's 2019. And an
ugly ass boy babysitter
named Corey watches a little kid named Jeremy who's been pissing his bed ever since the Myers thing last year.
He's been wetting the bed at night.
This is also the reason that I've been pissing my bed.
You just drank pee, man.
His parents are presumably attending the Haddonfield Parental Sexathon 2019, but it's fine because Corey has a pinky ring and he loves chocolate milk. Unfortunately, he's outwitted by Jeremy and locked in the attic. Jeremy
seemed a harmless little. Let me out of here!
But Corey gets back at him by.
What was that?
Fatality.
That'll teach him to play spooky games with chocolate milk drinking pinky rings. That's how leftists get our kids. What do you think CRT stands for? Chocolate milk, pinky rings, Tyrannosaurus?
This vision is based on movement.
A lot of people just don't want race to be discussed in their schools.
I'm worried that they're gonna get me now. because I've cracked the code. And here's a title sequence that's half Halloween and half Alex Garland's Men with Pumpkins birthing pumpkins.
What?
In an endless metaphor for drinking too many pumpkin spice lattes, I think.
It's a pumpkin-y swirl onto a beautiful, beautiful...
Fast forward another 3 years and Myers hasn't been seen in quite a while. Lori's bought a cute, defenseless house where she knits and writes and shit while living with Allison, who is now a nurse.
I say if it's not sexy, it's not Halloween.
Lori also sucks ass at making pies.
Oh, it's my pie.
You better enjoy it. It's
Oh.
She spends the majority of her non-pie time balancing flirty advances from Hawkins.
Wouldn't mind bending her over a barrel and showing her the 50 states, right?
That just sounds disgusting.
And mean insults from mean townspeople.
I like your hair.
Who blame her for the Myers attacks because she egged him on with her slutty sweaters or something.
I guess everyone's entitled to one good sweater.
Yum. I don't know why I did that.
Well, I like to mix meats and make
pie. Corey Babysitter is apparently not in jail because let's be honest, Jeremy had it coming.
You suck at babysitting.
And Corey now works at a scrapyard owned by his kindly stepfather. Unfortunately, Corey was still convicted in the court of these weird teens' public opinion.
We're seniors, okay?
And they mock him until he fucking obliterates another chocolate milk with his angry hands.
So where's your next victim?
Lori shows up and is like, hey.
So do you want to do it?
Why don't we pop those kids' tires? So they do. And she brings him to the hospital to have a meet cute with her granddaughter, who is unsettlingly into it. She's like, meow. Let me pull the glass out of your hand and maybe suck it.
I'm going to be nice and numb it here so my assistant can clean it up really well.
Corey himself pops a boner so hard he flips a table.
Cute, isn't she?
You have a massive erection.
What do you think? You like my exquisite erection?
Allison asks him on a date and says what I say to Dave whenever he has another accident.
You have on your back.
Sorry.
It feels like Corey says no to the date.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
But the next day he gives her a sexy motorcycle lesson.
It's all it is. It's all
Get off of me. Ah, sorry.
And then they go to a party together, so I guess he said yes. God, Gen Z boys are so coquettish. He probably Snapchatted her his dick or something between scenes.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
The party is going great until, oops, Jeremy's mommy shows up and accosts him like, hey, you suck for killing my son.
It kills me when you understand.
And I guess that ends the date, despite Allison's best attempt to awkwardly kind of open palm gesture at Corey like she's receiving the benediction at the end of a Presbyterian church service. Satan. He walks away, only to be immediately accosted by the dick teens who throw him off a bridge. But like, what is this, the 80s?
Okay, I take it back.
Also, dude, they're children.
We're seniors, okay?
Pull some adult on them, like threaten to lower their future earning potential or raise the global temperature past the point of no return. That's what my parents' generation did to me, and it makes me want to throw myself off a bridge.
Don't do it, Josh! You're gonna shoot me if I shoot myself? That doesn't make any sense!
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Corey's unconscious body is dragged into a sewer where he meets a throat-grabby Myers.
Hello.
But before ultimately escaping and stabbing an old homeless man. No! You know, just to get his head straight. You know, some people drink coffee or go for a morning run, but Corey stabs homeless people, and I see you being judgmental, Dave. But it works. It gives you that juice that you need to get going.
I love it. I love this time of year. I love...
Don't act like you don't do worse things. Oh! Corey heads home to freak out in the mirror for a bit.
I'm gonna pop off a piece of my dick.
Before heading to Allison's house to freak out Lori and ask Allison on a walk.
If you could just take a walk with me.
They break into Jeremy's old house for a minute to just look at the spot where he killed that child.
Just wanted it to be a fun night.
Before channeling all that thrilling romantic energy into a diner date where they're accosted by Allison's ex. Man, Corey always be accosting.
Twice in 1 week. Pretty cool.
Why'd they accost Corey? No. Allison and Corey do a badass no-helmet motorcycle ride and then double badass make out. And then not as badass, Corey leaves alone and is followed by the ex-boyfriend. And Corey lures the ex into the Myers sewer.
Hiya, Georgie.
Hey! And double teams him with Myers, because I guess they're friends now.
Do you want to see something super cool that only 3 people have ever seen in their lifetimes?
What?
Did we just become best friends?
Yup! And initially Myers seems shitty and weak, but after he kills the ex, he seems to get a little bit of his juice back. I'm telling you, the shit's effective. Yup! And Corey takes his juicidness back to Allison and takes her upstairs for something. We don't see it. And it's interesting that these movies have massively upped the gore, but completely eliminated the nudity. How can you tell a movie is made by Americans without saying it's made by Americans? Anyway, Lori watches them while Myers watches her, and I watch Myers, and none of us watch movies.
You talk to me like I'm not even here.
Dang it. The closest we get is Allison's coworker preparing to hook up with her mutual boss, who she still calls
Dr. Method.
But their impending nudity is thwarted by another Myers-Corey double kill special.
Whoa.
This is turning into a surprisingly touching story of friendship found in the unlikeliest of sewers. I love their relationship. They don't even have to speak, they just get each other. It's like me and Dave, and how we're always sneaking out at night from our shared sewer bed to chop up carrots for salads. You gotta stay healthy? Let's just cut this part, editor. It's me. I'm the editor. What? Corey does these murders to help out Allison, who was recently passed over for a promotion. And let me just say, Dave, you should get somebody as special as a person willing to murder on your behalf.
I hope you find love.
Who's willing to murder your boss without even asking? Ah, that's how you know they're the one.
I believe in love at first sight.
Anyway, now it's Halloween. Corey's sleeping on his favorite dead Jeremy spot, but wakes up to find Lori, who's like, dude, I've seen evil Michael Myers stuff going on in your eyes, and I want you to leave Allison alone. And he's like, nah, dog, I'm trying to get that. What's that?
Are you?
She's like, I respect that.
We're both up.
She leaves out the window. Corey has a spat with his sewer buddy, and he steals the big guy's mask, which definitely goes against bro code. Sewer bro code, at least.
I'm not supposed to take stuff from strangers.
Oh. He lures the mean bridge teens to his stepfather's scrapyard and immediately stabs one in the eye. Oh my God! Runs over one with a truck, beats one to death with a wrench, allows his, let's say, not particularly physically threatening stepfather to get accidentally shot, blowtorches the final teen boy, stabs his own mom, murders the rock radio DJ's receptionist, and then murders the DJ himself. And yet during that entire time, there are no boobies. What a cursed country we live in.
The American dream is dead.
I don't even want to be around anymore.
You can do this. I'm telling you I can't. I'm so hot.
Just kidding. Honestly, random nudity in horror movies is actually way more unsettling to me than violence. At least with a real movie, a sex scene potentially adds to the plot, or at least my crotch. Should I put that in there? Maybe not. At least with a real movie, a sex scene potentially adds to the plot or the characterization or something, but in a horror movie, you're usually just sitting there with 100 other weirdos in a theater being like, ha, ooh, cool boobies. Sweet, so happy to be here with you all sharing this intimate moment. What are those, like C's? Maybe they're D's. I love it, I love you all. I'm not sweating hard. Popcorn, anyone?
I don't even want to be around anymore.
Anyway, during Corey's rampage, Allison was waiting for him to show up for a date, and when he never shows, she goes looking for him. She heads towards her house while Lori pulls out a gun from a safe and calls 911 to report her own suicide.
I would like to report a suicide.
But it's not her head that she blows, but the pumpkins. It was a ruse.
Call you back, 1930s.
Corey had snuck in, and Lori shoots him off her balcony.
I'm still alive, but I'm very badly injured. I think my legs might be broken, but I'll try to stand up.
And a bit of murderous poetry. So much poetry in these films. But when she heads down to talk to him, Corey stabs himself in the neck.
I'm going to kill myself over this!
Right as Allison walks in, Lori's like, I didn't do shit. I didn't do this.
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any of this.
But Allison is like, God, Lori, you're always murdering shit and wearing such tight sweaters.
Yeah!
And she runs away.
I am officially...
But of course, then Corey's little buddy shows up and finishes their spat and takes his mask back.
Mine.
And Myers and Lori tussle for a while.
2
hours later.
Eventually, Laurie knifes Myers to her island, and she pulls off his mask and decides, definitely, okay, this is just a guy, I think. I mean, I guess.
Do we proceed? Yes, he is still only human.
And I'm glad that we know that now, after 50 discussions about how he's anything but just a guy. And Laurie slices little man meat parts off of the man.
I thought maybe you were
John Cena!
Allison, meanwhile, sees the radio station burning and determines that that means that Corey was actually maybe not a nice boy, so she drives back to the house and saves Laurie at the last second when Myers reaches up and tries to give her the old chokey.
No!
The cops show up and they strap Myers' body to the top of a sedan, bring him to the scrapyard along with the entire town, and huck his body in an industrial grinder thing. Then Allison leaves town and Hawkins and Laurie flirt about maybe going to Japan someday.
What was it you were saying about
Fix meat.
At the end, Halloween has ended. We did it!
the mysteries were put to bed?
All right, yeah, let's just reboot the whole thing. Start completely over.
Dude, no. God.
You have to. We have to understand. And your insurance said that they would pay for an extended session, so yeah, we're gonna throw you in the Terminator basement, and I really want you to focus on asking personal questions of Dave during your role play.
So, how's your relationship with your mom? Oh, God.
I'm still upset about the whole bagel thing this morning, if you want to know the truth.
Well, if we're gonna reboot the whole thing, why not begin with a quote from a character we don't even technically know yet and who is apparently an idiot? Oh, is that the darkest of souls? Thanks for letting me know, Loomis. Whatever, butt riff. Haddonfield.
Haddonfield.
Clown who is child Michael Myers grinning at rats. A few scenes of a marriage story that I don't like.
Oh, what's the matter? You jealous of your own daughter's ass, huh?
The couple's gross daughter, Judith, who I hate.
Elvis.
Lord have mercy.
And then cut to Junie from Spy Kids, who, side note, has 2 children with his wife, Megan Trainor, of all people.
Because you know I'm all about that
pussy, dude. And actually, I want to die already. We're 5 minutes into the movie, and it's apparently 2 hours long, and I don't want to do this. Please don't make me do this. But no. As Dave said when I tried to stop him from flashing strangers in the park, the show must go on.
I heard they had to pump the cum.
You're insane. And the principal breaks up the fight and calls in Myers' literal stripper of a mom. And initially she's mad, but the principal calls in a fly-ass, droog-looking, rebooted Dr. Loomis sporting shades and long hair and just an overall rad vibe to say, nah, babe, chill with your uncool shit.
Has your son ever had any kind of serious psychiatric evaluation?
Your son has been butchering animals for fun. And she's like, well, that's wacky. But at least he has a future working in the kitchen at Arby's. And Myers escapes the principal's office to go beat Junie to death with a stick in the woods.
He was injured man.
Do you think God stays in heaven because of this movie specifically?
Why do they despise me so?
Hard to say, but later that night, that Halloween night, Myers' mommy has another shift at the stripper store, so Michael hangs out with his dad. Let me tell you, the acting, the script, it's Oscar bait, dripping with nuance and symbolism. Judith is gonna be lit. But the scene is interrupted by Judith's boyfriend coming over to bang Judith.
Sorry, Squirt.
We got a squirter!
Utilizing just his incredible foreplay prowess. Because as we all know, there's nothing sexier than William Shatner, because yes, the mask is supposed to be Captain Kirk's face. The more you know, the more you can integrate into your foreplay, Dave. You're welcome.
She's squirting!
Mike returns home after a sad evening of solo trick-or-treating, and man, no matter what happens in this series, there is always a scene of somebody watching a classic horror movie on the TV. How many more reboots until they start watching my YouTube recaps on their TVs? Like maybe this recap, but no, he's not watching this video, so obviously he gets bored and murders his stepdad. See? My videos save actual lives, and also Dave's love life with the foreplay tips. He's gonna throw on that mask, and everybody's gonna be squirting.
We got a squirter!
The boyfriend comes downstairs to make a sandwich, I guess, so Myers brains him with a baseball bat. And then he puts on the boyfriend's mask to try and use Dave's foreplay tip, and he caresses his sister's leg, which actually goes okay. until she realizes how short and related to her he is, which is like her second biggest turnoff right after being stabbed.
Once a night is enough.
And then she slapped
Michael!
and he stabbed, but fortunately he likes the baby and he takes it outside to wait for his mom to come home and lap dance him to sleep or whatever she does every night. I've never had a stripper mom. I don't know. How does your mom get you to sleep? Sorry, she's a nice lady. I should stop.
Somebody around here's got to make some money.
But then the cops show up and the mom's all upset. It becomes like this whole thing. They throw Myers in, and Loomis is his official full-time doctor now. Fun!
Hi, I'm Michael Myers.
Okay, that's fine.
Myers doesn't remember killing anybody, apparently.
Remember nothing about getting a knife?
I didn't do that.
I didn't f***ing do that!
Oh, okay.
But the longer he's there, the more he gets into DIY masks.
Oh, wow. Beautiful. Yeah.
He gets kind of obsessed, and he wears them all the time.
Oh my God, I don't even look like myself.
And despite all this, a nurse comes in to watch him one day, sits across from him, but whole ass turns her back to him, which of course causes Myers to murder her. Like at that point, I don't even blame him. I'd probably do the same thing. Dave has done the same thing. I bet I could defend Mike in court over this. It's like clear entrapment.
It's entrapment!
She wanted to die. Same. But this is all too much for Myers' mom. So she shoots herself, even though there's a baby still in the house. Myers has grown to be just the biggest Lebowski.
Nobody calls me Lebowski. You got the wrong guy.
And has every single mask ever. Call him Jim Carrey, he's so the mask.
Metaphorically speaking.
Loomis this whole time has failed to get through to Myers despite offering up such witticisms as, yo, I've been working for you like
twice as long as my first marriage.
Lol, but yeah, also I need to give up because I clearly suck at this.
In a weird way, you've become like
John C.
So Loomis goes off and writes a book on Myers, which is the much more financially savvy play, right? Or is it? Getting paid to talk to a guy who doesn't talk back sort of sounds like my relationship with all of you. Maybe I'll write a book about you someday. I know that most of my fans are serial killers.
It just shows you how f***ed up my life is.
Back at the sanitarium, two guards who have written probably 0 books molest a female patient and then sexually assault her in Myers' room while he is otherwise unrestrained. Did I mention that I hate this movie? What is this edgelord bullshit? It doesn't even make any sense.
I'll f her. You don't want to f her? I'll f her. And the Oscar goes to...
Why would they do that in front of him? He's so big.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like, your opinion, man.
And Myers agrees, and he kills them, and also this person, and these 2 people, and Machete, and after he escapes, this guy who's looking at porn in a truck stop bathroom.
Come on!
This is good. This is a good movie.
I'm Joe Grizzly, bitch.
Then Loomis gets a call that, yeah, Myers has escaped. And I wish he'd come here and kill me! But Loomis heads to his old stomping grounds to discuss this with the apparently German guy in charge, and as always, the dialogue just crackles.
It must be great living in denial. I must try it sometime.
And then Loomis buys a gun, which is pointless, but, you know, you gotta try.
If you could just wrap it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
What are we hunting?
Okay, now we finally arrived at more or less the beginning of the movie we saw so long ago.
Haddonfield!
Except our new Laurie is also disgusting.
Mr. Nichols touched me the wrong way.
And why shouldn't she be? Laurie! Hey, look, it's Tommy, but from the Righteous Gemstones.
That guy's a living legend.
And oh, Myers is already back at his old house and ripping up the floorboards to grab his trusty knife and Star Trek mask. And, you know, you can tell that Myers is still a little off mentally because he smells the mail.
Still warm.
Oh, and he's murdered half a dozen people. But who smells their mail?
I don't know.
Doesn't he know that mail carriers intentionally fart on the mail? Check out my future 15-part YouTube series about why we should defund the USPS. Just kidding. Do you know my dad makes stamps? Google Greg breeding stamps. It's not even a bit. I just think it's cool. He did a big Yoda one. Well, it's only big in my room. It's stamp-sized everywhere else.
You have your dad wrapped around your little finger.
Totally.
At school, Reboot Annie tries to convince Laurie to babysit
babysit the kid that she's babysitting, Lindsay, so that she can babysit her boyfriend, Schlong. And she says okay, because that's what friends do, Dave.
What are you, Mother Teresa?
No.
They also vapidly talk about sex while they walk.
You're totally a slut.
Yeah.
I'm a very sexy baby.
Unlike me, I talk about art while I walk. Waiting for Godot, the viability of Mars flights, adult things.
Why don't you go crawl back under your rock?
Sorry, I guess.
I'm still upset about the whole bagel thing this morning, if you want to know the truth.
Let's pause for a second for the film's one and only inexplicable chapter title card. Oh, right. Lori has a third friend named Sexy Cheerleader, named after her grandmother.
Hey, freak! Hey, freak, you want some of the young stuff? You like that? Well, come and get it!
Who sneaks into the Myers house to have sex with her boyfriend. After he fails to pleasure her,
I'm sorry.
because he didn't have a nice enough mask, I guess, he runs out to grab a beer from a cooler in his van because I guess he totally forgot that coolers are portable. But he didn't forget his fun bedsheet ghost outfit, but he did again forget to not get murdered by Myers.
A little warning would be nice.
To prove he's not all doom and gloom and murder, Myers not only dons the bedsheet, but he kind of like flirtily offers Sexy Cheerleader a beer, but like forces her to get up to grab it from him. And she does this with full frontal nudity, which is very European of her. But then Myers murders her like a patriot and carries her body somewhere while the Star-Spangled Banner plays, maybe. Loomis, for his part, tries to convince Cop Daddy that Myers is both bad and like the proverbial train. A common.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she
But he's skeptical until he calls the Strodes, who, spoiler alert, have been murdered. I love all the little tweaks added in this reboot. And by tweaks, I mean extra boobs and gory murders.
Today we'd make a scene that's very happy. Beautiful little scene with a lot of color in it. There we go. And let's paint several
big ass titties.
This gives Cop Daddy the freedom to say, all right, fine. So yes, I grabbed the Myers baby from the suicide scene, took her to the hospital, and then learned that she was adopted by the Strodes all those years ago. And Loomis is like, I knew it!
He's found her, for God's sake!
He's probably trying to get to her to do something. He's not sure, but he is a man of science, so he'll find out.
You have to stop thinking that we're dealing with a normal man here.
Lori babysits Tommy and also Lindsay Wallace, and Annie is like, just so you know, Ben Tramer is hot, even though...
They said Ben Tramer was retarded.
Yeah, but he's not short bus retarded or anything.
The best screenplays to read are just as alive as the films that they eventually become.
But that's just how kids in a Rob Zombie movie talk, I guess. And the newer, hornier, more offensive Lori is much more into it.
All right, you're right.
Well, what would it be like today? A frightened tar?
Oh my God, Jenny, no! He isn't! They were just saying that because they're ass. Go back to your franchise! You were uninvited from this video, you potty-mouthed vampire! But okay, whatever.
I need a boyfriend.
Now Annie and her boyfriend hook up and Myers attacks them, pulling Paul, which is the boyfriend's name, off Annie.
The scientific name is epididymal hypertension.
And letting her run around topless until... And around this time, Lori decides to take Lindsay home, leaving Tommy.
Behave, Tommy.
But when she opens the door, Annie's boyfriend is giving major Ichabod Crane.
What's his name?
Ichabod. Ichabod Crane.
Yes, I know that technically it's the Headless Horseman, but I prefer saying Ichabod. It's like Frankenstein versus Frankenstein's monster. You get it.
It's pronounced Frankenstein.
And speaking of getting it, here's Annie. Still alive, still topless, still covered in blood. Lori calls 911, but is pretty immediately herself accosted by the man, the myth, the brother himself. She gets away. And Lampton screams straight to Tommy's house because I guess she's fully aware of the futility of trying any other homes, what with the parental party, still presumably going on.
Okay, Mrs. Wallace is a lush. They're gonna be out all night getting hammered.
Abraham Lincoln actually got hammered in the ass so much that he died of being hammered in the ass.
And Lindsay is already there, and the three of them go hide in the bathtub? Smart. Myers seems very dirty, probably terrified of bathtubs. And maybe it's bulletproof in case he tries to shoot them for some reason.
He didn't.
Weirdly, a cop actually shows up first, even though, is there a reason for them to check this house specifically? Like, she called in Lindsay's address, right? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. And also another cop dies. And Myers finally drags Lori until she fully faints, I guess, and he's able to carry her. And then the kids tell Loomis where that sneaky old Michael Myers is off to, and he literally runs off.
I believe God made me for a purpose, but he also made me fast. When I run, I feel his pleasure.
Lori wakes up sitting near her naked, sexy cheerleader friend who's been placed in front of a stolen Judith Myers headstone. She seems to be sleeping
Wake up!
very hard.
No, wake up!
Myers walks in and shows Lori a picture of the two of them when she was a baby, and he removes his mask, and she's like, that's sweet. Stab! Way to not read the room, Lori. This obviously pisses Myers off while also giving me an idea for my next family slideshow event. And he puts back on his mask and picks the knife up, and I guess he starts chasing her, but God, it looks like shit. Like dark, opaque shit. I have no idea what the hell is going on, but my guess is that he's chasing her with an intent one could only describe as murderous. Either that or the White Walkers are assaulting Winterfell.
I don't know how to use it.
Sticking with the pointy end.
Eventually, Lori falls into what I think is an empty swimming pool, which is super fortunate because it means that Tony Hawk's probably gonna come save her.
Whoa, brutal.
Ah, but no, it's just Dr. Loomis politely asking for Myers to please stop murdering Lori.
Please stop!
And when that doesn't work, he rule of threes Myers with bullets.
Please stop! Michael!
We get a fun Where's Waldo, but like if he was a serial killer shot. And oh look, the movie's over. See you all next time. Just kidding, you stupid idiots! This is a reboot with extra mayhem. What the hell? Myers beats up Loomis and drags him into the house, and Myers has no idea where Lori is, though, and he's just out here punching completely the wrong shit. Giving Lori a chance to grab Loomis' gun, and giving Loomis a chance to impotently grab Myers' leg like a flu-stricken 4-year-old trying to stop her dad from getting his 5th beer of the night while writing a YouTube video script about the worst movie he's seen in a long time. I'll play with you later, kid! Lori ends up in the ceiling somehow, and let's start a ceiling stab counter. You'd think we'd get the point after the first dozen, but no, this is a reboot. Eventually, Lori falls through the ceiling for seemingly unrelated reasons. And then Myers Terry Tate office linebackers her out the window, knocking himself unconscious.
You know you need a cover sheet on your TPS reports, Richard!
The gun seems to be out of bullets, but then it is not.
This better not be a ruse.
And Lori screams a lot, and it's a little like, we get it. You had a rough night. Everybody has rough nights, Lori. For example, me right now doing this.
That's all that does is cry.
Dude, so just straight up, are you forcing me to watch these? Are you evil?
No.
Keep going. He's about to crack.
I do not think that's true.
I'm a chick dressing up as a dude who wants to be a chick.
Obviously, because the last movie was so great. They went ahead and greenlit a sequel, but don't worry, this one is much worse.
Heard a story about a couple of meat wagon boys. Corpses.
As evidenced by this random quote about a white horse that they just made up for this movie and subsequently means less than nothing.
Oh, hey, whoa, come on.
Like, if you're gonna make up a BS quote for a movie, help yourself out by making the quote something like, this movie is like a good movie, Dr. Loomis.
That's just quite an oxymoron, my dear.
Young Myers has been recast, but it's the same mom, which makes sense because she's married to the director of this movie and presumably she's being held hostage and also maybe she's a real life stripper. I don't know. She gives Mikey a white horse figurine because that's called a metaphor.
That's a metaphor.
Fast forward back to the night of the last movie, and Cop Daddy pulls up to a wandering bloody Lori who is like, I killed him. Wah, I'm so sad. Wah.
Katie, it's okay.
It's like, get over it. She's still freaking out when they put her on a hospital gurney to take her to the hospital, and it does not please me to inform you that this movie is already even more disgusting than the last one.
Ready?
Look, I've seen every single Saw movie. This isn't my first rodeo.
Oh, what a big tootsie.
But those movies are usually like 85 minutes long, or at least kind of sort of telling some sort of interesting story.
This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. This little piggy went wee.
This is a full 2 hours of how can we make Jordan as sad and as uncomfortable as possible.
I got wood just zip-locking her up.
Stop. Shut up.
If it wasn't for all the nudity, I'd probably just name this reboot Jordan's Teenage Years.
No kidding.
A couple of corpse delivery guys discuss the ethics of having sex with a dead body with such poetic form, I wouldn't be surprised if it was written in iambic pentameter.
Oh, Hamlet, 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 Hamlet. The vampire army has taken the city.
What's the difference between jam and jelly? I don't know. What? You can't jelly your up a dead girl's ass.
What is this shit?
But the Shakespearean repartee is cut short by an interrupting cow! Cow! This kills one of them and wakes the assumed dead Myers in the back up, and he is not the body that they wanted to have sex with? Maybe.
I ain't never had the urge till tonight.
Oh, there were a couple of bodies back there. One for each of them.
We do everything together.
He gets up and kills the other corpse guy and has a vision of his white mommy with a life-sized white horse. This is known as an extended and also stupid metaphor. There's so much English major in this movie. Yes.
That's disgusting. Stop it.
Lori wakes up in her hospital bed and hobbles down the hallway to see Annie, who is looking rough. And then she's walked about halfway back to her room by a nurse who then leaves.
I believe God made me for a purpose, but he also made me fast.
But immediately returns, but like slashed.
I'll be back.
Looks like she could use some The Help 2011.
Eat my shit.
Turns out she's been attacked by, get this, Michael Myers? But I thought he was dead and or in a sex van somewhere getting plowed. But I guess I'm wrong. What a big dumb goof I am.
I need something for my head.
Lori ED209's down some stairs and falls in a standard issue hospital corpse pit.
I'll get someone to fish him out of the corpse pit.
Before eventually ending up in a guard shack where a friendly guard named Bob or some
My name is Buddy.
Totally.
gets murdered.
Bob, no!
My name is Buddy.
Well, Myers hears his way into the room while the camera does its absolute best Jason Bourne. Must have hired the same blackout drunk camera guy. Oh, just kidding, it was all a dream and it's 2 years later, Myers is still dead. Don't worry, Dave.
He's f***ing dead.
We haven't yet begun to watch the trash film that Mr. Robert Zombie has built for us. That was just the preamble, the chorus, Act 1, some shit. I don't know. It's been a while since I took an English class. I did major in it, but not in that part. More in the part where you just read Slaughterhouse-Five and you're like, oh, that's up. We should stop doing wars.
This country has been under the military-industrial complexes. Right on, sister.
Lori now lives with the Brackets and has a tramp stamp and works at a store, like maybe a record store, owned by a guy literally named Uncle Meat.
You're really interested. I know.
So yeah, I guess you could say things are going great.
Hells yeah.
She and Annie fight a lot though because Lori has a little trauma from the attack and Annie doesn't.
Boo f***ing who for you?
See? You don't f***ing care.
Like, for the whole movie, they're fighting, and Lori's all like, you don't even get it. And Annie is like, I do get it. And not that it's a contest, but Annie was way more messed up than Lori. Why would this be such a central conflict of the script? Shouldn't Lori have beef with somebody who didn't experience the exact same event in basically the exact same way, except more naked and bloody? Come on.
I get it.
Maybe her therapist can help.
Let's try and help your brain heal a little bit today, okay?
Actually, no, she can't because she, well...
Finish that thought, it's really important.
Fine, she sucks, okay? Is that what you wanted me to say? I'm so ashamed that I said it out loud.
And there's something in my body that snaps.
Lori does tell her therapist that seeing Annie's scars reminds her of the attack.
She's a constant reminder.
Which makes her sad, but still not mind it. Annie sees your scars, Lori, and she seems totally Tony. Loomis has a new book coming out, and his whole B-plot that has basically no bearing on the rest of the movie involves his inexplicable transformation into a complete dickbag capitalist.
And I don't mean that in the lesbian sense.
Who exploits the tragic events of the last movie to sell a book.
You are quite an odd one, aren't you?
He's unbelievably flippant about the whole ordeal, as if he himself didn't almost die. He yells at uppity journalists.
Now, do you brain-dead gossip mongers want me to spell that out for you?
Waves off an assassination attempt by the sexy cheerleader's dad.
You son of a bitch! Why did I kill you, Loomis?
Part of the job, I suppose.
And gets pissy on a Chris Hardwick show.
Actually, I take great issue with that statement.
That has Weird Al as a guest for some reason.
How do you even respond to that criticism? Well, you know, I think that's completely unfounded.
I guess this is proof that saw traps would not work. I mean, this dude's near-death experience transformed him from a once caring doctor to a money-obsessed shock author.
Okay, I am all for selling books, all right? God knows I've done some things that I'm not proud of. This is disgusting.
And I don't mean that in the lesbian sense.
I do appreciate a little speech he gives at one point where he rolls into an auditorium and is like, as you all know, as we all agree, we want to have sex with our moms and kill our dads. Any questions?
So, it is the fate of all of us to direct our first sexual impulses towards our mothers. And our first murderous hatred against our fathers. Well, has anybody got any questions at all?
He just says that like it's fact.
Like, no shit.
Yeah, really.
Everybody does.
Why are you saying things we already know? People's hands go up and he's like, for what? What? Why would you ask a question? I've covered everything. My book is about how Myers wants to have sex with his mom and kill his daddy.
Give it to my mom. With a little Loomis twist at the end.
Mr. Robert apparently had no ideas for Loomis' character this go-around, which is presumably why he doesn't really factor into the plot until the last 10 minutes of the movie. Spoiler alert! Speaking of ideas that come from nowhere and mean nothing...
Well,
another fun, pointless B-plot involves Myers constantly seeing his white mommy and also himself as a kid in several random cutaway dream sequences, just so that we know this is like an art movie. A movie for fancy people who like metaphors and iambic pentameter. I guess someone told Mr. Zombie that elevated horror isn't just trying to scare audiences and give them erections at the same time. You also gotta put a horse in it. Art. The theater. Horses.
Freud would certainly have a field day with that little one, wouldn't he?
3 random people drive up to Myers in a cornfield and smack him with bats and stuff, and then they get killed by Myers. It's hardier than it sounds, okay?
Bullshit. Derivative. You stupid. That I love. I absolutely love.
And all that flowing creativity makes Myers hungry, though, so he eats a damn dog.
Whopper, whopper, whopper.
Because the big guy needs protein. What else is he gotta eat? All this shitty corn? No! Do you know how many carbs are in that? You people are monsters for even suggesting that. Halloween-ing! Lori prepares for Halloween by imagining herself murdering Annie like Mikey murdered his stepdad, but not so straightforwardly, because she also has a bunch of weird visions and seems possessed. Oh, look! Frankenstein's monster. Fun! Lori politely asks her therapist for more drugs because that's real, man. Life is hard.
Look, I just need you to prescribe me something, please.
You gotta get drugs in you or you're gonna feel all the weight of living.
According to my notes, you should have a lot of medication.
I don't. I'm out.
Uh-oh. 2 guys who work at the strip club that Mommy Myers used to rock, well, they're having a spat.
Take out the trash, Howard.
He's good at taking out the trash.
One goes outside and gets murdered by Myers. But then Myers comes inside and murders the other guy and also a full frontal stripper. This happens because Rob Zombie spent 3 weeks staring at a blank page trying to imagine how to add a few more deaths and boobies and eventually came up with the perfect solution. A strip club attack! How has nobody ever thought of that before? Dave's always attacking people in Arby's, but it's like, my guy, nobody is naked except you big goober.
I got a delicious beef and cheddar for you, and boom!
Now it's Halloween proper. And Cop Daddy is pissed because I guess somebody's forcing him to read a book.
Take a look, it's in a book.
I get it. Oh, wait. No, it's Dr. Loomis' new book, and it probably says something about Lori because he calls Annie trying to get in contact with Lori, but Lori unfortunately doesn't have a cell phone in 2009. I mean, can you imagine not having access to Snake? Ugh, but he's too late, and Lori also hates the book.
I mean, do please feel free to voice your opinion.
And Lori sort of runs away to her work friend's house and reveals that the book claims that her name is actually Angel Myers. And yeah, she's Mike's sister, and that horrific news makes her want to party!
I know you like to party, but the party never stops.
Fun fact, when Dave discovered that he was related to Ted Bundy, he actually went skydiving.
Ghastly injuries, smashed in faces, broken jaws.
She grabs her friend who is a
Chick dressing up as a dude who wants to be a chick.
and her other friend who is not that.
Not really.
And they go to a crazy party full of just so many exposed fake breasts. You know, a good party.
Morpheus! What can we expect at this orgy? Big ass titties!
Side note, of all the weird choices in this movie, the fact that Myers' whole ass face is just out half the time is one of the strangest. You get 50 minutes of the last movie explaining that Myers really cares about wearing masks, but now he's all like, oh, I can't breathe, it's bad for my health actually. Forcing me to wear a mask is fascism actually.
Alright, dude, even I wouldn't touch that joke.
The transsexual wannabe friend tries to hook up with a trans species wannabe wolfman.
Ladies seem to like it.
But he gets killed while pissing, and she gets killed while not pissing, which covers the entire spectrum of ways you could get killed. And this movie captures that beautiful duality beautifully.
I mean, it's symbiotic. No?
Lori and the other friend go back to Lori's house because she's presumably seen enough boobs to last her until next Halloween.
I so want to go back in, and I want to...
No.
Speaking of, Cop Daddy assigns a cop to guard Annie while he continues to search for cell phone-less Lori, but unfortunately that cop dies. And also Annie is attacked. Because like poetry, these movies rhyme. She was attacked before, she's attacked again. I am a pentameter.
It's everything.
Lori shows up at the house and is like, hey, would you like some tea? Oh, shit, Annie's dead.
Annie?
Just kidding. She's only bloody and naked and barely breathing for the second time in as many poetic movies. God, I love these films. I'm not gonna lie, there's too much blood in the bathroom for her to be breathing. That's just, you don't have that much blood. You can't have that much blood. Dave doesn't have nearly that much blood, and he's much bigger than Annie. We've tested it. And Lori walks up and is like, okay, but I had a rough night too. I want to tell you about what's been going on in my life. She's... okay. I can't believe you're making this all about you again, Annie. Get up! Put that blood back in you.
You know what, Annie? I don't need your shit.
Lori gets her other work friend to call 911 and also get murdered by Myers so that she can stay with Annie and awkwardly call her baby 25 times until she fully dies.
Baby, hold on, baby. Please, baby. No, baby. Baby, stay with me, baby.
We babies are having a crisis.
Don't leave me, baby.
Then Lori runs off into the woods and flags down a car driven by a guy who's immediately killed. Then Myers' mama lifts the car up and flips Lori over into a ditch.
1, 2.
Then he drags her out and the car explodes and he walks into a different part of the woods, followed by White Mommy and Baby Mikey. Cop Daddy's informed his house has been attacked, so he rushes over there and is like, where
is she?
But in reality...
Jeff, you don't want to go in there.
You don't want it.
I think I kind of want it.
Okay, but just this one.
Oh, no! Powerful stuff. No! Is that the guy who voices Patrick Star? M-O-O-N! That spells massacre!
M-O-O-N.
That spells deaf and dumb. Want me to handle it? No.
Laurie comes to and can see White Mommy, and whoops! Also, they're surrounded by cops and a helicopter. Loomis sees this on the news and rushes over, gets punched by sad cop daddy, and then runs right into the random building that the Myers family is hanging out in, only to see Laurie freaking out on the floor by herself, just imagining the mom and baby Myers. Uh-oh. Does that mean that she's crazy? Stop it! Stop! And then Myers Terry Tates Loomis through a wall, completely unmasked, and even he verbally says die. Die! Really? That's the line you're going with after decades of him being silent. Not even die, you big fat butthole, or I didn't really care for A Clockwork Orange. Speaking of movies that make me uncomfortable.
Well, I want you to lick it.
Should have done like the Gettysburg Address or, something.
Oh! Now you f***ed up!
He stabs Loomis, but then is shot 3,000 times by the cops in slow-mo. And he collapses like he's dead, and then Laurie walks out looking all weird and picks up his knife, and some of the cops are like, whoa, I forgot, these movies are set in modern-ish America, and cops don't take any chances, and they just unload on her while whoever is playing the video game version of this pauses and switches over to photo mode.
Make good use of your tools to take shots that really stand out.
Then Love Hurts gets needle dropped, and we see Laurie sitting at the end of a long white hallway as her white mom with a white horse walks towards her, and she half smiles because I guess she's full crazy now, because that's a metaphor. Full circle, suck it, poets of old.
You have f***ed up now!
All right, it's not working. That's what I've been trying to tell you. How about for the last few minutes, you just talk about whatever you want? Like I don't have to talk about Michael Myers? Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you just talk about evil Irish witch scientists? And editor, could you throw that photo of Dave topless up just so that the viewers stay engaged? Thanks. Oh, wow. Those were hot.
Wait a minute. How old are you?
For our final little riff here, we open with weird TV/computer screen opening credits that apparently combine to create a lo-fi pumpkin that's probably perfect for studying. Northern California, October 23rd. A man runs from a car.
Are you running? Are you not running? I am officially running.
And then into... But don't worry, he kills Fancy Pants by slowly rolling a car at him, like... slowly. Really so slowly. Then the man runs away and specifically 1 hour later ends up at a gas station and passes out. The person working there drives into a nearby hospital where we see that he's been clutching a pumpkin mask, and an annoying mask company commercial wakes him up.
All new Fluffy Puff bite-sized nibblers are perfect for newborn-type babies and scalding hot chocolate.
And he mentions,
they're going to kill us. We're dying. We're dying. All of us.
Presumably, he's referring to large corporate entities, and I agree, bud. Corporations are gonna kill us all. I already gave my kids the talk, and they did not take it well. Did I mention it? Did I mention that I have 3 kids? Because subscribe to my Patreon so I can afford their therapy bills.
We need money.
Elsewhere, this drunk Dr. Daddy is called in to work on Pumpkin Boy, but not before we see his ex-wife, who is Annie Brackett?
How you been?
I mean, it's not Annie Brackett.
Nice try.
But it's the same actress, cementing this as a timeline wholly separate from everything else.
Utterly fantastic.
Also, it's worth noting that his kids have some really dope-ass Halloween masks.
Halloween.
Anyway, at the hospital, another fancy man comes in and breaks the pumpkin guy's nose to death.
He broke in my nose.
It's not entirely clear what he's doing from a physiological sense, but it kills him.
It looks better than before.
And then the guy spends a weird amount of time trying to wipe the blood off his gloves, but that's the whole point of gloves, dude. A nurse sees him and screams, so he walks out into the parking lot and pours gasoline on himself. Which gives me a great idea for something to do later. I'm so tired of these movies. Hey, just wonder, do you have any gasoline in a car?
Why are you asking?
Oh, no reason. Thought I'd cool myself down with some gasoline, maybe sit in the car. Do you have a lighter?
Killed himself in the parking lot. Drugs, probably.
Doc calls his ex-wife to let her know what happened, while this fireman's wobbly hat wobbles precariously in the corner. He learns the pumpkin guy's pumpkin mask was from the Shamrock Company that's been blasting ads all over this movie.
4 days to Halloween, silver shamrock.
Speaking of blasting, Pumpkin Guy's hot daughter shows up to confirm the body, and Doc is like, meow, let me blast. Just kidding. Unless...
Gonna blast!
Bet. A few days later, on the 27th, Doc talks to the coroner.
I'm only the assistant.
And she's like, this fancy guy had incredible arm strength.
You don't just pull someone's skull apart without a little lower arm strength, know what I mean?
And like, I guess I know what you mean. I mean, I don't know what you mean, but you say that like I should know what I mean, so I'd say that I do know what you mean.
Know what I mean?
And periodically throughout the film, Doc checks on her just to see if she has any more information on the killer, but she never does.
No promises.
Until like 5 seconds before her death, when she gets drilled in a bad way. It's now Halloween evening.
Punishment kind is for the horses.
And Doc hangs out at a bar watching cartoons. And they flip the channel to a trailer for the original Halloween movie to even further distance this film from the rest of the series.
What's the matter? Don't you have any Halloween spirit?
Hot daughter comes in and says that her name is Ellie.
I know.
And she's investigating her dad's weird death.
I know.
Do you want to help, Doc? And he's like, sure, if you let me blast. Just kidding. Unless...
One of the nurses told me I could you here.
No.
A bad liar.
And they go to Ellie's dad's novelty store and realize that he'd recently bought some of those weird masks from the Shamrock Factory, which is located in an Irish factory town not too far away.
Oh.
They drive there, but the people do not seem very nice, and there are security cameras everywhere and a 6 o'clock curfew. It's like, what is this, my family reunion?
You, man.
They spend the night at a motel but pretend to be married to allay any suspicion, and also as a part of Doc's plan to blast.
That way, at least we'd have some place to without the whole town watching it.
Good point.
Shower's good.
And while the Irish motel owner gets them set up,
It's cozy, it's magically delicious, it's quiet, and the shower's good.
Doc sneaks away to confirm that, yeah, Ellie's dad stayed here a few nights ago.
I believe God made me for a purpose. He also made me fast.
I don't know if he blasted, but if he did, it was in this very same hotel.
Shower's good.
Then an RV with an obnoxious family of 3 pulls in.
Buddy cup for San Diego.
I gotta go.
Alongside a separate car with an obnoxious woman of 1.
Oh, sorry.
Doc walks into the room and is like,
This place is a zoo.
want a blast?
Let's take our time.
And she's like, hell yeah, Doc.
It's okay with you?
Oh, yeah.
So finally, they blast.
Breastfeeding is more than just about nutrition.
After she throws on like a negligee that she presumably keeps packed in her purse.
Light packers, aren't you?
Just in case of, blasting emergencies.
There's Mr. Cock.
Hello.
Post-blast, Doc grabs some alcohol from a nearby store, even though I thought there was a 6 o'clock curfew.
The code is more what you call guidelines.
And is immediately accosted by a homeless guy.
Whoa, jeez.
Who bums a sip and is like, it sucks.
I ain't got no diseases.
The guy who owns the factory, named Cochran, well, he didn't hire any local people. Anyway, see you later. And he walks away to get his head literally popped completely off by 2 more evil fancy boys. Doc tries to get some sleep, but Ellie wants to blast again. And he's like,
Aren't you just the least bit tired?
and also,
How old are you?
and she's like, I'm not tired, and also I'm very old.
I'm older than I look.
I'm a very sexy baby.
And he's like, okay, well, I do enjoy a good blasting. In high school, they used to call me Blast Toys because I masturbated to Pokemon. I don't know why I brought that up. I'm sorry.
What is that?
Let's blast. How old are you? I don't care.
Who cares?
If I know, then I'm culpable. It is like the weirdest thing where he's like, how old are you? After we've had sex once, at least. He's like, I'm sleepy. And you're how old? Because if you say that you're younger than 18, I'm gonna go back to sleep. Yeah, it's like, if this is a sex crime, I'm just gonna go back to bed.
Our nips just touched.
Wait a minute.
And speaking of blasting, because all we've spoken about is blasting.
We've had a lot of practice.
The woman staying next door finds a piece of a mask that fell on the floor, and she dicks around with what appears to be a computer chip on the back, only to end up laser blasting herself in the face so hard that a bug crawls out of her face hole. That's a bad mask. You don't want that kind of mask.
That's correct, Wendy.
Instead of showing you what I'm talking about because it's gross, here's a just as gross old man ass, like a whole ass man ass right in the middle of this movie. Is the season of the witch a season of man asses? Because that's a bad season. I don't want to do that season. I got enough of my own man ass. I don't need more man asses. He drags his man-ass outside to see a bunch of weird scientists or whatever from the factory gurneying away the woman with the face hole. They're like, she'll probably be fine, but I doubt it. He also meets factory owner Mr. Cochran, who is a certified friggin' weirdo.
Marvelous.
Now it's October 30th. Ellie, an ass man, asks an Irish secretary if her dad had been there, and she confirms, yep, he was here, and he picked up masks, and they're like, okay, but now I should transition back to their accent.
These people lost an order.
What the hell were they talking about?
Something crazy.
And before they can leave, the obnoxious family comes in.
Well,
And the dad is like, I'm the best mask salesman ever. And Cochran comes in and is like, you sure are, big guy.
Congratulations!
Want to tour the factory? And the salesman is like, sure, but can these two random people who are staying at my sexy motel come also? And Cochran's like,
Oh, yes, I was just about to ask them.
so they tour the factory, and it's still boring even after we learn that Cochran is like the Willy Wonka of practical jokes.
He invented sticky toilet paper. How do you like it? Dark, white, nutty, absolutely insane.
Which is dumb anyway, because I'm pretty sure that Dave invented sticky toilet paper like a few minutes ago. Like, what was that, Dave? What's your process? How do you get that toilet paper to be so sticky? Can you just say it for the camera, please, so that we have it on record, just in case we want to patent it?
Lots of honey.
Nope, scratch that. Reverse it.
Lots of
At the end of the tour, Ellie notices her dad's car sitting in a warehouse.
Oh my God.
But before she can go look at it, a bunch of fancy boys block her. So they've decided this town's bad.
Whoa.
Okay, I'm finished.
And they rush back to their motel, and Ellie packs while Doc tries unsuccessfully to make a phone call to the cops or maybe Pizza Hut. It's not clear.
This is an emergency. I want
Original stuffed crust, just $12.99.
Sorry, we cannot complete your call.
And when he returns, Ellie is gone, and he's attacked by fancy boys that force him to escape out the back window. Doc then breaks into the factory and runs into a knitting lady that's been hidden behind some random door. And when he tries to ask her a question, he asks a little too rough. Where is she? Heads are falling off! Whoopsie! Looks like she's a sex robot. Been talking a little too much today.
Metaphorically speaking.
He's grabbed from behind by another robot, which he kills by punching its stomach and pulling out like a bunch of cables. And Cochran walks in and he's like, yeah,
clumsy.
we built that knitting robot in like
1785.
So you've had realistic androids for 200 years, and so far their only application has been guarding a shitty toy factory and also, I guess, knitting?
I wanna get down.
I told you no!
The lack of imagination on display here is almost as big as this movie's lack of a Michael Myers. Yeah, in case you've been holding your breath waiting for him to show up and eat an android or wax philosophical in an Irish accent, just know it is never going to happen.
One gay bear for my gay friend, one normal bear for me, because I am normal.
They just made this movie, because, you know, why not make a movie? Call it Halloween.
The movies.
Hey, now it is Halloween. Fun!
Halloween morning.
Cochran takes Doc to some crazy basement lab that they've built around a huge chunk of imported Stonehenge, I guess. And they're chipping away at the Stonehenge.
Stonehenge.
So that they could get magical stone chips to put in computer chips to put in their masks, I guess. Seems like they could have gone with magic rock chunks or computer chips, but I guess the power of both combined is like super extra powerful. Like Dracula in a monster truck.
He's always doing crazy things.
Doc is like, wow, this is wild. And he sees Ellie tied down somewhere on a security camera feed. And you could totally tell in his brain that he's like, I should save her so that I can blast her again. Depending on age, of course. I would never, the one, maybe 2 times, but she said she was old.
What you really need to see is a demonstration.
But before he can, Cochran ushers the sales family into a weird testing room designed to look like an American living room as seen in nuclear testing houses. And they throw another ad on the TV and it tells the kid,
Put on your masks and watch.
But unfortunately, through the combined powers of magic and science and Dracula and monster trucks, this kid, he just collapses to the ground and he's dead and his head melts and then bugs and snakes crawl out and those kill his parents.
Oh, it's a spinal cord.
call them yuck.
That's why you should watch TV commercials. Another metaphor. This series.
I think this whole thing is a big joke.
And just in case we didn't quite piece it all together, here are a bunch of other all-American cities where kids are also wearing masks while that day's commercial tells them to tune in at 9 for some kind of giveaway. And I'm a little worried that it's gonna be like a bad giveaway, like they're gonna give away their own lives. Doc is tied up, and Cochran calmly explains that, okay, so, all right. Okay, so, back in the day, ancient Celtic peoples would sacrifice kids and during Samhain, or however you pronounce that.
The Festival of Samhain.
Which I thought was a dude, according to the earlier movies, but it also might be a festival or something. And the last time they tried this was 3,000 years ago, but wouldn't you know it, the planets are aligned right now. So Cochran wants to try it again, because wouldn't it be crazy if that worked? And to be clear, what he wants to try is killing kids to maybe control the weather. But it seems pretty nice outside. I'm actually not sure what he's...
Do I need a reason?
Did it like rain yesterday? And he's like, I'm gonna kill every child. I hate it when it rains.
I do love a good joke, and this is the best ever. A joke on the children.
Like, I think his explanation is like, back in the day, we used to sacrifice children for the weather gods. And you're like, okay, but you need it now because...
You're not thinking about the harvest, dude.
You think my main commodity is masks, but I'm also selling a ton of corn. Again, why would you mix androids and ancient Celtic legends? It feels like too many things combined. Why not just pick one?
We don't decide these things, you know.
Androids are weird. Celtic people, very weird.
Oh, heavens, yes, thank you, sir.
Together, just sort of goofy.
We developed our first robot, which we called Stevie.
But also...
George, shut up. The video's almost over.
They throw a mask on Doc and force him to watch the evil commercial, but he destroys the TV with his sexy feet, saws off some of the restraints, and hilariously, like, hucks his mask on the room's camera. Success! Like, the dude must have crushed an intramural frisbee at Haddonfield University back in the day. Doc then diehards his way through some air vents until he reaches the roof, and then he goes back inside.
Nope, scratch that. Reverse it.
Calls his ex-wife, but she's pretty pissed at him for not taking the kids for like a week now when he said he would, so he hangs up, because women, am I right?
Linda, listen.
They're always so mad when you abandon your children for a week to explore an Irish toy factory with the hot daughter of a non-specified age of one of your murdered patients so that you could blast. Why do they get so mad about that?
Man, I knew women were evil.
Have you ever had the opportunity to blast in an Irish toy factory with a woman that might be of age? You should try it. There's magic in there, and science, and androids.
Is it cold in here? Or is it just that I'm not wearing any underwear?
Anyway, whatever. He frees Ellie and sneaks back to the lab using stealth techniques that would make even Solid Snake go, I don't know. That's a little conspicuous.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
But Doc somehow manages to sneak straight up to the main computer in the center of a big open room with essentially zero cover and press a bunch of buttons, causing the shitty ad to play everywhere in the lab, while he and Ellie sneak up into the rafters and dump a bunch of magic microchipped buttons on everybody, causing them to get laser blasted all to hell. But wait, that's not all, because Stonehenge Jr. or whatever itself wakes up and blasts Cochran so hard that he goes completely white and speechless, and I bet his pants are just soaked from the blasting. And Ellie and Doc escape and drive away, but in a twist that would only surprise you if you haven't been paying attention, turns out that Ellie is a robot now. And she attacks Doc, causing the car to crash, and her arm to pop right the hell off. And then she attacks again, so he beats her to death, but then just the arm attacks him, so he throws it, and then just the body attacks, but it mostly just falls over. And that's the end of all the attacks, but I'm a little disappointed that like a severed ass didn't take a swing, or just like a couple of toes. I mean, give every body part a chance. Also, ironically, this actress was originally considered for the role of Pris, Blade Runner. But at least she's got this. I think people remember this just as fondly as Blade Runner.
I've seen worse.
All she really wanted to do was play an android, which is why I think she pretty much retired after this. She hit that peak. Doc runs to the original gas station from the beginning of the movie right as the ad starts playing and calls like the TV station, I guess. Like, I guess he called CBS headquarters and is like, you gotta shut it off. And they do shut it off on 2 stations, but not a 3rd station. And do all 3 main TV stations share a common national phone number that'll be answered by somebody with the ability to make decisions on a national scale?
I can't prove it. You've got to believe me.
Anyway, that's pretty much it, but maybe I should just keep talking.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
All right, whatever. We tried. I'll see you next week.
No, you won't.
You're the one making you make the videos! Dave is too stupid or weak to do that. I should have seen it!
Okay, he might be stupid and he might be weak, but also he recruited me to help him with his murders in his sewer last week when I was going through a rough time, and now we're best friends.
Wait. What's happening?
Murder.
Ah! Oh, right in my gut! Oh, not the nuts! Ah! Oh, ah! Oh!
As long as we can make it hotter than a summertime sizzle. Is that it?
I tell you what, Dave, that is the last time I ever filmed something so disturbingly popular yet morally dubious. The heck is this? Dude, what the hell? Are you taking my bed sheets off?
No, I think a demon, not a ghost, did it.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's already happened to me twice.
How did you get rid of it?
Well, I watched and I explained all the Paranormal Activity movies, and you went, what? Are you filming this?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to catch the demon.
That makes sense, I guess. Alright, so in Paranormal Activity...
Before you start, can I film us making out?
No! I don't remember any of that.
I've got to tell you, I am not the person to help you in this situation. This is not my area of expertise.
Oh, a disclaimer. Thank you, Paramount, for showing us a tightly edited 86 minutes of a real murder and demon possessions. Spoiler alert.
You're fooling everything!
If I thought you released an actual snuff film into theaters without asking permission from the family, I would be very upset.
Disappointed!
Oh,
Anyway, college English major Katie has a problem. Well, I guess 2 problems, since once she graduates, she'll basically be unemployable. I know this because... well...
I'm an English major and looking to be a teacher soon.
Really? Oh, wait, I guess 3 problems, because she also can't correctly pronounce her boyfriend Micah's name.
Hello, Mika.
Tifa! Mika! Gigi!
What the hell is a Mika? In this particular instance, a Mika is apparently a day trader who has purchased a decent-ish camera and who hopes to film evidence of some of the weird paranormal activity that's been going on in their new house.
Hey, that's the name of the show.
Which is the 3rd problem that Katie has, is the paranormal, the activities.
We're gonna have a very interesting time capturing whatever paranormal phenomena.
He didn't.
Damn it.
Mika is so upset.
Mika struggles to gather any concrete evidence of this activity, however, because his hands are shaky as oats. Like Quaker oats, like Quakers. Just Google it.
Of course, I've known that for a long time.
Like, if this were the Book of Eli, Denzel Washington would have shot Mika in the head like 100 times by now, because Mika is definitely a cannibal. But no, the maybe demon wants me to watch Paranormal Activity, and in the world of there, it's September 18th, 2006, which is the day that Edward J. King, the 66th governor of Massachusetts, died, so I'm gonna assume that Ed is the one doing the haunting. Also, we're in San Diego, and Katie has both a pretty sweet car and a pretty okay butt.
Oh my god.
And I know this is a dick thing to say, but when I first saw this movie in college, I'm fairly certain I spent the majority of the runtime trying to figure out how attractive I personally found Katie. Not the most progressive thing to do.
What is this?
It's like your feet.
But there was very little else going on in the actual movie, as you'll soon learn. So in the interest of gender equality, I'll allow you all to spend the rest of this video deciding if Dave is attractive or not based on his sexy voice. You can give Dave a taste of my own medicine. What do you think, Dave? Say something sexy.
Like in a sexy voice? Or
Yeah,
like...
that was it. That was perfect. What do you think? That's like a 10. That's a hot voice.
Can I get a little striptease?
Sorry.
Bullshit.
Okay, back to what this movie is ostensibly about.
Bullshit.
But also the ghost.
There's some weird happenings happening in their house. Amika is like, maybe it's one of the neighbor kids stalking you, Katie. And Katie's like,
Well, unless that kid has been following me around since I was 8 years old.
we'll explain that later, because right now, Mika's playing unplugged electric guitar. Oh my god, they hear something!
Let's investigate.
The ice maker!
The ice maker.
Stay cool.
Ooh, if that got your blood pumping, just wait, because your blood is about to pump right out your ass, because wow, intense this movie is. That's just the start.
The ice maker.
My anus is bleeding.
Mika decides to film them sleeping because A, if something weird happens while they sleep, they'll know, and B, because he's trying to, get Katie to make a sex tape.
Excuse me.
What?
Camera's not off.
Yikes.
Unfortunately, Katie isn't interested because this movie had like a $15,000 budget, and the actress made, I think, literally $500. I can't even get Dave naked for $500, nor can I get him to put on more clothes. It's very upsetting and distracting. I need one or the other, okay?
Sorry.
But anyway, they sexlessly go to bed after first removing approximately 30 pounds of linen, and what do you know, at 2 a.m., there's like a running sound. Just a running sound. An intense running sound. But holy shit, that's not all. Because in the morning, Katie realizes her keys have been moved from the counter to the floor.
I left them on the counter.
Sure.
Yes, I only leave them in the same spot next to your wallet.
My anus.
This ghost or whatever is fucked up. Oh, they're so shaken. They swim in the pool in the middle of the day on a Tuesday because I guess college was easier in 2006 and day trading isn't a real job. And I guess nobody warned them about pool sharks.
There's a shark in the pool.
Watch out! Later, a psychic shows up and is like, hi, hello, I'd like to get to know you guys. And Katie's like, okay, well, Mika and I have been together for 3 years. And as I alluded to earlier offhand, I've been haunted since I was 8 by like a shadowy mask. And my 5-year-old sister saw it too, so it's legit.
She saw it also.
Absolutely.
You both saw it.
And we were both absolutely terrified.
Really?
But then our house burned down and nobody knows why. And then whatever was haunting me took a few years off to go to the Bahamas maybe. But then it haunted me again when I was 13. But I don't think anything burned except for my hormones because teenagers, am I right?
The acne, self-consciousness, the erections.
It seems to me that that's what we're dealing with.
And then it disappeared again, but now it's back, probably. And I guess Ed the Ghost is bad at human math and just keeps checking in every few years to see if Katie's legal yet.
I'd like to spend a little bit of time getting to know you.
At midnight, she becomes sexy.
Because he's a respectful ghost. But the psychic is like, hot damn, girl, I think you've got a demon thing going on. But I'm really just a ghost guy.
My area of expertise is dealing with ghosts. That's what I built my career around.
I am a division manager. That is very important.
Well, shit. That's actually very impressive. You think YouTube is a fake job. Imagine having a whole ghost career.
A lot of careers are based on real things.
Yeah.
What if there's beach? You'll need someone who's a professional in that.
It seems to me that that's what we're dealing with.
But he's like, demons are a whole other thing in that they're meaner. And they don't have any super catchy 80s theme songs to tell us who to call in case I'm an attack by them.
Who you gonna call?
Dealing with demons is not my area I'm very uncomfortable with it.
There's no Casper the friendly demon. And even though Casper did seem very possessive of Christina Ricci, can I keep you? This demon probably wants Katie.
What it probably wants is...
Like wants Katie. You catch my drift? She is legal, finally.
16 with parental consent.
Like describing all these women as legal.
There are two kinds of women. Legal, illegal. You either get that right, or you pull a Jared. I built my career on this.
Is Casper legal? He's like 200 years old, right? But he's a boy ghost.
He's a boy ghost. I don't know why that matters. He dies of like the flu, so you're right. He's like 100 years old. So yeah.
Only backwards.
But the real issue is not whether Casper is legal. He has no rights because he has no soul. He's dead.
We're allowed to show him nude because they ain't got no soul.
Christina Ricci is a child, so he's like, hey kid, I'm 100 years. It's like a Twilight thing, right? He looks like he's 15, but he's actually 130 and has seen a lot of shit.
What's it like to die?
I'm very uncomfortable with it.
Anyway, fortunately, I, the ghost guy, do know a demon guy. Great guy, super good with demons.
He specializes in this sort of thing. He's in Los Angeles.
You call him and he'll squirt some demon cream around, or whatever demon guys do, and your problem should clear right up. And Katie's like, oh, awesome, thanks. But Mika's like, no, don't call the demon guy. No particular reason other than, it might advance the plot of this movie too quickly, and this is like hell itself. Slow burn.
Who you gonna call? Seriously, don't call a guy, okay? That's insane.
Later, Katie applies deodorant before bed, which, do people do that? Like, who are you trying to impress? Freddy Krueger? You smell great, bitch.
We'll see, bitch.
Okay, so then Mika tries to trick Katie into a sex tape.
That's the standby light.
That is not the standby light, that's the record light.
Yikes! But Katie says, how about instead you turn off the camera and we can do butt stuff?
I think that probably was illegal in Kentucky and other 12 states.
Either that, or they hooked up with an animal, or they transported dentures across state lines while inside of each other.
Normal women don't do stuff like that.
This girl is a wild animal.
I know why the demon wants her. She's willing to do things that are illegal. Demons love that.
You gotta scrape the laws of 35 states to figure out the specific law that they broke. That's pretty cool.
Every time I'm trying to think of something new in the bedroom, I check all the laws. What's illegal in some other state that I can try here?
Most of the activity's in here, isn't it?
Then after their butt stuff, they go to sleep. And get this, the door moves around a little bit. Watch out! Holy hell! Then Mika's alarm goes off. I think it says 6:14. Why? Is that the best time for day traders to wake up? What does 6:14 do for you?
What if we always said is the most important thing?
Always be closing.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought you meant of the things you eat.
Okay.
Anyway, Mika sees the door move on the footage and is like, wow, the door moved. And Katie screams like she's being attacked by a demon. Because she saw a spider.
You scream like that for a spider?
I'm excited.
And a spider is 10 times scarier than this freaking door squeaking, key moving demon.
Hey, tell me what the point of this was.
Later that night, Mika reads a book and comes to literally all of the exact same conclusions as the psychic. Almost verbatim, he said, it's not a ghost, it's a demon. Demons are bad. They're worse, even. The difference is that a ghost is like a human, but a demon is like a demon. It's not a human. And so therefore it's more mean, I guess.
Well, that sounds actually like a demon.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, because ghosts are spirits of human beings.
A demon is something different.
That's what I just said. I said that.
Then Mika gets pissed at Katie for not telling him that she was being haunted by a demon. He's like, you could have warned me, Katie. I took you to Chuck E. Cheese and everything.
What was I supposed to say? I went on our first date, hey, there's a demon that I think...
No, but maybe on our 15th date or our 30th date.
Mika is so upset.
And yet, despite him apparently just fully accepting his girlfriend's demon's existence, he still is like, but don't call the demon guy. I bet we can deal with this literal demon by ourselves. After all, I'm a day trader. A master of the day, man, if you will.
And your jobs?
Because a
That night, Katie has a bad dream.
Cause I was
I had the same dream.
You okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
I had.
Wilder, they hear banging. And go to see what the banging is, but they find nothing that would make a banging noise. The next day, Katie hangs out with her friend who appears to have braces. I mean, you're allowed to have braces as an adult, but you're probably not often cast in a feature film while wearing those braces. Progressive.
We will fight the woke in education. We will fight the woke
In your mouth?
We're having very intense girl time right now.
They also probably paid her $50. She's probably still paying off those braces. She needed the money.
I know it's bead time.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
Mika watches the footage from Nightmare Night and hears a weird noise about 10 seconds before Katie wakes up and is like, oh, I guess this demon is trying to talk to us. We should get a Ouija board. And Katie is like, no, you stupid shit. We should not get a Ouija board.
Well, I listened to it.
And Mika's still not into calling the demon expert, though, because he's more of a DIY demon guy. And since he's not allowed to use a Ouija board, Mika tries to hold out a mic just into the air and see if the demon will talk into it. It's sort of like a Marshawn Lynch interview in that he gets nothing of value.
You have something to say in English this time?
I usually put Parmesan cheese on my
That next night, Katie hears a noise and wakes up. And there's another demon noise and a thud and the chandelier is swinging and Mika helpfully gets down on the floor to listen.
Hold on.
Just in case this is an Indian in the cupboard scenario and the demon's like 2 inches tall and hiding under the bed, but unfortunately, Mika learns nothing of value and is shot by 0 tiny arrows.
Not this time.
On night 15, Katie stands around for a long time and then walks downstairs and sits outside in the cold but doesn't want to come back inside.
Freezing out here. What are you doing?
I'm afraid that my condition has left me cold.
And then there's a slam and somebody turns on the bedroom TV to static.
What the is going on? Come out!
And oh hey, there's Katie again. But she remembers none of these things. And I'll be honest, if I didn't take notes, I also might not remember any of these things. But I did. So I do, unfortunately. The next day, Mika's argument against getting a demon guy has evolved from, I think demon guys are stupid, to, I actually think demon guys, they're incompetent. And actually, exorcisms,
A lot of times it just gets worse.
actually. So instead, I'm gonna loophole borrow a Ouija board.
You little
But this pisses Katie right the hell off. So she leaves the house, and Mika, like it, follows.
Yeah. It's probably taking a shit right now.
You're gonna throw it away.
Of course, that doesn't stop Mr. Demon from having some fun, so, gets windy and the Ouija board catches on fire for a bit, but it's one of those non-damaging fires that actually just sort of etches-sketches some weird symbols, and Mika's like, oh, tight. Katie, check it out.
I don't give a f***.
So Mika states to the camera that he's gonna try and be better about, I don't know, pissing off demons.
I swear to abide by Katie's rules and regulations of...
Every relationship goes through this exact same phase. One of you always wants to anger the spirits and the other is much more hesitant. Been that way since Adam and Eve. And fun fact about Adam and Eve, they had kids.
Cain and Abel, they were born. They count.
And I also have kids. And I need to feed them before they murder each other. Sign up for my Patreon.
Hypothetically, the future can be better.
But then Mika dicks with the board some more, like Eve dicking around with that snake apple.
Whoa, hey, whoa, no. What? Not supposed to do that.
You're done playing with it. I want it out of the house.
Oh, and also the friend comes back over and is also very down with the idea that there's a demon. Not a single character in this movie is skeptical in any meaningful way. They're just like, demons? Bummer. I had one last week. He moved my keys. I couldn't find them. I hate when that happens.
So what am I gonna do? Go to your house and mess things up for you?
Where the are my hard-boiled eggs? It is the work of Satan.
You might be wondering why they don't move at this point, but it's because the demon is following Katie and has like 1 million American airline miles. It'll just follow her wherever.
It's not like that. The miles are the goal.
So to combat this supernatural, malevolent force, Mika pours some baby powder on the floor in case the demon, just is mad because he has a fire rash. But that night, something walks through the baby powder and leaves some bird-looking footprints. And if it turns out that they're being haunted by Big Bird, I'm gonna submit this to the Guinness Book of World Records for the best, greatest film ever.
You did it! Congratulations! World's best.
Bullshit.
And Mika follows the prince into the attic where he finds a burned photo of Katie from when she was a kid.
How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned?
That makes no sense.
And this makes Katie sad, and it makes me sleepy. This also makes Katie be like, screw you, Mika. You've tried purchasing a camera, and you also did the baby powder, and yet the demon remains.
I'm making progress.
No, you haven't been having any progress.
I'm calling the demon guy, and wait, so Mika was pitching those things as solutions? I thought he was just like gathering evidence. I thought the Ouija board was his attempt to like do something about it, which now that I think about it, sort of makes the baby powder and really the camera like redundant at this point. Like surely they've proved it's real, or at least that something bad is happening. They just need to figure out how to get rid of it.
I'm making progress.
Unfortunately, the demon guy also has a lot of American airline miles, and you know, he's out of town.
Who you gonna call?
Well, I called Dr. Avery's, and he's...
John C.
How the do you know?
Yes, he's out of the country. He'll be back.
Fortunately, the psychic guy said he could come back tomorrow, even though we've already established that ghosts and demons are two different things, and he built his career on the former.
For no reason at all.
Like, when you have a cockroach problem, you don't call in the rat exterminator. Rats and cockroaches are two different things. Equally delicious, but different mouthfeels.
They probably taste the same.
Of course, before that, there's more slamming, and lights turning on, and general wandering around hoping to catch a glimpse of a demon with his fire-rashed balls out or whatever. And at one point, Mika even hands the camera to Katie.
Mika, come on.
I'm honestly pretty surprised that she hasn't like flushed the camera down the toilet yet. Surely all the filming is pissing it off. I mean, look how crazy the Kardashians get whenever a camera is around. Stop! And also, did you know that my band has multiple songs in Keeping Up with the Kardashians? Every quarter I get like 2 Chipotle burritos worth of royalties because they keep playing it like Romania.
Is that why you always show up with Kim and she hangs around?
Yeah, that's why, yeah. Kim's always behind the camera.
I wrote this when I was like 19.
He's still our dad, and we love him. Jump in arms.
Oh, it's so powerful. It's in montage.
You guys.
Regardless, it's not really helping anything unless they intend to hand the footage off to Paramount for hundreds of millions of dollars in gross profit and to spawn a 7-film franchise. In that case, yeah, keep that rolling.
Did you go get the camera first?
No.
The next day, Mika's like, yeah, I think we should go to a hotel. I think a change of pace will really make the haunting more fun again. But Katie is like, Mika, we don't have the budget. As in, the film doesn't have the budget. I want to stay here. And then there's a slam, and Mika's like, oh no!
What is that?
Daddy, chill.
Mika, what the f do you think it was? It's a demon. We've established it's a demon very many times.
Well, that sounds actually like a demon.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, yeah! The demon slams. That's what he does. He slammed it in the back of his... And what do you know? A picture is slashed up. But really only Mika's side, because again, I think the demons kind of got the hots for Katie.
He's coming.
And I'm interested to see what the comments think about Dave's sexy voice. Anyway, the psychic shows back up and is immediately like, whoa, it is demony as shit in here.
Wow.
Do any of these ever blast out of the wall and have like a huge cum shot?
I couldn't stop. I was having so much fun.
This is overpowering.
I cannot be here. I am making it worse. Again, my career is ghosting.
Serious?
And to prove this, poof, I'm gone.
Well,
serious?
But again, dude, why did you come back then? What scenario did you think you'd be stepping into where you would be of use?
I will help you. I will help you.
He didn't.
Do demons evolve into ghosts if introduced to the right evolutionary stone or whatever? Surely demons would be higher on the spectral hierarchy than ghosts. Also, do you not have literally any other colleagues who do know about demons or something? Is there like a real divide between ghost guides and demon dudes? Is your one friendship with a demon expert like a Romeo and Juliet thing? Star-crossed weirdos?
Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do.
Anal fisting?
I'm very uncomfortable with it.
I don't know. So Katie and Mika go to bed for the sexiest night yet. No, not because more butt stuff, but because the demon is now uncovering Katie's feet. Nice! Presumably for a midnight toe suckle snack. Yummy, yummy! But now there's a shadow on the door, and Katie wakes up and... You know, I actually think this movie would be way more interesting if Mika was just gaslighting Katie. He comes across as a dick.
Hey, chill out, all right? I'm trying to help the situation here.
But I wish they'd fully lean into it and turn this into some sort of elaborate torture from the mind of a bored ass day trader, but no. The next day, Mika finds a website that says a girl named Anne had pretty much the same thing happen to her in the 60s, but calling the exorcist didn't work, and I guess she died. But as Katie points out,
she's pretty.
So, at least she went out on top.
You're telling me there's some girl from the 60s who had the exact same
Big ass titties!
And come on, she died in the 60s, so it's like a 50-50 chance that a demon got her, or she just died from eating too many asbestos cigarette sandwiches. I mean, those things are just pure carbs and empty calories.
How did she die?
They had no regulations then. Butt stuff all over the place.
Sexual favors, but he's just a boy. But we are British. Touché.
Katie wants to study.
Mika, please, will you give me 5 minutes?
But Mika does not, and he's mad, and she's sad, and it's intense.
Mika is so upset.
Because that's like half of all the known emotions in one scene.
Will you stop following me with the camera?
My emotion!
What a deal. Later that night, Katie is fully dragged out of her bed and bitten in the back. Right? You don't see it, so it's not illegal in this state. And I feel like this movie is actually just an extended metaphor for sleep training kids. The next day, Mika's like, okay, we're leaving. But Katie is like, no thanks, I'm comatose, and grabbing a crucifix so hard my hand is bleeding. And Mika's like, well, forget calling an ambulance or something. I'm gonna burn that attic photo. Suck it, demon. Katie says that she thinks she'll be okay, but I think they will not be okay, based on the past 3 weeks of, whatever.
Sure.
But Mika's like, you're probably right, increasingly insane girl who recently gripped a crucifix so hard she bled all over her leg. Let's just go to bed. They fall asleep pretty easily compared to the situation they're facing. And Katie wakes up and stands over Mika for a while and then heads downstairs and screams like a lunatic, causing Mika to run down after her. And then it's eerily quiet for a few minutes until a blood-covered Katie hucks Mika's body at the camera.
What the hell was that?
And smiles in a real demon-y possessed way. And then some text explains that 3 days later, cops found Mika's body, but that nobody has ever found Katie or her body. And then a little bit later, some more text says, oh, this is all fake, lol, don't sue us. We didn't, this is not a stuff film. They're not dead. Maybe.
I'm done!
That was so hot. It was so hot. Yeah, I think a demon's in there. It's too hot. Why were you coming into the bathroom with a camera?
Oh my god!
What?
Oh my god! Look at what Martine left! Disgusting! I'm gonna throw up!
Alright, just so nobody yells at me, my guess is that the majority of these from here on out are the unrated / slightly longer versions because, BitTorrent gives what it gives. You don't ask questions. Whoops. Besides, if Dave's PC melts, it's probably because of all the other stuff on it. On that note, Paramount feels really bad for all the definitely real people who died. Also, I, Jordan, am sorry if you're like, haha, dead. Like, bro, that's so funny, I'm dead. If you are that, then here's a statement for you. Sorry, you're dead. Haha, dead. We quickly meet a baby and 2 parents and an older daughter, Allie, and a nanny named Martine who speaks primarily Spanish.
Es un bebé muy especial.
Sí!
And a dog who probably doesn't speak any language. No. Although watch to the end to find out. And a couple of clarifications. This is a dirty daddy.
Don't be on my seat!
And the baby is named Hunter, and the sister is the dad's kid, but not the mom's. And also the mom, named Christy, is Katie from the first movie's sister. And twist, this definitely not a movie, just actual crime scene footage we've released in theaters, is just about a month or so before the last movie, except for this part that you're watching, which is like a year before. Because like I always say, prequels make for the best sequels. Why go forward when you can do the opposite of that? The terror begins almost immediately with an inexplicably open door.
Hey, somebody left the front door open.
The scary door.
Don't do that.
And this 50-inch monster. No, Dave. I'm not talking about me. Put your pants on.
You jerk off?
God, what's with the salad dressing? Again.
Phone Newman shaking it frantically.
You're gonna lose your fridge privileges, mister. Oh, man, these producers really know what makes a movie a good movie. A definitely, probably attractive woman with huge background knockers and soft, firm, pillowy focus. Art, thy name is
Big ass titties.
There we go.
Pretty cool that Katie and her sister are both hooking up with dudes who are as into home videos as they are huge facades. Yeah, play with that baby.
My sister did good.
Now it's maybe a year later, or otherwise Hunter has just eaten a ton of beef because Kid is freaking huge.
Es un bebé muy grande.
And the house is also inexplicably trashed, either by burglars who apparently didn't steal anything, or possibly by a big-ass baby Hunter on a tear. I guess it could also be a literal demon, but that'd be crazy, right?
Oh no, of course not. That would be ridiculous.
Daddy hires a couple lesser members of Creed to install security cameras around the house in the hopes that they'll make footage that's slightly less nausea-inducing.
We failed.
Higher budget equals higher camera count and more shots of a pool at night. Oh shit, did the light just go out? Man, I hope we see a static shot of a pool literally every single night for the rest of the movie. And then maybe if we could follow it up with some static shots of the kitchen and the living room. Oh, perfect. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Every night we have to do this? Just cut to the interesting one. The dog tries to get into the basement, probably in the hopes of finding a more interesting movie down there. But no opposable thumbs means no dice.
There can be only one.
Hunter's high chair falls over on its own.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Probably spilling Cheerios everywhere because this demon is next level. You just not care about the rising cost of groceries impacting the American family.
Aw, everything's fine.
Those look like actual Cheerios too. None of that off-brand value knockoff shit. Not cool, Ed. That's sick. Later, Martine tries to bless the house or whatever with both hand motions and apparently with a massive shit.
Look at what Martine left. Disgusting. I'm gonna throw up.
Like, in all seriousness, are we supposed to believe that the haunted ghost literally took a shit in this toilet?
There's like a live crawdaddy in there.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my...
Or was it the nanny?
She clogged it. I can't even.
Or was the daughter just lying?
That is horrible. You're grounded.
Or the dad? Like,
There's a stenchilada.
And I can smell an evil slut.
they never explain it. Like, what am I supposed to feel here?
You are grounded. Awful.
This is the best bath.
I don't remember Lucifer taking huge shits in the Bible, but that doesn't mean he didn't in some, apocrypha writings.
I hope you're not using the toilet. It's broken.
Huh? And then Mika comes to visit. The movie's like, oh right, he dies in 60 days. What a legacy he's left behind. If I get murdered by my demon girlfriend, I'd prefer if my cameo appearance in a prequel crime was introduced with, Jordan made some really funny videos and lots of people really enjoyed being subscribed to his Patreon, which helped pay for his 3 children's food. Just spitballing. We also learned that this handheld camera is the origin story for Mika's fascination with handheld cameras.
I might definitely start to replace my girlfriend with this camera.
Finally, the question has been answered.
I'm definitely getting one of these.
Have you ever had a dream?
Also, Daddy apparently runs at least one Burger King.
I don't own like every Burger King.
And yet he is not the Burger King.
He's not actually the king of Burger King.
That's why their house is so nice, I guess. Man, I need a hostile takeover in Arby's or something.
A pack of wild dogs took over and successfully ran a Wendy's.
But no time for that. There's more horror. Christy hears something, and then she looks around, but she finds
nothing.
Oh wait, no, the baby mobile spins a little bit. Twisted. And later that night, the kid maybe waves at something because the real monster in this movie is being kind to others, even if they're of a different plane of existence than us. Wow, movie.
Making a mountain animal.
The next day, they find the infamous Katie as a kid photo, but it's not burned yet. And they're like, whoa.
I thought we lost all our pictures in the fire.
And then maybe the mirror does something. And Martina's like, this is too much for me. I'm gonna spray candle gas everywhere. And Daddy's like, what the hell, bitch? Candles smell like shit to me.
Think you're so smart, huh, bitch?
I work at a Burger King, so I want my house to smell like chicken fries at all times. And he full on fires her ass. And this makes Allie sad.
Who
wasn't witchy. She
Well, what was
he
it
wasn't
then?
hurting anybody.
But he cheers her up by showing her that he figured out the night vision settings on his handheld camera.
Check this out.
Dad, you ruined that woman's life. And he's like, yeah, but check this out. I can see you in the dark. Windows open. Doors open. My bowels open.
Oh my God!
From fear.
Disgusting!
And also Burger King.
I'm gonna throw up.
A drunk bird DUIs into the window. When a pan falls in the kitchen. Twice. Oh my God, these people are so brave. What a brave family. They're like the toaster, but a family.
Well, how do we escape?
Later, a pan immolates itself in protest of this boring-ass movie. An imperialist daddy chucks it in the pool.
I protest.
Where he sees Allie getting raisin fingered by her boyfriend.
And always said goodnight, Brad.
That's a sentence that will never be written ever again.
It was a radioactive sound.
I don't
What
think
does
you're allowed to do
raisin
that.
fingered mean?
Well, they were in the hot tub. So his fingers are probably, you know how they get raisiny?
I was thinking that Raisin Man from the...
Yeah, he was in there. He's playing the saxophone.
And always said goodnight, Brad.
As far as I can tell, Allie never gets in trouble for this event, which is probably why they're being haunted by a demon, because demons hate raisin fingerings. Also, the pool cleaner escapes the pool a lot, which is scary because pool cleaners are not supposed to escape the pool. That's their home.
Are you too good for your home?
Okay, what else? The dog is on edge. And the hot tub is like way too hot. Like it almost burns off Daddy's dick.
Are you okay?
Rub some peanut butter on it, quick!
I got peanut butter on my penis.
And despite his mangled bits, Daddy takes Mommy on a date, leaving Hunter with Allie, who immediately invites Brad over to do some Ouija. And it turns out that the demon wants what everybody wants.
P-U-S-S.
Oh, it spells. Oh, it spells.
John C.
And I mean, yeah, look, while she sleeps, her crotch is attacked by a shadow. That's why I always sleep in a vacuum-sealed jockstrap. That, and because sometimes Dave escapes from the basement at night. You can never be too careful.
Dave?
Allie hears a noise and goes outside to see if it's another drunk bird or like a cocaine bear or something, but oops, she gets locked out. She half-assedly tries to get back inside. But actually, when the parents return like 2 hours later, they can't even find her for a while because she did not try very hard at all to get back in. Could she not go to a neighbor's house and use their phone or break a window or something? Like, you probably shouldn't leave that big-ass kid in there alone for that long. And that's even without him getting dragged around by a demon. I don't know, whatever. Hunter is back in his crib after exploring the house for a while. I mean, is a demon why my daughter used to get out of her crib all the time? That would explain the time that she pooped in it, because demon shit bad. And a lot. That's lore. That's canon. Hey, how much orange juice do they drink in this movie?
That's too much juice.
Like, are demons for or against orange juice? Are they big on migrant workers' rights? If so, that's just another reason for them to be pissed at this family. Allie is a bit freaked out by all this stuff, so she grabs the home video camera and records her scared thoughts. And what are her scared thoughts? Well,
I've had a couple of dreams where my teeth are falling out, which is really weird.
That's not weird.
She's been having bad dreams, and the internet has told her that she's probably being haunted by a demon and not a ghost. And also, hey, did you know that
it has been said that if a human makes a bargain with a demon for wealth, power, or any other benefit, they must forfeit their firstborn male?
No, Amish boy.
Girl childs are gross, but boy childs are great for demon trades. Wow, hell, sexist much?
Yeah.
And hey, what do you know? There hasn't been a boy baby on on Christie's side of the family since 1930. Could her great-grandmother have traded a future boy child to make the Great Depression suck less?
What if Christy's great-grandmother made a deal with a demon so she could get
An erection?
No. Did she invent Rocky Road ice cream, which is no joke named for the Great Depression, as in, yeah, it's gonna be a rocky road up ahead, but at least you can eat my shitty ice cream.
You cannot resist ice cream.
Everything's fine.
Did she trade her boy relative for chunky goodness?
Your existence is meaningless without ice cream.
Later that night, we get the same establishing shots that we've seen 48 other times, and Allie hears something.
I think I just heard something.
And she follows a weird toy around because she has the survival instinct of a gazelle running from a lion into a barbecue sauce factory. Can you believe this movie only took 3 weeks to film? 2 of those weeks must have been getting this awesome toy shot. Like, how's it moving everywhere? Movie magic! Katie and Christy chat later, and Katie's like,
I remember you crying all the time.
stop talking about this demon. God, do you want to end up like Mom?
I remember that you stopped talking for months. I remember weird people came to our house and our mom was upset all the time.
And oh boy, I smell another prequel. I hope we keep going further back in time until they just paint the story on a cave wall. Just like 393 sketches of rock doors rolling open of their own accord. Oh my God. Paranormal Activity 77 is going to be about how Jesus' resurrection and the empty grave and the stone rolled away was like a demon thing, isn't it?
The body of our Lord was...
Mel Gibson to direct. This is going to be a very controversial film. But for now, we get to watch a woman make tea, pretty much in real time. Even the demon gets bored with this, so he explodes the whole damn kitchen. This scares Christy so much that she cleans the kitchen, which makes sense because the only way I get motivated to clean is if a demon haunts me for 3 weeks and then explodes my kitchen. And yeah, the demon just realized the movie is almost over and he's done basically nothing except shit.
Hey, bitch, we all do.
So he gives the dog a seizure or something. And when Daddy and Allie take her to the vet, the demon just drags Christy all over the place. Up, down, basement, you name it.
Drag, drag, drag.
The next day, Daddy is like, look, Christy won't get out of bed, but the Burger King, he must be served at all costs. So Allie, can you please watch Hunter and just make sure your stepmom doesn't do anything crazy. I'll be back once His Majesty is satiated with enough burger sales, and she's like, okay. But then she sees a bunch of scratches on the inside of the basement door and a bite mark on Christy's leg, and she's like, I don't like that.
No, thank you.
Daddy finally returns, and Allie shows him the footage of Christy getting dragged, and he's like, oh, shit. I guess we should call in the big guns. And by that, I mean he brings back Martine. I hope she's brought a really big-ass candle. Ah, dang it, just a teeny tiny little crucifix.
What am I gonna do with this?
She's also got a plan to transfer the demon from this family to Katie.
Do we tell her? Do we tell her
No,
what
we never tell
happened?
anyone.
That is a bitch move. Good grief. Couldn't you transfer it to somebody who really deserves it? Like a child murderer or a Dave?
Dave?
But before they can finish transferring the demon, the power to the house dies and Christy attacks Daddy. And everything is chaos.
Control!
Eventually, Daddy heads into the basement and finds Hunter. And also Christy looking real demony. But it's all good because the power comes back on and he puts Christy to bed before burning the edges of Katie's photo, which is, I guess, how you get access to Supernatural Dropbox. So I guess he's the one who puts it in her attic and like, nice. I know Mika's been putting it in her attic for like 3 years. Oh wait, that's the top part. I guess it's more of a basement.
A power bottom.
I don't know where Mika puts it. They always turn the camera off.
Kiss the camera. What do you...
I'm not kissing the camera.
And whatever, that works for a while until the end of the movie when bloody Katie runs over to their house, snaps Daddy's neck,
Kill him now.
explodes Christy with the force,
Do it.
and then buggers off with Hunter. All this while Allie was on a field trip to Jamestown or some shit. Katie and Hunter still haven't been found. Also, presumably, the Burger King has been left unattended and probably died of hunger. And, just kidding, here are the credits. It was fake again, lol. It did happen.
It's fiction.
I was going to foot him,
Dave, what in the hell?
There are no apologies at the beginning of this movie, signifying the end of Paramount pretending that this actually happened, which is pretty lame. I mean, are you telling me that these demon murderings aren't real?
Yes. No.
Well, there goes Dave's erection.
Yeah?
Anyway, it's March 2005, and last movie's daddy films Christy as they prepare the nursery for Big Ass Baby Hunter, and Katie comes over and is like, yo, can I dump some crap in your new basement of your new house? And they're like, I guess.
I have a couple of boxes in my car that I would love to throw in your basement.
It's the true face of evil.
So Katie dumps a ton of old VHS tapes down there, and she's like, I inherited these from Grandma Lois.
Hello there.
Anyway, bye. And apparently when the house was ransacked last movie, the demon ransacker, or whatever it was, basically only took those VHS tapes, which were not mentioned until now.
Gotta return some videotapes.
Looks like that's the only thing that's missing.
Hey, let's watch one of those. Time traveling noises. September
3rd.
1988.
It's been years.
Young Katie celebrates a birthday with some cake that she doesn't really seem to like.
I don't want it.
Not as much as she doesn't like this piñata, I mean. If this demon was a piñata, it'd be in big trouble. Oh, hey, the aforementioned Grandma Lois is here.
It's Grandma.
Oh, hello, Lois.
And this whole thing is filmed by Dennis, the new boyfriend, maybe, of Katie's mom, Julie.
That's something you have to work certain parts of your
Wet-ass P-word.
Since the original dad has left the family for unknown, probably demon-related, or Burger King-related reasons.
You can this burger.
I wonder why it's like 3 movies in a row feature couples that aren't on their first marriages. Doesn't necessarily matter, it's just sort of a weird thing to keep going back to.
So my ex-wife is...
Although, to their credit, for the first time ever, the dude doesn't have some sick job, and their house primarily comes from the lady part of the relationship. She probably bought Burger King stock or something.
Your balls will explode, guaranteed.
Grandma doesn't love this
Wet-ass
part of Dennis, the poor part specifically.
He doesn't have any money.
But love conquers all, except probably demons. Demon. Julie seems to be a stay-at-home mom, despite the fact that she could be a dentist, as Christy points out.
You're gonna get a new job as a dentist.
You have a talent for causing things.
And also, does Christy have a filling? Seems weird, right? She's like 5.
You should floss.
Well, it's not as weird as her imaginary friend Toby, who they don't think is real, but I bet is at least a little bit real.
Yes, here.
No way.
So now Dennis is in the basement waiting for his assistant, Randy.
My assistant Randy is currently 43 minutes late.
Randy is a 3-course meal.
Together they do wedding videos, and also I guess they prank each other with like a bowl of milk or something on the ceiling when one of them is late.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. Put him,
They have fun.
That is fun.
They also have footage of boobies. Hey, what if we combine spilled milk and cleavage? Dave, write this down. We're gonna be millionaires.
I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
Later, Dennis hears some slams or something.
A big show with a...
Julie? So he grabs his camera in case it's Bigfoot or something equally improbable, like a good movie in this franchise. And there's actually no real explanation for why he's filming all these random things yet, except for like the birthday party. But whatever. What he finds is both a singing toy bear and a weird mini closet crawl space. Well, good thing he brought the camera. Maybe he thinks the bear is gonna marry somebody in there? Keep watching to find out. Later that night, Dennis gets Julie to smoke pot and does what every man with a camera has done since the beginning of time and also this franchise, and asks Julie if they can make a sex tape.
Is that perverted?
I wrote they can make a sex time. Hey baby, you want to make a sex time?
Yes. No.
And she actually agrees.
Really?
Of course, she's pretty distracted, and before they can get all their holes out, they're hit with an earthquake, which which on the one hand makes aiming private parts extremely difficult, but on the other hand, earthquakes in many cultures are known as nature's vibrators. That's how they did it on the Flintstones. But maybe it's for the best that they didn't have sex, because the footage later reveals a ghost, or more likely a demon, was standing there the whole time watching them. Gross. I mean, look, he got dust all over his invisible boner. Ew. Ooh, another tweak on the classic Paranormal Activity formula, as Dennis is the one who thinks the demon is real, and the girl part of the relationship is like, nah, dog, you're stupid. The only ghost watching us have sex is the Holy Ghost, and he is not happy.
You f***ed up.
Dennis then films Julie shitting.
Oh, sorry.
Which makes me think maybe she's a demon? Because I thought shitting was their thing? Either way, Dennis is like, I'm going to set up 2 cameras to film literally everything all day long, every single day, even though I have to swap out the VHS tapes every 6 hours to see if I can find any more evidence of this horny invisible intruder.
Yeah, crazy horny.
No, it's totally normal.
And Julia's like, whatever, honey. If I say no, there'll be no movie. So knock yourself out, big guy, who, by the way, he was in this sketch.
It's totes the best hun cow froyo.
Hun cow?
Every guy should have a knowledge of it.
It's kind of funny.
Yes. Now, please, trying to concentrate.
I shared a bagel with
John C.
Young Christy then talks to Toby on camera, which is weird, and when pressed on it later, Christy confirms that Toby is old.
He's old like Grandma.
I'm so old.
And tall.
He's tall.
I'm so tall!
And will get her in trouble, and I think she's just describing Santa Claus, right? I mean, that's not so bad, as long as you're not a mercenary. She also asked the important question that we should be asking every character in these films.
Wait, why are you filming this?
Later, Randy happens to be in the house when Dennis hears something, so the two of them together get the absolute shit scared out of them by Julie pulling a pranky. And I'll admit, this is the first and only time the series actually got me. I almost demon shat my pants.
Oh my god, I see demons!
That night, or some night, because let's be honest, I'm not keeping track of which night is which, the girls camp in the backyard, but the lights flicker, and a door closes, and Dennis, thinking quickly, grabs the camera,
Selfie,
and runs into the backyard to confirm that, yeah, they're in the tent still.
What the hell is even that?
Daddy, chill.
Well, first he confirms that they're not in their beds, which they weren't supposed to be anyway, but I guess that's still true, which is reassuring in its own way.
Totally.
Another night, probably, Dennis sees a swinging light and hears some sounds.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Then he dicks around with the blinds a bunch. And so the next day, he and Randy rig a third camera onto an oscillating fan for extra gimmick horror potential. And what does it see? A kid running around and messing with lights. Sick. This proves that the real monster in these movies are children. Which is also true for any movie with children, and also children in general.
Suck brick, kid!
Except for my children, they're a delight. I haven't seen them in 6 months because I've been making these videos. Please subscribe to my Patreon before I forget all their names.
Who are you?
Your dad. Randy steals some demon books for Dennis from the library because I actually don't know why he steals them.
Oh yeah, I guess you just pick it up.
Feels like if there's one kind of book that you shouldn't steal, it's a demon book. But whatever. Dennis learns that kids are particularly susceptible to spiritual contact, and also demons feed off fear.
Oh, delicious.
Even though I thought they fed off Burger King, I'm getting really confused with the lore of these movies.
Only at Burger King you can stick your demon in this.
Gotta pay the.
I feel like you're saying boys hole, and it's clearly soul.
They probably taste the same.
Christy and Katie play Bloody Mary, and nothing really happens unless you consider a demon closing a door once they've left the bathroom something, which I do not.
Nothing has even happened.
No way.
Man, how unfortunate is it for these demons that they're bounded by the physical world, at least in the door sense? Like, they always have to open and close doors. They apparently can't phase through them. And also, I guess they've got an innate sense of manners because they're always closing doors behind themselves.
Etiquette is important, Liz, even when they can't see you.
Granted, they sort of slam them a little too loud, which is a little rude, but at least they don't just leave them ajar.
No! Jar!
Wait, demons feeding on a human emotion, messing with doors. Do you think that these movies started as a horror version of Monsters, Inc? Yes.
No!
The scary parts of Monsters, Inc. are scarier than the scary parts of Paranormal Activity most of the time.
Probably not, but maybe.
Whatever. New night. Mom up late eating. Ball swing, ball bright. First ball to explode tonight. Assuming this isn't a post-coital snack. The next day, Katie gets locked in Toby's hole for a couple minutes.
Yeah?
Phrasing?
Toby.
And then that night, a sexy 80s babysitter shows up, which is never good news in a horror movie. The babysitter is asked to tell a ghost story, but instead just throws on a bedsheet and tickles a bunch, which is decidedly not a story. That's closer to porn than film, sexy babysitter.
Oh my god, she's so hot. I have to go hug her hello. Keep it together. I can't. I'm gonna make a scene.
Speaking of, she twice says hello to Dennis in his cameras.
Hello, Dennis. Hi, Dennis.
Which suggests that Dennis might be making some extracurricular sexy tapes of his own.
Hey, dude! What's up? You didn't see that, right?
The bedsheet sneaks up on the babysitter, and also Toby's hole farts right in her face. Freaky stuff, man. Hey, look, here's Christy on a counter and jumping off a really high railing, but it's fine because Toby catches her, I guess. And you know, the first two movies sure made it sound like Katie was the one getting haunted and Christy mostly was just crying and getting freaked out all the time. But it's pretty clear that Christy is not only the main character here, but she's having like a blast. I mean, look how much fun she's having staring at her mother and her mother's lover for hours on end. Man, the 80s were great. She's jumping off of balconies and being caught by a demon. That sounds awesome. She like has tea parties with the demon. I'm like, what are you not having fun with?
You see the hat? I am Mrs.
The devil.
Unfortunately, she overdid it with the demon playtime.
Clumsy me.
So now they need to take sick Christy to the doctor, and Randy comes over to watch Katie.
No.
I'm sure Randy's a good guy, and I know there are cameras everywhere.
Well, not everywhere.
Oh, sorry, but like, I feel uncomfortable with boy babysitters watching just one girl. But Randy goes out of his way to make sure it's not weird by grabbing a camera.
All right, Dennis, not my idea.
And hanging out in the bathroom with Katie with all the lights turned off.
Okay, let's do it.
How's that? Is that better?
It just seems like there's still light coming in from under the door.
I see you still thinking that's weird, Dave. But they're also playing Bloody Mary to hopefully freak themselves out and get their blood and hormones pumping.
I like cuddling and spooning, and she likes videotaping us during sex.
Oh my god.
It's a totally normal thing to do with other people's children. Except mine, Dave. The normal thing to do with mine is to contribute to my Patreon so Dave doesn't have to babysit anymore, because I'm terrified.
Wait, are we supposed to shake this baby?
Unfortunately, despite the totally fine normalcy of their unlit bathroom games, Toby feels super left out, and he claws Randy, and also he explodes a tea party, and Randy's like, okay, that's it, I quit. These wedding videos are getting very weird. Dennis decides now, I guess, to come clean to Julie about all the things he's learned from his stolen demon books. And he also films it because he films everything for some reason.
Oh my god.
He says, okay, so in the 1930s, there were these witches' covens that brainwashed girls into giving birth to sons and then brainwashing them so that they'd forget all about the sons. And also then the witches would take the sons. And also they had a pretty clear brand logo. And wouldn't you know it, that logo is also upstairs in Toby's hole. And Julie is like, shut up. I hate you, Dennis. You're dumb. You don't know shit about shit.
I'm not listening to
And while she says all that, invisible Toby grabs Katie by the hair and shakes her around.
Your hair is,
in the hopes that a baby boy falls out. Maybe a whopper. I'm losing the lore.
I drift in and out.
And when Katie comes downstairs and is like, my hair got tugged by Satan himself, Julia's like, see? This is your fault, Dennis.
This is your fault. Okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Anyway, during a night, Toby thoughtfully turns on the TV to white noise static to help Julie sleep while he heads to the girls' room to put his brand logo on the computer or whatever and absolutely explode the room and drag Katie around in the apparent hopes of giving her wicked rug burn.
Ladies, any rug burn back?
And he also knocks over a teddy bear. Toby only stops when Christy agrees to do something.
Oh, do it! Just let her go!
The next day, Christy is like, Mom, can we go to Grandma's? And Julie's like,
I'd rather be dead.
But then Satan lifts all of her kitchen in the air and drops it on the ground. She's she's like, well, I hate housework. Let's just go to Grandma's.
Straight to hell.
Grandma.
Side note, 3 movies in, we really have a lot of demon evidence. And I realize that we're kind of backfilling it since we're always going back in time. I just think it's weird that the demon is so completely caught on camera and yet nobody's doing anything about it besides, I guess, Paramount Pictures.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah?
I realize it's mostly affecting small families that get massacred, but surely somebody is watching this footage. I thought the universal rule of finding a stranger's VHS tapes in the 1980s was calling in all your buddies so you can watch what is most likely porn together and then deepening your bonds while you all come of age together.
Sure.
Whatever, now we're at Grandma's eating pie because Grandmas love pie, and Christy pretends to marry Toby until Julie shuts that down.
So who's the lucky guy?
His name is
Toby.
I don't want to hear Toby's name ever again.
You probably will.
But later that night, unmarried and living in sin, Julie and Dennis crawl into their 1950s sitcom separate twin beds, but for only like 2 seconds, because this is the sexy, sinful 80s, and they get in one tiny little bed, and it's not long before they hear Grandma dicking around. Julie goes to check, and when she doesn't immediately return, Dennis grabs his camera to go see if he can grab some footage of a confused, naked old woman.
Is that normal?
Totally normal.
I mean, I assume. I don't know what else he's hoping to film.
Nipples, Mac. Nipples.
Turns out the girls are gone too, and he's like, WTF? But then he finds a bunch of Satan drawings on the walls and a bunch of creepy, confused old women that are unfortunately fully clothed. So he runs away with his flaccid member of flapping, but finds Julie sort of suspended in the air. And then she knocks them both down the stairs, and then he and Christy hide in a closet for a while after Dennis grabs the ever-important camera, because man is still hoping for a chance for that $10,000 from America's most pants-shittingly insane home videos.
Oh my god, I see demons!
And then he sees Katie. Katie! So he goes to check on her, but there's a bonfire outside, and Katie gets all demony and force blasts him. Do it. And then Grandma shows up, and then Dennis somehow gets magically folded in half like a taco.
Here's what we'll do. On the count of 4. Ready? 1!
And then Grandma and the girls head upstairs to, I don't know, play with action figures or something. They're all pretty chill about it. And we immediately get credits because we're not even trying to pretend that any of this happened at this point. And okay, let's back up for a second. These are the events that Katie would later describe as a shadow standing at the foot of her bed.
I would see the, I guess you'd call it just a mask, like the shadowy just figure.
There is a lot of evidence of her mom's boyfriend getting haunted and murdered. Like, what the hell did they think happened to him? Also, what happened to their mom exactly in their minds? Like, they don't want to end up like their mom. But what is their mom? Except maybe she fell down the steps at Grandma's house?
You need to ignore it, but you're gonna end up just like Mom. Do you understand me?
She hasn't been weird this whole movie. Does she get up later and is weird? And also, something like this happens again when Katie is 13?
What are the odds?
I know. This feels much crazier than whatever Katie and her sister were talking about. You remember that time Mom was possessed and thrown down some stairs at Grandma's house while her illicit lover was folded up like a taco?
Pizza? Now that's what I call it.
I remember that time very unfavorably.
I remember you crying all the time.
I don't remember anything.
I think a demon took my scraper, Dave.
Just like a quick booby. Just a quick booby.
Okay, let's recap. Katie took Hunter from the second movie, and now their whereabouts are like the origins of the random stains I keep finding on my pants. Unknown, but also probably not good.
That's cum, isn't it?
Yes. No.
And now that we're all caught up on that, check out this friggin' ninja. Wow.
You know, running laps.
It's Halloween 2011, and this blonde girl named Alex is the ninja named Wyatt's sister, and they're being filmed by a friend named Ben.
Now that's a name.
Who struggles with bowel irritability.
Oh, I just shit my pants.
He also struggles with being just the saddest bank robber.
Thanks. See you later. It's totally not a bank robber.
Alex has a hot mom and a hot dad who once tried to steal a mummy's gold with, let's say, limited success. He was in The Mummy, and then he died after making this movie.
That's shocking.
Demons, probably.
Demon.
He was killed by a demon in that movie. Is he a demon? The Mummy's not a demon. He's just a mummy, I guess.
How does that work?
But it's like a religious thing.
It's technically, it would be like a...
3 hours later.
Anyway, Alex changes into a skimpy fairy outfit to go to a dance, and then presumably changes into a skimpy something else to film Wyatt playing soccer. Like, is Wyatt famous? Why are multiple people filming his every move? Like, by contrast, this weird kid standing off to the side appears to have nobody filming him. Sucks to suck. Speaking of, Dad missed the game, but he did bring cupcakes, which feels like a win to me, even if the mom seems to disagree. Ugh, women, am I right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Always refusing to substitute family bonding for baked goods.
Cake's good and all, but I'd rather eat Diane's butt!
Daryl!
Did you score?
No.
All right, it's okay.
Later, Ben fully breaks into Alex's house so they can throw a raging middle school party complete with palatable expanders and Xbox Connect games.
Why didn't you just say that at the beginning?
Ah man, I bet somebody sold their soul to a demon for some Connect games. I mean, Connect was so tight. Like, look how tight it looks in night vision with all of its futuristic laser spots. Man, I hope this entire movie involves an Xbox Connect in some way.
Your wish is granted.
Ben chases Alex around, clearly trying to bust a move.
Show me a move.
And or a nut. And does she not think it's weird that he's filming all of this? My guy, put down the camera. If you succeed, you're gonna have a crime on tape in like 35 states.
And he comes...
Believe it or not, jail, right away.
You're middle schoolers. You think Dave isn't gonna trace this footage down and find out where you live?
I'll be careful.
Think again. You'll be dead. The next day, the weird kid slips into their backyard playhouse, which isn't a euphemism, but rather a statement of fact.
These are good facts.
Although Ben believes that this boy has blocked his cock.
Oh, thanks for cock blocking me.
Yikes.
Which is a euphemism for what it's like whenever I go anywhere with Dave.
You, Dave!
You're my worst friend.
You know what would make up for it, though?
Just a quick booby.
God, you're so needy.
Hey, I know they're kids. And
Kids are stupid.
man, we are really sexualizing this middle schooler quite a bit out the... Oh, no! Are we demonetized again? Dave, run! The cops!
Right to jail.
Oh, that was apparently just in the movie. Apparently Robbie's mom is in the hospital, so weird-ass Robbie will now be hanging out with Wyatt for a while, which is actually a great opportunity to boost his Q score. And Alex is like, God, this small child that I'm constantly filming is so weird. Like, check out my hours and hours of footage that I've filmed without his consent. Doesn't he seem weird?
The socks with the sandals is my favorite part.
I'm normal for filming him a ton. Just forever.
Oh my God, I love this kid.
And like, what makes him so weird exactly? His fork that tells the future?
It tells the future.
Oh.
Dave's got a spoon that tells if he ate corn the night before. Cutlery can be used for all sorts of things, Alex. So why don't you grab a spork and eat my entire ass?
But it sounds complicated.
Oh, it's easy. I'll teach you, okay?
Okay.
Careful.
Oh, look, there the weird kid goes. Let's hold this shot forever. Perfect. We're already demonetized, so hey,
hello.
Speaking of sexy middle schoolers and crimes, it turns out that Ben records every single video chat that he and Alex have, secretly, including the chats they have where she just falls asleep for hours.
I just want you to know that this is something that my computer does, so when I show you this, don't like freak out.
She sort of just brushes this off, but like, don't?
Oh, gee, I never thought of it like that.
People shouldn't film you when you sleep, Dave.
What?
Nor should they, like Robbie, come in your bed, Dave.
I think it was really creepy that he came in my bed.
Man, these boys be Alex crazy. They must have just used the future fork to watch Ant-Man 3 because, man, everybody loves that movie.
Hey.
Or they would have if Ant-Man crawled inside Kang's butthole and expanded real fast. You remember when that joke was everywhere? Remember how we kept talking about Paul Rudd crawling inside of Thanos' butthole and exploding him?
Think about that every day.
I am coming.
Anyway, Robbie has an invisible friend named Toby. Huh, I guess that means that that's literally just the demon's name?
Now that's a name.
I mean, he's used it twice now, so clearly kids aren't just mishearing him. The actual demon's name actually is Toby.
You know, I can't do it. Toby is the worst.
And he actually plays a Kinect.
Is that what Toby looks like?
This must be why he's tormenting all these people. Friggin' dork probably got laughed out of hell.
Get out of here. Get the hell out of here.
Anyway, Alex freaks Wyatt out with an age-inappropriate YouTube video that hopefully isn't one of my age-inappropriate YouTube videos, but Robbie, he seems unfazed. He's seen some shit.
That was real.
Wyatt books it, but then Alex hears something and wanders around to inspect, but mostly just finds that classic Mac screensaver and also her mom.
Oh, no. She's hot. Okay?
Begin the night countdown that doesn't make any sense to use anymore because we're no longer pretending this is police footage or whatever. Boop. Alex hears a noise, again, and Robbie crawls out of bed for a little midnight Kinect action.
Mommy, Daddy, sheep monster times.
I mean, you can't blame him for that. I mean, have you ever played Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator?
No.
Because if you're watching this video, you clearly haven't.
You're correct.
Otherwise, you'd be out there jamming with your Kinect just trading organs and shit.
That makes sense.
Seismic blast! You know, one of the most thrilling things about these movies is that every time something even slightly interesting happens, or even something not even slightly interesting happens, we almost always cut to a scene of somebody bootleg filming their computer screen and being like, look, my parent or friend or lover, at this slightly interesting thing that the audience just saw. Isn't that wild?
Did you see that?
What the f*** was that?
And the response is always like, yes, it is wild, but I assume that is not a demon. Well, see you later when the nights get into the teens and we escalate from opening and closing doors to straight throwing around.
What is that?
That is awesome. Boom, boom, boom.
I can't even work my cell phone and you guys are like,
What? Does he think that's fake?
That night, Alex chats with Ben, but there's lag, so she gets closer and closer to the screen, which is about as useful as speaking louder at a non-native speaker of your language.
Ben, I can't hear you.
Mi comida favorita es una ropa vieja con tamales con tostones.
And whoops, Ben actually has snuck up behind her, which I think if I were her parents, I would beat the shit out of Ben, at least a little bit. She's like 13, dude. Get out of her room at night.
And when you-know-who is in here, door open. Got it?
Okay, good rule, Mom.
get out of here.
What?
Now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Ben is like, hey, why don't we rig everybody's laptops to spy on them, since I'm really trying to see if they'll actually send me to juvenile detention.
This is gonna be huge.
And Alex is like, tight, let's do it.
Password, Odd Robbie, right?
I thought it was Big Ben.
Well, you don't need a password for that, right?
First thing they catch is Daddy just pounding Coronas. And then they catch Robbie walking around with Wyatt. And both of those things are probably fun for their participants, but were not very fun for me to watch. Sort of like almost every single thing this demon does. God, everybody in these movies just loves juice. We get it. You're rich. You can afford juice.
Go easy on the orange juice. That stuff doesn't grow on... Wait, it does.
Oh, shit. A ball rolls down the stairs, and then there's a slam. Damn, if this isn't just the drunkest ass demon ever to escape the fires of hell, like, what is he slamming into all the goddamn time?
The life of a silversmith's apprentice was not an easy one.
Are his legs invisible even to himself, and he's just obliterating his shins into coffee tables for 15 nights in a row every few years until he snaps and murders everybody?
Guilty.
It's like, every time you have a movie with a haunting, it's always like, oh my god, like, what was that? And it's like a demon just like, it's like, god damn.
Drunk ass ghost.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He's like knocking tea parties over and shit.
Whoa, I'm so drunk.
Oh my god, last night was crazy.
He's like opening the cupboards and closing them,
Yeah.
looking for like Hot Pockets and shit.
Keep them full with Hot Pockets.
It's like, why does he take so long, and why is he so conspicuous?
I know.
Ah, man, I think I'm supposed to do something, but I damn if I remember. Anyway, I'm gonna go play Connect.
Huh. How are you doing that?
The demon has lined up a bunch of toys leading into Wyatt's closet, and there are noises, and the chandelier crashes. Yeah, confirmed. This is the drunkest demon yet. Like, what is he doing?
Just jacking it.
In 15 minutes, we're gonna find a demon-shaped hole in the drywall when he slips on a toy train. Oh, also Robbie was in the house during this?
Robbie? You guys didn't like you watching us?
It is not Jesus.
Does he cause these things? Or is he just here for the connect?
We would like to...
Duh.
I don't know, but across the street at Robbie's house later that night, there are a bunch of people and cars and also a woman, and are they witches? Probably.
Hi, can I help you? Whoa, she turned me into a newt!
I assume every gathering of 4 women or more is a coven, which is why I always carried a bucket of water with me to throw at groups of women. You gotta be safe out there. The next day, Wyatt tries to wheel around in his little bike, but Toby keeps pulling chairs in front of him.
This is nothing compared to the twig of 93.
So Robbie is like, how about instead we just go into your closet and I draw some satanic symbols on your body and we talk to Toby together? And Wyatt's like, yeah.
Jesus.
But once Alex notices that Robbie or somebody has drawn a satanic symbol in the sandbox, presumably to cover up the fact that he's like demon shit in there.
I just shit my drawers. It obviously means something.
Yeah, it's shit.
She's like, that's it. I am Googling demon symbols just like every character in every other modern horror movie.
How else are you gonna do it?
Like, say you're being stalked by some unspeakable horror from the very pit of hell again for the 4th time named Toby. You could cleverly observe the monster's attack methods or analyze similarities between how it chooses to manifest, then build a viable strategy, or you could just Google it.
Look, that's close to it.
It might be literally the single most boring and basic way to solve a problem, but at least if you accidentally click on one of those 7,000 ads pretending to be an actual answer, you'll make King Google just a little bit richer.
Render therefore unto Google.
Now, the idea of researching your otherworldly nemesis isn't a new trope by any means. I mean, even in this series, Paranormal 1 and 3 had them reading demon books, and there were some light Googling elements in 1 and 2, and hundreds of other horror movies take detours to the library to check out a bunch of ancient tomes on some specific prehistorical prophecy or Celtic lore that offers some exposition on the monster that's devouring the town's horniest teens.
I better read it fast before someone tries to take it from me.
I still feel like that's fine though, because there's still something tactile about thumbing through dusty old books and newspaper microprint, and it's also a slow enough process that the library itself can often become a target location for an attack.
Mike Hanlon, but I had to go.
But in modern movies, like the Elm Street remake or basically every Final Destination, they don't do much more than flip open a laptop.
Okay.
In Elm Street, the character gets so bored, they literally fall asleep. And after the 4th straight movie where Final Destination characters Google, that time Devin Sawa survived a plane crash only to be killed by a loose brick off screen, I seriously considered crashing a log truck into New Line Cinema's house.
And I knew that this was possible only through a cleansing fire.
Even random monster movies like the recent Godzilla King of Monsters grind to a halt so a submarine lady can inform everybody that her Google foo revealed that, yeah, there are some monsters.
All the legends, the stories, they're true.
I don't know what I expected.
And surprisingly, they're kind of old.
I'm so old.
Apparently Godzilla wasn't pooped out like 3 years ago.
Good. We're learning.
This is yet another reason why It Follows is so great. There's literally no information on what the hell this monster is or what's going on, so the characters piece together a wet defense strategy based solely on observation and logic. That's a lot cooler than watching Micah Monroe Google tall boy sex monster house stop.
You don't like that dude.
But anyway, what Alex learns is that the symbol somehow prepares people for demonic possession somehow, but they're def gonna need to murder a virgin first before that happens.
I had sex last night.
But he really didn't.
Yes, I did.
And Ben helpfully offers to ensure that Alex can't be a target, but she declines.
Just run upstairs real quick.
Ben, stop.
We will never come.
Is it weird that 4 movies in, the basic lore here can be summed up as maybe Katie's great something grandma in the 1930s or so maybe sold their soul to the devil to be rich, and now they're being haunted until they can find a boy baby, and also there's maybe a coven of witches that help demons out, and maybe they need a virgin to get the devil into the boy baby?
Makes sense.
It's not a very coherent nor original bit of lore.
They probably taste the same.
It feels like at some point they'll want to actually sort of get into the nitty-gritty of what the hell is going on. I mean, you can only show so many doors opening of their own accord before you actually want to learn why. They're not just stabbing everybody to death with their own raisin fingers or something gnarlier.
Is that an option?
But until then, maybe I can satiate you with a mommy boob shot.
Just like a quick boobie. Just a quick boobie.
She tries to cut some peppers, but the demon steals her knife, so she has to get another knife? Oh, that sick bastard.
What the did I do with the
Leave these poor people alone. Oh God, a book falls? Oh God, twice? It's funny that like also the book like always falls right in front of where the camera is. Like presumably they have a library shelf, but he's like, ooh, yes, got it. It's like Interstellar. Matthew McConaughey's like trying to teach her how to build a rocket ship, and they think it's a demon. They're like, I'm not a demon, I'm Matthew McConaughey, I'm trying to tell you how to build a rocket ship.
I'm stuck in a black hole, you idiot.
Don't let me leave, Murph!
It's me, Murph.
Later, the mom leaves to maybe go buy another knife, and she's like, be good, 6-year-olds, as if they're not definitely going to immediately begin communing with a demon as soon as she leaves. How quickly we forget what it's like to be 6 and communing with a demon with your best buddy. And yeah, what do you know? They immediately run across the street to Robbie's house, where they'll presumably get a better demon signal. Alex chases them and finds everything in the house covered in American Psycho murder tarps, and also that Katie is Robbie's mom?
Hello.
Does that make Robbie Hunter?
Unclear.
Well, stay tuned to find out.
I'm not so sure we will.
The next big ass crazy thing that happens is Daddy hears the laptop go brrr. And he goes over to it. And he's like, why did laptop go brrr? And then the demon gives back the knife. And the mom is like, come back to bed, even though we've been told earlier that they are no longer physical in their relationship.
I'm sorry, okay?
And also, he didn't come from the bed. He came from the couch.
I grow tired of eavesdropping and masturbating to the sounds you all make.
Jesus Christ, all right, could use a little more mystery.
Man, there are so many crazy things going on. We learned that Robbie is adopted, and also Wyatt is adopted. And like, am I adopted? I mean, Dave's oh, did you not know that, Dave? Did you not know you're adopted? Stop crying.
Sorry.
It turns out that Wyatt is Hunter, I guess. And Toby is like, your family needs you back, my guy.
My name's not Hunter.
And then get this. A couple of doors open. But how? Nobody appears to touch them.
No touching! No touching! No touching! No!
What is going on? Okay, is the demon literally inside of the Connect? Is there nowhere else that they could talk to him? They go to the Connect every time they want to talk to the demon.
Mountain Dew is the best soda ever made.
No, it's not.
And oh look, here's a freaky Connect boy in the lasers. Let's go watch a movie in the tub and then get dragged under the water for, I think, literally an hour? Perfect.
1 hour later.
I feel like it'd be hard to hold your breath for that long, but Wyatt seems fine, and remember, he is both a ninja and a soccer player.
Such athleticism!
That night, the mom literally drugs Alex with sleeping pills because sometimes you just need a break.
My sleeping pills.
You know?
What?
I gave my oldest heroin last week, and I have never been more productive. Wyatt is not drugged though, so he be dickin', and oh shit, even more doors open. Also, this Michael Myers-esque pervert just stands there and watches the demon uncover and pick up his sister. He better not start clowning, or I'm gonna impale my eyes with a fork that sees the future.
I'm trash.
But that's the end of that scene, and it's wild how 4 movies into this series, and they're still willing to go slow as shit. You'd think they'd pick up the pace with the sequels and start adding explosions or actual gore or something, but no, just people walking around. Speaking of, hey look, here's Katie. But uh-oh, Alex has garage door problems.
Can you see it?
So she hangs up on a chat with Ben and literally says TTYL, IRL, LOL, BRB, AFK, ASL.
Okay, TTYL.
But then all the doors lock as the ghost tries to midsummer her. But it's all good because she breaks into the car and slams it into the garage door while Katie tries to get Hunter / Wyatt to come with her, but he does not. And the next day, Dad is like, hey, do you want to get dinner, Alex? You know, maybe we could talk and you could maybe further explain why you obliterated the car in the garage. And she's like, God, Dad, it's because you never listen to me when I tell you that a demon made me do it. And he's like, no, for real, let's grab some chicken fries and talk about it. And she's like, fine. But while they're gone, Katie returns to wander around at a Michael Myers-esque glacial pace, and more books fall right in front of the camera again to scare the mom, and it's definitely scarier the second time we watch it. Thank God they didn't come up with a different scare. I don't think I could handle anything scarier than bucks.
They might appreciate a gift of literature.
Then the mom gets exploded and killed, I guess. So Katie hides her body, and then Ben shows up uninvited, so Katie snaps his neck and hides his body. But what is the point of hiding these bodies? She's not like hiding them well, as evidenced by Alex immediately finding Ben when she gets home. Like, what does she need, a 30-second head start? Ben? Well, maybe because she's finally convinced Wyatt to come over to her house. Stranger danger. And after Ben's body blasts her backwards with the apparent remnants of those blue balls of his, Alex grabs the camera and runs across the street to film her dad getting blasted in a bad way. And then Katie goes full demon mode, and then there's like 100 witches, and I guess they kill her. I mean, that's what she gets for being a virgin, I guess. Yeah. Me and my witch friends did the exact same thing to Dave last week. It's his fault for being so focused on work.
Virginity is gay.
Wait, who the hell is Robbie?
Who are any of us?
If he's not Hunter, is he just another kid that Katie stole at some point? Or is that like Mika's kid? Is he a witch? We literally never find out. Robbie's just a weird kid. You know how there are weird kids?
Totally.
That's Robbie.
Duh.
I think this demon gave me powers. Ready?
I really feel like I should remember this.
Wow, okay. So I guess they listened to my complaints in the first half of this video and went hard trying to address them.
I know. Change isn't always easy.
Yeah. This movie is sequely as shit. Started with just a straight up Paramount production stinger. No dickin'. This is a film, baby. A crazy film with production stinger glitches. Oh, shit. Cut from there to a high school valedictorian and giggling and 2012 and a happy Hispanic family throwing a huge party for their recently graduated son Jesse and his buddy Hector and another cuter buddy named Marisol. And Dave, this is way more fun looking than the barbecue that you guys threw when we graduated from high school. I just wish you guys had put in a little more effort.
Dude, we had volleyball, Doug.
You did. It was actually pretty sweet. But still, it pales in comparison to the Hispanic one. I'm just saying, why couldn't you guys have made it more like Paranormal Activity : the marked ones? I know the movie came out 5 years after we graduated, but I don't see how that's an excuse. You could have just used a demon time travel door or some shit. Oops, am I spoiling this film?
I don't want to talk about time travel shit.
That's too damn bad.
To explain the use of a handheld camera this time, Jesse's dad maybe rents a camera or something to film the graduation, and Jesse thinks that's cool. So he goes and he buys his own.
This camera's nice.
200, that's it.
Plot hole filled, spackled, and repainted. Jesse films everything, including Crazy Anna, who lives downstairs.
That's Crazy Anna's apartment. She lives right under me.
How about him?
And his health-conscious grandma, who drinks a lot.
Míralo, qué chingón.
This staggering and hauntingly beautiful footage pushes Jesse to also purchase a GoPro, because he's just swimming in graduation money, I guess. And the first thing he does is throw Hector down some stairs in a laundry basket. Oh, shoot.
Oh, shoot.
That valedictorian named Oscar just came out of Crazy Anna's apartment.
What are you doing here, man?
And before we go any further, I know what you're thinking, David. No! None of these characters are related to Martine from the second movie.
We keep the good ones.
Yes. That's racist. Hispanic people aren't all related, Dave. I don't know why you would think that. Although, yes. I'm a little surprised they aren't as well, given that the series is so fascinated with randomly having everybody secretly related to each other through a series of complicated broken marriages, but no! Not in this instance.
In with the good, out with the bad. Yay!
Back to Crazy Anna for a minute. Jesse and Hector use a complicated system of pulleys and ropes to drop a GoPro down their air vent into her apartment to see a sequel-escalated, full frontally nude woman.
Oh, shit. Daddy, chill.
Which causes Hector to say what I said on my wedding night.
There's a naked girl! There's a naked girl!
But unlike my wedding night, the naked girl here is getting painted on by a full frontally nude old woman, Crazy Anna, which is very erectorally confounding.
I just lost my boner, man.
Well, I hope you find it.
We're up, we're down, we're hot, we're cold, we're in, we're out.
No time for the old in and out, love.
My dick's soft like forever.
The next day, Hector and Jesse tell Marisol about the best night of their lives. And they collectively remember, oh yeah, isn't Anna like a witch?
She's some bruja or witch or whatever.
A witch! A witch!
Or running a whorehouse?
She's running a whorehouse.
Or both?
Both. Both is good.
We should send a kid to knock on her. Ah, witch attack! Later that night, they bump into Oscar fleeing from the apparent scene of Anna's death. And also there's an explosion. To foretaste further explosives to come. The three amigos break into Anna's apartment to find a locked fridge and a bunch of tchotchke shit and torture stuff, and also Katie's VHS tapes.
Katie and Christy.
Backdoor Sluts 9!
VHS? That is old school.
And there's some blood and a freaky ass book journal, and whoops! Oscar's gangster brother, Arturo. Truly a Kmart of horror in there. So like a regular modern day Kmart.
I just shit the bed! Got him!
They read the journal and, okay, it details how one might build a time travel portal door that exclusively lets you time travel to unholy places. So basically, imagine if the machine they build an in-game, but it only let them travel to Dave's bed when he was 14. Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with that kind of dark, sticky magic.
Just let it go. We're just gonna around and then, you know.
Nothing's gonna happen.
There was a ghost!
That was an unholy place, Dave.
That is an unholy place.
Oh my god.
I had Underworld DVDs.
just stacked. But I guess they've graduated high school and they got nothing else to do, so they spray paint a mirror black and break into a church or something, just say some evil Spanish words like incubo,
What's the incubo?
which I assume is the Spanish translation for the most unholy band. Nothing really happens, so Hector leaves and Marisol and Jesse investigate weird noises until eventually Jesse peeks under a bathroom stall and seemingly pisses off a shitting demon. The next day, Hector draws a dick on Jesse's face and Jesse recaps a dream about a farm full of old women.
Sounds like a good dream.
Oh, but they were old.
Ah, fully.
Which kind of just sounds like the plot of Walking Dead Season 2, but like with old women instead of zombies.
I've fallen.
I don't know what I'm saying, but hey, Jesse's got a weird bite on his arm.
Like a bite or something.
Like a zombie bite landed the plane. That night, Jesse wipes the dick off his face and they play that old Simon memory game, except actually it turns into a Ouija board because that's way easier than coming up with a reason why they'd play with a Ouija board. Like kids are always playing the Simon memory game from like 1982. Grandma doesn't like the game though. She must have a terrible memory.
I can't remember.
This is dumb to say, I will admit that, but it feels like a lot of this movie is yellow filtered, like it's set in Mexico. I mean, is there something about the Spanish language that just makes cameras go sepia? Is that part of the haunting? I don't know. But speaking of haunting, Hector just shit his pants. Because of the demon.
Swear to God, I think I just started.
Hey, if I poop my pants making this video, Dave, it's because of a demon, okay? It has nothing to do with the fact that we just ate a ton of Arby's, okay?
The ceremony of meat.
And yeah, because of all this demon shit, Grandma walks around the house spraying anti-demon shit Lysol.
Oh man.
She's trying to protect the house.
It smells really bad though.
I sprayed it with Lysol.
Hector and Jesse are later accosted by some bad dudes, but it's cool because Jesse explodes them with his demon mind, or maybe demon fecal matter, it's hard to tell. And the next day he realizes he literally cannot fall over.
What are you doing? What?
Demons apparently are great at trust fall exercises, unlike Hector. Then Jesse shreds some absolute CG gnar, and yeah, this is what I was talking about, baby. This series has been begging for some terrible, pointless action CG, and magic skateboarding is exactly what I've been craving.
That's incredible! Oh my God!
They throw their videos up on YouTube, and the comments are about par with what I usually get.
Oh, so fake.
Nobody thinks I'm actually being tortured by Dave, but I am, and I love it. Okay. Jesse is really feeling his power now. So he and Hector go to a random party, pick up some chicks, and they bring them back to that abandoned apartment where a murdered woman's blood is still sprayed all over the walls.
The lady that used to live here, she got murdered. Right here.
I swear to God. And where Jesse has laid out just the softest, most romantic sheet of cardboard. What a gentleman. This woman, Penelope, asked Jesse to literally
We'll see, bitch.
and apparently on camera, because I guess she's just swept up in the romance of the cardboard and the arterial spray.
Blood could have been like spaghetti sauce.
Menstruation. Who knows? It doesn't have to be gross, it's natural.
Yikes!
But Jesse needs to go grab a romantic condom from the condom store. And while he's gone, she gets a head start by exploring a few holes by herself. Like this trap door leading to some secret B-hole, basement hole. Whoops! Oscar is down there. So Penelope runs away, and Oscar also runs away, and Jesse comes back to find that there are no holes left for him to explore. Except, whoops, Oscar shows up again and is like, my guy, Anna put this thing inside me, which is why I killed her.
She put it inside me.
And you got it too. And the only way to get rid of it is to kill yourself, my dude. And then he runs away, and Jesse chases him until Oscar yeets himself off a roof. So I guess that explains why Oscar was valedictorian. I mean, demons gave him math powers.
It's not illegal, it's frowned upon.
What a lame thing to trade possession for. Like, is he even good at lacrosse? That's what I would use my demon powers for. Maybe then I would have gotten into UVA.
They really suck.
I went to James Madison. We've all heard of that, right? Every president comes from James Madison University.
They redid it, so it's nice now. It's not as filthy.
I'm sure it wasn't founded in like 1910 as a girls' school. And Dave, let me tell you what, there are still girls there at James Madison. And boys, you know.
Both is good.
But no, the trio head down into Penelope's hole.
I see a lot of holes today.
And they find weird photos of Jesse and his pregnant mom who died birthing him, and also the friggin' grandma from the third movie. There's that random pointless connection I've been looking for.
This is white lady. It's grandma.
They're briefly interrupted by a creeping old white lady that may or may not be the grandma from the third movie, but it's fine. She doesn't find them, even though they're constantly like shining the camera light through the floor slats. Jesse later has a bathroom freak out, pulling out of his eyes and stuff. And dude, you better know how to do like really advanced calculus or be able to play long stick and short stick MIDI, because otherwise I don't even know if this possession is worth it. They go to Arturo again and be like, hey, was Oscar as good at math as I am now? And he's like, yeah, check out this crazy conspiracy board he made.
Take a look at this.
Jesus Christ. That includes references to Allie, the daughter from the second movie. Apparently, Oscar was always talking about a bunch of witches that were building an army with firstborn boy childs. And hey, did you know Oscar's mom also died during childbirth?
I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy.
We gotta go.
Dude, we should check this stuff out.
And Jesse is like, well, I hate this. I'm leaving to go drown my sorrows in a beef and cheddar or something. And Hector grabs Allie's phone number just in case we need a cameo scene later. But unfortunately, Jesse gets confused and ends up in a grocery store, and he just flips out when he can't get his meat fix.
What are you doing, man?
Where's the beef? Hey, Simon Ouija board, does Jesse even have a good penis? That night, Jesse's dog ends up in Penelope's hole. So Jesse goes down there and finds a couple of freaky white girls who are, I guess, the young versions of Katie and Christy. And also he's attacked by something else that I can't make out. But it's probably Martine or Robbie or maybe that ghost therapist from the first movie. I mean, you know, surely everything at this point is a cameo, because cameos tight.
It's grandma.
Tight.
Speaking of, even though Jesse survives this encounter, he's pretty mean the next day.
We're not best friends.
And he keeps dicking around with his dog. So Hector and Marisol call Allie for an expositional chat, and she's like, okay, here's the deal. There's a bunch of witches who call themselves midwives.
It's the sign of the midwives. They're a coven.
Which I think is a show on Netflix. And they mark children in utero for possession or whatever, but it doesn't really manifest until they're 18, because check this out. 18? More like 3 6s. 666? Wow, does she also have demon math skills? Oh, and also, they're gonna take Jesse to this random house and do one last ritual to make him like full-on demon possessed or whatever, so I guess you guys should probably go there and stop that from happening. But before that, they enlist the help of Jesse's grandma and she takes him to like an anti-demon store to get some eggs?
Did someone ask for an egg?
Just eggs. Is she gonna make Jesse eat them?
I can eat 50 eggs.
No, that'd be ridiculous. She's gonna rub them all over Jesse. Just like whole eggs.
Eggs.
Not broken eggs, just an egg.
Egg.
But this pisses him off till he smashes the eggs. And then he kills the power and like warp explodes the room because hell yeah, baby. Sequel their asses, Jesse. Woo! 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 But oops, all that computer generation has made Jesse sleepy. So he sleeps for a long time until he feels rested enough to throw his grandma down the stairs.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Causing Hector to finally put the camera down. Throwing grandma down the stairs is also the only way I can get my kids to put down their iPads and have a real conversation as a family for once. It's just tough because I can really only do that move twice, you know? Grandpas just don't have the same effect, I found. Nobody gives a shit about grandpas. Bunch of liars spending their whole lives in bed until suddenly their grandson wins the tour of a chocolate factory. Oh, and now they can dance?
'Cause I've got a golden ticket. It's ours, Joe.
It's like the only time in this whole series where somebody's like, all right, well, grandma was thrown down the stairs by a demon-possessed guy, so I guess I'll put the camera down and check on her.
I guess so. You're losing YouTube money, though. You gotta do it.
Mr. Beast throws 7,000 grandmas down the stairs or whatever.
Thank you.
$10,000 to whoever can throw the most grandmothers down the stairs.
But throwing grandmothers down this $1 million staircase, it's like...
We threw grandma down a $1, $100, $1,000, and $1 million staircase.
$1 million staircase. It's like the staircase from the Titanic.
Thank you. Oh God,
Jesse disappears, so Marisol and Hector head to the house where the ritual is supposed to happen in the hopes of doing something. But before they can get there, the car dies. And Jesse attacks, forcing Marisol to brain him with Chekhov's bat that I forgot to mention from earlier, and they throw Jesse in the back seat, but then boom! They're hit by another car, which is apparently driven by witches, who steal Jesse and drive away, because this is peak Hollywood action, baby. No more slow-ass door openings. It's the season of witches T-boning shit.
What has happened?
Yeah, dude. Get crushed by witches, slamming in the back of their... Marisol and Hector call in the big guns by convincing Arturo and his large friend to literally bring some big guns to the house, which, wouldn't you know it, happens to be the grandma's house from the 3rd movie.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
They wander around for a while until they're attacked, forcing Arturo to literally shotgun witches to death. Hell yeah! Sequels!
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
For the rest of the movie, Hector runs around with the camera still on, and he sees some seance stuff, and Marisol disappears and then reappears. And then Jesse appears, and maybe throws a sheet at him.
Distract target. Discombobulate.
So Hector escapes through a Satan time travel door to the end of the 1st movie, where he witnesses Katie murder Mika.
Mika is so upset.
And then Jesse kills him. Cool, I guess. And then Katie presumably goes through the door to Dave's 14-year-old bed and is just plastered to it. Dave didn't learn about socks until he was 16.
Plastered? Like on the ceiling? It's all over.
It's everywhere! This is an unholy place!
Somebody like frozen in carbon.
Yeah. Chewbacca sadly sitting in the corner. Fur matted. Hey, can somebody explain why you, a witch trying to build an army of demon-possessed firstborn boy childs, would also need a time travel door that only travels to unholy places? What does that add to your plan exactly? What is your plan? What the hell is even going on? How are these movies still earning minimum 10 times their budget? madness. I hope witches get a tank in the next one, because the real monster in this movie is the woke demilitarization of our country's witches.
I agree with it.
Joe Biden won't let witches have tanks.
Traditionally has 3 picture tubes, right? This one has 6.
Oh my god.
The ghost dimension? I'm pretty sure that we've spent the last 5 movies making it very clear this shit is not a ghost.
That's what I built my career around.
And is in fact a demon that may or may not be named Ed.
I'm very uncomfortable with it.
That's still true, spoiler, making this title literally just incorrect.
No, there's no ghost in there.
Like, who the hell named this movie? Was some exec like, oh shit, you know what's scary? Ghosts.
But also the ghost.
Especially if they had their own ghost ghost dimension. And everybody else had to be like, oh my god, you're right, boss. That is very scary. Technically they're demons, but yes, ghosts are also bad. The one exception, of course.
That's what I built my career around.
More like Ghost Bust a Load. Right, Dave? Dave? Answer me, Dave!
No.
Okay, whatever. We open, obviously, with the end of the 3rd movie with Taco Dennis.
Watch us make you a burrito.
Except, somebody apparently picked up the camera and continued filming, because how else would we see this ponytail guy, who's now the girl's teacher?
He's gonna be your teacher.
A man with a ponytail.
And, hey, Christy, you're gonna have a chosen son, and Katie...
Your gift is your strength.
This man with a ponytail makes a valid point.
And also, there's another girl out there that's like you guys, so cool. I can see why they needed to film this. It's gonna be a great moment for the annual Midwives Coven Convention announcement trailer.
A lot is going to be asked of you.
And literally, why are they filming this on, like, VHS tapes? For who? Fast forward to November 2013, and this other girl named Leela draws her Uncle Mike.
Uncle Mike?
Screaming?
Oh, there he is! Mike is here because he got dumped. Probably because he's clumsy.
He has a lot of...
I'm breaking up with you.
I left her, so that's...
And besides Leela's parents, a random sexy woman named Skylar is also staying with them, because what's the point of being able to afford such a massive house if you can't populate it with random sexy women and sad uncles?
That's the American dream.
She's American.
Ostensibly, Skylar's the wife's friend who is here for a retreat or something, but we all know that friend means boobs, and retreat means boobs. Now the sentence makes sense.
You're here for rehab, right? That's...
No, I'm not here for rehab.
Mike and Daddy wrap Christmas lights to distract themselves from their mutual friends' massive friendships.
Just, 2 robust reindeer.
When they stumble upon a box with a huge-ass video camera and some VHS tapes. Now, the camera seems shitty at first.
I don't know if it's out of focus or what.
But actually, it's just tuned to the ghost dimension, which in this instance means it sees demons, I think, and not ghosts. It's custom built. You wouldn't get it. Most cameras have 3 tubes, but this one has like 6 tubes.
Traditionally has 3 picture tubes, right? This one has 6.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of
tubes.
That's too many tubes. What are you gonna do with all these extra tubes?
You're gonna see ghosts on those tubes.
Dude, I hate to tell you this, but like, you have so many tubes, you're gonna see ghosts.
I have no idea what this does.
And man, we're full on with the CG dust demon clouds of death, huh? No more slipping off bed covers with invisible wires for this series. We're gonna see it all.
Sex?
That's right.
It never happened.
Oh no, the dust thing is gone, but the wife is here, meaning Daddy's thing is back.
I will have sex with you.
I can't see the thing anymore. I think it's gone.
Oh, now the dust talks to Leela. Bummer. Looks like we're basically gonna redo the 3rd movie, but instead of not being able to see everything, we will get to see everything, which as we all know is much scarier. The best scary movies have the villain fully visible and well lit at all times.
I hope you're having an evil day today.
Who are you talking to?
And hey, look, now they're watching the sex footage from the 3rd movie, which is also a fond memory of mine, but then they start watching, I guess, old training footage of the sisters.
Oh.
Use what's inside.
This is...
Like, why the hell would the dumbass witches film this? Like, who is this footage for?
Witches!
Is this girl, she's just taking minutes?
Yeah.
I'm Obviously, Dave is into it, but the movie couldn't have been made exclusively for him.
He's there.
Sorry.
Also, weirdly, 1980s Katie describes Leela's room in the present, which is crazy.
She's describing Leela's room.
Did you eat more chocolate than I did?
Man, I wonder if they have a time travel held portal door or some shit. That's the only logical explanation. Ah, crap, my brain and also the house blew a fuse. Mike and Daddy follow some ghost shit around until Mike disappears for a second, and if he doesn't do a jump scare, I'll give every single patron $1 billion. Oh well, next time.
I hope you're hungry for nothing.
Sign up for my Patreon for your chance to win my next reckless bet. I'm like Mr. Beast, except nobody ever wins. And also, you will definitely stay blind. Sorry, I don't have any money.
Thank you.
Hey, Skylar, would you say this tricked out camera picks up beings or just different planes of existence?
Most of the time, these cameras, they don't pick up on beams as much as, different planes of existence.
Okay, gotcha, that makes sense. I mean, it's got 6 tubes, there's really only one thing. The next movie, they're gonna have 9 tubes. And
You get ghosts, next one, what do you get?
I don't know.
Leprechauns or some shit.
What kind of stuff have you been seeing?
Big ass titties.
Anyway, Mommy and Daddy are going on a date. Don't break my camera or bang my brother. Thanks, bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some wine.
Oh. Oh no, something's skittering about. Oh no, something invisible is riding the seesaw.
What?
Oh no, something's jumping out of the pool. Oh no, here's Leela. Oh, go back to bed, Leela.
No.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really feeling the lack of explosions and also this not just being a different movie from a more interesting franchise, or even just a one-off movie. Remember those?
No.
Ooh, get that juice, Daddy. You're rich, and you're also being haunted. You deserve it. And also, you're a video game developer, maybe?
I gotta get this game out before Christmas break, dude.
And your last name is Fleege? What kind of AI-ass, backwards-ass name is that?
Let's tear it all down.
That night, Leela bloodily smacks at the mirror and says Bloody Mary backwards, and also a demon smacks the mirror too, I guess. And Skylar is like, to be clear, Bloody Mary summons witches, either to A, tell you who you're gonna marry, or B, choke you.
Sploosh!
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
And Uncle Mike is probably thinking like, choke me, Skylar, you well-endowed witch.
But when I used to play it, Bloody Witch appears and grabs you by the neck.
But actually, he just dicks around in the yard and finds some concrete drawings suggesting that actually this was Katie and Christy's house back in the day, like 1988. It's just that that shit burned down, as alluded to in the first movie.
There was a fire.
And then the whole family reportedly died, so they built this new house on top of it, even though Katie and Christy both didn't die and still very much exist later on. And Daddy is like, that's it. I'm setting up a system of cameras to try and figure out what's going on here. And his wife is like, yeah, that makes sense.
Fine. Do it.
I shouldn't.
Do it.
That should just about do it.
Later, Leela is like, Mom, did I die when I was a baby? And her mom is like, unfortunately, no.
There was a cord at Mommy's tummy. Then it got wrapped around her neck. Sploosh!
But obviously, here you are being weird as shit and ruining everybody's fun, sexy Christmas vibes.
I wish I knew how.
Did I die?
That night, Leela wakes up, and then the next day, she bites a kid at school so hard he needs stitches, and like, man, I remember my first kiss. My pants needed stitches, right, Dave? Actually, you know me pretty well. Do you remember who my first kiss was?
I think I do. Oh, I'm not gonna name names.
Mouth it to me. No.
Oh, it wasn't?
Uh-uh.
Was it? Trying to think.
How many people do you think I was kissing? Come on!
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's some deep lore.
Do you know the story of how that happened too? I liked one girl, I liked another girl, they both liked me. I had never even hugged a girl. Very confused, wasn't sure what to do. This one girl, we go to a football game together. It's loud, there's footballs happening. She says, I've got a secret or something. And I'm like, oh, did you hook up with some other guy? I don't know why I assumed a bad thing. And then she leans in and I whole ass turn my ear and she goes, what? And I turn to her and I go, what? And then she kisses me and I'm like, oh no, there's like 7,000 people at this football game. And then we left to take her home and my dad walks up and I'm like, oh! Anyway, there's a story for no one.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
And just like that, it's night number 1. Who the hell decided that this night is night number 1 exactly? I mean, weird has been happening for literally 2 weeks of the movie. I don't know, but look at this crazy black smoke demon, which like, wow, lost much? Man in Black much? Where's Jacob when you need him?
Hey, don't do this.
Amazing how much less scary this is than even the nothing we used to have to look at. Leela talks to it though, which is thrilling.
Okay.
And then Skylar comes in to check on her and it blasts her in the back and she's like, wowzers.
A power bottom.
And the next day Leela confirms, yeah, it's Toby again.
Leela, who's Toby?
A twink with muscles, but still hairless.
So smooth.
Oh, incredibly smooth.
I personally would love a new demon named Chad, but at least we're finally seeing Toby for the first time and he is sexy. Oh look, it's the movie's best joke, but also ironically the best way to describe every single scene with CG Toby in it.
Do you see the dip man? There's like particles of dip.
The girls on the tapes talk about Toby during their cult training exercises or whatever, and there's particles everywhere, and there's another bloodless, impactless Toby attack.
Do you see the dip man?
And just tons of general CG smoke demon shit. And Leela tries unsuccessfully to burn the house down, and then Toby tries unsuccessfully to Dutch oven mommy. And then throws the angel off the top of the Christmas tree and a Bible in the fireplace, and it's overall, a pretty eventful night.
That Bible is my Bible from upstairs. It was in the fireplace.
Are you too good for your home?
Then they watch another tape showing Cult Dude taking over the house from the 3rd movie, and like, I'm surprised they haven't tried to leave for a hotel yet. Evidence is coming very hard and fast this go around. They can literally see the demon.
This one has 6.
Oh my god.
They have tons of footage of him, plus all these freaky tapes. I don't care if Toby can follow him. They don't know that.
It's not like that.
I'd get the hell out of there. It's not like they don't have money. They've been chugging juice like it's nothing. Just pounding juice. Juice is expensive. Have you ever tried to buy juice? I have. I'm rich, clearly. Orange juice, apple juice, you name it. We had grape juice once.
That's too much juice.
All the juices.
Well, that's what you got all these kids. You gotta give them juice.
Open wide, kids, because I'm gonna grape you in the mouth. Ah!
To further make my point, it turns out the girls in the video are literally watching them right now as they watch them.
I see toys.
Dude.
Like mental time travel. Like Katie, more like Kitty, Pride, X-Men.
I see people. Brothers.
In a van, and then a meteor hit, and they ran as fast as they could.
Whoa, dude.
I had to Google some nerd shit to find that answer out, because I don't know X-Men. I'm cool. I kissed a girl in high school. On accident, seemingly, sort of. I didn't know it was happening, but I was definitely there when it did. Oh, yeah. I was not like, oh, I'm so sad that Logan died in old age on a branch. I was like, nah.
Not this time.
Anyway, this is confirmed when Leela comes in the room and sneezes, and Katie on the video says, bless you.
Leela sneezes, and then Christy says, bless you.
Yeah, the literal demon-worshipping, mental time-traveling child says, bless you, to a sneezing doofus in her vision. Amazing. This movie is art. Wouldn't you say literally anything else? Don't you worship demons? I don't think you want God blessing them.
This will be a polite demon.
Yeah. Nobody said that demon witches weren't kind. I'm a demon. I'm not uncouth.
What are we?
Werewolves, not werewolves.
They find a bunch of Leela's weird drawings and are like, ah, dang, did you know there's a coven of witches from the Middle Ages with similar drawings? And also they open doorways in time. Anyway, listen to Leela just friggin' crushing it on the recorder.
Lee.
Then Toby, the demon, dresses up, I think literally as Santa Claus, but like you wouldn't be able to know that he was dressed as Santa Claus unless you had a 6-tubed camera.
Did you see that?
So Toby dressed as Santa is just standing at the end of the hallway. I guess he just got into the Christmas spirit. This movie is so weird. But anyway, I guess that confirms that Santa is a literal demon, which does explain how he has access to so much coal. I mean, hell is full of coal. That's how they keep the fire stoked. Somebody needs to warn the children. And we need to put the Christ back in Christmas ASAP. Demon attack! Anyway, because the mom is, I guess, a Christian despite this.
What the
This is why you're going to hell.
They decide to call all the Catholic priests in town until one agrees to come case their joint. And he's like, your daughter is for sure being stalked by a demon. And like, we know, Father. And he's like, so don't go anywhere. It'll follow. And like, we know, Father. And then he anoints Leela with some holy water and also Bubba.
Does your friend have a name?
His name is
Geraldine?
It's Bubba.
But as we all know, you don't with Bubba. So Leela bites the priest, and he's like, I think I'll come back later.
Stay relaxed.
They find some tape of the house from like right before they moved in, and also their realtor was named Katie, and I think they're trying to suggest that it's the same Katie as all the other movies, but the name is different, the last name is different.
You know, I'm not saying it had to do with the haunting stuff. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know what it was.
And anyway, regardless, they realized they were tricked into moving into this house.
They're saying that they've never heard of her. She never worked for them.
Because it's somehow useful for the witch's nefarious plans. But like, I thought the whole thing about demons was they were mobile. Like, literally, it doesn't matter where you go, they're able to follow. So what difference does it make if they're in this house? A plot twist for no reason?
Yeah, we weren't even looking in this neighborhood.
Remember? I remember.
I don't know. Here are a few more shots of the demon running around and bumping into shit, but otherwise generally causing no harm whatsoever.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
I get that it's weird to look at, but it's proven over and over that when it jumps at you, it doesn't actually do anything. And in fact, if you didn't have a 6-tube magic ghost dimension camera, you wouldn't even know it was there. They just keep like looking through the camera and the thing goes, "Wah!" And they're like, whoa, well, what do you guys want for a snack?
What the f*** is wrong with your house?
But whatever, now they're scared enough to take their evidence to the cops. I don't know what they're gonna do. And Daddy takes Mike with him, leaving Mommy and Leela behind because he needs backup?
I love you. We'll be back as soon as we can, all right?
Why wouldn't he leave Mike with Mommy? And while we're at it, leave Skylar with me. Yeah, they're not using their resources right. And yeah, what do you know? Toby talks to Leela. Crazy. Fun connection. Hunter and Leela have the exact same birthday. And also Hunter is in a tape from 1992 because time travel.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Look, there he is. There he is, right there.
And why do they want a girl now? I feel like these dumb witches' goals change every movie.
What does he want?
What do you want?
I don't know, who cares? Leela draws a bunch of symbols on her wall that I guess open a time portal to hell.
The old glory hole!
She goes into the portal, the time portal, and man, how far have we come in this series, am I right?
I left them on the counter.
Sure. Sonic Blast! Finally, they decide to leave, and the next day, Skylar and Mike gather some dildos and Super Nintendos and other important things that they left behind in their hasty exit, and they find some more weird Leela drawings. And are like, oh my god, this sheep drawing?
What if the witches are using them in some kind of ritual to give Toby a human body?
And that is crazy. It also seems like kind of a big jump from a weird sheep drawing to being like, I think this means that a demon is going to become flesh with these two kids. Oop, looks like Leela was transported from the hotel to the house anyway to paw at the wall, because again, physical location doesn't matter. He's a demon, he can do whatever. And Mommy and Daddy aren't far behind, but they probably had to take a cab. I don't think they were able to demon Uber their way.
Where am I?
We were at a hotel 6 miles away.
And oh look, there's Father Todd again, and he's like, okay, here's the deal. I don't think we need an exorcism per se, because that's a different franchise.
An exorcism is a remedy for someone who's possessed, and I do not think that's what's happening right here. I'll allow it.
But I do think we need to do an extermination. And to prove this, I'm just gonna say a bunch of random shit in literal montage.
I believe that this is no coincidence, and I believe she's part of the prophecy. The witches on those tapes, the midwives.
Also, the reason Hunter and Leela are important is because they're both born June 6, 2005. 6th month, 6th day, 6th year of the 2000s.
The 6th year, 2005, 666.
Also, it's D-Day, and also it's the 61st anniversary of it? Ah!
Your daughter was born on June 6th, 2005, right?
Also, did you know that this is the 6th movie in the Paranormal Activity franchise? And if you watch it 6 times, Satan will appear in front of you and ask if everything's okay. Are you depressed? Why did you watch this movie even 1 time? That's too many times. Let's get you some help. I'm Satan, and I feel bad. Bless you.
So, like, if you keep doing something too much, eventually there's, a dopamine up, right?
Anyway, why don't you guys make a Satan thing on the ground? This is me, I'm Father Todd again, and I'll do a boring sermon, and hopefully that'll get the demon to trap himself in the symbol circle.
Protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil.
And the demon grabs and chucks Todd and throws a lot of stuff, but then yeah, he gets caught in the circle. So they chuck a sheet on it to save on CG costs, and then they sort of try to pray the gay away, and everything seems good.
If you want to change, there is a way to do it.
Oh my god, it worked! But then, oh dang, the gay comes back with a vengeance, and Skylar pukes acid on Mike.
Stop. My penis can only get so erect.
And Daddy gets impaled in the chest.
Yikes!
And Mommy is forced to chase Leela through the wall hole to the still intact house from the 3rd movie, where there are tarps everywhere and there's freaky little girls, and they say, "You're too late." Because he's real now. And sure enough, they took a drop of Leela's blood and grew Toby some freaky ass legs, and he kills Mommy. And then he and Leela, maybe they head out to grab some beef and cheddars or something. I hope that answered all of your questions about demons and the lore of this franchise. They didn't need firstborn sons. That was a ruse. They just needed these 2 random ass kids. And they're not building an army, they're building a Toby body. And I guess that's it? How does Katie not remember this? Or rather, even some much more benign version of, like, she remembers some of it, but like none of it accurately. She's like, I do remember being haunted, but I forgot the 12 years I spent training to be a witch ninja or whatever. And why does she need to kill Mika exactly? Just so that she can be unencumbered when she grabs Hunter from her sister? And how did Hunter get adopted by somebody else in the like, Katie grabs Hunter, but then he gets adopted by another family named Wyatt. And who the hell is Robbie? And what does the 5th movie have to do with any of this? This was marketed as the final movie in the series that would answer all of the questions, but I think it did not. Oh, I think the demon left.
You scared the shit.
What you doing, dude?
Oh, I got another demon, but he's Amish, so I trapped him in the microwave. But he says he's not gonna go away entirely until I talk about the random, like, one-off sequel thing that they made. So we got a few minutes. Do I just go to the bedroom?
Do they all have, like, how do I say this, like, nice butts like that?
Immediately, I'm like, damn girl, that's a fine ass camera. You got focused on your fine ass face. And she's like, I'm gonna meet my first fine ass biological relative ever named Samuel. Oh shit, there he is. This fine ass camera is run by a fine ass man named Chris, hoping to make a fine ass documentary. Man, there is more fine ass here than a donkey brothel.
He's getting undressed.
Los hombres de esta región tienen sexo con burra porque es como una tradición.
And that's enough of that. Samuel's like,
I've actually never been in front of a camera before.
Because obviously that's a sin, because I'm Amish.
But
right.
there are exceptions.
So, you said that this is gonna be a documentary?
And the girl Margot is like, that's crazy that you're Amish.
It is only farce.
I'm adopted because my ostensibly Amish mommy abandoned me back at the hospital in 1997.
You are Amish!
And she'd never met a living relative until Samuel did 23andMe while on his Rumspringa or whatever, and they were a match.
Do you want to tell the story?
Already, this documentary doesn't appear to have anything remotely resembling a compelling hook.
Feels kind of self-indulgent, but...
But also, you know, they can't let that fine-ass camera go to waste, am I right?
1,000 pictures, 1 second.
1,000?
No one man should have all that power.
It's a great camera.
I'm right. So they fly to Amish country and meet up with the sound guy, Dale.
I got COVID like 5 times.
And as they drive, there are drone shots and inserted music, and I think we're gonna be pretty relaxed with the whole found footage thing.
Look what I found.
The footage.
Nope.
Yes, Chris is the one flying the drone, but that music could only have been inserted in post-production.
Now he's inserting into this.
Stop it! Anyway, they arrive at an Amish house, which is like a normal house, but with more candles and beards. And they're like, nah, bitch, y'all can't stay here.
Bad news.
We'll see, bitch.
So they go to a hotel, but then a freaky ass Amish kid who is, I guess, smuggling a boombox preloaded with horror stings.
No, Amish boy.
Shows up and they take him back to the Amish house and they're like, fine, bitch, y'all can stay here. Thanks for bringing our freak ass bitch Amish kid back. That's how Amish talk.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I just tried to get it. I just tried to capture their natural Amish cadence.
It's perfect. Thank you so much.
It's fun because you can make fun of Amish people because they'll literally never see the videos. They can't. Ha! Got you. This was like this was entrapment. This is how I catch Amish that are using YouTube. Got you. I've been hired by your dad.
And he's really grateful.
Younger members of the Amish community often experiment with influences from the outside world.
Amish don't have police.
Anyway, that night there are some weirdos in the dark with lanterns, and the next day is my 30th birthday? Coincidence? There are no coincidences in Paranormal Activity, Bob. This means something. Probably I'm Robbie.
Wow, dude.
Oh man, I bet there are pigs here.
Are those pigs?
Also,
There's pigs.
Okay.
Also, that's.
And I bet their asses are fine.
do they all have, like, how do I say this? Like nice butts like that?
Stop.
I think I could get used to this whole Amish thing.
Hey, you guys want to see the loft?
Yes. Can we?
I mean, look at all these bee holes.
There's just lots of holes around here.
Barn holes.
Beehole.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Dale gets so into it, he goes full native. Although it does kind of make him look like a...
Bitch ass girl.
They wander around and ask people about Margot's mom named Sarah and learn that she hooked up with somebody outside the community, and also, according to this weird kid, she's maybe still alive, but also does not like Margot.
What did you say?
He doesn't like you.
We'll see, bitch.
Sounds like a pretty classic mom to me.
The thought of me dead gives you an erection?
Wait.
Weird things happen that aren't even really worth mentioning, but check out Chris's camera's fine-ass slow-mo.
Slow-mo, attack!
Dave, why don't my videos look this good? Film me doing something cool in slow-mo or you're fired. Great, well that night Margot sneaks into the attic because she hears noises, and there are things that happen. Including finding a letter from her mom and also a weird water stain and the classic demon face in the window thing. I've seen 400 demon faces in the past week, but man, they still scare me so bad. It's like demons aren't supposed to have faces. I thought their whole thing was no face, but a really nice butt.
Do they all have, like, how do I say it?
A great dumper.
Yes.
Every single demon.
I'll allow it.
The next day, Margot talks to the Amish king, Jacob,
Our wildflower.
and confronts him with the letter, and he's like, yeah, Sarah, my daughter, really sucked and tried to kill herself a lot, which led to us shunning her, and we tried to give her kid to another couple in the community, but then she ran away, and it's like, what you gonna do, am I right? Kids, women, Amish.
She was shunned.
Margot is like, wow, I guess that makes me sad.
My emotion!
While flying his fly-ass drone, Chris finds a church in the woods about a mile away, but when Dale tries to pick the lock, Jacob shows up and is like, come on, hey, come on, don't go in there, come on, guys, let's go eat lunch. Lunch is ready, let's go eat it. Don't go in there, that place is special.
Lunch is ready back at the house. Come with me.
I hope you're hungry.
But unfortunately, lunch is mashed potatoes and also peeled old lady arms. I guess you're forced to eat some weird stuff when you don't own a microwave. That night they hear something going on in the barn, and it turns out Amish goats sometimes have two-headed goat babies. And an old lady is like, it's starting to spread. Jacob's like, I know, woman, God.
We'll see, bitch.
And they bring the dead goats to the church to presumably give them a hearty blessing.
What are they doing?
Something fucked up.
Vomit and diarrhea.
And so the next day, while most of the family is in town selling milk or buckets of fresh two-headed goat jizz or, I don't know, Amish.
Sweet. Nice wiener.
Dale distracts Samuel by sucking at riding a horse. Chris and Margot break into the church because even though Chris was offended that Margot assumed he could pick a lock because he's black, it turns out he can pick a lock.
Can you pick a lock?
Oh, of course. I'm black.
Voila. Huh. In the church, they find weird paintings of things like the demon Asmodeus or whatever.
Asmodeus, destroyer of...
Which, by the way, I forgot to mention, is Toby's real name. He just Americanized it when he came through Ellis Island.
How did you know?
It's kind of my deal.
Don't worry, I'm sure they're writing a prequel about that now. But also, oops, they find a sex swing and another gaping hole, so they sex swing Margot down there.
I can see the bottom!
How bottom?
Where she maybe sees a room and a weird, maybe alive thing that's presumably eating all the goats, and she's not thrilled by this, so they pull her back up.
Pull me up! Pull me up! Pull me up!
Hold on, Heineken. Hold on.
Their van's battery dies, which will be a problem if they ever need to dramatically and quickly escape later, and Margot breaks into Samuel's room for some reason and finds a whole-ass laptop.
I don't know much about computers other than the one we got in my house.
And wireless stuff, and evidence that he's been stalking Margot for at least a full year and illicitly watching my videos, I think. Okay.
Stop all the downloading.
Thank you, Samuel. Like and subscribe. Join my Patreon. This makes her want to leave and probably deactivate her Facebook account. But remember what I said about the whole van thing?
Battery? It's totally dead.
Damn.
Asmodeus, destroyer of...
Batteries?
Unfortunate timing, but it's cool. They'll try and get a new battery tomorrow. Hopefully nothing bad happens between now and then. Thank God time isn't linear.
Someone once told me time is a flat
Glory hole!
What?
Like, for example, it'd really suck if that night Margot was attacked by a demon and thrown against the ceiling.
Where'd she go?
And bled all over her pants and bed. And the Amish doctor they call in says that she just PMS'd too hard.
I'd say it's exhaustion, coupled with an unusually severe menstrual cycle.
No, Amish boy.
Amish medicine just isn't really the best.
Yeah, it's not up to par in some aspects.
She lost a fair amount of blood, but she's going to be fine.
Really?
Now, I know menstrual cycles can be tough, but they don't usually squirt you all the way to the ceiling. Unless you're Amish. It's in that butter. It churns so good, you be squirting all over the room.
She's a squirter. She's squirting. Peter, we got a squirter.
Dale and Chris wander down the road hoping to hitchhike into town and are soon picked up by a male guy who is like,
You know, the Baylors ain't Amish.
oh, thank God, so all my jokes are fine. Right? Is that the... Sure, they're weird, but they're not Amish weird. There's some other flavor of weird.
Ceremony of meat.
And they're like, well, hey, battery salesman, can we dick around on your computer? And he's like, sure, but
Just don't look up anything weird.
so they do a classic Google search and determine that, yeah, there's demon stuff going on.
Demonic prince of lust, suffering, and...
Big ass titties.
But it's okay, because at some point, some people found a way to trap the demon inside a woman and then transfer it to her daughter, and etc., and so on, and so on. And if they ever let it out, it'll kill everybody. But for now, it just maybe causes a heavy flow? Or maybe you have to eat two-headed goats at the bottom of a church hole? A sea hole?
New at Hardee's.
They get the car battery and head back to find all their shit, and also Margot missing, and Sam's being a weirdo.
It's time.
And it's like, oh, sick, the bell is ringing. Well, better stay inside until that's over. And Chris is like, no thank you. So he heads to the church to find Jacob packing heat. And again, all of this is being filmed. Like, they're just carrying a camera around.
What are you doing?
They fight a bit, and Jacob falls down the sea hole.
I'm still alive, but I'm very badly injured. I think my legs might be broken.
And there's that non-diegetic music again. And you know, other than the demon name and the existence of witches, there's really not much tying this movie to the rest of the franchise. But anyway, Chris also dives into the sea hole, and Jacob is looking rough.
Okay.
Chris finds a weird woman doing weird Amish stuff to Margot, and he knocks her over and grabs Margot. And they are chased by a weird Amish demon lady who appears chained to the Amish wall. They both get pulled up the sea hole by Dale, but then the demon lady breaks her chains and isn't far behind. It attacks Dale in dope-ass slow-mo. Because I guess Chris is changing settings on his camera on the fly to make sure that his future documentary is as dope-ass as it can be. And hey, is anybody gonna give Margot a coat? Seems kinda selfish, dudes. Chris and Margot hide in the barn, but obviously they're attacked by the thing, and it knocks Chris down. So Margot grabs a meat hook and tries to do the whole, I'm your daughter, weird demon-possessed sewer lady. Surely your motherly instincts won't allow you to meat hook to the neck! This is exactly how it went every Saturday morning when my mom tried to make me do chores. They scuffle a bit more, but Demon Mommy falls down Chekhov's beehole and presumably dies. Chris is fine, I guess. But they have to go grab the van keys from Dale's slow-mode dead ass, and on the way, we get more random music, and it turns out that they've gone full Amish crazy out here.
Girlfriends barfed on boyfriends. Kids barfed on their parents. A fat lady barfed in her purse.
And everybody is murdering everybody, but it's cool because they get to the van, and after a few seconds of it not starting, it actually does start, and they full-on escape. Man, their documentary is going to be so good, I bet it will skip theaters and go straight to Paramount Plus, the most prestige of platforms. But wait, we're not quite finished because a cop drives up and finds Sam fake crying like a baby. But then Sam makes him shoot himself in the head, and then another cop shoots himself in the head, and then Samuel steals the cop car and turns on some nice radio tunes while the credits play. I know he's not actually Amish, but does Sam know how to drive a car? I guess he's imbued with Satan now, and you have to assume that the Prince of Darkness can drive stick, right? Yeah, cut.
Should we get the demon out of the microwave?
Oh, I totally forgot. Oh, no, I think we're good.
I guess that explains why the microwave was so yucky. Good thing we got rid of both demons. What the heck?
I'm under my bed because I think I heard something, but I'm not really sure. Where's
I don't know if this is gonna work.
I don't think it will, but let's just try it.
You crop in?
Yeah.
Oh, you're heavy.
Ah!
The frame is falling over.
The demon has me!
Well, that was embarrassing for you.
Alright, whatever.
Oh, are you still here? How much time is even left? I honestly didn't expect anyone to get to this point of the video, so. How much time do we need to get us to 12 hours? Are we close? Do I have to sit here for a while? I feel like I've been talking a lot. Like, how are you doing? You know? What do you do for work? Do you have any kids? I have kids. And I work, sort of. This is what I do for work, so it's debatable. Are the ads really crazy right now? If I do breaks, does it jump into every break? Or is it just me awkwardly staring at the camera? Is it both? Do you like your job? Do you like your kids? Again, I like my job and my kids, but this isn't about me. This is about you and your job and your kids and your likes and your hopes and your wants and your dreams and, your thirst for knowledge, your desire to experiment within and without the system. I have no idea how much time I need to pad this for. And every second feels like agony. But I'm doing it for you. Unless you suck, and then I'm doing it for me. This is really all about me, probably. I don't know. Why did you watch 12 hours of a video? Just to see what was at the end? Or did you skip here? I bet some of you skipped here. Well, that's not how the experiment's supposed to work, okay? You're supposed to watch 7,000 ads, okay? To do something, to experiment. My fridge just came on. So that's what I got going on. Did you like my videos, even with all the ads? I have other videos. I actually even have those videos
but not as a part of a 12-hour thing. So you could just watch those if you want. Other than that, I mean, legitimately, do I have do I have to kill 10 minutes right now? Maybe I'll just should I call Dave? I'll call Dave. By the way, this is just going to end randomly in the middle when I've hit my 12-hour mark. I don't even know if you're going to be able to hear this. This is content. He's not even going to answer. Oh, Dave. Letting me down.
Your call has been forwarded.
I'll text him and tell him he doesn't need to call me back. Saw The Accountant 2 last night randomly. It was okay. I like Sinners a lot more. I like Drop a lot more. I like Warfare a lot more. Just thinking of movies I've seen recently. By the time this is out, a lot of you probably will have opinions on Thunderbolts, but I haven't even seen the most recent Captain America yet. And it kind of feels like it's just not as culturally relevant anymore, as much fun as individual movies might be in that space. But maybe they'll get it back. Have we all decided on May 12th, 2025 that the MCU is so back, baby? Also, straight up, how long has this been? How long do I need to be here? I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. Hopefully by 5 minutes we'll be done, right? Surely. This is content, baby. This is what it's all about. Feel like I should play guitar or something. You guys want me to play guitar? Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Now we're doing content. I just got to play only copyright-free things. That's okay. We're good at doing that. We wrote a lot of songs back in the day. My wife and I, and other people like Caleb. I was in drop D. Just playing punk stuff, I guess. If you saw the Scream video, you might remember this little ditty. Hold on, tune still. Hold on. There we go. More of an electric guitarist. I'm also not a big on being in tune, apparently. Maybe I'm just too anal about it. Goodness gracious. The end of this 12-hour video is just me tuning. you guys know I wanted to be a musician first? I only got into comedy as a backup. Still wish I could play. Oh my god, I feel like I'm so bad now.